Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Someone turned on the camera and greeted subscribers. B-rank hunter YouTuber, Dokal, greeted subscribers on the Any Raid channel, where he does dungeon raiding. He smiled and said that today's monster is a C+ class monster. According to him, this video will be about attacking an arachne. He pointed his finger at the spiders and said that arachnes live in a group. Like ants, they are also arthropods. He closed his eyes and said that they, however, did not look like spiders from the ground at all. For example, these guys did not attack from the beginning, instead, they spat webs. However, the spiders suddenly rushed to attack. One of them was about to attack with his stinger. The daughter blocked the attack and exclaimed that everything did not go according to plan, and therefore it would be necessary to cut it out later. A young man with a camera, the main character Meng Shivu, responsible for filming and editing, said in surprise that this could not be. He imagined spiders and thought that the original fighting style of the arachne was not direct attacks, but hunting, which is why they first spit webs to entangle the opponent and then inject poison into the immobilized target, causing them to die slowly, so there was no way they would rush forward so easily. The daughter grinned angrily. He rushed to the attack and said that he and the protagonist would talk a little later. The daughter struck. Then he cut another arachne, then another one. The hunter jumped into the air and was about to attack another monster. He successfully cut it in two. He was standing on dead spiders. The hunter grinned angrily and wondered what had happened at all, because Shiva had said that the arachne spits out cobwebs first. Shiva's face was covered with sweat. He thought that it would be an extreme solution for the arachne to rush at his prey like this. However, perhaps the arachne is already in a desperate situation where they have nothing to lose. The daughter grabbed him by the t-shirt and asked him if he would continue to behave as if he were innocent. The YouTuber slapped him in the stomach and shouted that an apology wouldn't solve anything, because they almost died because of him. The main character fell to the ground, and the hunter warned him to collect better information. The YouTuber turned away and said that therefore Shiva without special features is useless. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and lost himself in thought, thinking that he was awakened. He recalled how he made a huge number of notes. Shiva mentally said that the ability he received after becoming awakened had no features. It was completely useless in the work of hunters, since he really could not do anything. The main character was standing with a phone in his hands. At that moment he was analyzing monsters. This is the way he chose to survive. The protagonist pointed his finger at the monster, and immediately named its weak point. He did this to teach hunters how to properly attack monsters. The daughter closed his eyes and said that he had almost died because of this bastard. If it hadn't been for him, they would all have died. The members of the squad trembled with fear, pointing behind him. A monster appeared behind the man. He attacked, but Dokal had already managed to change position. They all ran in terror. After all, it was a huge elite monster. The monster ran after them. They were slower than him. Dokal dropped his sword, thinking that if he wanted to escape from this place, he needed bait. He glanced at the running protagonist and said that the bait would be this non-entity. The daughter kicked him in the face. Shiva closed his eyes and shouted. The YouTuber turned around and said that it was all because of his incorrect information, so he should take responsibility. The protagonist was lying on the ground and grinning with anger. Suddenly, his eyes bulged out in fear. A huge monster stood right in front of him, and he was trembling with fear, not knowing what to do. The protagonist turned around, thinking that his body did not obey him. The monster opened its mouth and roared. Shivu was immersed in memories while he was in the hospital. Shiva looked pitifully at his mother, who wanted to say something to him. The woman, lying in a hospital bed, stretched out her hand and said that he had to protect his sister Soa. The protagonist's eyes bulged and exclaimed that he could not die here. He took the sword in his hands, thinking that he must survive, if only for the sake of his younger sister Soa. The monster was already very close and almost attacked. Shiva swung his katana and shouted that he would survive against all odds. A moment later, he was thrown back due to the explosion. He looked to the side, stunned. He saw a young man in a red cloak in front of him. The man wiped the sweat from his chin, a powerful aura raging around him. Then there was another bright explosion. The man turned around, noticing this. The guy with a purple aura and tattoos on his body began to shout that he would find the opponent anyway. Then he jumped. The gray-haired guy swung his fist and shouted that his opponent would finally stop running away. Energy began to gather around his fist. The man in red also swung. They began to fight, and the protagonist watched from the sidelines and wondered who they were and why they were fighting. There was a powerful explosion. Shiva covered his face with his hands and wondered what was going on. The villain slid back. The man in red was also thrown back. The protagonist looked at their faces and thought about how they were the ones who made even elite monsters tremble. The demigods began to move at an unimaginable speed. A man in red attacked the enemy. Shiva covered his face with his hands because of the shockwave and wondered who they were. The villain smiled insidiously, about to carry out another attack. Then he slammed his opponent into the rock. There was a strong explosion. The fire flooded everything around. The villain with the purple aura shouted at the opponent to stop hiding. The blonde man wiped his face and said that they had a long way to go until it was all over. He stretched out his hand in front of him, charging the attack. The villain also began to charge the attack. They both shot at each other. Their energies collided and filled the entire space. The villain frowned and shouted that at this rate, his opponent would not come out unscathed either. However, the blonde man smiled and stated that he didn't care. The man turned to the protagonist and said that he had left this possibility open. The main character opened his mouth in shock, because the man apologized to him for dragging him into this. The villain frowned maliciously as he began to suspect that they were all going to die here. The energy continued to grow. There was a powerful explosion. The blonde man was smiling. The villain, on the contrary, screamed in pain. Another explosion occurred. Then another one. They never seemed to end. The protagonist was standing nearby, and the shockwave almost caught up with him. He opened his mouth in fear, and the blonde man at that moment said that he would leave him something. A shield appeared in front of Shiva, so the explosion did not hit him. It was dark in the cave and only the light of the fire illuminated it. The main character stood in complete darkness. He remained unharmed. Shiva raised his head and wondered what was going on at all. He accidentally stepped on the phone, taking a step back. He lowered his head and saw a working smartphone. The protagonist took it in his hands and asked what the smartphone was doing here. A notification about the confirmation of a new manager appeared on the screen. The connection check began. The system then notified that the manager's position change was complete. The main character was shrouded in the aura of some people. His eyes began to sparkle. A splash screen of the GOD2 app appeared on the phone screen, which greeted the protagonist, calling him the new manager. Meanwhile, it was sunny outside the cave. The team members sat on the floor and breathed heavily. Dokal lowered his head and wondered how lucky he was and what was the chance of facing an elite monster in AC+ dungeon. The crew members were smiling, saying that thanks to him, they all survived. Besides, according to them, using this nonentity as bait was a great decision. The daughter smiled and replied that he, of course, was ready for this. His eyes bulged in shock as the protagonist appeared behind him. The protagonist's fist almost reached the villain's face. However, the hunter repelled his attack with his elbow. The daughter slapped him back, asking if he had forgotten that he only had an F rank. Blood began to flow from the protagonist's mouth, Dokal saying that he was lucky to have survived. The YouTuber smiled maliciously and said that he would be too lazy to look for a new editor. Shiva looked up at him and asked if Dokal thought he would work for the guy who tried to kill him. The hunter poked him with his elbow and said that it was Shiva who begged and cried, saying that he needed money for medicines for his sister, and he helped the protagonist out of his generosity. So, according to him, Shiva could not do this to him, because he had to repay. The main character beat off his hand. He picked up the camera and said that he had a video of Dokal leaving him to his death, which, if published, would surely get a lot of views. The hunter closed his eyes and said that he could just kill him here. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and said that he would die, but daughter would go to prison and lose his hard-earned channel. The hunter's eyes turned red with anger. He said that if this video was posted somewhere, then the protagonist's sister would be safe. The YouTuber immediately turned away and exclaimed that he would find a new editor. Shiva frowned and said that Dokal had no idea what would happen to him if he only tried to hurt his sister. After a while, the young man sits in the room and studies the phone that he received recently. He clicked on a button, thinking that there was YouTube a free-to-use platform where anyone can upload their video. However, of the many channels on this site, the most popular are the hunter's channels. He saw on his phone some knight fighting against Lucifer. He also saw Thor fighting against the world serpent. There were also some legendary personalities. In addition, there were gods from mythology. He stared at his phone, wondering if they were in control of all this. Shiva remembered the man and wondered who he was and why he had given him this phone. Shiva put down his phone, thinking that everything was confusing. He put his hand to his chin and thought about what could be if this is true and if the gods really run channels like on YouTube. He smiled and said that the gods probably start with at least 1 million followers. Then he reached for the phone again, saying that it didn't look so bad, and therefore it was worth trying. He saw the channel of some Chinese sage and the system notified him that in order to become a participant, he could watch and study a lecture on the S+ rank of discernment traits. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise as the system notified him that he had subscribed to the channel of Zhuge Liang, a Chinese warlord and statesman from the Three Kingdoms era. A notification appeared in front of him that he had received S+ rank insight. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek and he thought that S+ only exists as a classification, and therefore it is not a real rank. He introduced 13 heroes who fought against the demon lord. People speculated that these heroes might have S+ traits. The main character lowered his eyes to the phone and wondered if he really got it just by subscribing to the channel. He looked at his hand and said that if it was true, then he must have felt something, but he didn't feel any change. The young man put his hand to his chin and said that he probably didn't feel anything, because it improved his observation and intelligence, and if so, it would be difficult to notice the difference instantly. Then he saw Hercules, who was conducting a free personal training in which he showed how to raise the house of Zeus. Shiva clicked on the subscribe button and said that he would be able to notice the difference after that, and the system immediately notified him that he had obtained SS rank superhuman strength. Shiva easily struck the table and accidentally broke it. His laptop was broken because of this. He wondered if he had really gotten the SS rank trait. Shiva crossed his arms and said in surprise that he had obtained the rank of SS just by subscribing to the channel. He held his head and started shouting that he didn't understand what GodTube was all about. But suddenly the system notified him that his skill of discernment had increased slightly thanks to diligent reflection, and at the moment the progress was 0.1%. He glanced at the phone and wondered if he needed to reach 100% to fully master this ability. Then he clicked to watch a video of Hercules' personal training. A crowd of people watched excitedly what was happening. Hercules pulled the column out of the ground. He began to squat with the column and exclaimed that it was amazing. His legs split insanely and looked very pumped. The ground beneath his feet began to crack. Hercules raised the column above him and shouted. The protagonist opened his mouth in amazement. He immediately clicked on the unsubscribe button, saying that now he understands why Hercules has only one subscriber. Besides, Shiva will never be able to do this. But the system notified him that unsubscribing is impossible. Hercules pointed his finger at him and began to shout that he could come whenever he wanted, but he could not leave whenever he wanted. Shiva grinned and wondered why he couldn't unfollow Hercules. Suddenly, he received a call from Dokal. The young man looked at the phone screen with displeasure and asked why this nonentity was calling him. The hunter sat on a chair, talking about how he thought Shiva had blocked him after the recent one. The protagonist dryly replied that he should ask what he wanted, but Dokal with a nasty smile on his face said that he knew that the protagonist had nowhere else to go. Shiva held the phone to his ear, and Dokal said that he had called about some business. The hunter smiled and told Shiva not to be so rude, as they had worked together until recently. The YouTuber frowned at his phone, because the main character angrily exclaimed that Dokal should tell him what he wanted, since he did not want to waste time on idle talk. The YouTuber leaned back in his chair and said that the group, SH, offered to stream together, and he invites the protagonist to join them. The young man opened his mouth in surprise. He imagined the company's building and mentally said that it was the #1 financial company in Korea. He also introduced the granddaughter of the director of the company, who had recently awakened the traits of a hunter in herself. Shiva silently lowered his head and assumed that they were also engaged in hunting. Dokal looked to the side and said that this company is expanding its business, so they want to see what it's like. The hunter smiled happily and asked if Shiva agreed, but the young man immediately refused. A moment later, the protagonist's eyes bulged in surprise when daughter announced that he would pay him 50,000 won for the video. The hunter once again asked if Shiva wanted to join now. However, the young man smiled insidiously and once again refused. A drop of sweat rolled down the YouTuber's cheek and he said that it was 10 times more than he would normally pay him, and therefore it was beneficial for them, but still, he was willing to consider the amount that he would call Shiva. The main character smiled and named the amount of 50 million. The daughter opened his mouth furiously and began to shout about Shiva going crazy, but at the same time, the hunter wondered how Shiva knew that the group, SH, paid him a lot. The protagonist smiled and, with the help of his insight, stated that he knew why the SH group was trying to work with him and not with hunters of other ranks. The daughter smiled nervously and asked what he meant. The protagonist introduced the image of Chairman Han Tae-sen and said that the chairman's granddaughter had just received 2 S-rank traits, so Tae-sen wanted his granddaughter to learn the basics first. The main character remembered how Dokal cuts monsters, and therefore said that the basis for hunters is hunting monsters. The main character recalled the footage from the video from the YouTube channel and said that the main reason why their channel gained more than 200,000 subscribers and was able to earn money was that Shiva came up with unique strategies. Shiva pointed his finger at his head and said that the reason why Dokal received Chairman Tae-sen's offer was not because of the hunter, but because of Shiva's knowledge. The daughter frowned and said that it was 50 million won. The protagonist's eyes bulged madly and asked if he really didn't want to. The hunter grinned and began to stutter. The main character threw the phone on the table and said that the YouTuber could try to get a loan or a loan. Shiva smiled maliciously and stated that otherwise the YouTuber would have to look for someone else. The next day, the two of them were standing in a B-rank dungeon, and the protagonist involuntarily asked when Dokal was going to transfer the rest of the money. The hunter looked at the phone and said that he would send them as soon as it was over. They both turned. They were approached by Han Chiren, the granddaughter of the chairman of SH, who said she was ready to join their raid. The main character bulged his eyes in surprise and mentally exclaimed that she was very beautiful. Chiren looked away, and he thought it would be difficult to get close to her. The whole team moved forward, and Shiva thought that as long as he got his money, he would just do his job. They saw a huge monster with a purple aura and stopped. The girl stood in front of everyone. She said that it was a black troll. The daughter began to repeat the same thing that Shiva had told him, namely that this monster is quite powerful, since its regeneration abilities are close to immortality, and therefore those who do not know how to attack it can lose their lives. He imagined the troll's attack and said that the strategy everyone knows is to rip apart the entire body of the black troll. The daughter raised his finger up and said that he needed to destroy the heart and cut off the troll's head until he could regenerate. The girl immediately reached for her sword. Chiren rushed to attack without question. There was not a drop of doubt in her gaze. The girl jumped into the air. She then struck directly at the monster's heart. Then she grabbed her sword. A moment later, the huntress blew off the monster's head. Karen turned around and told the two stunned guys that it was easy. The daughter smiled happily and said that he didn't think she would catch him so flawlessly, with minimal knowledge, as expected from an S-rank hunter. The girl shook the blood off her katana and said that he was flattering her. Shiva noticed her black sword. He pointed his finger at it and asked how much it was worth, since he had heard of this sword called Aurelian. Chiron glanced at the sword and said that it was worth about 20 billion. Both guys opened their mouths in shock. The huntress pointed her finger at the passage and suggested that we move on, saying that we should not end up with a black troll alone. An hour later, they were still in the dungeon. There was a pool of blood under the huntress's feet, she said. That now, it seems I figured it out a little. Karen turned around and said that there were no more trolls, so it was worth stopping here. The daughter bowed to her and said that she had done a good job. The YouTuber was horrified, thinking that he expected this to be a good opportunity to be familiar with the Hunters Guild, but he couldn't do anything, and now he would be robbed of 50 million because of Shiva. The protagonist smiled, thinking that Dokal was clearly panicking. However, he suddenly turned around when he heard a wild roar. Karen looked up, wondering what it was, and daughter decided to take the chance and said that judging by its size, it was an elite monster. The protagonist also raised his head and mentally said that this was not an elite monster. A huge troll jumped down right at them. His eyes were glowing red, and his teeth were incredibly sharp. It turned out to be a monster boss. He raised his fist, about to attack. Karen frowned, preparing to attack. She blocked the attack with her sword. My daughter watched with his mouth open. The rest of the team ran away. The monster boss was smiling as he looked at them. He threw Sharon back and she fell. The monster then threw rocks towards the team. The stones wounded 2 members of the squad. My daughter was breathing heavily with fear. He ran forward, thinking that he had to escape from this place. He continued to run, thinking that he could not die here. However, suddenly he was enveloped in the shadow of a monster and was terrified. The hunter found himself right at the feet of the boss. The young man raised his head and said that he was already dead. However, Karen blocked the attack and saved him. The monster still struck the ground. The huntress was thrown back. It slammed into the wall. The monster was about to launch a second attack. The girl opened her eyes and realized that she had to dodge. She ran along the monster's arm, successfully dodging the attack. Chiron was trapped on the monster's neck. The girl began to deliver blow after blow. The boss immediately turned around. The huntress's eyes bulged in shock as the monster did not take significant damage. The boss started the attack with his hand. His fist flew at an incredible speed. However, Chiron made a few jerks and jumped back. The monster clenched his fist. A lot of dust rose from the impact. The girl stopped the attack with her sword, but it was very difficult for her. The protagonist raised his head and mentally said that they would not be able to win. He bit his lip and realized that even if it was Karen, it didn't matter that she was a hunter with 2 S-rank traits. After all, she was just a rookie who lacked experience right now. The boss began to throw a lot of blows. The monster laughed happily as it continued to attack. The protagonist watched their battle from the sidelines and thought that the choice he could make was to leave Chiron and run. He raised his head in horror and said that otherwise he would die. His whole body trembled as he sweated, thinking that he had the opportunity to test the SS-rank superpower on GodTube. Suddenly, Dokal ran right in front of his face. The daughter ran forward, his mouth open in fear, while the main character looked after him. Shiva looked at him with bulging eyes, full of disappointment and despair. Images began to appear in his head of Dokal shining with a blue aura and smiling mischievously. The hero remembered how he stood on all fours and looked menacingly ahead, thinking that it was all because of bad information from the daughter, who had to take all the responsibility for himself. The pupils of the main character narrowed as much as possible with fear, and his hands were on the ground. The huntress girl was still holding back the onslaught of this terrible monster with her sword. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek, and he silently stared ahead, thinking that they would not be able to win. He froze in place with fear, and all that came to his mind was the thought that he had to flee from there. He decides to make a dash to the side, contemplating that he must run or just die here. Turning back and bulging his eyes, he began to shout loudly, attracting the attention of this huge monster. He stared forward menacingly and confidently, his brows furrowed, knowing that money and prestige would be useless when he died. The monster swung its fist, letting out a wild roar. Karen bared her teeth, and it was obvious that she was at the end of her strength. Shiva swung his fist, charging it with a bright blue aura. He decided to punch this monster with his fist, thinking that if he escaped, he would be no different from the villain daughter. The monster's arm flew back from such a strong blow, which made him angry. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, not understanding how he was able to deflect his fist. She looked at his back as he shone with a bright blue aura and wondered who he was. Right behind the main character, the image of a warrior from Blue Lines appeared. Tilting his face down, Shiva decided to take a deep breath. A bright light shone in his hand as the warrior still stood behind him. The monster broke through the ceiling with his fist, and 2 guys were standing under his feet. Then, swinging again, he made a strong blow. The hunter was able to defend himself from his blow thanks to his strength. From his block, a shockwave spread everywhere. Their opponent looked down, baring his teeth. The main character, continuing to block the blow, shouted that he needed to act right away. Chiron, hearing this, turned around abruptly. She soared up directly above the monster, swinging her katana. The monster opened its mouth in shock. She landed directly on his chest and plunged her katana into him. She jumped up with lightning speed. Doing beautiful pirouettes in the air, she landed on her opponent's shoulder. With a sharp jerk, she ran to his neck. She cut off his head with one very precise blow. Landing directly behind the monster, she and his companion stared at the opponent's back. The hero looked confidently ahead and was surprised that they had finally killed the monster, and a system window appeared in front of him, stating that his insight had increased. Blood was gushing from his neck, and Shiva was thinking that the types of bosses were varieties that underwent a double transformation, so the physical transformation would occur naturally. The monster's head began to grow back to his neck with very creepy sounds. He grabbed the huntress with his hand at an unexpected moment. The huntress screamed in pain as she tried to get out of her arm as the protagonist looked at it all and thought that if she died, there was nothing he could do. The monster's pupils narrowed very much, because he was surprised by what he saw. The hunter began to push his fingers away in an attempt to help his comrade, thinking about how all the traits he had learned from Gottube were real, but they were weak, but they were still his strength. Sharon twisted her face in pain and, closing one eye, told him to get out of there as soon as possible. Shiva himself, closing his eyes, shouted to her to aim directly at the heart. Resting her hands on the giant's fingers, she tried to get out of the shackles. Falling to the ground, she still managed to get out of the hold. Raising her head, she looked ahead very menacingly and said that she understood everything. Grabbing her sword, she began to run straight at the monster. The protagonist was still holding his fingers and, with glowing eyes, shouted at her to trust and just attack. The monster turned its head sharply, because it heard footsteps. Looking ahead, the monster tried with his hand, but failed. He looked to the side at the hand he was about to move and saw the hunter still holding his fingers, preventing him from moving. Shivu wrapped his finger around him and smiled broadly, looking straight into his eyes. The monster opened its mouth as the huntress ran at it with her katana. With lightning speed, she cut his entire arm lengthwise. There was a blue trail behind her eyes, and she jumped and pierced his heart. Shivu silently stared ahead, thinking that he could hold out for another half a second, so he didn't have time to explain how to attack the ogre. Bulging his eyes, the main character shouted that the ogre had 2 hearts. Chiron opened her mouth in surprise, because she didn't know that he had 2 hearts. She dodged the monster's attack by dashing backwards, and the protagonist mused about what she would most likely guess thanks to her sixth sense. It was as if cosmos appeared in her eyes, and she confidently looked ahead. Making a lunge directly at the enemy, she swung her katana once more. With her mouth wide open, she pointed her katana down. Then, hitting the other heart directly with a precise punch, the monster began to scream in pain. A blue aura began to appear around the protagonist's leg. Then, he began to run forward and covered himself with this aura. Swinging his fist, he shouted for the monster to just stop and finally die. Jumping high towards the monster, he was preparing to strike, and his comrade jumped down. In the monster's eyes, you could see the reflection of Shiva's hand. The monster's head shattered into small pieces. Shiva's eyes sparkled with bright blue lightning, and his hand was covered in blood, and there was a blue trail behind him. The hunter stood covered in blood, his face bowed. Then he silently walked to the side. He collapsed to the ground after a few steps right in front of his comrade's feet, and she wondered who he was. Suddenly, a moment later, he finds himself in a completely different room, where a TV, a clock and a cabinet hang on the wall. Rising from his bunk, he saw a man in black robes in front of him, apologizing to him. Shireen herself was sitting on the bunk. She decided to visit him. His cheeks were a little red with embarrassment, and he also opened his mouth in surprise and asked what she was doing here. The huntress pointed her finger at the 4 and said that it was all because she brought him to the hospital, as he was badly injured. All his muscles were torn, and his ribs were broken. She looked at him intently, cross-legged, and asked how he felt, and he clenched his fists in embarrassment, and thought that she was too close to him. A drop of sweat dripped down his face, and she moved even closer to him, which made the situation even more awkward. Putting her hand on his hair, she made him even more embarrassed than before. They both looked into each other's eyes, and she still had her hand on his head. She looked at Shiva with sparks in her eyes, tilting her head slightly, and said that he seemed to have a fever. He moved away from her and smiled broadly as steam emanated from his head, and Chiron decided to ask his name, since they hadn't really met. Looking ahead with red cheeks, he wondered if she couldn't have known his name. After all, she should have found out his personal details when he was put in this hospital room. The huntress averted her eyes to the side and awkwardly said that she wished she had heard it herself. The protagonist, tilting his head forward, was surprised that she had read his mind, and most likely, her sixth sense, the very S-class trait, allows her to do so. Turning to face him, she said that Shiva was most likely not himself, since he had just woken up, but she would like to propose to him. Moving closer to her, he asked what kind of proposal she had. Putting her hands on her knees, she asked if he wanted to join her team. The protagonist looked into her eyes and wondered that he would only get into her team because he fought an ogre. He suddenly wedged over, he opened his mouth wide and raised his hand, because she offered him an annual salary of 1 billion won. He was smiling very broadly, because she added that they would also divide the prey from the monsters equally. The smile on the hero's face subsided as Shireen began to talk about hearing that his younger sister was suffering from a blood disease, so they could take care of the expenses, and he wouldn't have to pay for it. His face seemed to be covered with shadow, and he silently bowed his head. He lifted his eyes and asked what he had done to deserve the price. The huntress leaned over a little and asked him to strategize. With a confident look, she finished her thought that she needed a strategy for all the monsters she would be hunting in the future. After a while, night fell on the street, and there was complete silence in the ward. The main character was lying on a pillow and wondered if he should have refused at all. Flashbacks appeared in his mind, where he sat in front of her and talked about how he refused. She looked at him in surprise and said that she understands perfectly well, but he should let her know if he suddenly changes his mind, since she still owes him for saving his life, so she will pay back the debt in the form of paying his sister's medical bills. Images of various abstract shapes began to pop up in his head, and he thought that he would try to test the possibility of GodTube, as it was a channel of the gods that easily turned S-class hunters into simple extras. Turning his head to the side, he began to look at his sister, who was lying with her eyes closed, and knew that he shouldn't be constrained by accepting the offer right away, but for Soa's incurable illness, he had to find a cure at all costs. She lay motionless on her back while Shiva thought about the fact that a long time ago she had been caught in an unexpected breakthrough into the dungeons and was now suffering from a blood disease, and there was no cure for this terrible fate in modern medicine, only the relief of symptoms. He presented several books, various jars, and realized that with the help of GodTube, he would definitely be able to cure his sister by wasting the traits of the class. Images of medical signs also appeared in his head, as well as various blue crystals. He imagined the monster skull lying on the red cloth and understood that all of these medicinal ingredients used for the treatment were very expensive. Opening his laptop in front of him, he said that he would need a lot of money, and in the meantime, he needed to finish editing a 50 million won video. On the screen, Dokul could be seen standing and watching Chiron fight the monster. Suddenly his eyes bulged out in surprise. The huntress peered into her sword and said that it was worth about 20 billion. The protagonist began scratching his chin, contemplating that he could make equipment and sell it. He imagined himself in the role of a blacksmith, where he forges a sword with the help of superpowers, because in this way he will be able to collect as much as billions of money in the shortest possible time. Making a disgruntled face and holding the phone in his hand, he realized that he only had one subscription left. If he wanted an additional subscription, then he had to subscribe for 1 million. The protagonist watches the god Hephaestus hold a hammer in his hand and realizes that the only way to make weapons and learn metallurgy is to subscribe. He presses his finger on the huge subscribe button. He opened his mouth wide in surprise as he looked at his phone. A window appeared on the screen in which it was written that for subscribing to the channel he received SS-class metallurgy. In the forge of the god Hephaestus, there was a pile of ingots and ore. The hand of God knocks on the Mjolnir with a blacksmith's hammer. With bright eyes, he swings his hammer and shouts that when you upgrade a weapon, you shouldn't be afraid of failure. Shiva twisted his face and was frightened, because Hephaestus shouted that people at the moment had no courage at all. They needed to be prepared for the fact that the weapons would be destroyed. Several system windows appeared in front of him, stating that he had corrected incorrect knowledge of metallurgy, so his level of mastery of god metallurgy had increased slightly. We are carried forward for some time to the street with a playground. The protagonist holds on to the horizontal bar with one hand. He begins to pull up on this horizontal bar with the same one hand. Two nurses look at each other and talk about how this patient's body has become much better. The main character looked away, but still listened to what these two nurses were saying, and they said that the doctor said that Shiva's recovery was incredibly fast even for a hunter, and he could be discharged tomorrow. He looked back and reflected on the fact that he had been discharged much faster than he had expected, because he was counting on the fact that he would have to train a lot before he was discharged. Sweat was dripping down his face, and system windows appeared in front of him with inscriptions that he was improving his skills. He presented all his muscle fibers and thought about how if he used super strength often, then his arms would be destroyed like last time, so it was better for him not to slack off in training. Suddenly, his younger sister appeared behind him and called out to him. Folding her hands behind her, she leaned over to him and said that she had heard that he would be discharged the next day, and he, laughing awkwardly, said that it was so. Putting her hand to her chest, she closed her eyes and said that when he came to the hospital, she was so worried because it seemed as if he was in serious condition. With a sad look, she opened her eyes a little and looked away. Continuing to look away, she awkwardly said that he shouldn't have been in the hospital for at least a month, and he had only been in the hospital for a week. He closed his eyes with a smile and thought that she was just disappointed that he was being discharged first. Coming closer to her and putting his hand on her head, he told her not to shirk treatment just because he wasn't around and she didn't have to worry about money, at least here. And she said that she also knew that she was getting free treatment from Karen. He made a very awkward face, rolled his eyes, and distorted Charon's name. Soa, with a bright smile on her face, said that Chiron had asked to call her by her name Ani, as she had no younger brothers or sisters. Shiva looked down and asked when she had ever done it, and if she had ever met the huntress before in the hospital. He scratched his head awkwardly, as his sister replied that the huntress came to visit them from time to time, and he wondered why he had never seen her. He crossed his arms and smiled as she talked about how Chiron sometimes came when he was training and asked how he was feeling. The sister blushed and covered her smile a little while his brother thought about how surprised he was that she, being a hunter, still came to visit him, and most likely she wanted to recruit him, and the sister said that she probably did it because she liked him. Turning his head to the side and smiling awkwardly, he said that he didn't think so, and the girl added that her brother was so popular that nurses always talked about him. She watched him turn away and told her to stop saying these useless things and quickly go to the hospital because he needed to go somewhere. He clenched his fists very confidently and looked up, saying that he was going to make money. The fighter, looking around, assumed that this was due to the fact that he had to hunt monsters for the first time. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man knew that he should just calm down. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the side, after thinking that the enemies were most likely already here. A lot of monsters appeared. They started throwing something. The protagonist ran away from these projectiles. Grinning, the guy thought about the fact that he knew that such enemies act in groups, but it is extremely unexpected that there were so many. The opponents went forward with weapons in their hands. The warrior dodged the first blow. His fist shot towards them. One of the goblins shattered into 2 pieces after this attack. The young man closed one eye and was surprised that this monster simply exploded. The other suddenly froze in place. The guy began to walk towards them. The hero bowed his head slightly. Grinning, the protagonist asked them to finally attack. A certain building appeared. There were corpses of monsters lying on the ground, and there was a question about how much the master would be able to make of it. A man standing next to the soldiers shouted a question about what he wanted to do, because he was asked to bring ingredients, not scraps. The blacksmith, frowning, said that for the time being he would teach him how to smelt and asked him to follow him. Swinging the hammer, the master shouted that he should look carefully, because the hammer is not only a force, and at the same time he thought that he had devoted most of his youth to the study of metallurgy. The hammer struck the blade after saying that just because he had good material, it didn't mean that he could easily make A-rank or S-rank equipment. The guy's eyes were wide open. Holding out the hammer, the blacksmith noted that he had shown how it was necessary, and therefore now it was his turn. The man, with his arms crossed over his chest, remembered that this man had not asked him to make equipment for him or to accept him as an apprentice. Remembering the first time he had met him, the master knew that he hadn't even asked him to join the guild in exchange for rent, but had been the first to ask him to borrow the workshop, and his decision had been made out of curiosity. Frowning, the man said that he only needed to look at this young man with a hammer. Looking at how the hero swung the tool, the master realized that these days people think that metallurgy is an easy skill, just like in a game, but it took him 20 years to get to the level he happened to be at now, and moreover, this snot kept looking at his phone and must have watched enough videos and thought that it would be easy. Looking ahead, Soso realized that he was deeply mistaken. This building appeared again from the street. The girl, smiling broadly, exclaimed that she had finally come here. The master, sitting on a chair, asked if it was Soyeon, but she answered in the affirmative and asked who from the villages, besides her, would come to this forge, where it stinks so much. Then the interlocutor noted that she could entrust this matter to someone else, because every time she had to go here herself. The interlocutor, burying her hand in her side, said that she was dealing with the best blacksmith in Korea and she had to go here herself, and the blacksmith said that now she even knew how to flatter, as a businesswoman should. Soyeon, grinning, explained that she is a representative of a company that deals only with the best products. Reaching into her backpack, she said that there were the ingredients that the master had talked about and they only had to discuss the price. While Soso replied that this blade was already wrapped in cloth, since its blade was sharp and she needed to check it carefully. She looked up and began to talk about some new delivery. Gritting her teeth, the girl said that they had decided to supply equipment to the SH group this time. Looking at the hero, the representative shouted that he should be quiet, because they were trying to talk here. Crossing her arms over her chest, the girl tried to understand what this man was doing. Taking the blade in her hands, she asked if the blacksmith really called it a weapon. The master, standing behind, asked what she meant, and Soyeon replied that the blade was blunt, and the shape was blunt, and could not be used by anyone. The blacksmith's mouth opened as the words of a question flew out of his mouth about what she would say if this weapon was made from goblin and kobold skeletons. Her eyes immediately opened wider. Soso, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that the material was in the worst condition and this was done by the person who had picked up the hammer for the first time today, and she also asked if the companion had accepted an apprentice. The foreman frowned and explained that he had tried to make such a proposal. Remembering his surprised face, the man knew that this guy was too incredible to say that it was the first time he had held a hammer. A memory of the tool in his hand appeared in his mind. I also remembered how the young man hit the blade with it. Crossing his arms over his chest, the blacksmith began to talk about how he had never seen anyone who made a weapon from such a material, and yet this man refused his offer to accept him as an apprentice. She immediately turned around. The hero wiped the sweat from his forehead. Soyeon, looking in his direction, thought about something. A black blade appeared. The protagonist, picking it up, began to receive notifications that his god metallurgy skill had been increased by less than a percentage. Smiling, the fighter said that he had managed to make a weapon and immediately asked how he could sell it. The man approached him from behind and asked if he really wanted to sell this blade. Holding out her hand, the girl introduced herself. The fighter, looking in her direction, realized that he had already heard about this company, which specializes in the hunting business and considers trust and reliability as its main goal, and as a result, this person is quite famous in this industry. Soyeon smirked as she talked about how they only work with the best products in Korea, so if he was thinking of selling the equipment, they would buy it right away. The guy, closing his eyes, asked how much money they could offer him, and the girl replied that she could give him 1,000,000 won for 1 unit of such a weapon. The fighter continued to hit with his hammer. The man also attacked the monster, and it was said that after making a deal with Soyeon, the protagonist began making weapons like crazy. The girl shook someone's hand. A smithy appeared. She, smiling broadly, exclaimed that it was just magnificent. Looking at the young man, the representative said that their company had officially signed a contract with the SH group. The interlocutor, pointing her finger, shouted that everything was simply different from meeting the delivery time to the impeccable quality of the equipment, and if it were not for this person, they would have been in big trouble. Taking it in her hands, she began to thank him and also said that if he needed something, he just had to say it, and they would do whatever it took for him. Soyeon took the phone in her hand and asked him to check his bank account. The hero held it up to his face. There was a notification with an active balance of 200 million won. His gaze was still fixed on the screen, as the man tried to understand what was written there. The girl, opening her eyes wider, asked what 800,000 he was talking about and asked him to check again. The protagonist looked at the account balance again. A smile immediately appeared on his face, and it was said that at this moment, the fighter had been reborn into a slave of money. The fighter was looking at his phone, sitting on a chair. Looking at his score, the guy recalculated this value. Bringing his hand to his face, the hero realized that he had the opportunity to subscribe to a subscription on the platform of the gods. Immediately after, there were notifications about a legendary doctor, a legendary ancient healer, as well as the best doctor. Immediately after, images of all 4 gods appeared. When the protagonist realized that a subscription to all 3 channels costs 300 million won per month, and in his current situation, there is an opportunity to choose only one of these 3. Immediately afterward, the man crossed his arms over his chest, thinking about this topic. His body began to shudder. Covering his face with his hand, the guy shouted something. His finger pressed the subscribe button. The building of the forge appeared. The man, raising both hands, said that there was nothing to be done, because fragile materials are not easy to polish, and immediately suggested that polishing be kept to a minimum. The girl, smiling, greeted them as the craftsman talked about how although precision machining can be done despite its high brittleness, the process requires absolute precision. The man, closing his eyes, asked why the guest continued to come here, while the interlocutor replied that she came here because of the hero. The soldier, looking at her, noted that he was already waiting for her, but she, not understanding, asked again. The guy, handing her a piece of paper, reminded her that last time she said that she had the opportunity to get everything he needed and there was just a list of these things. She closed her eyes and answered in the affirmative. Looking at the paper, the girl listed his order, which included mountain frankincense, silphium, saxifrage, 100-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old ectoflower, and soapwood. The young man, still looking at her, asked if it was difficult to get them, and the guest replied that she could do it, but it would cost a lot. His eyes turned white after her words that all these things cost about 300 million won, but she had the opportunity to give him a discount of 20 million. Bowing his head, the hero thought that these items were needed to increase the level of mastery of the divine medical art obtained as part of the membership, since he had managed to sign up for this course, but it was difficult to improve the level of mastery on his own, since these were medicinal herbs and he did not know how to get them, and whether they were sold at all, and if it were not for Soyeon, he would most likely not have the opportunity to obtain them. His gaze shifted to the side when someone asked if he needed to buy them. Smiling, the guy replied in the affirmative. The protagonist, rubbing his head, remembered that he had received 284 million won from this girl, but he had also given her 280, and at the end of the month, his current balance of 4 million would be lost, while the subscription cost was 100 million won, and considering the subscription he had to pay for at the end of the month, he needed to make more money right now. Exhaling, the fighter tried to understand how he could make hundreds of millions, even if he started making more equipment. His eyes immediately widened. Introducing one of the streamers, the guy remembered the platform on which this person posted his videos. A subway car appeared. The man, looking at the phone, could not believe that he had nothing to see at all. Suddenly, a video with the hero in the preview appeared on the screen. The young man immediately clicked on this video. A large number of hippos swam in the water. A guy in the same costume appeared. He also wore special shoes on his feet. His eyes were white. Grinning, the guy asked the audience if they knew that hippos are not water horses. The man, looking at the phone, could not understand what was wrong with this hunter. The protagonist, turning to the beasts, spoke of what the monsters they see now are called hippos. The camera showed one of them and the words were heard that these animals really look like hippos, but the hieroglyph horse is used to designate them. Stepping into the mud, the fighter also noted that such animals do not belong to the horse family at all. The viewer, putting his hand to his face, thought about the meaning of the hieroglyph. The hero, raising 2 fingers, explained that such animals actually belong to the hippopotamus family. Putting his hand in his pocket, the man began to say that, to be precise, they were cetaceans, but if we went into detail, the audience would have a headache and therefore he should stop there. A red cloth suddenly appeared in his hand. Holding it in front of him, the fighter said that he would now show how to subdue such a beast. Grinning, the hero explained that first you need to excite them with a red cloth. Sweat ran down the man's face because he did not understand what this hunter was saying. The protagonist, waving the cloth, began to call for hippos. They looked at him suddenly. Their eyes immediately changed color to red. All the animals rushed towards him. It was a huge crowd of hippos. The hero, smiling, said that now they would discuss the strategy of defeating them. The viewer was still looking at the phone and listening to the words that they just need to hit them and catch them. The fighter immediately ran in their direction. There was a smile on his face. The hippos immediately opened their mouths. A bright flash lit up the whole swamp. A large amount of dust rose. Suddenly the image of a man began to be seen. Showing his thumb, the guy said that it was very easy. The viewer's mouth was wide open in surprise. 2 more red-eyed beasts appeared. The guy attacked and shouted something about rice noodles. Immediately, another blow fell on the opponent. After that, the man attacked the beast above him. The viewer raised his eyebrows as he watched what was happening. The hero, smiling, asked them to subscribe and like if the strategy was useful for them. Comments immediately began to appear in which people called him crazy and laughed at him. The phone was in someone's hands when messages about new subscribers on the channel began to appear. The protagonist, smiling, said that everything happened as originally planned. His video was shown on the set. The man began to flip through the comments. Looking at the phone, the fighter noted that they apparently really liked the concept of the previous video. Bringing his hand to his face, the guy also thought that this time the reaction was good only thanks to the power of the algorithm, and he wouldn't be able to hang around low-class monsters forever. Smiling broadly, the young man knew that he needed to release the video while it worked. The fighter attacked the goblin, and it was said that due to the high adaptability of humans, stimulation requires more and more intensity to constantly arouse strong interest. The guy has already forged weapons when it was said that this is his specialization, because he has to analyze monsters and develop strategies. The girl was looking at the blade. The fighter was sitting in front of the computer when it was said that 1 million subscribers is not just a dream at all, but he has one problem. Blood appeared on his arm. It flowed like a stream from the nose. Suddenly, the image of the hero began to blur a little. Grabbing his face, the man said that he only needed to edit the video. His eyes turned completely white. Immediately, the young man began to fall. His head hit the edge of the table, and immediately after the chair. The guy, lying on the floor, realized that he had worked too much. His eyes opened. Looking at the ceiling, the hero tried to understand what kind of place it was. Holding his head, the protagonist remembered that he had lost consciousness for a while. But still, thanks to the superpower of Hercules, everything ended only in fainting. Taking the phone, the fighter knew that he needed to quickly edit the video and tried to understand how much time had passed. A clock appeared, which showed 4 o'clock in the morning. His eyes widened after realizing that his fainting had lasted all day. Bending down, the young man knew that at this rate he would die of overwork before enough money had been earned. Looking up, the hero realized that he needed to hire a manager. A certain cafe appeared. The soldier was sitting at one of the tables. Looking at the applications on the phone, the young man realized that he did not even expect that there would be so many applicants, and assumed that this was due to the high salary, and the application was as hot as listening to an idol. Smirking, the guy remembered that the base salary is 3 million won per month, as well as additional incentives based on the number of views, and as expected, money is the best item. Bringing his hand to his face, the hero also thought that he needed to choose the one who would bring a lot of money. Pausing one video, the protagonist noted that the sound effects in this video are quite appropriate and have a sense of humor, and the editing skills are much better than those of himself. Immediately after, time appeared on the screen. Frowning, the young man tried to understand why this man did not come at all. My eyes turned white after remembering that this editor's name was definitely Daka. An image from the phone screen was shown, in which they agreed to meet at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The fighter, imagining an elderly man, realized that the name and manner of speech accurately indicated a sufficiently adult person. Grinning, the guy typed a message asking where his candidate was, and immediately thought that if the person was really an adult, then it would be better, because he had much more experience. Looking at his message, the young man realized that his interlocutor did not even read the messages and assumed that he was just rushing here. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero decided to wait a little longer. His head was bowed. Jumping up, the protagonist shouted something. The door opened and someone began to apologize for being late. The fighter gritted his teeth forcefully as he listened to someone say that he had an appointment here for an interview with the editor. The girl, raising her hand, asked if she had come to the right place. The hero, with his eyes wide open, could not believe that it was her. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist asked why she was late and didn't even read his message. Daku replied that she edited the video late at night and therefore forgot to pack the lunchbox for her younger brother's picnic, and she was unable to read the message because she had to hurry to get there. At the same time, the young man asked about the video. She, looking up, replied that this was the video that was attached to her statement. The protagonist, looking ahead, asked if she was able to edit the provided video in just a day, while the interlocutor replied that it took her about 3 hours. Bowing his head, the soldier asked again. She, opening her eyes wider, tried to understand what was happening to this man. Opening his mouth, the hunter called her name. She suddenly closed her eyes. Smiling, the protagonist asked when she could start working, and the girl asked again. Looking ahead, the guy said that, as it was stated in the ad, 2 videos a week is the standard number, but it happens that you have to upload 3 of them, and in this case there will be an additional payment, and he immediately realized that it usually takes him 8 hours to edit. The girl blushed when the interlocutor talked about what would be under her supervision from now on. His eyes were closed. Daka banged her head on the table and shouted that she would work hard for him. They suddenly looked out the window as people started shouting about the dungeon breaking. They ran through the streets and an alert was heard that a C-rank dungeon had been breached and the residents of the nearby areas needed to evacuate quickly. The girl, raising both hands, shouted that she and her boss also needed to evacuate. The same asked if she would be able to work right now. Her eyes widened and she asked again. The soldier turned around, grinning. After handing her the phone, the hero asked her to take it and follow him, and the editor asked where they were going. The leader, raising his fist, replied that they would go to earn money. They ran together in the opposite direction. Pointing his finger, the protagonist shouted about the video. Daku immediately picked up the phone. The video showed the monsters coming out of the dungeon as screams could be heard around. The orc was looking ahead. The guy, running up to him, shouted about a large portion of rice noodles. Thanks to the attack, the young man passed through this monster. Baring his teeth, the hero asked subscribers to like and not forget about notifications. Wiping the monster's blood from his face, the fighter knew that now he could start earning real money. Agents, approaching people, shouted that it was very dangerous and they should all evacuate to the building, because if they stayed outside, they could be hit. Suddenly, the head of a monster flew over them. With their eyes wide open, they tried to understand what was happening. The hero continued to beat the enemies coming out of the gates. Immediately afterward, the young man stood on a pile of corpses. After showing his thumb, the fighter asked viewers to like if they liked this video. The girl was sitting at the computer. Reading the comments, the editor could not understand why this person was popular at all. After looking at his channel, she realized that she had made him a video, but she still did not understand it. Gritting her teeth, Daka thought about how her boss was a real psycho. Resting her head on her hands, she tried to figure out if she could succeed. Her brother and sister, holding a chicken in their hands, shouted that this food was very tasty and they would save some for the eldest. The girl turned to them as they started fighting and screaming over a piece of chicken. Smiling, the editor realized that she needed to work, at least for the sake of the two of them. The building of the smithy appeared. The young man, looking at the sword, realized that it was equipment that he had managed to make from the orc loot obtained from the dungeon, and also realized that unlike the previous ones, it was made from materials obtained from C-class monsters, so he had the opportunity to hope for a good price for nothing. And immediately there were notifications about the increase in the mastery of the divine metallurgy to 4.5%. Looking at his phone, the young man also noticed a message that he had managed to create a weapon that was worth giving away for free. Smiling, the hero realized that his skill had grown by such a percentage anyway, and it was already becoming a really incredible number. The girl, spreading her hands, noted that the quality of his equipment was only getting better over time, and the master asked how this was possible, because how could this happen to a person who began to do this business less than a month ago? The fighter, smiling, noted that he still had a long way to go. The girl, closing her eyes, asked if he was going to sell it, but the interlocutor answered in the affirmative and asked to do it at the highest price. Smiling broadly, she also noticed that the apprentice looked better. Remembering his face before, Soyen explained that back then, his bags under his eyes reached almost the very end, and his face could be confused with the face of a zombie. The protagonist, looking at his hand, realized that since Daka began editing his video, he really has more time to sleep, but even so, he still has a lot to do. Putting his hand on his head, the fighter also realized that last time, after being paid his salary for the danger, he had little room left for personnel costs. But still, helping to shoot the video is not the editor's job at all, so it really needs to be paid. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought that Dokal was a real scum. Smiling, the young man also realized that he had no complaints about her editing skills, since she really tried very hard. After looking at the guest, the protagonist also asked what was going on with the medicines that were requested last time. She, taking the bag in her hand, replied that she had received everything she needed, because this was his first request after all. Opening his eyes wider in surprise, the soldier asked if she had managed to get them out so quickly. Smiling, Soyen explained that her company only sells the best products from Korea. Taking it in his hand, the hero asked how much it would all cost, and she replied that the total amount was 212 million won. The young man, closing his eyes, noted that this was indeed a huge amount, and the interlocutor began to say that since it was his request, he would be given a discount, and the final amount would be 200 million won. Bringing her hand to her face, she also asked where he was going to spend so many medicinal herbs. The guy, smiling, replied that he needed them for clinical trials. A video appeared on the phone of one of the teachers, who said that herbal medicine refers to purified natural medicines obtained from animal, plant, or mineral sources. Looking at the wall with drawers, Wado also added that its forms are mainly divided into decoctions, powders, tablets, and creams, as these are the most common forms. The protagonist, looking at his phone, listened to the words that in this video they will talk about herbs, which belong to natural substances that have medicinal effects that spread to the roots, stems, bark, fruits, and seeds of plants. Frowning, the fighter tried to understand what the teacher was talking about, because at this rate, he would not be able to increase the level of mastery of the divine art of medicine at all. The hero was still sitting at the computer desk, when suddenly there were notifications that he had managed to gain high-level knowledge and his skill and insight had also been increased. After introducing various plants, the fighter realized that this all refers to the study of medicinal herbs used to treat diseases, as well as the study and acquisition of knowledge about their effects. The young man held the phone in front of him and suddenly received a notification that he had managed to understand the definition of herbal medicine, and thanks to this, his level of the divine art of medicine had increased by 0.5%. Then the question immediately came to his mind as to why the teacher would complicate simple words so much. His room appeared and suddenly there was a message that the student was able to prepare a decoction that could be useful for his body. The fighter stood in the kitchen and received notifications that his level of mastery of the divine medical arts had once again increased by another 0.5%. Looking into the mug, the guy tried to understand if it was really edible, because saying that it can be good for the body does not mean that it cannot be harmful. Bringing the cup to his mouth, the young man realized that he should still try it, since it was just a decoction prepared with the help of the divine art of medicine, which simply could not kill him. His body was lying on the floor. The hero, opening his eyes wide, spoke about money and the cost of all these herbs. Immediately after, the man took the phone in his hand. Tears flowed from his eyes after reading the reports that his super strength mastery had increased by 0.1%. On his knees, the young man realized that less than 3 seconds had passed and thought about licking this decoction. A huge array of bats appeared from the top of the cave as the fighter thought about what these E-rank monsters were. Looking at one of them, the hero remembered that there were several reasons why he had to come here. The protagonist, setting up the camera, knew that he needed to make a video on the topic of whether bats are rats, and secondly, get vampire bats here to create equipment, and finally to study bat disease. Raising his head, the fighter realized that since they live in small groups consisting of at least a few dozen, or even hundreds of individuals, then all kinds of diseases definitely live among them. Looking somewhere up, the guy realized that it was interesting that bats themselves are not susceptible to diseases, and if they carry diseases related to blood diseases, then figuring out why they are also resistant to them could provide a clue for treating SOA's blood. Standing in the same place, the man knew that it would not be easy, but with the divine art of medicine, it would be quite possible. Turning around, the soldier thought that he had managed to feel something and immediately realized that these were not bats at all, but just someone's footprints. Crouching behind a stone, the hero decided to avoid meeting this creature. Suddenly noticing 3 people, the protagonist realized that they were Dokal's lackeys, but could not understand how they got here. Bowing his head, the guy knew that as long as he was assigned a dungeon in the Hunter Management Bureau, the others simply could not enter, although sometimes there were cases of coincidence and perhaps he accidentally managed to stumble upon them. Watching them, the young man also remembered that these people must be C-rank hunters and they simply had nothing to do in this low-level place, and then it could be deduced that they had come for him, since the dungeon was still an isolated space without the internet and communication networks. Still looking down, the protagonist realized that no one would even know if someone died here. Rising to his feet, the soldier asked himself why he should think about it at all. Grinning, the hunter decided to knock them down and then find out everything. These bats appeared and the question was heard whether the hunter was really here. Yuna, looking to the side, replied in the affirmative and explained that he had seen him climb inside, and his comrade-in-arms agreed with him. Jiwoo turned around and asked why he couldn't see him then, and then he suggested that their target might have died. The hunter, smiling, noted that this bastard was a useless awakened who was even worse than the F-class, and it was unclear what confidence he had to go here alone. One of them, raising his hands, noted that he did not know about all aspects other than his mind and he had to come up with a strategy on how to deal with bats, while the comrade replied that this was what such a talentless person should do. The hunter, putting his hand to his face, said that after watching his video, it did not seem that he trusted only his strategy. The colleague, turning around, explained that anyone can say that this is either manipulation or editing with the help of computer graphics. Smiling broadly, Mincheol asked if this place could be some kind of decoration instead of a dungeon. They suddenly started looking around when someone said something. The hero, putting his hand on the shoulder of one of them, asked where the daughter was. The hunter, turning around, realized that he did not even feel his approach, but the fighter noted that he did not think that he would tell him so simply. Standing in front of them, the protagonist added that he also hoped that they would not answer him, but they suddenly began to shout questions about where he came from, because a person really runs into a fight. One of them, rushing to attack, shouted that such a useless idiot could not do anything. The hero quickly hit him with his fist. The opponent's body flew into the wall. His body trembled as the young man asked if they wanted to know what he would do. A mad smile appeared on his face. After kicking the enemy, the protagonist said that they already had -1. The other 2, wide-eyed, began to shout something to him. One of them had already been slammed into the wall. His companion immediately turned around. As he retreated, Una begged him to stop. The young man, stretching his fists, walked in his direction. Sweat dripped down the opponent's face. The hero, opening his eyes wider, explained that he was inclined not to trust the words of a person with intact limbs. Sitting down next to him, the soldier asked if the leader had ordered them to teach him a good lesson, to which the answer was affirmative. Raising his head, the interlocutor began to shout something. The boy, looking at him, asked why he did this and why Dokal was interested in him at all, but the hunter replied that he did not know it at all. Looking at his fist, Yuna began to shout that he really did not know. The young man immediately removed his hand from him. Sitting across from them, the protagonist also asked if he knew of their leader's whereabouts, but immediately asked him to forget about the question. The rest of the opponents appeared as the man told him to take his friends and leave. The interlocutor, looking up, asked if they were not dead, to which the young man replied negatively. Turning around, the guy also asked to convey to their leader that next time it would be the same with him. Grabbing the enemy by the face, the hero shouted a question about whether it would be difficult for him to say this. The walls of the cave appeared and suddenly a cry was heard. The 3 of them were already outside. The hero, hugging both of them, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The soldiers, raising their hands, began to shout that this was all a misunderstanding and that this man ordered them to do it. The guy, showing a thumbs up to one of them, noted that his plan to lure the leader was just fine. Una, raising his hands, shouted that everything was wrong and he was framed, while the protagonist reminded that at his request, he needed to kill Dokal. Immediately after, the hunter began to run away screaming. The others also rushed away from this place. The guy, looking at their leader, noted that he was now alone. Shaking his head, the young man said that this was why he had to treat them well, otherwise they would ask to kill him. The interlocutor suddenly gritted his teeth with force. Looking up, the enemy asked how such an E-rank hunter could have such strength. The hero, opening his eyes, asked to ask one question and asked why he was doing this to him. The opponent, looking up, asked if there was a reason he needed to tell. The soldier, smiling, answered in the negative. Immediately afterward, the man rushed forward. His fist was already ready to attack. The opponent immediately swung his blade. Their attacks clashed. The hero, still smiling, said that he did not trust the words of a man with injured limbs. Frowning, the hunter also thought about how this person was completely different, but still had B-class skills. Immediately after, the fighter dodged one of his attacks. The protagonist jumped back when the opponent said that his reaction time was better than expected. Smiling, the guy said something about his cruelty and thought that he was really scared. Looking at the enemy, the young man knew that even a decent blow could break the sword, but it seemed that he still lacked the skill to block the sword of a B-rank hunter. Flying straight into it, the guy also thought about the fact that he suddenly remembered the past times when he had to work as an editor for this man. Imagining everything that had happened then, the fighter realized that he had been treated like a slave in a dungeon and beaten for trifles. Frowning, the protagonist also remembered that he had captured this hunter killing monsters countless times and watched it hundreds of times. The enemy suddenly gritted his teeth when the hero thought about the fact that he was constantly analyzing his habits, inclinations and behavior while editing his video. The blow fell directly on him, and immediately a notification appeared about increasing the skill of insight by 0.5%. A huge amount of energy emanated from his fist. They continued to exchange attacks with lightning speed. The young man dodged another one. As he exhaled, he couldn't believe that this person was reading all of his moves. But he immediately realized that this couldn't be the case. After all, his opponent was only E rank, and how could he have something that could only be seen in an S rank hunter? The next blow hit him in the face. The swordsman began to slow down with his blade. His body was covered with trembling due to the lack of understanding of what was happening. Frowning, the hunter remembered that he had studied the strength of the enemy through the videos on his channel, but it was simply impossible to believe what was happening now. Baring his teeth, the swordsman shouted that he was going to kill him. His blade turned a blue glow after activating the Aurora sword. The young man, holding out his hand in front of him, realized that his enemy was giving his best. Grinning, the guy realized that since everything had come this far, he simply had no other choice. A light blue aura began to appear around his body. Hero. Bending down a little, he knew that his muscles were tearing and he would not be able to hold on for long. There were cracks on the ground after his jump. The protagonist found himself right in front of the enemy. His fist emitted a tremendous amount of energy. A bright flash lit up the entire construction site. Everything around turned into ruins. The girl, frowning, shouted that her subordinates had closed the area, and also checked if there were people inside. Two inspectors walking forward shouted that they were from the inspection bureau. The guy immediately shifted his gaze to the side. A person went to these agents. The girl, looking at him, asked his name. The fighter, holding the blade, introduced himself. She, showing her ID, introduced herself as the commander of the 4th Detachment of Guardsmen of the Inspection Bureau and asked him to go with them. Sitting in front of him, the inspector asked if the man was going to kill him, but the young man answered in the affirmative and explained that he had provided the video as evidence. Mingjong, looking at him, noted that she had already confirmed the video and added that there was something that could be easily missed. Frowning, the inspector explained that he would now be declared as an awakener without traits. A certain symbol appeared and it was said that the guards are like the police who protect hunters, but in other words, they hunt awakened criminals. The fighter, bowing his head, remembered that he had heard information that the leaders of the squads were assigned from a hunter of at least A class, and her aura really looked like an assassin. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if the rank of the trait was not related to the rank of the hunter, and she replied that she knew that his rank was currently E. At the same time, the protagonist, looking ahead, asked if there was a reason why he needed to answer this question, because he was the one who should be considered the victim here. She closed her eyes, apologized and explained that because of her work, she had to suspect people and added that now, based on the videos of the dungeon and the abandoned construction site that he sent them, they would deal with the whole situation properly. Opening her eyes, the inspector also said that Doko would never see the rays of the sun again and suggested that he finish the investigation with that and immediately thanked him for his cooperation. Opening the door, the guy replied that then he would leave this whole situation in their hands. The door opened again. The ward, entering the interrogation room, asked if the commander was here, because that suspect had just been released. But Minjong was talking about some strangeness. Sua, coming closer, asked again, then the inspector asked about her rating. The employee, smiling broadly, noted that she had only recently been promoted to B rank. Suddenly, the assistant fell to the floor. The head looked at her. Standing up, the leader noted that she couldn't stand her aura. The worker, closing one eye, shouted that this was obvious, because the leader of the squad was not an ordinary guardsman after all, and added that there was even rumor that she would be promoted to S rank. The colleague, lowering her gaze, explained that Shivu did not feel anything. The interlocutor, opening her eyes wider, asked if this person was not a hunter of rank E. The leader, leaving, said that it was strange, and the ward asked that if so, then why she decided to let him go. She looked down and replied that the man was not strange at all, and that he smelled human. The ward, on her knees, tried to understand what kind of nonsense it was. The hero, bowing his head, thought that everything was over and really well, but he did not know when it could happen again, because if his channel became more famous, then his personality could become a target for some criminal organization. Looking at the phone, the guy knew that with his level at the moment, even Dokal was a difficult opponent, and without the synergy of knowledge about this hunter's behaviors and habits and insight, he would have met with death. Looking at the screen, the fighter realized that if you think about the upcoming difficulties, then the most important thing here is superpower. Raising his head, the protagonist realized that this stat was not increasing at all. Immediately after, The hunter remembered the video with Hercules and the notification that he had managed to win an individual training session with him. Looking at the screen, the fighter tried to understand why he still had one subscriber. Smiling, the hero noted that it was still worth winning. A basketball court appeared. God, pointing his finger, asked if his guest was human and how the person managed to get to his channel. The guy, looking at him, asked if this training would work then, and the teacher replied that if it worked, then he himself had the opportunity to conduct a session of individual training for him. The young man, continuing to hold the phone in his hand, asked if this meant that he would not be able to accept this offer. Then Hercules replied that this was not the case at all, and that he would not be able to go to where the student was and therefore they would not be able to conduct a session of individual training face to face. The protagonist, frowning, thought about how he managed to connect to this system, because the blonde who left him a smartphone and the white-haired guy with whom he fought would no longer answer his questions. Hercules, clenching his hand into a fist, noted that even if he could not correct the student's posture on his own, he would at least be able to teach him how to do it, and therefore he should not worry, and immediately suggested that he start right away. Muscular people appeared after saying that now the balance of his body was in complete disarray, and especially the back muscles, and the hunter asked if he meant the muscles of the back. God turned his head and replied that the back muscles were the muscles on the back of the body, and the back muscles were also part of them. The young man's eyes turned white after the teacher's words that the back also included the trapezius muscles, triceps, and brachioradialis. Immediately afterwards there was a notification from the system that he had managed to learn about the perfect muscles, and because of this, his super strength prowess had increased by 0.03%. With his hands at his hips, Hercules talked about how there are different types of back muscles, and as the student has already been able to understand, since they are all located on the back, he cannot see them, which often leads to forgetting their importance. Raising his leg, the teacher also noted that these muscles are extremely important for the overall balance of the body. His leg punched a hole in the ground after the impact. The young man, with his eyes wide open, asked what had just happened. Raising his hand, Hercules also noted that there was nothing special about it, because he simply collected all the methods of fighting into one, and they were later systematized. Pointing with his finger, the teacher added that the muscles of the back of the body are also important in these techniques, and the lower part of the body, in turn, is like a pillar that supports everything. The young man's eyes were still wide open when the deity asked him what would happen if the pillars fell during the construction of the building, and the protagonist immediately replied that such a building would simply collapse. Striking the ground with his foot again, the god shouted that the same thing was happening to the body. The young man, smiling, realized that this would happen when the lower part of the body collapsed, and immediately there were notifications that he had managed to master the physical science of super strength, and the skill had increased by 0.1%. Then Hercules explained that he would talk about the method of exercises that were right for him, so he just had to watch and repeat. The protagonist was preparing for push-ups when the teacher talked about how the basics of breathing are to exhale when his body lifts off the ground, but the student, in turn, does not care about breathing and so on. The fighter, dripping with sweat, asked why it was, and then the deity asked him to look at himself before saying this, because it was important that an anchovy like his apprentice just did it without asking. A training ground appeared and the guy's words were heard that he understood everything. Immediately after, there were many notifications about the increase in super strength mastery to 1.5%. A message appeared on the monitor with information about the video editing. The girl, closing her eyes, thought that her boss was a good person, but a little unusual, and thought about what strategy he had come up with this time. A cave appeared. The protagonist, smiling broadly, greeted the subscribers and said that he is the one who conquers everything in the world, and in the cave that they now see behind, vampire bats live. Pointing his finger, the fighter also said that he had come here to show everyone watching new content for his channel. Her gaze was fixed on the monitor as she thought about what she should do. Bowing her head a little, the editor tried to understand why he needed to shoot these monsters, because they are numerous and live in harsh conditions with poor visibility, which makes it difficult to shoot such a video, but this way he will definitely be able to attract attention to himself. The hero, taking the phone in his hand, noted that after the investigation, he managed to find out that the current best record was 58 seconds, which belongs to an S-rank hunter. Smiling, the fighter said that he would try to beat him today, because this is a speedrun raid of the conqueror of the world on vampire bats. The girl, looking at the monitor, realized that she should add a timer to the screen for this part. The young man suddenly began to raise his legs and shout something. His foot punched a hole in the ground. Daka's eyes turned white with surprise. Looking at the monitor, she tried to understand if it was possible to bring down the dungeon at all. The fighter, hitting himself on the head, said that he needed to get ingredients, but the raid was still completed. The editor, still sitting in her chair, tried to understand what she had just had to watch. The protagonist, looking at the video from his channel, noted that the statistics are really good. While wiping his head, the guy also noticed that that fire which with the world record had also left a comment. The reflection of the phone reflected his wide smile after realizing that she had run in a panic when she heard the news that the first place had been taken away from her. Imagining himself and her surrounded by money, the fighter realized that the fact that even she herself wrote the comment had already had such an effect. But if they ever made a video together, then 1 million viewers would be guaranteed. Bowing his head, the fighter thought that at such moments he should shoot even more provocative videos. Raising the phone a little higher, the protagonist thought about his strength stat and received a notification that its stat was already equal to 2%. Smiling, the fighter realized that after receiving personal training from Hercules, his skill, which had never increased, had finally exceeded 2%, and since he already managed to destroy bat dungeons with such an indicator, then everything would only get better in the future. A huge number of monsters appeared when someone decided to ask the youth to teach him the divine arts. Squeezing his eyes shut, Shiva began to talk about what he would teach him during individual training, to which Hercules replied in the negative. In bewilderment, lowering his jaw, the main character noticed that he had one, to which the creature stated that these are different things. Turning his head to the side, one of the 13 heroes explained that individual training was one thing, but the divine arts were quite another, and even had different names, and then added that moreover, for an anchovy like him, building up muscles wasn't the only problem. Turning his torso from one side to the other, the interlocutor said that this is because the divine arts are a method that was created to correspond to power, and then continued that without superpower that he uses, it is impossible to use it. Hercules' hair had a turquoise hue around the edges, while the guy clarified if he was using his superpower. Pointing his finger at the master's chest, one of the 13 heroes was surprised by his words, and he replied that he was now conducting an individual training for him. Lowering his jaw, the unusual creature stated that this was just an individual lesson that was not meant to be explored by his superpower. Looking down, the protagonist asked if he had studied superpower. Clenching his teeth tightly, the assistant did not believe that it could be. Furrowing his brows, the young man wondered if it was impossible to learn the powers of the gods on the internet, or if what he had learned was not a superpower. Suddenly, Shiva seemed to be sitting on the bed alone. Behind him, a magical silhouette of a lion appeared. At the same second, the magical image fell into small pieces. Hercules abruptly grabbed the main character by the shoulders. A view of the painting on the wall of the room opened, and then the unusual creature asked if this meant that he had learned superpower because he had subscribed to his channel, and if the same applied to the other gods, to which he received a positive answer. Tilting his head, the master clarified whether it was strange, to which the interlocutor exclaimed that it was ridiculous, because receiving the power of the gods when subscribing to their channels is nonsense. The muscular man gritted his teeth tightly when the guy noticed that it had worked for him. The protagonist held Hercules in his palms while he decided to think, after which he asked how he managed to connect to the internet, and stated that he was definitely a person without divinity. Looking ahead in bewilderment, the wielder of the superpower pondered his words. A memory appeared in which the cloak of a blonde man fluttered in the wind and said that it was because he had discovered this opportunity on his own. The young man stepped on the phone with his shoes. On top of the cabinet were black boxes. Putting his finger to his chin, God spoke thoughtfully about the two guys he had met, after which he added that he thought they were from GodTube, to which he asked if they could come here, although he himself did not have the opportunity to come here. A message appeared asking for confirmation of the new manager, and then the unusual creature remarked that, as Shiva had said, this dimension and their dimension could not interfere with each other, and then asked if it was true that it was the manager's account. Placing his hand on his side, God asked if one of the people he met was a manager, to which he asked if he knew who the manager of GodTube was, and received the answer that he knew several. Lowering his jaw, Hercules exclaimed that he still couldn't get the power of the gods just because he had subscribed to the manager's account, after which he added that if it were possible, then the managers would become the gods of the universe. The assistant noted that he was nevertheless confident that he had managed to obtain his superpower, to which the protagonist closed his eyes and asked to be accepted as an apprentice, but he refused. The young man did not understand the reason for the refusal, and Hercules turned away from him and explained that it was troublesome. Holding the phone with his fingers, Shiva stated that he had already learned superpower, to which the interlocutor replied that these are two different things. Folding his hands in displeasure, one of the 13 heroes said that moreover, even giving individual training was so troublesome, and he also wanted to add divine martial arts to it, after which he again answered in the negative. Squinting his eyes, the main character asked in this case to be allowed to ask one thing. Sitting on the bed, the owner of the superpower asked what the subscribers on GodTube mean, to which the assistant replied that he could understand it as an element of divinity. Lowering the corners of his lips, the guy wondered if this meant that the more subscribers a blogger had, the higher his divine status rose, and although he did not quite understand what it meant, but in general, the more, the better, and then he decided that for sure that was why God continued to give him lessons, although it was annoying, and in other words, subscribers were the only thing what interests him, except for muscles. The unusual creature scratched his ear with his finger, when suddenly his interlocutor suggested that he do so. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said about 100 subscribers, and then added that if he gained 100 subscribers on the channel, then the assistant would teach him divine martial arts. Lifting his chin, Hercules clarified how he would be able to do this, even if he could not come here. Raising his thumb up, the master asked why not trust him this time. On the screen of the phone, you could see God's channel on the GodTube website. Bowing before the master, the creature exclaimed that he was here, and then added that from that day on, he would become his faithful servant. Smiling broadly, the young man said that in the future he would tell him about interesting ideas for video content, but he would have to teach him the divine arts, to which he clarified if this was true, and shouted that he would not dare to refuse it. Shiva asked what the number of followers really meant, to which the assistant ran his hand through his hair and said that it could be said to be a form of trust. Raising his palms, the partner explained that their divine status is formed by the trust of others, so the more people know about them, the stronger they become, and then continued the long story. Squinting his eyes, the main character thought that it was difficult, and did not understand whether he understood correctly that the divine status grows as the number of subscribers increases. The heroes banged their fists against each other, and then the owner of the superpower exclaimed that in any case, his servant would teach him divine martial arts, to which he replied that he would teach him immediately, and the master noted that before that he asked him to speak calmly, as before. Smiling broadly, Hercules cried out that they would do it, and then began to talk about what he needed to do first to learn the divine martial art. The protagonist abruptly shifted his gaze down. Hovering over the phone screen, the assistant explained that, to be precise, the muscles that he needed to train first. Standing in the middle of the forest, the man said that it was nothing more than brain muscles, after which he added that in any case, a demonstration would be better than an explanation. Closing his eyes, the young man began to scream from the pain in his head. At the same moment, God swung his fist. A shock wave swept through the air. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the protagonist did not understand what was happening, because he could not see the movements of Hercules in any frame, and then he wondered what kind of feeling of pressure it was. The master grabbed his hair with his hand, when suddenly the system reported that he had managed to learn the divine martial arts, and the mastery of the superpower had grown significantly. Holding the phone with his fingers, Shiva noticed that his super strength mastery had increased by more than 1%, and was surprised to see that the mastery that had increased by 0.1% had increased by another 0.1%, and moreover, had gained SSS rank. Lowering his jaw, Hercules said that as you can see, he cannot cope with this, so he speaks about it with caution. A silhouette of a man appeared against the broken glass, and one of the 13 heroes remarked that he could say that his soul level was still insufficient, and if he used divine martial arts in such a state, then his mind would be destroyed first, so it was necessary to cultivate brain muscles first. Furrowing his brows, the young man muttered in his mind that in other words, his servant meant the soul level by brain muscles, and more intuitively, it was mental strength, which meant that he needed a strong psyche to master the divine martial arts. Tilting his head forward, the superpower wielder stated that his assistant could have just told him that from the beginning, to which he remarked that he didn't talk very much, and the student clarified if it was true that he could still learn to do it. The protagonist sat on the bed and didn't know if it was real when God revealed that it would normally be impossible, and then added that in his situation he thought it was possible. Putting his finger forward, the assistant said that it was because he could get hold of their power. Furrowing his brows, the master sighed heavily and thought about what would happen if he could obtain the power of the gods, who specialized in the mental power that could support the extraordinary power of Hercules. The silhouette of Jesus, Buddha and Confucius appeared, when suddenly an unusual creature said that he was recommending the channel of the master Confucius. Looking down, the young man asked if he meant Confucius, to which he replied that it was. With his pupils bulging in alarm, Shiva decided that this meant that he needed to subscribe to the channel and pay him for this crazy monthly subscription. Sitting on a chair, the main character looked at the account balance and wondered if he only had 153 million in his possession. Holding the phone in his hand, the owner of the superpower recalled that a subscription to the Wado channel cost 100 million, and Confucius had 1 billion a month, after which he realized that at this rate it was absurdly unprofitable, and did not understand whether he should do it, or rather, whether it was really right. Waving her hand, Soyeon exclaimed that she had returned. Stretching the unusual object forward, the girl shouted that it was the ogre's tendon he wanted to get. The guy was indignant that she said that the cost would be 1 million, to which she closed her eyes and cried out that it was exactly 113 million. Lowering his eyelids, the protagonist thanked the interlocutor, and she expressed words of gratitude in return for using her products, when suddenly the system reported that the account balance was 40 million. The girl asked where he was going to use the tendon, to which he smirked slyly and stated that this time he was going to make equipment. Raising his eyebrows contentedly, the master said in his mind that the ogre was an A+ rank monster, so he couldn't hunt it on his own for the time being, and yet, if he learned divine martial arts, he would need 1 billion, which meant that he needed to use good materials to make good equipment and sell it, and he would also have the opportunity to practice using the equipment for his own purposes. Tears flowed from the young man's eyes, and he wondered when he would make equipment for himself, and then he realized that money was his eternal enemy. When Shiva decided to get down to business, he rolled up the sleeves of his clothes. The man furrowed his brows in bewilderment. Standing behind Soyeon, the blacksmith inquired about what had brought her here. Suddenly, the heroes rounded their eyes in surprise and began to shout loudly. Streams of flame hovered near the body of the main character. Suddenly, there was a surge of magical energy in space. The owner of the superpower smiled broadly, and the people behind him began to understand what it was. Holding a metal glove in his hand, the guy thought about how even though he had given it his all, it was still a disposable product, while the system reported that he had made a disposable product, and his divine metallurgy prowess had increased significantly by 5%. Running up from the side, the man asked how he managed to do it. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist clarified how much it could be sold for. Soyeon raised her eyebrows in bewilderment, and asked if he wanted to sell it, and then added that it was beyond her ability, since there was no one among their customers who could buy equipment of this caliber. Wrapping his fingers around the pieces of equipment, the master realized that there was no point in making this glove if he could not sell it, and what would happen if he subscribed to Confucius, paid for a subscription to Watto, and paid for Soa's medicine. Smiling broadly, the young man asked his interlocutor not to worry and sell him together with him, because it was still a disposable product. Shutting her eyes, the girl said that since she had been entrusted with him, she would do everything possible. Stretching her palm forward, the company representative Son asked if Shiva could leave it to her, and then asked the blacksmith for his name. The lady said that she was thinking of putting it up for auction, and the main character lowered his jaw in surprise. In a spacious hall in front of the stage, a large audience was sitting, and the host announced the next lot. Holding the microphone in her hand, the girl exclaimed that she would finally unveil the equipment that even Master Palwan couldn't help but admire. Turning her head towards her comrade, the lady called the name of the master, and the man from the front row asked if he was a blacksmith who was recognized as Aurelian. Dropping her jaw, the auctioneer shouted that their next lot was a pair of high-quality gloves. Leaning against a box of gear, the lady revealed that they were made of ogre tendons, which made them extremely durable, meaning they didn't have to worry about them breaking, and then asked the audience not to be surprised. Standing on the stage, the licitator shouted that it was assumed that due to the fact that they were made of A-rank monster body parts, the result of the evaluation showed that they were capable of enhancing the wearer's power, when suddenly the participants began to ask if it could enhance the wearer's power, if it was an enchanted piece of equipment, and at the same time, they noticed that only Master Aurelian could make enchanted equipment. Squeezing her eyes shut, the host said that she was sorry, but this item was not enchanted equipment, and then added that it was said that the enhancement was very small at about 5%. The lady lowered her chin and noted that it was still equipment with a special effect, and her interlocutor confirmed that gloves were also effective as auxiliary equipment. Putting her elbow in the glass box, the girl said that judging by their reaction, she could be beaten to death if she delayed it, and offered to start bidding, and then announced that the starting price was 10 million with a subsequent increase of 5 million. The participants were holding signs with numbers in their hands, and the licitator said that they offered 15, 20, 25, and then even 30 million, but with the increase in value, she decided to change the step to 10 million. There was a view of the lights on the ceiling, when suddenly the presenter exclaimed that the bid had risen to 100 million, so they were increasing the amount to 50 million, and then people began to bid 150, 200, and 250 million. Turning her head from side to side, the girl noticed that the current price was 350 million, after which she wondered if there was no higher rate. There was a view of the stairs leading to the stage, and suddenly someone was heard offering 2 billion. The auctioneers turned their heads back sharply. Sitting in the chair, Karen held a number plate in her hand. Lowering her jaw in alarm, the lady muttered the cost and asked if there was a higher rate. Behind sat Mingjong, who stated that she was giving 2 billion and 100 million. The girl's expression was stern, and the people around her did not understand if it was her. The boys looked back and asked if it was the butcher. Lowering her eyebrows, the awakened woman offered 3 billion. Gritting her teeth tightly with anger, the commander of the 4th Detachment of Guardsmen interrupted her headquarters. The huntress's pupils instantly shrank in size, and she claimed to pay 4 billion. Turning her head from side to side, the presenter asked if there was a higher offer. Raising her hand up, the lady counted down and shouted that the gloves had been sold for 4 billion. The talented swordswoman resolutely headed towards the exit. A satisfied grin appeared on her face. A view of a 2-story building opened. Bringing her palms to her chin, Son admitted that she never thought they could be sold for so much. On the phone screen, he could see the account balance, and he thought that this was crazy. Gritting his teeth tightly, Shiva read that the winning bid was 4 billion, but even after excluding the 5% of the auction fee, tax, and service fee of the Son company, there were 3,600 million left. Hugging the girl tightly, the main character shouted that he loved her, to which she asked to wait a minute. Closing one eye, the assistant muttered that she could not breathe because of his strength. Resting her hands on the table, the lady began to cough loudly, while the owner of the superpower said that he was too worried, but now he would gladly give her something for his problems. Pressing her fist to her chest, the interlocutor objected, because he had already paid her for her services, and then added that first of all, thanks to him, their company had become a VIP in the auction house, and that was enough for her. Turning his head back, the guy turned to Mr. Palwan, to which he replied that he also did not mind, because he did everything on his own, and did nothing on his own. With a sly grin, the protagonist decided that in this case, he would teach him how to beat the rhythm of Allegro, which Hephaestus had recently learned in the video, and there is also a 4-beat rhythm, so this should be fine. Taking the phone in his hand, the master subscribed to the Confucius channel worth 1 billion a month. Gritting his teeth tightly in anger, the young man thought that if he wanted to learn divine martial arts, he should subscribe, but decided that he could not be stingy, although it was a lot of money. Shiva bit his lips in alarm, when suddenly the system announced that he had subscribed to the Confucius channel. Stroking her elder brother's shoulder with her palm, So asked if it was an expensive place. Raising her eyebrows with sadness, the girl said that she did not have to eat here, to which the main character remarked that they should try something like this at least once in their lives. Holding the cup in his hand, the owner of the superpower was surprised that the account came out to be 600,000 per person, but decided that no one should care about this, because he still has 2,600,000,000, and now the subscription to the Watto channel is 100 million, and the Confucius channel is 1 billion. Closing his eyes, Shiva said in his mind that he should stop thinking about it. Soa started tossing her head from side to side until her older brother decided that he would just watch GodTube until the food was brought to them. The main page of the Confucius channel appeared. Lowering his jaw in bewilderment, the main character was surprised that he had 34,000 subscribers, which is a lot, and did not understand whether all his students had subscribed to his channel, which means that school networks also exist on this platform. While watching the video, an SSS rank notification appeared, and the guy wondered if Hercules had said that learning divine martial arts needed brain muscles, so he thought it would be SSS rank. Holding the phone in his hand, the protagonist decided that considering that this was not a martial work, then such a rank meant that it was a higher rank than the divine martial arts. Putting his finger on the screen, the master thought that since he needed to improve the level of skill, he first needed to watch the video and understand it better. Sitting in a wooden gazebo, Confucius began to talk about a gentleman. Closing his eyes, the mentor explained that this is a person who cares and cares for those around him. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the young man said in his mind that he felt a feeling of extreme boredom, when suddenly the artificial intelligence notified that he had mastered the basics of Confucianism, and the level of benevolence, righteousness, decency, and wisdom had slightly increased. A hologram of Hercules appeared in the room, who asked if his interlocutor meant that although he was over the master's brain muscles, but not completely, to which he replied that this was so, because he needed to improve his skill. Putting his fingers thoughtfully on his chin, the servant noticed that as he had already said, divine martial arts were not something that could be used at his level, but he didn't know how to tell him, and then said that it was like changing the laws of the world, and not just using superpower. A surge of blue magic appeared inside the human body, and then one of the 13 heroes said that he would draw mana and concentrate on veins and pressure points, and mana was the source of existence, and then added that in order to use it more actively, it was necessary to have an organ of enhancement that would project his intention and facilitate the impact on mana, and the Eastern gods call it the center of chi. Shiva's eyes widened in surprise when the assistant asked if it was true that he thought it was very boring and wondered what he was even being told about. Suddenly, the phone screen began to emit a bright glow, which is why the main character was frightened. Pointing his finger at the head of the owner of superpower, Hercules exclaimed that he just wanted to learn the divine martial art, wanted to gain this power, and not study these complex concepts. Lowering his jaw, the unusual creature asked if he was wrong, and then added that even if he wanted to say no, he didn't think he could, to which he said that he was right. Placing his palm on his side, the god cried out as expected, and then continued that he had come up with a way to help him master the divine martial arts more easily, and this answer lies in his muscles. Smiling broadly, the servant explained that if his body was in bad shape, his head would suffer, so he would learn complex concepts on his own as he built up muscles, to which the young man asked if it was the other way around. After showing the muscles on his arm, Hercules advised him to leave knowledge that caused headaches to his muscles. A view of the SH Group headquarters opened up, and someone was heard to say that she had heard that she had bought equipment this time. Sitting in the chair, Karen replied that it was true, and that she was very pleased. Grandpa remarked that he knew that it was worth 4 billion, to which the girl lowered her chin and said that it could not be compared to Master Aurelian's sword. Looking at the metal gauntlet, the awakened woman stated that it was a great auxiliary equipment, and then added that she felt that her skills had risen to the next level with just one piece of equipment. Tae-san smiled contentedly and said that he was glad to hear it, and then said that if she needed anything, she could tell him. Nodding her head, the huntress thanked her grandfather. The chairman of the SH Group furrowed his brows angrily when the granddaughter remarked that she thought they could start. Placing her palms on her knees, the talented swordswoman explained that she was referring to a raid in an S-rank dungeon. A view of the dense forest in front of the mountains opened up. As Shiva lay on the floor, he thought that he couldn't even keep track of it, and that he had yet to learn the divine martial arts properly. Suddenly, the main character raised the phone above his face. After rising from the ground, the owner of the superpower realized that there was no way he could raise his level so much, and then he wondered if he would be able to do it at all. The man asked if there was a way not to lose a fight that would never be won, to which Confucius closed his eyes and replied that there was, and at the same time it was necessary to never end this fight. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the guy sighed heavily. Lowering his eyelids, the protagonist reflected on the fact that Hercules was once a man, and now he is a hero who surpassed God in human form, but did not understand whether he would not make an effort, whether he would not fight, and would not be disappointed. The silhouette of a servant appeared behind him, and the protagonist said in his mind that divine martial arts are a power that makes you doubt that a person can achieve it at all. After all, it is not just an art of fighting. Squeezing his eyes shut, the master decided that he was not talented, so what he needed now was endless effort. Green leaves rushed through the air. The young man abruptly stood up in a fighting stance. Shiva lowered his eyebrows, when suddenly the system announced that an unbending will permeated his body. The level of benevolence, righteousness, decency, and wisdom increased slightly. At the same second, the main character bulged his pupils in alarm. A huge moat formed in the ground in front of him, and a notification appeared that he had managed to master the divine martial art Hercules. The shape of the trees was distorted by a powerful shock wave. Holding his hair with his hand, the wielder of the superpower saw that his skill had increased, after which he assumed that he needed to find a private training center, and wondered how much money it would take to pay compensation for this. Placing her hand on her chest, Daka breathed a sigh of relief when she read the boss's message that this was a video to be uploaded to the internet, and asked to edit it for him, after which she thought that it was the same vampire bad video as last time. It seemed as if the sorceress released a stream of flames from her palm, and the girl remembered that the fire which had broken her boss's record on the channel, and thereby took first place again. The editor began typing on the keyboard with her fingers and thought that the incredible record was 11 seconds, because the attack ended as quickly as it began. Moving her cursor over the notification that the download was complete, the lady reflected on the fact that he had made a video with the same concept. The protagonist in a witch costume waved his palm and greeted the dear viewers of the World Conqueror, after which he exclaimed that he was a man who conquered everything in the world. Putting his fingers thoughtfully on his chin, the young man reported that he had heard that a new record had been set on the Fire Witch channel not long ago, and then shouted that 11 seconds was truly an incredible record. Daku frowned angrily when she heard the words that Shiva wanted to try to defeat Hannah, and stated that he would show everyone how to do it. With a sly grin, the protagonist remarked that the observers must be wondering why he suddenly decided to target her, after which he added that if he really tried to target her, he would most likely be roasted, and asked if it was true that he could not do it unprepared. Running his foot across the grass, the wielder of the superpower shouted that he would tell a strategy that would help defeat Hannah, who took first place. Raising his knee up, the guy shouted that now he should stop talking, but he should start. The protagonist's boot rose high into the air. Suddenly, a bright magical flash appeared near him. White cracks were visible. Daka placed her hands on the table in confusion. Wrapping her fingers around the computer mouse, the girl said that she had been sent 2 videos. After a moment, her pupils sharply decreased in size. A fragment of the recording appeared, on which the master raised his leg up. After a short period of time, the young man tapped his shoes on the surface. A magic portal formed behind him. The tripod for the shooting fell abruptly to the ground, while Shiva wondered if he could practice in the dungeon now that he was thinking about it. The editor lowered her jaw in alarm and did not understand what she was looking at. Pressing the button with a trembling finger, the girl decided to look at the duration of the video. Bulging pupils, the editor was surprised that it lasted 4 seconds. Sitting in the chair, the main character saw that his post had more than 300,000 views and more than 11,000 subscribers, after which he thought that thanks to the divine martial art, the number of views and comments had increased dramatically, so that at this rate, earning hundreds of millions would no longer be a dream. Swiping his finger across the screen, the wielder of the superpower remarked on the question of whether this was not enough to attack the dungeon where Chiron had failed. Holding the phone in his hand, the guy thoughtfully said that these were just rumors, when suddenly he came across reports that this was true, because there were articles, and others asked for a link to them. Bringing his face closer to the smartphone, the protagonist wondered if this was true. A photo of a huntress who had microphones attached appeared and a caption about what the future of the SH group was after they failed a raid on an S-rank dungeon. Then there was a news story about a failed passage of the dungeon, which did not cause casualties, and as a result, the company lost the opportunity to enter the hunting industry market, and in addition, the prices of their shares fell sharply. Turning his chin to the side, the master said in his mind that it had not been said that she had failed. The young man threw the phone on the bed and wondered what it had to do with him, because he did not have time to worry about her, since he was busy with other things, and the hunter would be able to figure it out on her own. The door to the SH group's headquarters on the top floor began to slowly open. Chiron clenched her hands tightly into a fist, when suddenly an acquaintance noticed that she had come. Frowning angrily, the girl greeted her. Mina waved her hand and noticed that she and her niece had not seen each other for a long time. Putting her finger to her chin, the director of the SH group asked to look at her, and asked if she was coming back after meeting with the chairman. Lowering her chin, the awakened woman answered positively, and asked if her aunt had come to see him. Putting her palm aside, the manager said that the head had convened a meeting of managers, after which she added that the company was a complete mess, because not only had their stock prices fallen sharply, but investments were also being withdrawn. Chiron bit her lips in frustration when Mina suddenly declared that it wasn't her fault, but rather their fault for expecting too much. Touching her niece with her shoulder, the director of the SH group said that she could go, otherwise she could run into her brothers. The girl stood in the middle of a long corridor alone. The sun's rays fell on the floor of the room. Squeezing his eyes shut, Shiva asked if it was really bitter, to which the younger sister replied that this was what punishment looked like. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that it was still a good thing that his divine martial arts skills were constantly increasing, when suddenly the system reported that the divine art of medicine had increased, and as a result, the medicine was more edible than last time. Holding the phone in his hand, the possessor of super strength realized that after studying the gentleman's mind, all of his stats began to improve, and not only divine martial arts, but also super strength, insight, as well as divine metallurgy. Looking at the stats on the screen, the guy noticed that insight had increased the most since it was related to all other stats, so it was not for nothing that this skill had the rank of SSS. Soa wiped her tongue as her older brother said in his mind that her complexion was definitely improving. Smiling broadly, the protagonist realized that it was effective, and if he continued to cultivate the divine art of medicine, he would be able to cure her illness. It seemed as if a gigantic fee of 1 billion and 100 million fell like a stone on the shoulders of the master, and at the same time he thought that the problem was money, because at the moment there were far from enough funds to pay for the monthly subscription to Watto and Confucius. Looking at the reflection of his face on the plate, the young man noted that it would be great if he had the opportunity to sell this product, but medicines cannot be sold thoughtlessly without special medical certification. Smiling broadly, the wielder of the superpower decided that he would need to ask Son about it. The main character abruptly turned his head to the side and clarified who it was. At the end of the corridor was the front door, and the man behind it apologized and asked if this place was the residence of Shiva. In the shadows, the chin of the guy who said he was Charon's personal secretary could be seen. Ming Jae stood with his hands folded behind his back. Sitting at the kitchen table, the huntress's assistant told him that the young lady wanted to go through the dungeon again. Tilting his head down, the protagonist thinks that the awakened woman wants to re-enter the dungeon, and for this she needs help. Looking at the interlocutor, the owner of the superpower clarified whether she was asking him to think over a strategy, to which he received a positive answer. Lowering his eyebrows, Shivu inquired about what was even more important, namely what had happened in the dungeon. Looking down in confusion, Min Jae apologized and said that he hadn't heard the details himself, after which he added that she had only told him that his help was absolutely necessary. Tilting his head, the secretary noticed that the young lady wanted to come in person, but since many were watching her, she asked to let them pass. Closing his lips, the protagonist wondered what he could smell while being asked if he could at least talk to her. In the video, the owner of the superpower showed his thumb, and it was written that his joint raid into the S-rank dungeon gained a huge number of views. Sticking his tongue out of his mouth, the young man realized that this was the sweet smell of popularity. In the gymnasium of the SH Group's headquarters, the girl was training hard with a sword, and Shiva noticed that she was wearing the gloves he had made. Karen swung her hand sharply. Min Jae said that he would call her, when suddenly the main character stopped him with his hand and suggested that he wait for the time being. Closing his lips, the owner of super strength thought that this was trance training, and classes with this level of concentration could give a lot, because he had a similar experience some time ago. Raising an eyebrow, the secretary tried to object, to which the guy told him that it could be that he would have to wait a little longer, but there might be an opportunity for the young lady that didn't come often. Drops of sweat ran down the girl's face from fatigue. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist said in his mind that her movements were definitely not systematic. Pursing his lips, the master wondered if it could be because his understanding had improved after studying insight and divine martial arts, after which he decided that what she was doing was nothing more than random swings of her arms, and moreover, he knew that she had not learned how to wield the sword properly. There was a bright trace in the air from the awakened one's blow, while the young man mused that one of her traits was her sword talent. However, her blade talent overcame her brutality, as it seemed that she had the ability to use superpower, but she had not learned the divine martial arts to use this power systematically. Furrowing his brows, Shiva thought that the skill of swordsmanship, which was based on rudeness, would eventually show limitations, but if the lady learned the proper martial art, she would be able to grow significantly, so the only way for her to develop was to join the sect as a member. Grinning in confusion, the main character did not understand why she needed this, because the SH group would not allow it anyway, and if she did become a disciple of the sect, she would no longer be a member of the SH group, and apparently a good past is not always useful. Turning his gaze to the phone, the owner of the superpower decided that she would nevertheless be able to maintain martial arts at her level, which would be learned on GodTube. The cover of the video appeared, in which Lancelot clutched his head with both hands, and did not understand what to do when King Arthur asked him to choose between Excalibur and Queen Guinevere. There was a photo of Siegfried, who was the first dragon slayer, and below was the caption that the demonic dragon Fafnir was passed in 3 minutes and 11 seconds. The site contained a post in which Luban held a microphone in his hand, and Xiangyu reported that he caught him and forced him to sing a song of the Han dynasty. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy wondered what it would be like if Chiron could learn their martial arts, although this video is a bit crazy. But after that, he realized that she can't watch GodTube, so he can't even learn them. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the protagonist wondered if he could just watch the video and teach her on his own, and then thought about the fact that he needed to pay for a subscription to their channels, but the day could be obtained from the huntress. With a sly grin, the master decided that it didn't matter to the granddaughter of the chairman of the SH group whether to pay 1 billion or 10 billion, so it might be that he would receive tuition fees. The young man's mouth drooled with joy, and at the same time he wondered if this deal was not different because of the monetary power awakened. The lady lowered her sword in exhaustion, and Shiva noticed that the problem was whether she would take lessons from a D-rank hunter. Raising his trembling palms, the protagonist imagined the bodies of muscular men and realized that moreover, he would only be able to teach her what he had learned on his own, but did not understand whether it was possible to teach the divine martial art if he was studying it at that time. Shiva put his fingers on his chin and decided that if he gave up like this, it would all be in vain, when suddenly Chiron said that she should have told her that he was here. Min Jae raised his eyebrows sadly and apologized to the young mistress, after which he added that this person said that he did not want to interrupt her training. The girl was wiping her face with a towel. The cheeks of the possessor of super strength turned red sharply with embarrassment. Passing by the guy, the hunter said that she would first go and wash herself, and he thought only about how beautiful she was. There was a view of the room of the awakened woman, who noticed that the guest must have been waiting for her for a long time. Sitting at the table, the guy replied that it was not so long, and then added that moreover, he heard that she needed his help. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked what had happened in the dungeon. Looking down, the lady said that there was no monster inside the dungeon, to which he clarified what he was talking about. Tilting her head, Karen explained that there were no monsters when she entered with her comrades, and then she noticed that they had stumbled upon one monster. Lowering his eyebrows, the master asked if this meant that the undead were still there, to which he received a positive answer. With her eyes rounded in alarm, she remembered her bright red eyes and said that although he looked like a wolf, it was hard to call him a monster because she had never seen anything like it. Closing his lips, the young man thought that the monsters of the wolf family were very diverse, but as far as he knew, there were no such individuals in S-rank dungeons. The awakened woman's hands began to tremble, and she confessed that she could do nothing against the enemy. Looking at her interlocutor, Shiva asked if she had been able to deal with him, to which he received a positive answer and began to reflect on how even though it was an S-rank dungeon, it was impossible to say such a thing with the power of an A-rank hunter. Shifting his gaze to the side, the main character muttered in his mind that moreover, this lady did not participate in this raid alone. After all, she was accompanied by talented crew members with incredible equipment, but they still failed, and not just failed, but it was something more than what they could handle. Sitting at the table, the owner of the superpower offered to summarize, and then stated that there was only one monster in the dungeon that was so strong that even she could not cope with it, when he suddenly remembered that the rank of the dungeon is determined based on the total amount of mana within the dungeon. There was a view of a rock that was overgrown with grass, and the young man noticed that this was why there were almost no cases when the rank of a dungeon was determined by a single monster, but nevertheless, rare cases when the rank of a dungeon was determined based on one monster still existed. Looking ahead, Shiva thought of the mutation. After imagining a direwolf, the protagonist muttered that a concept other than a mutation is a capo monster. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist said that it was a monster that wielded all the mana in the dungeon, and if they encountered one, it was understandable why Chireen had said she couldn't handle it. Parting his lips, the guy noticed that the capo monster was already dangerous, and worse than that, he was S rank, after which he said that he thought that there was a high probability that they had collided with a capo monster. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, said that this was the first time she had heard about it. Looking towards the lady, the young man said that he thought it was better to abandon this dungeon, and then asked if there was a reason to go through it again, and also explained that it was not so important because she might die, to which she replied that she had to do so. The owner of the superpower asked if she could tell him why, and then the awakened one, sitting on a chair, said that she was not the only one who had problems. Biting his lips, the master thought that due to the failure of the Chiring raid, the SH group had suffered heavy losses, and he had heard that hundreds of billions of won had evaporated in just a few minutes after the article was published. Crossing her palms, the girl said that she had to make things right again, and at the same time, Shiva muttered that in order to prevent the stock price from falling even more, she should succeed in her raid in the dungeon as soon as possible, and added that it was life-threatening, but the trillions of won were worth risking her life. Opening his mouth, the protagonist remarked that the S-class capo monster is a new monster that didn't exist before, and so it wouldn't be easy, and then said that he had a condition in return. Smiling, the protagonist asked to be allowed to shoot a video. Looking ahead, the lady asked him again, and the guy added that he needed 10 billion. Lifting the corners of his lips, the young man said that he could not sink below this. After some time, the owner of the superpower, holding the phone in his hand, noticed the advance of a billion, and then realized that he should have asked for more, and also wondered who would have thought that she would agree so easily. Sitting on a chair, the master noticed that there was no need to be too greedy, because 10 billion is already a lot of money. Turning his head abruptly, Shiva thought that an S-rank monster capo had never existed before, and therefore he wasn't even sure that he would be able to come up with a strategy, and if he asked too much, it would be burdensome. Placing his palms on the keyboard, the protagonist muttered that his level of insight was 24% nonetheless, and then wondered if he couldn't analyze the monster, and realized that he could and would do at any cost. The next day, hunters appeared in the S-rank dungeon. Karen, frowning seriously, said that she would lead, and at the same time, the protagonist said that she had allowed him to go to the dungeon on the condition that she accompany him. Grinning, the guy noticed that it was very dangerous, and he didn't want to go there himself, but he needed to know what was inside to work out a strategy. Clenching his fist, the young man added that since he had super strength and a divine martial art, and even if he was not sure of defeating the monster, he was sure that he would survive. Turning around, the master said that, as expected, the atmosphere was definitely different from the lower-ranked dungeons. Shuffling her legs, the talented swordswoman said that she had to move on. A view of the night sky opened up. Karen looked at her hand. Raising his eyebrows, Shiva asked if these gloves did not suit her, to which she replied that it was not much. The main character asked to be allowed to adjust them, after which the girl, turning her gaze to the side, asked him again. After touching the bright crystal, the protagonist explained that he didn't know who would use them, and so he made them the size of his hands, but even though they weren't going to be removed, it must have been very uncomfortable. The lady looked at her hand in surprise. Giving a thumbs up, the guy said that she could consider it a favor. The awakened woman asked how he knew that this function existed, and then the young man, scratching his head, replied that it was he who made them. Looking at the master, the huntress asked if it meant that the person who was recognized by Master Palguan suddenly interrupted her, and said that he did not know about it, but simply worked in the same workshop with him. You could see how the guys were standing next to each other. A moment later, sweat ran down the cheek of the owner of the superpower. Clenching his fists, Shiva was surprised by the unusual energy. The main character turned his head sharply. Suddenly, red eyes appeared. Suddenly, the monster's paw appeared. The protagonist's pupils quickly narrowed, and then he realized that she was different. Looking up, the young man thought that she was on a completely different level, and at the same time, the talented swordswoman asked him to step away. There was a huge monster standing above the hunters, and the young man wondered if it was an S-rank capo monster. Shiva looked up, wondered if Chiron could defeat this black wolf, and what if he joined her, after which he thought that they were not ready, and came here to check what kind of monster it was. Clenching his fists, the protagonist muttered that they shouldn't fight. The protagonist then frowned seriously. Suddenly, a magic beam appeared. The guy touched the girl's shoulder. Opening his mouth wide, the young man exclaimed that he had to run. A moment later, the guys rushed from their seats. A bright moon could be seen. A magical portal appeared. The lady and the wielder of super strength jumped out of the magical passage. Leaning down, Shiva said that he couldn't be sure because he hadn't fought him directly, but at least 5 S-class hunters would be able to damage him. The awakened one, standing next to the main character, asked what kind of force it was. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist asked how she was able to return alive, also with her teammates, escaping from this monster. Looking down, the huntress replied that they were lucky, and then the guy clarified if she really wanted to attack him again. Raising her head, the talented swordswoman said that she had to do it. Looking at her partner, Chiron said that if he developed a strategy, then their team would do whatever it took to do. The young man narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. The girl lowered the corners of her lips. Turning around, the wielder of the superpower explained that he would contact her as soon as he analyzed it. A terrible monster appeared on the video. Looking at the monitor, the hunter wondered what kind of monster it was, and at the same time, muttered that the capo is a species that is a modified version of a normal monster, and therefore must be the original monster from which it originated. There were reports published by the association and an encyclopedia of monsters. Touching his chin, Shiva whispered that no matter how much he searched for information on the internet, he could not find it anywhere. Sitting at the computer table, the main character said that even after using insight, he still could not find a single clue, and also wondered what it was. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and it was heard that they would stop there. The guy was lying on the floor, and the system reported that he had completed the exercises of Hercules, and the level of skill proficiency had increased. Hercules, crossing his arms, asked if he was lying down only after that. A moment later, the young man took out his phone. Leaning over to him, one of the 13 characters clarified that he was watching. Looking at the screen, the owner of the superpower replied that it was a monster that he had recently analyzed. The man asked the hunter again, after which he, parting his lips, said that today was the 3rd day, and still did not understand what it was. Being behind the back of the main character, the gentleman asked to let him take a look. Hercules lowered his gaze. Turning around, Shiva asked if he knew what it was. Sweat was dripping down the protagonist's cheek, and then one of the 13 heroes asked if it wasn't Fenrir. Introducing the scary monster, the man said that Fenrir is a mythical beast that appears in Norse mythology, and his other names are the demon wolf and the wolf of divine slaughter, and the reason why it is called so is simple. The snake could be seen opening its mouth, and the master explained that the creature that had actually brought about the end of the world was Fenrir. The monster swung its paw furiously. The man held a staff in his hand, after which Hercules reported that with his upper jaw reaching the edges of the sky and his lower jaw touching the edges of the earth, Fenrir devoured everything in between, and in the end, having swallowed the whole world, he bit and killed Odin, the powerful god of Norse mythology. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy asked what he was doing here, and how he got here, to which he received a counter question, how did he know, and whether this is his world. Through the sweat on his face, the young man thought that the unknown guy who had given him a smartphone containing Godtub and even Fenrir. Sitting on the floor, the hunter muttered that in this situation, Hercules was probably the only one who did not know how to get here, and then clarified whether it was really Fenrir. Parting his lips, one of the 13 heroes said that he had already fought him once and won. Looking at the master, the owner of the superpower asked what would happen if he fought Fenrir, and then the latter asked him again, to which he received a positive answer. Stretching out his index finger, the man said that he was not sure, but it would not take even 1 second. Hercules added that until he was torn to pieces, which made Shiva squint in bewilderment. Touching the protagonist, one of the 13 heroes said that now, when he looks at him, he cannot tell, because from here it is clear that he has become very weak, and his physique has also changed and has become similar to a wolf cub. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist thought that he was still the size of a small hill, but given the mythology of Fenrir, this is certain. Keeping his hands at his sides, the man noticed that he was also wearing jewelry that he had never seen before. Pointing his finger at the phone screen, the gentleman asked to look there. The video showed an unusual artifact, and at the same time, Hercules reported that it seemed to be suppressing Fenrir's power. Turning his head, the guy asked what kind of handcuffs they were. Imagining the monster tied in chains, one of the 13 heroes explained that it was Gleipnir, and added that it was said that it could never be destroyed by anything that existed in this world. The man, hovering in the air, noticed that he thought that with such a Fenrir, it would take a minute before he was torn to pieces. Touching his chin, the young man wondered how the monster got here and why, and muttered that if this black wolf was indeed Fenrir, then there was practically no way. Smiling, the gentleman asked if he could at least tell him about his weaknesses, and then the hunter replied that if he did, he would share the idea of video content for 200 subscribers. Suddenly, a magical aura appeared, and Hercules said that he would organize the materials and bring them right away. At the same time, Chiron was walking past a crowd of people who were wondering why she wasn't giving up on this dungeon, and how determined she was to go back and raid the dungeon again. The door creaked open. The girl, standing in front of the crowd of hunters, said that it seemed to her that everyone was here, and then offered to go. The warrior, noticing a teenager who holds a tripod with a phone in his hand and greets the subscribers of the World Conqueror, clarified who he is. The young man, smiling, replied that he was a blogger, and his channel was called Conqueror of the World. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy said that he did not think that this was really a well-known channel, and also asked what such a psycho was doing here. The fighter, closing his eyes, said that it was said that he was the one who came up with the strategy for this dungeon, and his partner asked if this was the wolf and exclaimed that it was absurd, and then the hunter clarified that they did not know about it, and he had just heard about it as well. Looking in the direction of the main character, the warrior muttered that these were unconventional conditions for supporting team members, and they also dragged a pathetic blogger, and then added that the leader of the team, Chiron, must have been in despair. Raising his eyebrows, the young man asked his comrade what he was going to do if it was all over, and at the same time he began to talk about himself, when suddenly the latter interrupted him and asked him not to say such unpleasant things, but just to get ready to enter the dungeon. Inside the S-rank dungeon, a huge number of fighters appeared. Holding a tripod from the phones in his hand, the protagonist announced that they were in an S-rank dungeon. Smiling happily, the wielder of superpower asked if they felt this immense energy, after which the hunter wondered if he was Shivu and realized that he was making a pathetic video at such an important moment. Frowning in displeasure, the guy wondered what if the black wolf noticed. Sweat ran down his cheek. Suddenly, red eyes appeared in front of the guys. The young man opened his mouth in bewilderment. The girl, who was in the empty space, pondered whether repeating the raid was the right decision, and whether she would lead people to their deaths, and whether she shouldn't have sought the help of an S-rank hunter, and then decided that she shouldn't accept help from S-rank hunters. Gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, the lady muttered that this was not an easy raid and added that this was the first entry of the SH group into the hunter industry, and therefore they should do it solely by the power of the team, and everyone should know that their strength instills fear. Suddenly, the awakened woman lowered her eyebrows menacingly. A moment later, the protagonist, raising the corners of his lips, exclaimed that it was the legendary mythical beast Fenrir, also known as the demon wolf, and also added that Fenrir was a beast that appeared in Norse mythology. With a smirk, the protagonist clarified if they were asking if it was really Fenrir. Suddenly, a terrible monster appeared, and then the owner of the superpower said that he was not sure. Shiva was surrounded by a bright aura, and he said that he thought they had to fight him to find out. The main character, standing in front of the monster, wondered if he was not the one who conquered the world, and was he not the conqueror of the world. The undead frowned angrily. The protagonist, smiling, said that even if it was Fenrir, namely a wolf who would eat the whole world, it would not be a problem for him. Turning his gaze to the side, the young man asked the talented swordswoman if she was ready. Stretching out his palm, the young man exclaimed that this was the first point of the strategy for attacking Fenrir. A moment later, the hunter took off. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. The wielder of super strength could be seen flying high. The monster swung its paw sharply. Opening her jaw, the lady warned the main character of the danger. The monster hit the ground hard. Large fragments appeared, and then the wolf realized that he was not there, and then wondered where he was. Shivu found himself near his opponent. The protagonist clenched his fist. The guy then fiercely attacked the undead. The warrior narrowed his eyes and asked what was going on here. A view of dense trees opened up. Red energy swirled around the monster. Through the sweat on his face, the young man wondered if he was still okay, even though it was a direct hit. Looking ahead, the wielder of the superpower was confused, and at the same time muttered that Hercules had told him that it would work. Suddenly, the hunter fell off his feet. A moment later, a powerful explosion rang out. Shiva clenched his jaw in bewilderment. Karen turned around and said that it was time for them to move too, to which she received a positive response. Suddenly the girl rushed from her place. Then the lady turned her gaze to the side. The wolf was swinging his paw furiously, covering his face with his hand. The main character said that he thought it was possible, and then added that this Fenrir was real. In the past, one of the 13 heroes hovered in midair, remarking that he thought it would take 1 minute with such a Fenrir until he was torn to pieces. Baring his teeth, the protagonist realized that he would not be able to hold out for 10 seconds. The monster's eyes burned red, and the guy muttered that Hercules' strategy was meaningless, because it only worked with him, because he was Hercules. Suddenly, the young man noticed the shackles and decided that as long as they hindered Fenrir's movements, there was a chance. Clenching his fist, the hunter noticed that it was not so bad that he could not win, but it would be bad if he could not attack. Suddenly, a magical trail appeared, and the awakened woman slashed at the enemy. Her expression was serious. Wolf sharply looked at the talented swordswoman. The monster opened its mouth, and the owner of the superpower thought that the most important thing was that he was not alone now. A fireball appeared above the undead, and at the same time, Shiva muttered that they had a hunter with magic. The soldiers, with their mouths wide open, shouted that let their opponent get it. A powerful energy slammed into the monster's body. Raising his head, the wolf suddenly howled. A moment later, the Magi released a bright flame again. The monster could be seen consuming the fire. Lowering his eyebrows, the sorcerer asked if he had swallowed the fire sphere, and at the same time, his partner asked if he had really eaten it. A red aura swirled around the undead. Abruptly opening his jaw, the guy exclaimed that he could not retreat. The warrior, holding his shield in front of him, said that he needed to prepare for battle. The protagonist, turning his gaze to Karen, said that if he looked closely, he could find shackles tied to his body, and then asked if she already knew about it. Frowning seriously, the protagonist said that if these shackles held him back, he could attack. Then the girl lowered her eyebrows. After a moment, the lady took off. The awakened one flew towards the enemy. Closing his eyes, the guy realized that he needed to calm his emotions and focus all his feelings. The young man was surrounded by an unusual energy. The monster's eyes glowed red. Suddenly, the owner of superpower quickly approached the wolf. The hunter stretched out his fist. The monster slammed its paw on the ground. Shiva flew over the head of the undead. A powerful aura could be seen near the protagonist's hand. A moment later, the protagonist struck a furious blow at his opponent. The monster jumped back and growled in displeasure. Biting his lips, the guy realized that the superpower was working, and then decided that now he had to continue to press. Sweat was dripping down his cheek. Suddenly, a trace of a blow appeared near the young man. In a second, the hunter hit the ground. Looking at the deep wounds, the wielder of super strength muttered that it was dangerous, because if he had reacted a little later, this attack would have torn his entire body apart. Suddenly, Shivu opened his mouth thoughtfully. Looking down, the protagonist said that he wasn't sure about it, but before he touched his body, he hesitated for a moment. At the same time, Chiron slashed at the wolf. Her expression was serious. Splashes of blood were visible. The protagonist, squinting, noticed that it could definitely have killed him. The monster opened its mouth in pain and screamed loudly. A deep wound appeared on his body. Parting his lips, the guy thought that he had to pull himself together, because he had to seize the opportunity. After a moment, the young man rushed from his seat. The hunter flew past the undead. Unexpectedly, the owner of the superpower dealt a powerful blow to the enemy. The monster frowned in bewilderment. A wolf's paw appeared above the head of the main character. After a moment, Shivu grabbed the red chain. The monster's eyes widened in surprise. The protagonist clenched his jaw sharply. The undead opened their mouths menacingly. The guy's pupils suddenly turned white. Then the young man managed to push back the enemy. The talented swordswoman quickly moved her legs. The owner of the superpower turned his gaze to the side. The girl's blue katana appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. The warriors, through the sweat on their faces, were stunned. A view of a huge crater opened up. Charon lowered her eyebrows, and then Shiva shouted that he was alive and did so. Suddenly, red lines appeared. The main character was flying quickly through the air. The guys opened their mouths in surprise and said that this could not be. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy appeared. The monster furiously opened its mouth. Squinting, the fighter said that this was a battle they couldn't win. The monster's eyes burned brightly. The protagonist, hitting the ground, could not understand why. Lying on the surface, the young man thought that Fenrir, shackled, was clearly limited. The sharp fangs of the evil spirits could be seen, and at the same time, the young man muttered that no matter what, it was still the demon wolf that had brought the world to an end, as well as the divine slaughter wolf that had swallowed the god himself, and added that with his current level, it was impossible to attack Fenrir, and no matter how he thought about it, everything was strange. Chiron, her mouth wide open, shouted that everyone should run and take Mr. Shiva with them. It seemed as if the warriors had picked up the wielder of the superpower, and then he said that this was the same situation as in the dungeon with the black troll, and perhaps she had slept in this way and the crew members in the last raid, but no matter how hard they tried, they could not defeat Fenrir, and he did not understand why. Suddenly the main character clenched his jaw. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist noticed that he finally understood, and could not believe that he found out about it only now. Lowering his gaze, the young man muttered that he was a fool and it didn't make sense from the beginning, after which one of the hunters asked if he thought he could move. The young man, looking at the owner of superpower, clarified what he was doing. The awakened woman could be seen fighting the monster. Her expression was menacing. A moment later, the talented swordswoman noticed Shiva. The main character, standing in front of the wolf, thought that, as expected, he was not attacking, but just looking at him. Lowering her eyebrows, Chiron asked what he was doing now. The protagonist looked up, and then the girl asked if he was crazy and also asked him to come back soon. The guy came close to the undead and reported that it didn't make sense from the very beginning. A red aura swirled around the monster, and the young man said that he didn't know what about the S-class hunter group, but with their current group, attacking him from the beginning was foolish, and fighting him made no sense from the beginning. Parting his lips, the hunter remarked that this was why it was strange, and then clarified why he did not die. The guys opened their mouths in surprise, and at the same time, the owner of the superpower asked how everyone returned alive. The warriors narrowed their eyes in bewilderment, and Shiv asked how none of them had died at the moment. Standing behind the protagonist, the lady asked what he meant, after which he asked if she had not yet understood. Pointing to the wolf, the protagonist replied that if Fenrir had wanted to, he would have killed them all, but no one in this place would have been able to return alive. Looking ahead, the soldier wondered how they had returned alive then. Parting his lips, the guy said that he let them go, and then thought that this was the reason why Chiron and her team were able to return alive, and why he hadn't killed a single person. Frowning seriously, the young man said that he was telling them to run away because he didn't want to hurt them. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter muttered that it was hard to believe even him. But if you think about it, Fenrir never attacked first, and then explained that if he were just a monster then it would not make sense, and added that at some point Fenrir destroyed Asgard. In the past, the beast walked in the snow, and the owner of the superpower said that as soon as he was born, he was abandoned, and from birth he struggled with hunger and loneliness, but persisted, not giving up, and survived, and at the same time wondered if rumors spread that Fenrir was alive. It seemed as if the Asgard gods had found Fenrir, and one of them said that he had heard that he was strong, and then asked if he could untie this rope as well. The little monster's expression was joyful, and then Shiva said that he didn't even resist the unexpected offer of the gods, and in the end, it was like an invitation to play together for him, who had always been lonely, and it seemed to him that he had finally made friends. The guy, holding his head, exclaimed that even Thor could not break it, and the main character said that even Fenrir was happy because it seemed to him that he had made friends with the gods. The holy beings frowned menacingly, and then the protagonist explained that they thought otherwise. A green chain appeared, and at the same time the young man said that they were afraid of a force that could lead to destruction, and so they created Gleipnir to bind him forever, and came to him again. And Fenrir thought that something was wrong here and suspected something was wrong. The god of war Tyr smirked and remarked that if he couldn't free himself and the gods refused to let him go, he might bite off his left arm. The beast opened its mouth contentedly, whereupon the hunter said that a sacred being named Tyr had personally come to him and swore an oath, and Fenrir believed him, and added that Tyr was the only god who had come to the wolf when everyone was turning a blind eye to him, and had given him food in a barren land where there was no food. The man lifted the corners of his lips, and then the possessor of the superpower reported that it was because he was a friend. The small monster was seen shackled, and Shiv was told that it was bound by Gleipnir and could not free himself. The gods stood in front of the unusual creature, and then the main character said that, as expected, they did not free him. Tyr looked sideways, and the protagonist reported that he had also turned a blind eye to him. The master put his left hand in Fenrir's mouth, and at the same time, the boy noticed that it had been promised. Looking down, God said that he had deceived him. Sweat dripped down the beast's face, after which the young man explained that he couldn't bite Tyr's hand because he didn't want to. A red dagger appeared in the wolf's mouth, and then the hunter noticed that the gods, who were afraid of his strength, even stuck a sword into his mouth and made it so that he could not close his mouth. The monster frowned menacingly, and the owner of the superpower said that Fenrir had to remain chained until Ragnarok came. The evil spirits were shackled with red shackles, and then Shiva said that he was still as lonely as before, and in endless pain. There were people in the monster's mouth, and at the same time, the protagonist reported that after the onset of Ragnarok, his madness seized Fenrir, and in the end, he swallowed the whole world and tore the gods apart. A man was sitting on the floor, and the protagonist noticed that the wolf could not kill Tyr after all. A powerful energy circled around the unusual beast, after which the guy explained that although his mind was consumed by madness, he had not forgotten it. The master looked happily at the small creature, and then the young man told that it was the only friend who had returned to his abandoned self, and who had given food to his starving creature. The monster ran up to his comrade, and the hunter said that Fenrir considered Tyr a friend as always, and perhaps this was naive and stupid of him. The wielder of superpower, standing near the mouth of evil spirits, muttered that Fenrir in mythology was definitely not a wolf worthy of being called a wild demonic animal. Parting his lips, Shiva said that the beast did not want to harm them. Through the sweat on his face, the warrior asked if he wanted them to believe it. Karen opened her mouth and said that they had to get rid of him anyway. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl explained that if they neglected the S-rank dungeon and the dungeon was breached, then there would be no turning back. Looking towards the monster, the lady noticed that even if the destruction of the dungeon did not occur, Fenrir would emerge from it during the breakthrough, and there was no guarantee that he would not harm people. Laying down her sword, the awakened announced that they would retreat and report it to the association, as well as receive help from S-rank hunters. Frowning seriously, the huntress said that she would refuse to clear this dungeon. Biting his lips, the protagonist thought that the talented swordswoman was right, because in order to prevent the possibility of disaster, they must kill Fenrir. The mouth of the monster was visible, and then the protagonist did not know why the beast was there. Squinting, the young man wondered if it could be that the undead had been abandoned again. In the past, the creature walked in the snow, and the young man muttered that in mythology, the end of the whole world, called Ragnarok, was cut off by Gleipnir, and Fenrir was able to escape. A terrible monster appeared, and at the same time, the owner of the superpower added that for some unknown reason he was again attached to Gleipnir, and wondered if it was possible that the wolf had been abandoned here again. Lowering his head, the master said that this dungeon was used as a barrier to lure the monster into a trap so that he could not escape to another place. Looking down, Shiva noticed that, as in the myth, he had been abandoned as soon as he was born so that he could die a lonely death here. Standing near the undead, the protagonist revealed that this also explains why the dungeon's rank was measured as S rank, and then added that only the mana of the dungeon in which Fenrir is imprisoned was measured, and not the mana of the dungeon itself. Looking up, the protagonist thought that the power that could trap a weakened monster was measured in S rank. Frowning seriously, Chiron said that they would go back. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man realized that there was nothing he could do for Fenrir with his power. Following the hunters, the young man muttered that the beast had no intention of harming humans, and even if he had already committed suicide when they returned, he would not chase them now. In the past, Ter smiled, and the owner of the superpower noticed that this was stupid, as it was in the myth back then. Looking down, the master explained that it would all be over as soon as they left the dungeon. Opening his mouth, Shiva said that even if he was a Fenrir, he still wouldn't be able to face the S-rank hunter squad, and all they had to do was gather the warriors and clear this dungeon, and if the wolf was weakened and tied up like it was now, then it would definitely be possible to attack, and that would be enough for them, and he also wondered whether it is true that it cannot endanger people. The girl's long hair was visible, and then the main character decided that he just needed to get rid of the beast, and even if they left like this, there would be no problems. Clenching his fingers, the protagonist thought that all he had to do was live as usual, and return to his daily life. The guy imagined spending time with his comrades and sister, and then muttered that he needed to make equipment, and make videos, earn money and learn GotTube so that he could cure Soa. The back of the young man's head appeared, and he said that was all he could do. Standing still, the owner of the superpower wondered why he couldn't take these steps. Suddenly, the master turned around, and the lady clarified what he was trying to do. Shiva lifted his heel off the ground. A moment later, the main character approached the monster. The protagonist's expression was thoughtful. Blood was visible on the animal's paw. The guy, standing in front of the abandoned wolf, noticed that he had never harmed anyone, and did not dare to harm anyone even when he could have hurt himself. Looking up, the young man explained that after all, it was a monster in the dungeon and a demon monster that threatened humans, and therefore they had to get rid of him, and also added that they couldn't let him live, and unfortunately, there was no other way. Introducing the legends from GotTube, the owner of the superpower said that they never give up under any circumstances, and did not lose even those battles that could not be won. A magical aura swirled around the guy, and the master muttered that they had overcome the impossible and eventually become heroes. Shiva clenched his fist sharply. Smirking, the protagonist said that he would destroy this dungeon, and then whispered that if there was no way out, they would create it. Through the sweat on her face, Chiron was perplexed. The protagonist was surrounded by a bright aura, and he noticed that the problem was in this dungeon, and the barrier that bound Fenrir was a dungeon that could be destroyed, and decided that he would destroy it. It was heard that it was impossible. After all, to destroy the dungeon would be to destroy space, and only God could do that, and at the same time, the guy closed his eyes and explained that it was still dangerous to summon such a level of power. The young man, looking ahead, said that he could not stop. There was a splash of water that the river does not drink. Apples hung on trees that do not eat their own fruits. There was a bright flash on the surface of the sun, and it turned out that it was not shining for itself. A bouquet of flowers was visible, and it became clear that they did not smell just like that. The master leaned forward. Lifting the corners of his lips, Shiva said that gentlemen do not think only of themselves. Smiling, the protagonist said that he really spoke like a scientist and thought that he could only laugh because no one would admit it, and he wouldn't even be able to make money from it. After introducing the old gentleman, the protagonist wondered if he wasn't a gentleman if he wasn't angry even when others didn't recognize him. Closing his eyes contentedly, the guy muttered that a gentleman is not angry, even when the world does not recognize him. Sweat was dripping down the young man's cheek, and he noticed that in the modern world it was enough that he was not called an idiot, but for some incomprehensible reason, he just wanted to be a decent person. The sister and companions of the superpower appeared, and then he explained that he did not want to be someone who was good in himself, but someone who was nice to the people around him. Looking ahead, the master said that he did not know why, but this thought came to him suddenly. Parting his lips, Shiva muttered that after watching the video of Confucius, and after looking at the wounded Fenrir, such a thought came to his mind. An unusual aura flew around the main character, and he reported on the divine martial arts of Hercules. The monster's eyes glowed red. Frowning seriously, the protagonist remembered that God had told him that divine martial arts are not only used for battles, and space is the most important law by which the world works. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared, and at the same time, the guy used the first technique. The young man swung his leg furiously. The master bit his lips sharply. The owner of superpower left a magical trail behind him, and at the same time he used a descending dragon strike. Magic lines could be seen. An unusual energy appeared. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A view of the night sky opened up. Suddenly, cracks appeared in space. Karen watched the splinter in the sky. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl said that it was impossible. Noticing Shiva lying on the ground, the lady asked what it was. Awakened, touching the main character, she realized that he was still alive. The huntress then looked at the magical space. Sweat was dripping down her cheek. Suddenly, a wolf appeared in front of her. Blood flowed from the protagonist's mouth. The talented swordswoman remembered how the guy rushed towards the monster and muttered that she knew that he was not an ordinary awakened man without features when he fought the troll. Lowering her head, Chiron wondered what kind of terrifying force was it that had destroyed an entire dungeon. Trying to lift the young man, the girl said that now was not the time to be surprised. After a moment, the lady turned around. A calm Fenrir could be seen. Shuffling her legs, the awakened woman noticed that before the dungeon was completely destroyed, they had to get out of here. Shiva woke up. Opening his eyes wide, the main character thought that he was alive. Having filled his torso, the protagonist assumed that he was in a hospital room. Crossing her arms, the girl asked if he was okay. Looking ahead, the guy asked why Chiron was here. In turn, the lady showed her hand, asking if her presence was uncomfortable for him. Grinning, the young man thought about whether she would be comfortable in his place, asking who does not like to be with a beautiful woman. Confucius appeared to say that men and women could not sleep together after the age of 7, continuing that men and women could not be in the same space after the age of 7, and in turn the man wondered why this was so. Making a strange face, Shiva asked what he was carrying. In turn, the girl asked that he would not even ask what happened. Suddenly, memories of how the lady was carrying the protagonist appeared, making it clear that after the dungeon collapsed, Chiron pulled him out after he lost consciousness. Placing his hand on the bed, the protagonist said that after various procedures, he woke up, asking if he was right. The lady's face showed surprise. Looking uncertainly ahead, the guy asked if she didn't like it when they got straight to the point, while the lady said that, as he said, the dungeon was destroyed, and as a result, it was recognized as cleansed. The news agenda in which the heroine was appeared. Glancing ahead, the young man asked what had become of Fenrir, and in turn she said that she was not very sure if he meant a wolf monster, adding that she had seen that he had gone somewhere at the end. A man appeared against the background of the monster, making it clear that since the dungeon that served as a prison for Fenrir had been destroyed, he hoped that the monster would be able to return safely to the realm of the gods. Sitting on the bed, the lady stated that she would not reveal what happened in the dungeon for the time being, adding that she also asked her comrades to keep their mouths shut, because there was an announcement that they were the ones who conquered the dungeon. Without showing her face, the lady said that if he wanted, they would fix it. In turn, the guy asked what she meant that she would make it so that Shiva became the body who purified him. In the end, the miss answered positively. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that it was better for them to say that it was done by a girl. In turn, the lady asked if there was a reason why he was hiding his power. In turn, the protagonist did not understand what she was talking about. Holding on to the gavola, the young man asked why she thought so, adding that it could not be, because if it were, he would not have created his own channel. The girl kept her hand close to her mouth, listening to him not intend to hide his strength, given the situation. Smiling, the young man said that it was now necessary for the SH group to be known as the one who cleared the S-rank dungeon, adding that they would say that Chiron had done it. Lowering her head, the girl was in doubt. In turn, Shiva thought that she must be in doubt now, thinking about whether it was possible to do so, despite the fact that she did not have the skills to clear an S-rank dungeon, that the girl would have enough ability to pass it. Glancing ahead, the lady asked what he was trying to comfort her. In turn, the guy answered in the negative. People looked at each other. Smiling, the lady thanked for everything. Smirking, the main character said that they should change the subject, asking that this was all she wanted to ask. In turn, the friend stated that she had something else to say. Keeping her hands on her feet, the girl asked if he would like to work with her. A window appeared. The man was looking at the phone. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist realized that many of its characteristics had increased. Making a face full of surprise, the guy said that the characteristic had increased by 13%, although usually only 0.3% was added. The young man's eye appeared, and it became clear that the martial arts prowess had increased by 9.3%. Moreover, the gentleman's mastery of insight and wisdom had increased by several years at once, suggesting that it was because of the dragon's downward strike. The man's face was blue. The young man struck, and it became clear that in his videos he only showed how he cleared the dungeons, but this time he destroyed the space and dimension of the dungeon, and therefore the dungeon itself collapsed. The man kicked the ground. The barrier began to burst. Shivu fell on the bed, thinking about how everything had happened exactly like the situation with the troll when he passed out after using his strength, adding that compared to the past, using the abilities of divine martial arts was an improvement in itself. Smiling, the main character continued to think about when he would be able to make him completely his own, adding that he wanted to try only once. The protagonist's hand was in front of his face, asking how the girl immediately agreed. A car appeared, in which a voice was heard that the man should be taken to his grandfather. In turn, the subordinate said that the chairman was very pleased with the hard work on the raid. Looking out of the window, the superior said that she was happy. In turn, the driver asked what Shiva had said. The lady's face showed surprise. Holding the steering wheel of the car, the man asked about the fact that he refused again. In turn, the miss answered positively. Looking ahead, the guy asked what he had said this time. Holding her hand to her face, the interlocutor stated that he had said something like that gentlemen get along only with people, not with a group, adding that on the other hand, insignificant people form gangs, but do not get along with each other. In turn, the young man asked what she meant. Smiling, the lady asked why, instead of being colleagues or teammates, he said that he sometimes enjoys working together. Smiling, the miss said that based on this, he asked if she wanted to learn fencing. The man in turn asked why fencing. Looking to the side, the boy asked if that didn't mean that the protagonist would teach her swordsmanship, thinking about how he would admit that the protagonist had exceptional abilities. But wasn't he an awakened D class, adding that he still wanted to teach the girl that she was the last class awakened. Pointing to herself, Shireen stated that she had told him that she would like to learn. In turn, the driver asked why they were going to the chairman now. In turn, the lady said that he thought she needed to pay for her training. The car was driving along the road. A hospital appeared. The man was sitting on a bench. Various heroes appeared above Shiva, thinking that these 3 techniques would suit the girl best. Looking at the phone, the guy realized that among them there would clearly be the one that the lady would like, adding that he could show her all 3 techniques and let her choose the one that she liked the most, continuing that he needed to pay for the subscription. Smiling, the young man stated that it didn't matter, because in addition to 10 billion won, he would also receive tuition fees every month. A subscription to the channel appeared, while the main character wanted to check how much it costs. Opening his eyes wide, the protagonist realized that she was worth 200 million won. Making a stunned face, the guy announced that it was worth 2 billion, asking why it was so expensive. Flipping through the phone, it became clear that the Confucius channel costs 1 billion, and this is even more expensive, adding that this cannot be. Looking at the phone, the young man thought about the last time he checked. It was definitely 100 million, adding that the subscription price had increased to 2 billion. Horror appeared on the hero's face, suggesting that the cost of a subscription increases with the increase in the number of channels to which he subscribed. Opening his mouth in surprise, the man declared that this meant that there would be 3 billion, maybe even 4 billion, adding that if it grew like this, there was no reason to choose all three, because if it grew by 1 billion, the cumulative fee alone would be 9 billion. Looking down, the young man said that he could sign once and cancel it, asking if he could do it after the registration, asking what would happen if he could not do it. Gritting his teeth, the man asked if that meant he had to pay $9 billion every month, thinking that if he didn't pay, the subscription would automatically be cancelled, saying that even if he chose one technique to teach the girl, the next channel he chose would also increase. The guy held his head in his hands, thinking that the channels he subscribed to were summed up. Without showing his face, Shiva said that no matter how much money he earned, there would be no end to it. Looking away, the main character felt someone's energy and presence that do not belong to the person. The protagonist turned his head. Legs appeared. Getting to his feet, the guy asked what the dog was doing here. Surprise appeared on the young man's face. The tail moved. A blush appeared on the beast's face, and it was clear that his name was Fenrir. Looking ahead, Shiva asked if this was true, adding that he had become much smaller. The main character sat down. A mouse fell out of the dog's mouth. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what he wanted him to eat her. Putting out his hand, the man realized that the mouse was still alive. Looking at the dog, the guy asked where it was going. The young man's face was stunned as he thought about what it was. A man appeared, asking if he had not taught him how to win. Looking at his comrade in arms, the man said that he was asking because he did not know. In turn, the hero stated that he had already taught the guy how to defeat Fenrir. Gesticulating, Shiva stated that he had said that the beast's weak part was its sides, and that it could not use its full power by grabbing its tail, adding that none of these tips had worked. Pointing at the student, the man said that it was because he was too weak. In turn, the main character said that he should have told him about it right away. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that he almost died. In turn, the man asked who would have thought that he was so weak. Turning around, the guy said that it didn't matter now, adding that he had asked him to tell him a strategy that would suit his level, and not to teach him how to fight. Starting to cry, Hercules stated that it was too unfair, adding that he could not accept it, going on to say that even his muscles said it was unfair. Looking away, the young man thought that it was happiness, because it ended well, because he really could have died. Starting to cry, the main character stated that the video that he shot in the dungeon was completely erased, adding that not only Fenrir, but also Karen appeared in the video, so he would have at least 1 million views, continuing that it could have brought a lot of benefits, but now it is gone. People looked saddened. Suddenly, the guy looked away, thinking that he had returned. The dog looked strange. The man, without showing his face, continued to say that it was unfair. Suddenly Hercules' head turned. A blue haze emanated from the main character's phone. Glancing ahead, the young man thought that Fenrir must remember the man. After all, they had fought before. A dove appeared, making it clear that this was a gift from the beast. Putting his hand on the bird, Shiva said that it should stand up. The pigeon looked stunned. The animal tried to look around. The bird met the eyes of the main character. Looking at the blue trail left by the bird, the hero asked where Fenrir came from and what kind of pigeon it was. Turning around, the protagonist suggested that the monster brought him to eat. In turn, the interlocutor asked that he brought a pigeon. Standing in front, Hercules asked why he did this. Because he was not even a cat. In turn, the man said that he himself did not know. Turning away, the man asked what he was bringing to him, whether it meant that these animals were his prey. In turn, the boy replied that he believed that the monster did not want to hurt other animals. In the end, the warrior asked why he was bringing them, then, asking what he wanted, that the young man should kill them. Putting his hands on the bed, the man stated that he did not know. In turn, the hero asked where Fenrir came from and why he brought animals. The dog looked happy. Memories of Shiva standing in front of the monster's mouth appeared. The main character turned around. The master kicked. Holding his hand to his mouth, Hercules understood what had happened. Without showing his eyes, the man said that the fact that the monster appeared in his dimension was already strange, asking how it could exist there. Looking ahead, the protagonist stated that he was also interested in this, adding that he was not the only one who did not know how to get here. Putting his hand on the shoulder of the interlocutor, the ally said that their measurements could not overlap. In turn, the guy asked where Fenrir came from. Smiling, the man said that it was true, that he was the only one who did not know this. Pointing to the hand, Hercules declared that his muscles again indicated that this was unfair, and in turn the young man played along with him. Pointing his finger, the man asked how he had managed to survive using the dragon's downward strike, asking how the dragon had managed to use it. Making an uncertain face, Shivu replied that luck was not on his side. Without showing his eyes, the interlocutor asked about luck, adding that his descending dragon strike could not be used just by relying on some kind of luck. Smiling, the main character asked why he did not teach him the next technique. In turn, the hero said that there was nothing difficult about it. Putting his finger in his ear, the man asked if he should not give him something in return. In turn, the colleague said that he would let him know the content of the next video. A building appeared. The staircase was in blue light. The man was holding the girl in his arms, but someone said that they had received an order that the protagonist was a D-class hunter. Squeezing the glass, the man ordered the ladies to leave them alone. The ladies are gone. Smiling, the villain asked if he was really a low-class hunter. The man, wearing a mask, answered positively. In turn, the interlocutor asked if he was mocking him. Making a face full of malice, the head of the pandemonium asked a question about what he thought was ridiculous. Leaning forward, the unknown man stated that he was an unusual low-level hunter. In turn, the man replied that a D-class hunter could not be unusual. Without showing his eyes, the interlocutor asked if he had heard that Chiron had passed the S-rank dungeon. In turn, the person stated that everyone was talking about this on the internet. In the end, the ally said that Shiva was also somehow connected with this. Knitting his eyebrows, the supervisor asked if this was true. Standing in the middle of the room, the customer said that he did not know the details, but the main character somehow helped Chiron. In turn, the man asked what kind of order it was. In the end, the guy said that he needed him to confirm it, adding that it did not matter to him how he did it. Without showing emotion, the interlocutor said that this was a VIP order. In turn, the person said that he would not be able to fulfill it, because Mingjong had made her move. Making a stunned expression, the ally inquired about the lady, asking the question that the human butcher from the inspection bureau had finally moved. Gritting his teeth, the head said that he did not know what she had found, but the lady was causing them a lot of trouble. In turn, the guy said that the head of the pandemonium was worried about the simple security guard of the inspection bureau. In the end, the man said that if he was caught by this lady, then even he would not be able to get away from her unharmed. Adding that a new head of the Korea branch had recently been appointed, and he did not want to create unnecessary problems for them right away. Showing surprise, the unknown person asked about the new head of the branch. A severed hand appeared, and it became clear that the key figures called the leaders of the pandemonium were divided into 5 tiers. Fractures, cracks, scars, bruises, said that the head of the pandemonium, whose identity is unknown, killed one of the 13 heroes. The silhouette of a man in red appeared, making it clear that this is a red shadow, because the leader at the level of the scar can be the person who can survive working with the red shadow, getting off with only scars. Looking ahead through his glasses, the guy asked about the fact that Korea now has a scar-level leader. In turn, the man answered positively, adding that he should not tell anyone. Alcohol was poured into a glass. The boss drank, hearing that the employer would help him with the inspection bureau, adding that they would also help Pandemonium gain a foothold in Korea. Anger appeared in the eyes of the interlocutor. Gesticulating, the man said that, in other words, they would help the new head of the branch to establish himself in this position, adding that this was a man's chance to win favor. Smiling, the villain said that it was not just a VIP order, but a super VIP, asking about the conditions. In turn, the guy replied that the man should not simply kill Shiva. Clenching the glass with his hand, the man asked that, in other words, he was allowed to cut off his limbs. The hand that held the phone appeared, and it became clear that if you take care of the patient, progress slows down significantly. Smiling, the main character said that, at least, the indicators are increasing. A rabbit appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the protagonist thought about where he could get it, asking where he could get the rabbit from in the city. The dog was happy. Looking away, the man made it clear that it had been a few days since then, so the monster should calm down soon. The deer was lying in a state of blackout, making it clear that this happened the next day. An eagle appeared. Making an angry face, the guy asked what he would bring him tomorrow, assuming that it would be a bear. The sun appeared over the hospital complex. The young man opened the door. Making a stunned face, the man asked about what was happening, adding that it was a bear. Looking ahead, Fenrir's eyes told him that he hoped that the bear would please his master. Looking down, the master stated that it seemed that he needed to take special measures. A brick house appeared, making it clear that it was in a week. The girl, looking ahead, asked if Shiva was feeling well. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was fine, because it wasn't such a serious wound, thinking that if he hadn't taken Karen to the hospital when she fainted, the girl would have died there. Glancing ahead, the protagonist asked how she was feeling, asking if she was taking medication regularly, asking if she had missed it just because the guy wasn't around, while the lady said she wasn't doing that anymore. Without showing his face, the man asked if she had taken herbal medicines without missing a single dose. In turn, the lady replied that as soon as she starts thinking about them, her stomach begins to twist. Smirking, the young man thought that it seemed that she was still having a hard time, adding that he would need to improve his mastery of the divine healing techniques, saying that he wanted to ask her something. Shiva's leg appeared, asking if he liked puppies. In turn, the girl asked what he was suddenly asking about puppies, asking that there was an animal behind the door, asking that the master had brought her a puppy. Holding his head, the main character tried to say something. Looking at the monster, the lady said that he was very cute. In turn, the protagonist told her to be careful. Looking up, the lady asked why he said that, and the hunter said that he might bite. Smiling, the guy listened to the fact that the beast could harm him with its small teeth. In turn, the man thought that the mist did not know, but if the monster bites, then the world will collapse. Looking ahead, the girl asked what his name was, adding that if he hadn't given him a name yet, she would like to call him, and in turn, the guy agreed. The dog was in her arms, and it became clear that the lady had named the dog in a special way. Looking at her friend, the miss asked about the guy's dislike of the name, and the man replied about what he liked, thinking that the girl had no idea how to give names. Smiling, the lady asked if the dog liked his new name, adding that he seemed to like it. Making a strange face, the young man looked at the dog, thinking that Fenrir liked such a stupid name, asking that he had already learned how to survive in the human world. Hugging the dog, the lady announced that from now on it would be his name. A smile appeared on Shiva's face, thinking that it was not bad that she had given the monster a good name. A brick house appeared. The Hunter's Guild gym, which was located on the lower floor, appeared. Holding the phone in her hands, the girl apologized for the delay, adding that they should first sign a contract with him, as she promised, continuing about how with the deduction of the deposit it turns out to be 9 billion, asking if everything was correct, saying that the money should have already arrived. Looking at the phone, the main character realized that the money had been credited to the account, saying that he was confirming the transaction. A balance appeared that was equal to 10.6 billion. Grinning, the protagonist thought that a family of 4 could live on this money for 277 years. Glancing ahead, she said that if he didn't mind it, they could discuss the cost of the lecture he had mentioned the last time after she had seen his sword skills. Getting up from his chair, the guy said that she should watch the lecture live to assess its cost, thinking about how in fact the young man was not sure how much it cost him to ask for it, and he did not even know how much the girl wanted to pay, adding that it would be better if the lady decided it herself. Raising his finger up, the man asked if he could borrow one training sword. Without showing his face, Shiva said that there were only 3 sword techniques that he would show her now. Without showing emotion, the lady asked about 3 techniques. In turn, the mentor stated that he had chosen those that would suit her, but it was quite difficult for him to choose one of them. Holding a sword, the master said that she should tell her which one she would like best, thinking about joining their membership program, but it was too expensive, and the longer you were in it, the more you would pay, adding that he had only come here after watching their trailer, asking if he would be able to show her off properly. Swinging, the main character said that the first style of sword he would show her was called the divine sword that opened the heavens. A foot appeared. A blue glow emanated from the sword. Knitting her eyebrows, the girl thought about the fact that he couldn't see the movement of the sword. A blade appeared. The sword was in the hands of the guy. A shockwave appeared. Looking ahead, the lady thought that she couldn't move, adding that unlike last time, he slowly waved them, but his pressure definitely affected the lady's body. Standing up, the protagonist announced that he would now show the style of wielding the Dragon Slayer sword. Multiple blows rang out. The guy's face appeared. The silhouette of the dragon was pink. The mouth appeared in front of the student's face. Pointing with his hand, the master said that he would show the steel of the Taeguk sword at the end. The girl's face was stunned. A green haze appeared. Shiva was surrounded by different elements. Suddenly, a black slit was heard. The girl did not show her face, hearing that this was the end. Smirking, the main character stated that these were the 3 sword techniques that he could teach her, asking which one she liked best. A car appeared and stopped in front of the headquarters of the Hunters Guild. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that he could not confirm that they had come out of there, asking what they were doing there. Holding his head, the supervisor suggested that the protagonist had offered Chiron some of his services, adding that at first glance he looked formidable, but in bed he would behave differently. In turn, the subordinate asked if they should continue to wait. Looking ahead, the man pondered. Licking his lips, the villain asked a question about the fact that the interlocutor had mentioned that Shiva had a younger sister. Turning around, the guy said that if they contacted outsiders, they might get into trouble, adding that if the inspection bureau caught wind of it and Mingjong intervened, it would be bad. In turn, the head replied that he should not bother. Making a maniacal expression on his face, the man said that the people behind the council would deal with everything perfectly well, adding that if they only showed a couple of times a bit of attention to this guy's younger sister. Throwing up his hands, the manager said that, instead of wasting time on him, he himself would crawl to them on his knees after noticing this. Grinning, the boss said that they needed to catch the younger sister of the main character as soon as possible. The protagonist was smiling broadly. A training center appeared. The girl's face was stunned as someone addressed her. Looking ahead, the lady asked what was going on. In turn, the main character asked what technique she liked the most. The lady looked away. Holding out the blade, the protagonist stated that she should try it herself if she could not choose, and the miss asked if it was possible to do so. The student swung. Blows rang out. Looking ahead, the guy thought that her movements were no different from his, but something was missing. Looking at her hands, the girl asked if she was missing something. Smiling, the mentor told them to try other techniques, thinking that he simply had to receive the allowance. A bus appeared, while someone was talking about how of course she could not keep up, because an ordinary person cannot compare with their strength. Looking at the phone, the master said that he could, adding that with the help of a man he learns divine martial arts. In turn, Hercules replied that this is all because he can use their power. In the end, Shiva asked what the difference was. Holding his hand to his face, the man asked when he had first asked him to teach him the divine arts, whether he remembered why the hero had turned him down. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that he was just lazy. Looking at the image, the protagonist stated that he had said that he would only be able to learn divine martial arts if he understood how to use superpower, adding that he had said that she was worse than ever, and that was true. Lowering his head, Hercules stated that he did not mean it, adding that just as he learns the basics of divine martial arts, the guy must also learn the rest of the martial arts of the gods. Without showing his face, the hero said that due to the fact that this girl does not know the basics, she cannot repeat them, adding that she was able to keep up with his movements, also a kind of feat. In turn, the interlocutor said that the reason why he was able to use them without registering in their membership program is precisely this. In turn, the colleague said that he thinks that a person is an exception. Pointing his finger, the man said that he had no features, but he woke up. In turn, the young man said that this was so, but why did he ask so suddenly? Pointing his finger forward, Hercules said that he believed that the other person had no traits was a trait in itself, adding that he had said last time that he would not be able to gain the power of the gods simply by subscribing to their channels, going on to say that to be precise, a new existence could not be overwritten on an existing one. Two silhouettes of people appeared, making it clear that what the guy calls a line is the uniqueness of existence, which makes it impossible to overwrite his already existing trait with a new one, because this action is no different from denying his existence. But you can draw on him as on a blank slate, because there is no uniqueness in his existence. A green silhouette appeared, and it became clear that this meant that he could easily learn the traits of other gods. Holding his chin, Shiva said that this meant that no one else could know about Godtub's capabilities. Folding his hands, the colleague said that this could really be the case. In turn, the main character thought that this does not mean that he cannot teach Chiron. Smiling, the man asked that perhaps if he taught her what he had come up with himself, it would not be so important. Putting his hands in his pockets, the man asked if this was the protagonist's house. His hand reached for the door lock. The pen was in the hands of the villain. The opponent entered the house. The girl was lying in bed. The dog was looking at the enemy. Looking down, the guy asked what wouldn't matter if he taught her how to do it, and Hercules said that while people couldn't master their martial arts, if he mastered them and then taught them, it wouldn't be that important. Smiling, the hero said that since this power cannot be taught. Looking ahead, the master thought about how he was still teaching her martial arts after all, adding that the fact that she wouldn't be able to learn wouldn't change. In turn, the hero said that among the techniques he listed, the story with Master Taiju would be a little different. Without showing his face, the man stated that the master was an important figure in the martial arts world, adding that the master had helped him when he was just mastering the divine martial arts, continuing that if he subscribed to the master's channel, there was a high probability that he would be able to master the technique, and after mastering the technique, he would be able to build his martial art on it, making it clear that it was impossible to directly teach martial arts to the gods. But he could create another martial art based on it and teach it to her, so there should be no problem with that. Smiling, the man thought that this meant that he would master Taiju, and also be able to practice divine martial arts. In turn, the interlocutor said that this was so. Holding his hand to his chin, Shiva began to think that it was not so easy to create his martial art, adding that he was sure that he would not have any problems with it. Looking ahead, the main character thanked for giving Hercules about it. In turn, the man said that he was not worthy of gratitude, but if he really wanted to, then when did the protagonist give him the video he mentioned earlier? The man covered his mouth with his fist. Glancing down, the guy stated that he would take care of it, and would immediately let him know when it was ready, adding that this time there was a problem with him. The bus doors suddenly opened. The young man's leg appeared, and it became clear that it would be difficult for him to create his martial art or practice divine martial arts now, asking how he would teach the girl martial arts. The foreman glanced at the doorknob. Shiva's face was filled with rage. The main character broke into the apartment. The lady was fast asleep. Exhaling heavily, the protagonist said that the fact that she was still asleep was a great relief. Looking at the man, the guy thought about who he was and why he was lying unconscious in his house. Stroking the dog, the master asked if the monster had protected it. Knitting his eyebrows, the young man thought that they had never seen him before. Looking at the guy, the hero thinks that, judging by his energy, he is definitely awakened and not an ordinary person, suggesting that he has bad intentions, although he does not know how he got into their house. Taking the monster in his arms, the man thanked Fenrir, asking him to look after the house temporarily. Confidence appeared on the pet's face. Shiva's expression became furious. Legs appeared. Looking ahead from under his brow, the man wondered where he was when he heard an unfamiliar voice. Knitting his eyebrows, the villain recognized the main character. Looking ahead, the protagonist thought that he knew him, saying that he would ask a couple of questions, adding that he only needed to answer them truthfully. Smiling, the opponent insulted the interlocutor. Having freed himself from the ropes, the opponent asked that he really thought that he could take it. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, the guy said that he thought that he had come to their house with bad intentions. Blue energy appeared from the palm of his hand. A hand covered the man's mouth. The young man used a martial art. Looking down, the master told him to shut up, adding that if his sister woke up, he would simply kill him. A powerful blow rang out. Taking his opponent by the scruff of the neck, Shiva declared that he was not the kind of person who would take the word of someone who still had his limbs intact. The night street appeared. Something caught people's attention. A foot appeared. Clenching his hands into fists, the man did not show his face. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked where Jigwan was. The protagonist stood in front of the crowd. Making a furious face, the guy ordered them to answer where the leader was. The man, knitting his eyebrows, asked what he was talking about. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the opponent told him to go home until they did anything to him. Showing an angry face, the opponent asked if he knew who Jigwan was, adding that he should leave if his life was dear to him. Without showing his face, the young man repeated the question. Gritting his teeth, the man asked if he wanted to be beaten. Looking at the villain, the master asked where he was. Taking the hand of the interlocutor, the opponent told him to let him go. Horror appeared on the man's face. Shiva was hit hard. Looking ahead, the hooligans did not understand what was happening. Swinging, the guy asked what he was doing. In turn, the comrade-in-arms asked if he knew who they were. Drawing his sword, the man said that he was very confident in his skills. A leg appeared. A powerful kick was heard. The fist was surrounded by stones. A blue shockwave rang out. People looked stunned on their faces. The main character took the villain by the head. The opponent's face began to tremble. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked where Jigwan was. The Hunter's Inspection Bureau of the Soul Branch appeared. Without showing his face, the subordinate said that the pandemonium had made his move. In turn, the girl asked if he had found out about their location. Knitting her eyebrows, the worker replied in the negative, adding that the traces of their movement were clear enough to track them, so they would soon find out. Pointing her finger forward, the lady ordered to immediately gather all members of the 4th squad and request reinforcements from all possible guardsmen. Continuing to point forward, the lady said that they should gather even those guardsmen who could not walk. Making an angry face, the boss thought that she also had to go. In turn, someone said that she should stop, apologizing for disturbing her in the middle of the service. Looking ahead, the man said that they had received an urgent task, adding that it seemed that she was needed there. In turn, the girl asked for forgiveness, adding that she did not think that she could help them now. In the end, the guy replied that it was a special order from the head. Knitting her eyebrows, the manager asked that this was the order of the head. Smiling, the employee said that a C-class dungeon had appeared in Sandudan, adding that he thought she should go there as soon as possible. Turning her head, the lady asked if she really needed to go there, asking for another squad. In turn, the man said that he had heard that she had requested reinforcements. Looking ahead, the guy stated that he could refuse this request, adding that he did not think that the head would turn a blind eye to this, continuing that he was telling her that he could not be held responsible for the consequences of her choice, so she should be prepared for this. Gritting her teeth, the girl thought that such a person would be the head of a division of the Hunter's Inspection Bureau, saying that she did not care whether she was fired or not. Clenching his hands into a fist, the man called out to the lady. In turn, the boss said that he should do what he wanted. People were ready for battle. Gritting his teeth, Shiva said that there were about 100 awakened among them, judging by their appearance, making it clear that this would not be an easy battle. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character thought that if he did not fight back, these people would take up their own again, and again aim at her. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that he was obliged to destroy them, thinking that they were beasts, rejected by morality and ethics, acting more instinctively than reasonably, adding that he should deeply root fear in their instincts instead of reasoning with them, continuing that they should never cross his path. He said that they should scream in horror at the mere mention of his name. Without showing his face, the man asked if he knew who they were. The scope appeared. There was a blow. The enemy was thrown back. Looking ahead, the enemy said that he was not an ordinary guy. In turn, the villain said that they should not rush at him in the heat of the moment, adding that he should be surrounded and attacked. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about how in a fight with several opponents, they attacked 3 at once, a maximum of 5, adding that they knew that attacking a large number of opponents would definitely lead to confusion and chaos, so it was much less effective than fighting one-on-one. The art of construction appeared, and it became clear that dozens of people forming a huge formation, attacking in unison, without confusion, and perfectly exchanging tactical information with each other. Showing 2 fingers, the man said that the key to breaking the art of construction was simple, adding that it was first worth learning to distinguish between the door of life and the door of death, continuing that there were several types of construction arts, but they all necessarily followed the same principle, because at the end of both there were 16 arrays of heavenly charge, and in the center there were 12 arrays of earth charge. The master went on the attack. A ray of blue energy appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the man thought that even if he tried to remember, he did not understand what the sage was saying, but the character vaguely saw it. A small space between people appeared. A bundle of energy appeared, making it clear that he was a huge door to life. There was an explosion. Looking up, the villain said that this could not be. Shiva's face showed fury. Pointing to the mannequin, the man said that there are several vital points on the human body. A ray of light burst out of the finger of the main character. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought about the fact that the door of death is everywhere, adding that he does not see the door of life anywhere. The guy was surrounded by opponents. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that no matter how experienced a person is, it is always very difficult to fight with 100 people running at you at once. Smiling, Hercules declared that no one would stand up to the group, because it immediately became difficult to fight it, even if a bunch of small fry gathered around you, adding that sometimes you do not see a way out of a situation when you are surrounded. Asking what to do in such a situation, replied that it is worth breaking through with the help of force. There was a tremendous burst of energy. Horror appeared on the man's face. He said that this could not be. Looking at the master, the guy declared that he was a monster. Shiva struck while the hero was talking about how when he took out all the enemies, one by one, the strongest of them would appear in the end. The leader, knitting his eyebrows, asked what the noise was. With a furious face, the man asked what was going on here, asking who the man was. A ray of light appeared. The villain's face was stunned, making it clear that leaders always appear at the end. The supervisor turned. The protagonist swung for a blow. The enemy received a blow in the face. The opponent's body was thrown far away. Looking ahead, the guy listened to him killing the man. Man was surrounded by blue energy. Making a face full of horror, the villain asked how this was possible. The comrade in arms in turn called the leader. The opponent sat against the wall, not showing his eyes. The young man knitted his eyebrows. Blood came out of the man's mouth. The enemy was standing, leaning against the wall. Looking ahead, the head thought that this guy didn't look very strong. But if the attack had really been sudden, he would have really died. Shiva clenched his hands into fists. Rubbing the place of the blow, the man asked what he needed. The leader did not show his eyes. Knitting his eyebrows, the chief listened to the fact that it was he who ordered the kidnapping of his sister. He began to gesticulate. The man recognized the main character. In turn, the protagonist asked if he ordered the kidnapping of the girl. In the end, the man answered positively. Making an angry expression, the opponent thought that he was watching and realizing that this was the face he saw on the site. But the opponent said that the guy had a D rank, continuing that no one can be trusted here. Looking ahead from under his brow, the young man said that he was asking for the last time, asking that he had given the order to kidnap. Smirking, the man asked what would happen if it was true, thinking that he knew that his level was higher than indicated, and nothing more. A rapid acceleration appeared. The man was right in front of the boss. There was a vibration outside. Catching the interlocutor's fist, the enemy said that he was really fast. Continuing to look ahead, the manager said that he had strained all his feelings, and even almost missed a blow, adding that even if it was not so bad, he would not be able to win. Starting to glow red, the guy said that he lacked strength. A building appeared. Smiling, the villain said that from what he had seen, he could assume that his power was due to his will. The person became taller by using a skill called enhancement. Having hit his opponent, the man said that this means that the stronger he is, the weaker Shiva is. The main character was surrounded by blue energy. The protagonist wiped the blood from his mouth. A mark from the blow appeared on the villain's abdomen, making it clear that he still managed to strike. But no one with D rank is capable of this. A memory of how the guy struck a blow appeared. Grinning, the man addressed the young man by name. Standing in front of the man, the opponent said that he had already done enough, adding that it was time to open his eyes. The subordinate looked up. Pointing his finger, the leader greeted him in the pandemonium. Glancing to the side, the superior ordered him to shut up. A stunned look appeared on people's faces. Raising his hand, the opponent said that he had a lot of power, asking if there was any point in living an ordinary boring life, adding that they were special, saying that there was a difference between them and ordinary people who were no better than garbage, asking if it was fair, continuing on why they had to live by the rules created by those insects, declaring that let them live by the laws that they created for their own safety. The night city appeared. Smiling, the leader said that super beings like them would not live an ordinary life, because there was no point in sacrificing their lives for the weak. Knitting his eyebrows, Shiva listened to the fact that the weak should not offer their sacrifice to them, because they are supermen. Looking down, the man said that a strong man should oppress the weak, because the strong can do anything. Spreading his arms, the man declared that they would create a world where power determines power and justice, adding that there would be no rules and laws, continuing that if you want something, take it, you can get drunk, you can rob. Without showing his face, the protagonist asked what he was talking about, saying that he wasn't really listening, adding that he seemed to need to talk it out, asking if he had finished talking nonsense. Anger appeared on the villain's face. Raising his hand, the leader asked if it was all because of his sister, adding that it was stupid to give in to such feelings. Looking up, the man asked why this was stupid. Smiling, the head said that if he was ruled by personal affection, then he was a weakling. Pointing with his finger, the guy replied that this meant that he was a human being, and not an animal like him. Smirking, the opponent said that this was nonsense, continuing that he admired his abilities, and therefore gave him a chance. But if he was ready to sacrifice his life, then let him not regret it later. Suddenly the gold chain broke. Swinging, the villain said that he would not defeat him. There was a blow. The giant's face was stunned. Looking ahead, the man realized what had thrown him back, thinking about what moment it was. Shiva appeared right in front of the man. Knitting his eyebrows, the leader announced that he had evaded twice. An exchange of attacks began. The opponent waved his hand. Looking ahead, the chief thought about what he had missed, adding that it could not be. A blow to the torso appeared. The enemy's mouth drooled as he thought about how this was a completely different level, adding that it wasn't like what had happened before. The enemy fell to the ground. Pointing with his finger, the man said that he would not give up, asking what he thought he would leave alone after this. Knitting his eyebrows, the main character said that he could take a risk if he wanted, adding that in this case he would destroy the entire pandemonium. Sitting on the ground, the man asked that he was going to fight them alone. Without showing his eyes, the protagonist told him to take a closer look. The guy clenched his hands into fists. Hopelessness appeared on people's faces. The young man began to use the technique. Looking ahead, the man thought about what he didn't think, adding that this superpower is so unattainable that no one has succumbed to it. Closing his eyes, the master was ready to use the divine art of Hercules of the first form. A foot appeared surrounded by blue light. The villain was hit by a falling dragon. Mingjong approached her squad and demanded to report on the situation. One of the hunters gloomily reported that everything was already over. It was easier to see for yourself than to explain. When they arrived, the crowd of people was already unconscious. The commander quickly walked forward when she was told that some of them had already woken up, and when asked what they should do, she demanded to first find out who they were. With a gloomy look, the woman ordered to identify even those who are unconscious, as soon as they come to their senses, murders, violence, beatings, to check everyone for these crimes. Suddenly they already have a criminal record, and if they do, then to kill. The huntress turned to Sua and asked for her help. At one of the victims, Mingjong stopped. Jiguan, one of the leaders of Pandemonium, lay unconscious. The commander frowned when she realized that even if all the guardsmen of the 4th squad had rushed at him at once, it was unlikely that they would have been able to win. Even she would not have succeeded. She looked to the side and wondered who was able to do this. At this moment, Shiva winced, sticking a needle into his forearm. With the help of the needles, he activated the divine healing skill. The young man sighed, raised his head, wondering aloud when everything would pass. The protagonist chuckled and thought that he had some skills that could not be used on humans, so he did not use all his strength in the dungeon of Fenrir, and concluded aloud that if he did, then everything could end sadly. The fighter raised his hand, glad that he would be able to control Hercules' magic. He looked at the screen of his smartphone, continuing to think that this fight was not only a battle of magic. His other stats had also increased significantly, but there was still a lot of work to be done. Remembering that scoundrel, the hunter admitted that he was very strong. The daughter was not even close to him. The guy smirked, and thought that at any moment he could again find himself in the middle of a war between the guards and criminals. Shiva narrowed his eyes, and decided that he would not leave everything like this, because they risked touching Soa. At first, the protagonist thought that someone told them to deal with him himself, and they grabbed his sister to lure him in, but the cat confused their cards. The young man stretched, and admitted aloud that now he would have to be on his guard forever, asking himself what to do. Juan asked his assistant who had wounded Jiguan. He called the name of the main character. The man gritted his teeth and clarified how a D-class hunter could have attacked one of the leaders. The secretary lowered his gaze, expressing uncertainty. The leader put pressure on the speaker, and was indignant that he was given unverified information, and in response he heard that there was an inspection bureau. The scoundrel eased the pressure to hear more. The assistant got to his feet, and said that the scene was immediately cordoned off by bureau employees. There were survivors, but for some reason they went crazy. The leader arched an eyebrow and clarified why the guy had done so, and heard that the victim had received an order before. The guy straightened up and added that the target of the order was Shiva, and the incident occurred during the execution and he was not caught. The scoundrel grimaced, and thought that since he did not know the contents of the order, it could be an accident. The man clasped his fingers in a lock and mentally assumed that the inspection bureau could be behind everything, if you remember that, Commander. Juwon leaned forward as the assistant added that even those who had gone mad trembled with horror when they heard the name of the attacker. The leader tapped his finger on the table, trying to understand why the protagonist had the status of a D-class hunter. He kept tapping his finger, thinking that this guy was in trouble for Pandemonium and the entire underworld, but there must have been a way to take advantage of the situation. With a mad smile, the leader said that the enemy should send a warning. The man pointed his finger at the assistant, and ordered him to find this young man. With a gloomy look, Juwon thought that they would have killed him right away before, but the involvement of the inspection bureau didn't look too good even if Mingyun couldn't get to them, so he asked how far the bureau had progressed in the investigation. The leader's eyes widened as it sounded that the chief inspector was ready for battle. Jeepil brushed the papers off the table and shouted at the squad leader that she had gone mad to make a massacre. The leader was seething with anger, indignant that his subordinate ignored his order and killed dozens of people. The girl lowered her gaze and, asking for forgiveness, reminded that all the murdered were recidivist criminals. The man pointed his finger at the commander and shouted that she should not dare to object, because all the victims were incapacitated, so her people did not defend themselves, but committed murder. The huntress lowered her head, again begging for forgiveness, and with her they demanded that she hand over her uniform. One of the squad members shouted that their commander was just doing her job. Jinpo pointed to him and told him to keep quiet, if only out of respect, because he was their boss, and he had the right to criticize the inspector's work, so he waited for the uniform. Mingjong was ready to do it, but her guys wouldn't stop talking. The commander made a gesture with her hand when another guardsman said that it was unfair, because the leader was simply afraid that everyone would find out about his loyalty to the criminals. The man jumped up from his seat and demanded to repeat. The girl immediately approached him and demanded that the boss leave her team behind, and she would turn in her uniform. Jinpil cleared his throat and agreed. But then another man entered the room and advised him to leave the best commander alone. Everyone turned around abruptly, and their faces reflected surprise. Xiangji, when asked what he was doing here, replied that he could not help but come, since his fighters encountered Pandemonium. The director's gaze turned to the manager with a threat, and he wondered if he really thought that he did not know about the level of danger. Jinpil was horrified when the general suggested that he was covering up for criminals and called it a misunderstanding, but several guardsmen had already entered the office, and the head said that the investigation would find out. After that, he looked at Mingjong with a smile and clarified her status. Xiangji smiled wider and offered to talk in private. Already in the office, the man clarified whether that order really came from her. The commander pursed her lips, remembering that this man had cut off the air to many criminal organizations in Korea, and the very fact of his existence frightened everyone who was outlawed, and he was also the son of Sung Pying, one of the saviors of mankind. Still with the same smile, the general turned to the huntress and clarified whether the killings were really necessary. The girl looked away, and muttered that when the demon world invaded this one, the awakened became the hope of humanity. Sung Jae walked towards the window, continuing that the more stable the world became, the more everyone thought about money. But his father said that it was normal. He said that he had been fighting for years because he wanted ordinary peace more than anyone else. However, there were also those who used power like pandemonium. His father was very upset by this. But you can't be like scoundrels. If they also start to solve everything by force, then there will be no difference between them. The man sat down opposite the commander and quoted his father that justice was always obvious. But he thought otherwise. The inspector continued to smile, adding that there is, of course, a certain boundary, but if you work in the mud, it is impossible to stay clean. So he believed that in the process of liquidating the criminal group, a forced murder occurred. Mingjong lowered her head and agreed to this. She looked at the principal, and when she admitted that she hadn't done it, she admitted that she had checked all the security cameras in the area, but she couldn't figure out who it was. Seongji arched an eyebrow when he heard that the remaining conscious people had gone crazy. The girl frowned, continuing to say that they couldn't tell anything because they were terrified, but some of them repeated the name of one hunter. The inspector leaned forward and assumed that he was talking about an S-class hunter, but the commander retorted that they were talking about a D-class hunter. Soa left the room to see her brother feeding Fenrir, and wondered he woke up so early. Shiva looked at his sister tensely, and mentally expressed confidence that she suspected something. He had managed to fix the doorknob well. The divine metallurgy could be used for repairs without restrictions, and in any case, you had to be ready, because anything could happen. At this point, the young man froze when the idea of building a new house came to him. If you build a new house with the help of a divine skill, then he will be protected from any attacks, and his sister will be safe. While Soa was petting the cat, the protagonist pondered the question of where to build a house, as she still needed treatment, so they couldn't leave Seoul. The fighter's gaze was dumbfounded when he remembered that he had more than 10 billion, which meant that they could buy the house they lived in now. The hunter told his sister that he would leave for a while, but at the exit, the road was blocked for him. The inspector clarified with a smile whether the guy in front of him was Shiva. The protagonist froze, remembering that he had seen this man on the news. Seongji was smiling a little irritably. Sweat ran down the young man's face as he decided that the bureau director was here because of yesterday's events. The soldier gritted his teeth, thinking that he should have seen the bureau know that this would not go unnoticed, but he lost control of himself, fearing for his sister. The hunter looked at the inspector's smile, wondering why he had come in person, and so quickly, but immediately reminded himself that this was just a guess, and there was no need to jump to conclusions. The guy frowned and admitted that he was Shiva, and he was asked if he had done business in the underworld yesterday. The director hovered over the protagonist, saying that he had done such things to people, and now he was living as if nothing had happened. The young man stared at Seongji in horror, realizing that he simply could not defeat him, and he had to run. The fighter clenched his fist, reminding himself of Soa. He couldn't throw her. But suddenly, the man put his hand on his shoulder and offered to become a guardsman. The hunter's gaze expressed bewilderment. Soon, the guy was already sitting at the bus stop and mentally thinking about this offer from the point of view of earning a civil servant. Shiva smiled nervously, and although he admitted that he would not refuse such a salary, he muttered that he did not believe it. The question remained why the inspector left before the protagonist had time to answer, as if he did not hope for consent, and most likely came to the attention of yesterday's investigation. The young man pursed his lips, thinking that this was his business. The soldier sat down at the table opposite the owner of the house, and explained that he wanted to talk about the house in which he now lived. The woman looked at the hunter in surprise when he asked if she wanted to sell him. The guy smiled when the hostess urged him not to worry, because while he lived there, she was not going to sell him, and housing prices were not profitable now. She began to explain the reason in confusion, and then added that she would not sell the house until she had children. The woman's gaze expressed surprise when Shivu explained that he would like to redeem him himself, and she did not believe that he could afford it. The protagonist smiled and reminded him that he was one of the awakened, so he was doing well, he had money and he wanted to buy a house. The hostess clapped her hands and said that it was wonderful, but expressed doubts about life in the old house. The young man looked away and admitted that he had become very attached to him, and he was told that they would give him the house for only 150 million. The woman laughed when the fighter noticed that this was too little, and explained that she knew how difficult it was for him, and even if she had put it up for sale, she would not have made any more money. But the hunter resolutely refused. He looked warmly at the benefactor, and admitted that without her, he and his sister would have died on the street, so he would buy him for 1 billion. The hostess was shocked by this. Already on the bus, the guy looked at his smartphone, and thought that building a house was more difficult than he thought. Shivu gritted his teeth, realizing how many papers he needed, and to get permission, he would have to walk and get documents for several months. The protagonist sighed when he remembered that he could not even upload the video to YouTube, and he had already been lost in the comments. The young man's hands trembled as he remembered that he still needed to prepare for his swordsmanship lesson with Karen. His face stretched with horror when he saw the cost of subscribing to the Samban channel, and if he deducted the amount for the house, he would be left with 6.5 billion, and only subscriptions cost more than 3 per month. The fighter rolled his eyes, muttering about his money. It was clear that he would have to go and ask for it himself. The swordswoman entered the living room, and asked the hunter how long he had been waiting. The guy smiled guiltily, and thought that she was getting prettier every day, and she asked how much the training would cost. Shiva clasped his fingers in a lock, and said that it was about 2 lessons a week. And looking away, he asked if her cost of 10 billion a month would suit her, but the girl agreed. The protagonist's face expressed shock. He did not understand if 10 billion was really a trifle for the SH group. The young man hid his face in his hands, wondering if he should have shut up his conscience and asked for more, but then Shireen said that was about the amount she was counting on. The huntress averted her eyes to the side, and explained that her grandfather would not allow her to spend more, especially since it was about a monthly payment. The fighter laughed as he announced that they had agreed, and concluded to himself that 120 billion was a lot of money even for SH. The girl looked at the hunter in surprise when he said that she had a question. The guy rubbed his fingers in embarrassment, and said that he was going to build a new house and found out that administratively it was much more difficult than he thought. The swordswoman thought for a moment. Shiva's face showed confusion when she promised to find out, and he was surprised that she understood everything too quickly. The protagonist looked indignantly at the phone screen, trying to understand what kind of weapon it was that could only be used once. The material was nightmarish. Paldwan stared at the blade in shock, surprised that the young man had been training all this time, and he noticed that he was not disturbed either. The soldier wondered what was left to do if all the paperwork related to the house was taken over by his future student. At that moment, Soyeon came up, greeting everyone, and when asked why, she said that she was just passing by and remembered her old friend. When he saw the hunter, the girl smiled and asked how he was doing. He looked away and admitted that there were a lot of things, but his friend wanted to know the details. Soyeon looked at her friend suspiciously when he lied that there was nothing interesting. The girl raised her finger up and reminded him that if his help was needed, he could turn to her at any time. To the entrepreneur's embarrassment, Shiva leaned closer to her and asked if he could ask for a favor. The protagonist scratched his head and asked for help with building materials. Soyeon scratched her chin and replied that it was not difficult, but she wondered why, and the young man replied that it was for the construction of a house. The awakened woman thought for a moment, and then asked if her friend really wanted to build a house. He smiled embarrassedly, and remembered that the girl had a well-developed crafting skill. The entrepreneur scratched her temple embarrassedly, trying to collect her thoughts, and she was handed a list of the necessary materials. Soyeon stared at the list, and noticed that these materials were not for construction. The girl tensed when she realized something. The girl indignantly asked if Shivu had decided to build a house from the remains of monsters, and he agreed that this was exactly the house he was going to build. Seongji was drinking on a bench, and asked the leader who came up what had happened. Minpak said that the leader of the enemy did nothing, and he himself realized who was behind it, and they clearly tried to hide what happened. The inspector drank from the can and called it a disgrace. With a smirk, the man asked why the subordinate looked like that, because people were predictable, or it was because he drank alone, and offered to try, but the interlocutor asked why he did nothing to him. Minpak clarified that he was talking about the protagonist, and the director explained that it was all because of Mingjong. Song Jae smiled broadly and explained that the commander had said that nothing was as it seemed, and that guy was much more human than the others, and then asked how long his employee had been working in the bureau. The director lowered his head, and when he heard that it had taken 7 years, he told him that he had woken up at 11, trained with his father for 8 more, and then he told him to go see the world, and he wandered for another 5 years, then joined the bureau and worked there for 20 years. The old man looked at his palm, continuing to say that he had caught many criminals. Many tried to kill him, but he killed them himself, otherwise there could be many more victims. The inspector frowned, and admitted that he was tired of being human. People were much worse than monsters, and he felt in his gut that this guy was not a criminal. Minpak looked thoughtful when the boss added that he didn't trust people at all. You had to be vigilant when talking to them. Seongji lowered his head and admitted that everyone looked like a potential criminal in his eyes, but there were still people who continued to believe in him. The leader arched an eyebrow and, when the old man asked who these people were, replied that he was not sure, and heard in response that they were those who needed to feed their families. The inspector folded his hands in his lap and added that it was not easy and that sacrifices had to be made, which is why all the parents were admirable, but Shiva had something else. The director rose to his feet, explaining that the young man needed to save his own sister. Minpak looked intensely at his boss, and noted that engaging in such activities and lying about his level was suspicious for the fact that he had almost destroyed the underworld single-handedly, and his interlocutor suggested that it was a matter of an unfair assessment. The man's eyebrows curled up, and he clarified what Sunjae meant, and he recalled that people called them butchers, when they weren't. The old man threw the jar into the trash can, and reminded that the sword blades of the guards should be aimed at criminals, and he liked a society where people lived in peace. The inspector walked away, saying that this was the kind of world his father had defended, and when he asked his subordinate where he was going, he replied that he was going to the office of the SH group. The supervisor stared at his boss in shock. The director smirked, and recalled his words about the sword. Shiva said with a smile that he wanted to build a house himself. Paldwan looked at his friend in surprise, and asked if he was confident in his skills, but the friend, admitting that he had never done such a thing before, expressed confidence. Soyeon looked at the list with doubt, and when asked if it would be difficult to find the materials, she replied that she would try to find them, although everything rested on the financial issue. The girl listed dragon scales, or from the golem, and the armor of the Death Knight, because these were all not ordinary monsters. All the materials that the protagonist indicated could only be obtained from monsters above rank B. The awakened swiped her finger over the list, and added that these materials are constantly needed by all hunters, and they do not sell them, so it was almost impossible to get them. The fighter looked away, acknowledging that the businesswoman was right, but she objected that her words only meant that they would simply cost more. Soyeon looked at the phone screen and warned that her friend should count on 3 billion won. The hunter's face twisted in horror, though it wasn't a problem because Chiron had paid for her tuition. The guy rubbed his chin with his fingers, thinking that it was possible to reduce the level of materials, but the house had to be safe for Soa, so there was no way to save money. Shiva looked hopefully at his friend, and asked if she would be able to get the materials, and she promised to do her best. The protagonist clenched his chin, reminding himself that the main problem was that the things he needed were not on sale. At this point, he raised his eyebrows, deciding that he would have to farm himself. The young man immediately smiled nervously when he remembered that her hunter level was still not high enough, and it was simply impossible to get permission to hunt such monsters. The fighter clenched his fist and decided that it was time to increase his rank, and there were two main ways to do so. The first was to improve skills and gain recognition. The second required retaking the exam, and at first the first method was the only one. Then the awakening happened, and the second method appeared, and the exam was a kind of confirmation of awakening. The awakened were divided into two types, those who had awakened special abilities and those who strengthened existing ones. The hunter clenched his phone, remembering that the reason for waking up had not yet been discovered. Those who had woken up early had their rank raised by a second exam, which meant that it could be postponed. The guy looked at the screen to test his abilities now. With a smile, Shivu evaluated the list of his divine skills, and decided that there was no time to lose. The protagonist said goodbye to his friends and left. Mina walked into the room, and Karen asked what the apocalypse was, and she retorted that it was her arrival. The woman smiled at her niece, noticing that she had a hard time. The director smiled and admitted that thanks to the girl, the company gained stability, but she objected that she was only doing her job, and the company became stable thanks to her director. Mina took the cup in her hands and said that the interlocutor had not changed, and she wondered how long the future director was going to do nonsense. Charon lowered her head and said that she had come today not to her boss, but to her aunt. The woman grinned, surprised at such an answer, and thought to herself that her niece had been such a sweet child as a child. And her brother left her like that, because for the Chable family, common blood meant competition when the girl's parents passed away. It has come under pressure from all sides. The director looked at the guest sympathetically, mentally adding that in such conditions, it was impossible not to change. She herself would not have been able to survive if not for her father and brother. Anne put down the cup and thought that she couldn't help the swordswoman much when she was little, but now it was different, and asked aloud about the reasons for her visit. The girl looked at Ming seriously, and stated that she wanted to build a house and take advantage of SH's influence. The director raised her eyebrows and asked if her niece wanted to build a villa, but she objected that it was an ordinary house. The woman was frightened, and decided that her guest did not like the house in which she lived now, so she could not stand aside. The aunt laughed nervously and promised to inform the president of their construction department that if they didn't involve subcontractors, then everything could be done quickly. The swordswoman arched an eyebrow and explained that the house was not for her, but wanted permission from the company. A dumbfounded Mina almost choked on her coffee. At this time, Shiva was sitting in the waiting room for the re-examination at the Soul Hunter Control Bureau, observing the people. The protagonist thought intensely that the confidence of the examinees was so high that everyone denied the possibility of getting a low grade. The young man grimaced, remembering that he was like that too. After waking up from the magical explosion in the dungeon, he thought that at least an A-class ability had awakened in him as well, and even looked forward to the results of the test. But the result disappointed him. The fighter turned out to be an ordinary person who did not even reach the F class. The hunter grinned smugly and decided that everything was different now. The guy turned when he was finally called. Going inside, he saw a scanner for re-examination, which confirmed the person's awakening. Shiva stood up where he was told and announced the start of the scan. The protagonist clenched his fists to keep from moving, as he had been asked, reminding himself of the amount of his skills. The young man closed his eyes, continuing to think that the whole world would soon change, and it was in vain that he did not dare to revise it for so long, but he was not up to it. The fighter clenched his fists tighter, thinking that the fight against Pandemonium had given him confidence, that he would be able to defend himself, that he had the strength, that he did not want to give up or obey anyone. As the scientists grabbed their tablets in surprise, the hunter was sure that there was no longer any reason to hide. With a confident smile, the guy decided that for the first time in the world, an awakened triple S class was recorded. But when he saw the results himself, he was confused. Shiva looked at the monitor, and saw the same inscription on the screen as at the very beginning. The protagonist's face expressed incomprehension, and he could not understand anything, as well as the people who conducted the test. The young man shouted in horror that this was some kind of mistake, but he was thrown out, ignoring the demands to conduct the test again. Soon the soldier was already sitting on the bench, his head bowed, not understanding why nothing had changed. The hunter's gaze expressed confusion. He couldn't believe that the test was unable to identify divine power. He speculated that the highest rank that existed now was S, but his scores were even lower than F. But then the test would show that he couldn't determine the result. The guy remembered that Hercules had said that he was an empty place, and apparently without personal abilities, the results of the test did not change. Shiva looked at the phone screen and decided that there was a point, although he was not sure. The protagonist flipped through the list, noting that the level of proficiency and skills was far from 100%, because he had not yet fully mastered them, and was still learning. The young man sighed. He was at a loss for conjecture, having no idea about the abilities of the gods. How could they even be learned and used? The fighter looked up, and remembered that the hero had said that he was unique in his lack of abilities, which was why only he could know the powers of the gods. But the hunter was haunted by that blonde. Maybe he knew something about him, that's why he came. The guy remembered the stranger's words when he apologized for dragging him into this. Shiva pushed himself away from his seat, thinking that the stranger knew something. The protagonist looked gloomily at the screen, thinking that the retest was useless. Now he would have to increase the number of dungeon raids and increase the rank so much. Now his grade was D, and he needed at least A. The young man's face expressed irritation when he remembered that he had not uploaded anything to the YouTube for a long time. But then the fighter smirked when he came up with an amazing video that was suitable for such a situation. Seonji smiled when his appearance did not go unnoticed. The inspector laughed, and noted that even with a sudden visit, the hospitality was up to the mark. Gwankuk held out his hand to the guest, inviting him to sit down. The old man sat down, and when asked about the reasons for the visit, he asked if the SH Group was not a pillar for the Korean economy, and admitted that he had always wanted to meet with its director. The man smiled and noticed that he was looking at the Inspector General, who ensured security throughout Korea, but he objected that running a company meant being able to direct his efforts in the right direction. With a smile, the awakened man added that not only business acumen was important for pleasing investors, but also the ability to sell. Then he grinned wider, continuing that he could not forget about his family, because sometimes he had to plunge a knife into the back of a loved one. The inspector immediately added that, despite his position, he had no intention of meddling in other people's family affairs, and he didn't care if the company was tracking Chiron or not. Gwanguk's face darkened when he heard the protagonist's name. The man stared at Sanji, knowing that he was aware that they were trying to force the heiress out of the company because that guy had helped her in the raid, and he was afraid that the bureau had conducted an investigation with the help of Pandemonium. The director's hands trembled when he decided that if the group contacted him again, the inspector would not stop at warnings. He was rude and arrogant, but he had nothing to say in response. One of the 13 heroes who saved humanity, Sun Pyong, although SH could influence politicians and influence the inspection bureau, this old man could not be touched under any circumstances. Gwankuk gritted his teeth, trying to understand why the bureau chief was defending that guy until the visitor concluded that the name was indeed familiar, but he wasn't going to ask where it came from. Seonji hovered over the man, and demanded to stop the squabbles, both family and others. Daku folded her hands in a prayer gesture, admitting that there was no money this month and begged her boss not to fire her. Shiva stared at his subordinate in puzzlement, and asked to clarify the reason. The protagonist raised eyebrows when the girl explained that they would not be paid until the number of subscribers increased, and when he tried to realize this, she assumed that he planned to close the channel. The young man looked at her in confusion, and asked why she decided so, but he immediately opened his mouth when he remembered that he rarely uploads videos now. Ranker looked guiltily at the editor, realizing that she did not receive a salary, and she replied that the conditions were still not bad, and the boss was good, she just did not work that month. The hunter laughed nervously, reminding that from the very beginning he promised a basic salary, but he was not going to leave the YouTube. On the contrary, he met with Daku to talk about new content. The employee joined her fingers and asked to continue working with her. The guy looked at the phone with a smile, and reminded me that today was payday, and he had already sent it, so let him buy something for his younger ones. The girl lowered her head when the boss said that when he was little, he was very happy when his father brought a delicious chicken from work, and she was the parent for his younger ones. The embarrassed editor suddenly asked to address her simply by her first name. Shivu stared at her in surprise as she repeated her request. Daku panicked as her older boss sat in front of her. The protagonist laughed, and aloud, but added that then she could call him Big Brother. The young man scratched his cheek in embarrassment when he heard the employee's embarrassed agreement, but then the girl raised her head to find out what new content the ranker was talking about. A couple of days later, the Soul Hunters Bureau called the next one to the window. The girl looked up and recognized the guy who had approached. He smiled as the employee remembered his name. With a polite smile, the operator clarified what business he had come for, and in response, he heard about checking the evaluation standards. She clarified if there was a hunter's license, and noticed that there was a D rank. Shivu calmly waited while the girl assumed that this was his limit, because he had no individual ability. The operator checked the data and said that based on the general criteria, in order to level up, the protagonist needs to make 200 raids into the dungeons of level D, then he will be able to move to the next rank. Since he usually raided about 3 times a week, it will take a little more than a year. The staff member looked at the hunter with a smile, and added that once he had passed 200 dungeons, he would be able to request a review of his rank, and he would be sent access to the C-class dungeon for verification, and he had no questions. With a smile, the guy clarified how many dungeons he had already completed, and the girl replied that he had made 16 raids, and he had 184 left. A staff member offered to make room for him if he was going on a raid today, and Shivu agreed. The operator immediately clicked the keyboard when asked which dungeon he preferred, replied that the one closest to him would suit him, and she found a suitable one 5 minutes from the office. She looked at the protagonist a little guiltily, since the named place was D+ class and there was a difference between them. The young man got up as soon as he was explained the way and thanked him, and the secretary wished him a successful hunt. She was about to call the next one when the same hunter appeared in front of her. Ranker was smiling confidently, and the cameraman didn't understand why he was here again. With horror, the employee decided that he had returned, because the dungeon seemed too difficult for him. And her face expressed shock when the guy suddenly said that it was so uncomfortable for him to go back and forth, and it was possible to combine all the raids into one. Daka curiously asked what kind of new content Shiva was referring to, and he, pointing a thumbs up, said that he was going to become an A-level hunter in 1 month. The girl stared at him dumbfounded, not believing her ears. But the protagonist had already pointed his finger at himself, and said that he would call it how to become a Class A hunter. An employee burst into the branch of the inspection bureau, attracting the attention of his superiors. The leader looked at the guy accusingly, and asked why he was shouting, and if there was a new rift in the dungeon, but he reported a mass raid by the same hunter who was now passing one dungeon after another. The man was confused and asked how many dungeons he had already passed, and heard that we were talking about 150 raids. The employee was breathing heavily, and when the boss called nonsense that a simple awakened person had gone through so much, assured that they had checked the results, and that they should report to the head office. At the moment when the next employee ran up to the supervisor from behind, he assumed that the protagonist was illegal, but heard that he had already requested a promotion to level C. The man with a dumbfounded look looked around, because he knew that to reach the level you need to go through 200 raids, but wasn't there 150 a minute ago, and offered to just write a message to the central office, but the subordinates demanded to call. Soon, at the Seoul branch, Minjun was holding a stack of documents in her hands when she was informed of the message. Confused, Yue said that one hunter had upgraded his level from C to D in just 3 days, and the management had asked for an investigation. The commander's eyes rounded as the subordinate called Shiva's name. The girl pressed her finger to her lips, wondering if that guy was trying to officially fix his rank, but retesting seemed to be an easier way. But since the level had been boosted by achievements, it was impossible for some reason. The inspector looked at Aaron, suggesting that the protagonist had become stronger illegally. The girl from the response team looked at her boss, and when asked if she had encountered an awakened who had gained power through dark magic, she replied in the affirmative. With a bored face, the employee began to give a lecture as possible, but the commander did not understand anything. Mingjong sighed tiredly and asked for a simpler explanation. The researcher raised her finger and explained that black magic was based on negative emotions and the so-called family of human passions, and the stronger they were, the stronger this magic was. But the soul burns out quickly, and the end of those who wanted power through the dark arts was preordained. They lost their human form and became monsters who only wanted to kill. The commander frowned and asked how they could be identified, but in response she heard that it could be understood at a glance. Erin shook her head, and added that you didn't even need to be awake to do this. Such people looked as creepy as possible. The inspector clasped her fingers, remembering that the director had recently met Shiva in person, and even asked to take care of him. With a smile, Mingjong asked to tell the leadership that they would sort everything out. The commander herself stared at the papers, thinking about this mysterious person. Shiva looked at the phone in confusion, not understanding why it turned out to be nothing but trash. He sighed, and thought that the reason was that he was trying to create tools that were definitely lower quality than weapons, but he hoped to get used to it. The protagonist examined the pipe, remembering that it was much worse initially, but it was still garbage. The young man put the piece of iron on the table, deciding that it was time for him to level up the hunter again. While Soyeon had not yet obtained the building materials, he needed to have time to raise his level enough to be able to build a house. At this point, the voice behind him caught the ranker's attention, just as he wondered if he could handle it. The girl he had just mentioned came into the room, stating that she thought she would find him there. The hunter turned to the awakened woman and asked how she was doing with his request, and she said that it was difficult for her to find such a number. She tried to find a way. She even asked her younger brother, but it was difficult. The guy was very surprised, because he had not heard before that his girlfriend had a younger brother. The entrepreneur gave a thumbs up and explained that his name was Liz Hong, and he had turned 20 this year. He was also awake, so he was now working as a hunter, and she asked him to help. As Soyeon rubbed her nose contentedly, Shivu remembered that he was talking about B-class monster parts and learned from her that her brother did indeed have the same rank. The protagonist opened his mouth in surprise when he heard that his friend's brother was already close to the A+ rank, and found it cool. The awakened waved her palm, acknowledging that it hadn't been long since Liz Hong had awakened, so she was still worried about him, but he had the ability to regenerate, so it was fine. When asked by a friend about this, the entrepreneur explained that this is something like the ability to respawn, somewhat reminiscent of the regeneration of trolls. Even if you cut off their limb, it can be restored. Soyeon showed the young man 2 fingers and asked him not to worry, because with the help of her brother, he would definitely get some materials. Palguan at that moment approached them, noticing the girl, and she said that she had returned from the world seminar on metallurgy, and wanted to know what was happening with the equipment. While the friends were talking, the ranker thought that Soyeon's efforts were not enough, which meant that he should try to get the materials himself, so he said goodbye and left. Daka shouted happily that she had finished. The girl lowered her head wearily, admitting that it was not easy to process 184 videos with a total duration of 22 hours. But she had already been resting last month. He looked at the monitor with a smile, thinking about how it took other hunters more than a year to advance from D to C. But it only took 3 days for her boss to advance, and it was incredible. Suddenly, she received 300 more videos from Shiva to edit. The editor stared at the monitor in shock, exclaiming that the protagonist had already moved to level B. Her face stretched as it dawned on her that she would have to do all the work again. But at the same moment, she saw a notification that 10 million won had been credited. Daku was in a real stupor when she read that this is an award for editing, and if the views are high, she will receive another bonus. The girl turned to her younger brother and sister sleeping next to her, deciding that she would definitely try for their sake. With a satisfied face, the ranker looked at the growing number of views, and praised out loud the skills of his subordinate. After all, they had gained 840,000 views in just one day. It turned out better than he thought. The hunter smiled nervously, admitting that it was not so easy to shoot videos himself. He had broken so many cameras. But he could not ask the girl to shoot as well, because she was an ordinary person. The guy shuddered after remarking aloud that he could hire someone awakened to take pictures. Soyeon bit her finger nervously, muttering that someone wasn't responding. The girl turned to Shiv, and when he asked him what had happened, she replied that she could not contact her brother. The entrepreneur's gaze was alarmed as she clarified that Liz Hong had entered the Dragon Turtle dungeon yesterday, and hadn't responded since. The protagonist frowned and asked if she had called the department, and in response he heard that he had been registered at the entrance. The awakened woman looked anxiously at the phone while her friend tried to console her that hunting was always unpredictable. With a smile, the young man assured Soyeon that her brother had just decided to have a drink with his squad to celebrate the passage, something that often happened in his 20s. The girl hugged herself, protesting that Liz Hong wasn't like that, but the ranker was sure that the lack of news was good news in itself, and nothing bad could happen to a person with the skill of regeneration. The hunter pointed his finger at the phone, adding that he would report it to the inspectorate just in case, and his friend thanked him. After that, she ran away, continuing to try to contact her brother. The guy followed her with his gaze, acknowledging that she had the right to worry, but all that remained was to wait. At this moment, Liz Hong came to his senses. The hunter found himself chained to a chair and could not understand what was happening. The young man was in a panic, but he was able to remember that he had hired a squad and attacked the dragon turtles to help his sister. They hunted, and then they called him for a drink. The boy's face stretched as he realized that he had been kidnapped. The guy raised his head when a man entered the basement and told him not to twitch, since even an S-class hunter couldn't break this chain. Liz Hong fearfully asked what the kidnapper was going to do, but the stranger brought his face closer to his, called the young man curious, and asked if he had heard of the illegal awakened. The psycho covered his face with his hands, and announced that it was all thanks to him. The stranger was furious, and demanded an answer as to why his test subjects did not recognize his efforts and died, although he only wanted to make them stronger. If you lose a lot of blood, you can die. If you cut off limbs, you can die of pain. The man grabbed the hunter by the face, and said that he was not like that. Yapka looked at the boy maniacally, said that the result would be different, he just had to be different. Chiron jumped up sharply. Sweat was dripping down the girl's face, while Shiva was talking about how Tai Chi is a skill that is based on the interaction of yin and yang, which in turn are diametrically different entities, like the earth and the sky. Looking down, the protagonist noticed that although they seemed to be opposites, they were actually interconnected and dependent on each other. And then he thought about the fact that he was first trying to create a new style of fencing and train her. Smiling broadly, the owner of the superpower decided that first he needed to understand what he could do himself, because he did not understand a word of what he was saying. Holding the sword in front of him, the young man muttered in his mind that his new goal was to learn Tai Chi-based swordsmanship. After all, it was a skill that would turn even an ordinary blow into an art, and besides, the ability of the awakened was a sword master. The lady lowered her jaw wearily as the master thought that it would help her create her own sword technique, but it could hardly be called a Tai Chi sword. Lifting his heel off the ground, the young man realized that no one could call himself a swordsman, so he thought that he would be able to develop swordsmanship at least to the S level, after which he asked the student to feel the interaction of yin and yang and try to transfer it to himself and the weapon. The blade of the granddaughter of the chairman of the SH group spun sharply in the air and fell, and Shiva noticed that this way he could easily repel the enemy's attack. Shifting her gaze to the side, Karen stated that it was very difficult, to which the mentor replied that she did not need to worry, because everything was fine. Happily raising his eyebrows, the main character thought that in fact, without the skill of discernment, he also understands little, but if she listens to his explanations, then she will succeed. Squeezing his eyes shut, the wielder of the superpower explained that he would repeat it over and over again until she could remember, so she didn't have to worry, to which she thanked him. Throwing his hand behind his head, the guy said that was all for today, when suddenly the hunter interrupted him and said that she thought she would solve the issue within a month. The protagonist parted his lips in bewilderment, and the interlocutor explained that she was talking about his request. Lowering his jaw, the master clarified whether she meant a building permit, after which he thanked her, to which she replied that there was nothing yet. The lady wiped her forehead with a rag, and the young man wondered if even Korean laws were not a decree for the SH group. With a satisfied grin, Shiva decided that within a month the building materials would be ready. Furrowing her brows angrily, Sua reported that they had received a report of Li Zhong's disappearance, to which the commander clarified how it had happened. Holding out a piece of paper forward, the assistant advised her to read it first, after which she added that these were the names of those who were in the same squad with this guy in that raid. Looking at the document, Mingzhong was surprised that they were illegal awakened. Lowering her chin, the guardsman noticed that to be more precise, they were hunters who were suspected of assisting the illegal awakened, but Liz Hong was not one of them. Looking at the interlocutor, the head of the squad asked if they had deliberately lured him, and if there was a reason, when suddenly the secretary suggested that apparently it was his ability. The lady furrowed her brows menacingly as she revealed that his skill was super regeneration, and it was said that even if his limb was cut off, he would still be able to restore it. With her hands pressed to her body, Sua muttered uncertainly that he might have been kidnapped for human experimentation. A view of the rocky wall opened up, and someone was heard saying that she did not answer. Sitting on a rock, the protagonist did not know if he was busy, although he wanted to talk to him about the video content, after which he thought that he was so busy that he did not have time to contact him. Holding the phone in his hand, Shivu remembered the disgruntled Hercules and reflected on the fact that he had even ignored a few important calls, but hoped that he was not upset. Pressing his hand to his legs, the main character decided that when he called back, he would first talk to him about the content. Suddenly, shards of rock flew up in front of his face. The eyes of the B-rank volcanic golem parts were filled with lava. Gritting his teeth tightly, the owner of the superpower thought that Taichi Sanfin is a power that is diametrically different from the superpower Hercules. The guy clenched his hands tightly into a fist and muttered in his mind that there are 3 important elements in martial arts, namely heart or soul, energy or mana, and body or physics. Confucius appeared, and it turned out that the politeness of his mind corresponds to the heart. The big man held his wrist with his fingers, and it was clear that the mighty power matched him. Closing his eyes, the protagonist realized that the energy corresponds to the power of Tai Chi. Suddenly, streams of magic enveloped his palm. At the same moment, the master put his hand out in front of him. The shockwave struck down the volcanic golems that flew into the sky. Closing his eyes, the young man thought about how the awakened use the power of mana, which is drawn from nature and is the life force that is in every living being. Energy flows swept through Shiva's body, and he realized that in order to use it, such a process as purification is necessary, and the effectiveness of using mana strongly depends on how the cleansing process goes. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist decided that without going through the purification, mana does not accumulate. A moment later, a bright beam of light rushed through the forest. Gritting his teeth tightly, the possessor of super strength cried out loudly. The guy resolutely turned his gaze up. Yellow spheres lay on the ground around him. Spreading his hands to the sides, the protagonist was surprised that there were so many of them, when suddenly the system reported that the knowledge of Tai Chi had increased slightly, as well as the gentleman's heart, humanity, righteousness, and wisdom. Smiling broadly, the master remembered that Hercules had told him that it would help, after which he exclaimed that it was not bad. Looking at the trembling palm, the young man thought that the recall was also strong, so if he wanted to combine it with supernatural power, then in his current state, he could only dream of it. In his madness, Shiva bulged his pupils and remarked that Tai Chi had never been a power that a human could not use, so he was lucky. A drop of sweat ran down the protagonist's cheek, and then he realized that he never thought that Watto's medicines would be useful to him, and according to legend, then by mastering divine powers, you can be reborn as a god. A butterfly was sitting on a flaming cocoon, and it turned out to be a metamorphosis of the body. Piercing the skin on his arm with the needles, the owner of the superpower thought that so far he was able to use this power only partially, but thanks to it, he would be able to regulate the power of Tai Chi. Green magic particles flew around his head, and he realized that he had only signed up for it to cure Soa, but this channel turned out to be more useful than he thought, after which he stated that it was much better. Smiling broadly, the protagonist noticed that his skill had increased to 30%, and then thought about the fact that his sister could already be in college now, when he suddenly wondered if she could be completely cured. Suddenly, the master shifted his gaze to the side. The camera lay on the ground and sparkled, and the young man realized that he needed to find someone to shoot the video, but he did not understand why it was impossible to make a camera with the help of divine metallurgy. There was a view of a residential building under the night sky, and the hunter calculated that he had made 15 raids into the B-class dungeons today. Lowering the corners of his lips, Shiva thought that it would take 500 raids to reach level A, but at this rate, it would take longer than he thought, because the dungeons of level B require monotonous passage, so it will not be easy to speed up. The moon was shining brightly in the sky, and then the owner of the superpower decided that by the end of the month he would be able to cope, because he was already moving quite quickly thanks to Fenrir. Grabbing the package in his hand, the guy said in his mind that he had bought some beef, that he should thank him, although 700,000 was still too much. With his jaw dropping tiredly, the protagonist realized that his daily ration alone costs 2 million, which is 60 million per month. But this is not the price for a GodTube membership. Standing in front of the entrance, the master wondered if it was true that these costs for a pet were not necessary. The door to the house began to open slowly, when suddenly the sister and the animal exclaimed joyfully. The young man inquired about Soa's well-being, to which she wrapped both arms around Fenrir and said that everything was fine, and then added that moreover, a guest had come to see him. Raising his eyebrows in bewilderment, Shivu did not understand who this guest was, and why he had come so late. Looking out from behind the refrigerator, the main character was interested in who he was. Turning her head back, Mingjong stated that she had been waiting for him, which he was very surprised at. Suddenly, pieces of meat seemed to fly into the wide mouth of the magical beast. The pupils of the commander of the guardsmen squad sharply decreased in size from fright. Sneering slyly, the owner of the superpower muttered in his thoughts that it was funny, because it seemed to him that she had no emotions at all, and here was such an expression on her face. The girl abruptly moved her torso to the side when the guy clarified why she had come here, and did not understand whether she was surprised. Raising her hand to her mouth, the lady apologized for coming so late. Furrowing her brows angrily, the guardsman explained that the fact was that she had some news about Lizong. The younger sister abruptly shifted her gaze to her elder brother's chin. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist noted that apparently this news is unlikely to be good. Looking down, the young man invited the guest to come out and talk. Lowering his jaw in alarm, Shivu asked if the interlocutor wanted to tell him that he had been kidnapped for the sake of experiments. Mingyun assumed that this was the most likely option, when suddenly the protagonist looked at the floor and thought that he used to be just awakened without a special ability, so he tried to awaken it with the help of experiments. It seemed like the guy was holding on to the toilet with both hands, and now he is talking about how each such experience ended in pain and shame. But all home experiments are like this. Lowering the corners of his lips, the owner of the superpower thought that if these were criminal experiments on people, then even if the subject had super regeneration, he could simply go crazy, so he needed to find him as soon as possible. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist decided to ask why she had come to him. Furrowing her brows angrily, the girl replied that it was because of pandemonium. CCTV cameras were attached to the lamppost, and at the same time, the commander of the guardsmen squad said that the criminals use a so-called mind suppression device, which removes even those traces that were recorded by surveillance cameras. Lowering her chin, the lady noticed that it had been used by pandemonium as well, and then added that it could deceive even an S-class hunter, so the inspection bureau didn't know where pandemonium was hiding. Frowning menacingly, the captain said that not so long ago, this organization and the entire criminal world in Seoul were sincerely grateful for one incident. The young man closed his lips in confusion when the interlocutor noticed that it was sudden and thanks to someone unknown. Lowering her chin, Mingjong said that there is a so-called golden time in the cases of missing people, and if it is a kidnapping, then once the golden time is over, then the chances of finding a person alive almost disappear. Looking ahead, Shivu remembered the silhouette of Son, while the head of the guard squad noticed that the families of the missing did not know about it, because they were waiting until the end and hoping that the person would return someday. Bending her body forward, the girl said that she was the head of the detachment, and said that she was now ashamed, and her pride was hurt. With her pupils bulging in alarm, the protagonist noticed that she was trying hard, although in fact Liz Hong was no one to her, and then suggested that it might be because of her insight, because this is how he feels her emotions. Tightly clenching his hands into a fist, the owner of the superpower realized that she was ashamed, because she had even stepped over her pride, and he felt sorry for her. Besides, she was just asking for a human being. Lowering his jaw, the guy was silent. Looking sideways, the protagonist asked if the lady could stay with Soa at home until he returned. The beast wagged its tail, and its owner asked him to do him another favor. The pet began to sniff at the asphalt, while the master realized that judging by the information that Mingjong had given him, it all started in the Dragon Turtle Dungeon, where the last raid of the missing person had taken place, and it had taken place 3 days ago. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man thought about the fact that after the raid, the kidnapped man went out for a drink with the squad members, so the bar was the last place where he was seen, and then suggested that perhaps it was worth starting an investigation from there to find some kind of trace. Then it would be almost imperceptible. It was a memory in which Fenrir happily stuck his tongue out of his mouth, and his owner told him that the reason he had come here was because of his pet's scent, so if there was even the slightest smell left, he would be able to smell it, as he had done in the hospital. The beast began to toss its head from side to side, and the guy decided that he wasn't sure about it, but if he thought correctly, it was easier to find the trail here than in the bar, because there was more energy in the dungeon. Suddenly, the animal lifted its nose up. Turning back, Fenrir exclaimed loudly. Clenching his hands into fists, the protagonist decided to go forward. It seemed as if drops of blood were spreading on the concrete walls, and a loud scream was heard. The man's clothes were badly soiled, and the kidnapped man begged not to do this. Grinning maliciously, Yakpal exclaimed that he was actually the best option. Blood and drool were dripping from Li Zhong's mouth, and then he wondered how much longer he would endure this, and whether all this pain would ever end. Squinting his eyes from fatigue, the guy realized that he could not do it anymore, and would like to close his eyes and feel nothing, when suddenly the villain cried out that he could not die. Bulging his pupils in rage, the experimenter declared that if he died, his sister would replace him. Raising his trembling head up, the hunter began to think about his one and only sister, and then asked not to touch her. Lowering his jaw, the villain explained that if he died, he would have no choice, and then wondered if it was true that since they shared blood, then the ability should be similar. The young man's body was chained to a chair, and he muttered that his sister had no abilities. Smiling broadly, Pandemonium's member exclaimed that he couldn't know for sure until he saw it for himself, and began to laugh sharply. Clenching his teeth tightly in anger, the fighter thought that he had to hold on, because he could not be allowed to get to his sister. Suddenly Jacques Paul swung his weapon. A view of a shelf filled with strange objects opened up, while Liz Hong said in his mind that he didn't know how much time had passed. Lowering his eyelids slightly, the guy realized that he couldn't die like this. The blood-stained hunter's face was not visible in the shadows, but he thought that he had to, and even had to, protect his sister, because he could no longer endure it. At the same moment, pieces of stone wall shattered behind him. The savior clenched his hand tightly into a fist. Shiva looked down and called out to the kidnapped man, after which he added that his sister was very worried. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the protagonist remarked that he was in a very bad condition, and such wounds should not occur in a person with super regeneration. Examining the hunter strapped to the chair, the wielder of the superpower reflected on the fact that although his regeneration rate was higher than that of the trolls, the damage had clearly exceeded the permissible amount. Lowering his chin, the protagonist muttered in his mind that in such a state, the body was no longer important, and this person might have gone mad from pain. Tilting his head down, Liz Hong continued to talk quietly about his sister. Taking the needle out of the metal box, the master realized that not yet, and maybe he would be able to make it. Sticking a sharp iron object into the hunter's skin, Shiva asked him to be patient a little longer for his sister. Wounds and abrasions were visible on the face of the exhausted guy. Suddenly, the soldier began to open his eyes. The young man asked if his sister was okay, when suddenly the main character smiled broadly and noticed that he was already better. Getting out from under the rubble of stones, Jacques Paul did not understand who he was. Pointing his finger forward, the villain asked how he managed to get here. Tilting his head down, the experimenter muttered that this was his personal place. Grabbing his head with both hands, the Pandemonium member began to scream that this was only his personal space. Particles of magic dust abruptly fell to the floor. The possessor of superpower clenched his teeth tightly in disgust. At the same second, his pupils narrowed sharply. Looking at the floor, the young man noticed a bunch of different body parts, and then he assumed that there were other people besides Liz Hong. A drop of sweat was dripping down the protagonist's cheek, and he wondered if this man had done it all. Lowering his chin, the master asked why he was doing this. His mouth wide open in anger, Jacques Paul did not understand what he was talking about. The face and hands of the villain were stained with human blood. Spreading his arms to the sides, the experimenter clarified whether it was true that he was looking at an ordinary person. The young man tried to cover the kidnapped with his own body, and the interlocutor began to shout that he was not ordinary. Looking in the direction of the savior, the hunter asked him to run away as soon as possible. A view of the unusual substance opened up, while the member of Pandemonium remarked that it was also special, as they had amazing abilities. Smiling maliciously, the psychopath wondered if this was true, and then exclaimed that it was true. Jacques Paul suddenly turned into a monster made of human bodies and asked what kind of ability he had, and what kind of experiment they would conduct on him. The roots of the sprouts appeared underground, and it was said that the crossing of different species of plants was intended to produce one new species, and there was also one who was able to do it. The guy grabbed his head with both hands, and it turned out that a person who had the ability to interbreed hated himself for having such a weak ability. The young man's pupils noticeably narrowed, and he went crazy, and as a result, he did something he shouldn't have. The man in the white coat was sitting on a chair as he began to experiment, and crossed the awakened with each other, but it wasn't enough. The psychopath's eyes began to radiate a bright glow, and he began to conduct all kinds of experiments on himself. A huge monster made of an unusual substance was visible, which Jacques Paul had turned into, and asked what experiment they would conduct on Shiva. Gritting his teeth tightly in pain, Liz Hong asked him to run away. Unusual tentacles approached the body of the main character. Suddenly, the owner of the superpower parted his lips. Pulling his fist back, the guy said that it was very creepy. After the impact, a powerful wave of energy spread through the air. With his jaw lowered in fright, the hunter did not understand how it had happened. A hole appeared in the body of the sinister monster from the attack. Drops of unusual slime began to fall to the ground. A stream of blood erupted from the back of the undead. Furrowing his brows, the protagonist wondered if he was recovering, after which he thought that it could not be regeneration. The experimenter opened his jaws wide. The psychopath stuck his tongue out of his mouth and exclaimed that it would be a great experience. Towering over his opponent, the Pandemonium member clarified if it was true that he was incredibly strong, but was still just human. Spreading his arms to the sides, Jacques Paul declared that he was another, namely a creature that surpassed humans. Smiling broadly in madness, the experimenter declared that ordinary people would never be able to reach his level. A huge fist of the monster approached Shiva's head. Lowering his jaw, the kidnapped man shouted that he had to run away. Placing his hand on part of the monstrous body, the psychopath noticed that it was too late. At the same moment, the stone shards of the floor scattered in different directions. Shutting his eyes, the guy screamed loudly. With the help of one hand, the main character held back the attack of the enemy, who said that this was already ridiculous. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, Pandemonium's member asked if he had pushed him, and if his strength contained the skill of an ogre. Spreading his hands to the sides, Jacques Paul shouted that this could not be. The owner of super strength released a powerful stream of energy from the palm of his hand. The monster abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. The guy's body was enveloped in an unusual blue glow. Lowering his hand, the experimenter did not understand who he was. With the help of a huge magic fist, the protagonist chopped off the opponent's hand. Raising his head, Liz Hong asked if he had been injured. The master ran from side to side, delivering successive blows to the enemy. Drops of substance fell to the floor, and the undead muttered that it was impossible. A part of the body of a vile monster appeared, which did not understand how a person could do this, and how he could be so strong. The back of the young man was visible, and his opponent asked if he was born with this ability, after which he began to shout that he hated him, that he wanted to kill him. Shiva smirked and asked him to stop when the interlocutor talked about how strong guys are always like that. Lowering his jaw, the main character asked why he was doing this, and whether he wanted to become stronger. Holding out his tentacles in front of him, Yakpal cried out that he didn't know anything, because he had no ability, so he had to do so, and then asked if he knew how terrible he felt. Blood was dripping down the monster's teeth, and then he asked if he even knew what it was like to be weak, even though he was born strong, so he would never understand how miserable and slave life they lived. The owner of superpower pressed his lips tightly, while the experimenter said that children born with abilities from the very beginning had strength, and did not achieve it themselves, did not try. Heads popped out of the monster's body, and then he exclaimed that they only gained power because they were born with it, and then tell the others that they are very weak because they don't try. With its jaw wide open, the creature declared that it was very disgusting and even infuriating that everyone liked them. The eyes on the faces of the undead shone brightly. Streams of black magic crossed over the young man's head, and his opponent shouted that he would therefore kill them all. Shivu abruptly lifted his heel off the ground. Putting the back of his hand to his forehead, the main character admitted that he also thought so before. Sitting on the floor, the owner of the superpower was interested in what Hercules was thinking about when he performed the 12 labors. Smirking, the guy remembered the monsters that had figured in the 12 feats that had made this man a great hero, and didn't know if he was afraid. God lowered his jaw in confusion. Putting his fist to his chin, the servant said that he had tried to commit suicide at the time, and his interlocutor wondered if it was a joke. It seemed as if bloody people were lying on the floor, and at the same time one of the 13 heroes reported that in the grip of madness, he killed his own family. And because of the feeling of guilt, every day seemed like hell, so that he thought that it was no longer worth living. In the past, the muscular fighter held on to a noose of rope with both hands, and now he said that Theseus stopped him and asked if it was possible to atone for his guilt by committing suicide, after which he added that this was not a matter of grandiose aspirations and courage, and these feats were for the sake of redemption. Lifting a heavy mirror sphere above himself, Hercules said that it was difficult for him, and more than once he was threatened with death, because every day he thought that he would not be able to, and that now he could give up. God clarified whether a person believed him, to which he lifted his chin and thought that his interlocutor always easily went through trials and tribulations, so it seemed to him that this is an ideal that always wins. Raising his fist to his face, the muscular man remarked that the results were certainly important, but if asked if they were the main ones, he would answer in the negative. A notification appeared on the phone screen, while the servant said that it was important how exactly he managed to achieve such results. This is the most important thing. Grinning, Hercules noticed that people said that he managed to perform 12 labors, because that is his name, but he achieved such results because he was initially great. One of the 13 heroes took off the mask of the beast from his face and explained that no one is born great, because only trials immediately become like this. Stretching out his palm forward, God said that greatness and success are not so important, but there are different situations, after which he added that sometimes it is simply impossible to win because of the existence of circumstances that cannot be overcome. Pointing his finger at Shiva, the servant said that in order to achieve greatness, it is not necessary to overcome the impossible, but it is important to ask yourself why he wants to become great. Lowering his chin, Hercules said that there is only one reason, which can be stupid or childish, but you always need to remember it, because when you want to do something or achieve something, there will always be tens of thousands of reasons why it is impossible to do it. Smiling broadly, one of the 13 heroes explained that just one reason why he wanted to do it would help him achieve what he wanted, and then added that that was why he was here in front of him and talked about greatness. Frowning angrily, the main character thought that it is not innate strength that distinguishes the strong from the weak, and then said that his enemy should not pretend that he knows everything, because he just wants to justify himself to himself. Covering his face from the unusual bursts of energy, the owner of the superpower began to scream loudly. The guy parted his lips in confusion. In the traces of blows, the silhouettes of divine mentors could be seen, and the protagonist reflected on the mind of Confucius, Taichi Sanfen, and the power of Hercules. Closing his eyes, the master thought only of the harmony of strength, energy, and body. The young man surrounded himself and the kidnapped man with a magical protective sphere, and Yakpal began to scream loudly. The possessor of super strength furrowed his brows and spoke about the art of God. Holding out his fist in front of him, Shiva decided to use the second skill of the magic martial technique. The main character unleashed a heavenly crushing blow forward. After the attack, the monster's body shattered into black splashes. In the distance, a bright flash of light could be seen. The walls of the room were covered with stains. Lowering his jaw, Liz Hong wondered why the world had become so white. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, the owner of the superpower thought that he was in pain, and this was no longer a joke. Squeezing his eyes shut, the guy remembered Yakpal's speech and said in his mind that it was too strong a recall, because initially he did not intend to use this martial art, but he did not want this nonsense to continue, because it annoyed him very much. Examining the trembling palm, the guy did not understand what was happening, and then he realized that usually he would simply lose consciousness. The kidnapped man called out to the rescuer, to which he turned his head to the side and clarified whether he could move. Looking at the interlocutor in bewilderment, the hunter replied that it seemed to him that his body had recovered a little. Lowering his chin, the missing man noticed that he was chained. Looking down, Brother Son reported that it is said that even an S-class hunter cannot throw off these shackles by force. Suddenly, the protagonist tore the chains from his body while he was talking about how he would not succeed. Rubbing his palms together, the master clarified whether he could now move, to which he replied in confusion that he could. Leaning his torso forward, Lizhong asked for forgiveness and asked who he was. Grinning slyly, the young man decided that he quickly wanted to know, and then told that he was a friend of his sister. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the hunter was surprised by his words and asked if he was her boyfriend, to which he said that he was just a friend, and he did not need to lie. Raising his eyebrows with sadness, the guy asked if everything was all right with his relative, to which he received a negative answer. The kidnapped man lowered his jaw in confusion when the rescuer said that she had been worried about him all this time. Stretching out a trembling palm forward, Shivu invited him to return and calm her down, after which he added that although he looked normal now, he could hardly speak because his regeneration was not as good as his. Looking at his interlocutor, Lizhong asked him for forgiveness. The guy bowed sharply and expressed words of great gratitude for saving him. A satisfied grin appeared on the face of the main character. Turning his head back, the owner of the superpower invited the kidnapped man to go home. The guys were standing in the middle of a dilapidated dungeon. Jiwoo gritted his teeth tightly in anger. The assistant looked at the floor and assumed that they had been hit, and then added that the body had not been found. Standing with his back to the interlocutor, the head of Pandemonium asked if it had simply disappeared, and whether the research materials remained, to which he replied that he had searched everything, but did not find the key materials. With his hands clenched tightly into a fist, the leader of the organization thought that they were going to mass-produce weapons from humans by combining the personalities of the awakened, as well as create monsters by crossing special abilities. His pupils bulging furiously, the young man reflected on the fact that Pandemonium had been working on this plan for several years, but overnight, everything collapsed. Looking at the concrete wall stained with blood, the steward realized that there was no trace of the sword. Furrowing his brows menacingly, Jiwoo asked who had done it, and who the bastard was. Standing behind the chief, the secretary said that the inspection bureau would arrive soon, so he had to leave while he continued to talk about who could have done this. Clenching his jaw tightly in anger, the guy told his assistant to find out everything. Opening his lips in alarm, Shivu asked if his younger sister knew about everything. Furrowing her brows in bewilderment, Min-young explained that she thought she knew his profession because he even had an internet channel, and then added that she hadn't told her all the details. Putting her fingers to her chin, the girl noticed that she was just hinting at what had happened, because since she worked in the inspection bureau and came to the hunter, she thought that she should have explained to her that her brother was not to blame for anything. The commander of the guard squad said that although she was his younger sister, he had reasons not to tell her anything, and then Shiva sadly tilted his head down and thought that he had not told her because he did not want to disturb her, but she still found out everything. Looking at the floor, the main character reflected on the fact that he thought that since she did not know anything, she supported and protected her. But in fact, she also always covered and protected him. Smiling, the lady remarked that he had a good and very clever sister, although he was also a good brother, to which he replied that Soa was like that. The leader of the guard admitted that she was sorry that she did not have one, when suddenly the owner of the superpower rounded his eyes and asked if she had an older brother, to which he received the answer that he was 14 years old. Standing opposite the interlocutor, the lady explained that he does not age, because he lives only in her memory. A view of the electric wires opened, and at the same time, Min-jong said that the ability to interbreed had awakened in Yakpal. Furrowing her brows angrily, she explained that he was able to combine the abilities of other awakened ones, and then remarked that she thought he had managed to add other monsters to himself. Lowering his jaw, the guy clarified whether this was possible, and he himself recalled that Hercules said that abilities are unique, and you cannot appropriate someone else's. Looking straight ahead, the commander of the guard squad said that he knew better if it was possible, because as a result, a person's own identity was lost. Looking at the floor in confusion, the lady imagined the sinister monster and revealed that Pandemonium had planned to mass-produce such monsters, and then added that she was afraid to imagine how many victims there would have been if their plan had not been thwarted. Lowering her chin, the team leader stated that she could not speak on behalf of the inspection bureau. Bowing, the lady said that she thanked him personally. Xianji put his palm on the piece of paper, and it turned out that after the failure of mass production of Pandemonium monsters, the inspection bureau had launched a full-scale investigation. A huge screen was viewed, and it turned out that this would have frightened the public, so the investigation was hidden from the media and even from the world. Soyeon hugged her younger brother tightly when he returned to her safely, so everything ended well. Shiva was standing with his fist outstretched when suddenly the system reported that his 7 types of skill had increased. Holding the phone in his hand, the main character assumed that neither his skill levels nor skills were affected. The wreckage of the camera lay on the ground, and then the owner of the superpower realized that he had destroyed all the equipment, and their cost exceeds the earnings from video content. Tears flowed from the guy's eyes, and he did not understand how he could find someone who could film him, and then he said in his mind that at least the memory card survived, so he was glad that the video was not damaged. Putting the stones in a bag, the protagonist noticed that he thought that the competition for dungeon armor would be a little more serious, and finally cleared his own, and then thought that he would need these parts of the dragon turtle shell during construction, although they are almost the same as the scales of a real dragon. Moving towards the magic portal, the master decided that he would need some time to get some materials, and for sure very soon he would be able to become an A-class hunter. Shiva went out into the street of the city, when suddenly he was asked if he had returned. In front of him, the main character saw Liz Hong in a black suit, which was very surprised. Lowering his jaw, the wielder of the superpower asked how he knew he was there, and noticed that he had recovered quickly, to which he replied that he had been told by the administration. Holding a piece of paper in his hand, the guy explained that he was not exactly told, after which he added that there were no more dungeons to book, but he was given a list of all the cleared dungeons. The protagonist clarified if he was looking for him in all these places, to which he closed his eyes and exclaimed that he thought he would die of exhaustion. Raising his eyebrows in bewilderment, the master asked why he simply did not call him, to which he replied that he did not know his number, and then Shiva asked why he did not ask his sister. Li Zhong's eyes widened in alarm and said that he was just a genius when Liz Hong suddenly asked why he was looking for him. Smiling broadly, the hunter revealed that his sister had told him everything, so he knew that he was collecting monster byproducts, and then cried out that he was the one who had saved his life, so he had come to help. Shifting his gaze to the side, the main character said that he did not need help, and then added that his interlocutor was a B-class hunter, so he could not just exploit his talent. Bright stars appeared in the eyes of the owner of the superpower, and then he asked if he wanted to help him for free, to which he explained that he heard that he helped his older sister. Turning away from the guy, the protagonist said that it was because his sister also helped him, so there was no need to worry, to which he asked him to wait, and clarified why they didn't go on a raid at least once, and only then make a decision, and sharply shouted that he had booked the dragon turtle dungeon. Turning his head back, the master was surprised by his words and thought that this creature was so popular that it was impossible to get to it, and did not understand whether he had killed someone for armoring. Bringing his fist to his face, Liz Hong invited him to go together so that he could prove that he could be of use to him, and then added that whatever they got would go to him. Looking up, Shiva thought that it did not seem that he could be deterred by rejection, and even more so if he gave him everything they obtained, he would lose nothing. The main character clutched the broken lens in his hand. With his pupils bulging in alarm, the guy remembered that this person was a B-level hunter, but his regeneration was A-level plus. The fighter's silhouette was enveloped in streams of flames, and the owner of super strength realized that even if he suffered, he would recover even from the divine arts, so there was no need to worry about him during the battle. Suddenly, the protagonist put his hand to the shoulder of the interlocutor. With a sly grin, the young man asked if he knew how to handle the camera. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. Shiva then clenched his fist. The monster opened its mouth in pain. A moment later, the monster fell to the ground, and the main character thought that it would be harder. Looking at his palm, the protagonist muttered that instead of breaking, the armor seemed to disappear, and therefore did not understand what was happening. Earlier, the guy stretched out his hand forward, and now he said that the last time he used the destructive super fist, he was hunting a dragon turtle. Smirking, the young man noticed that Tai Chi's true purpose was for the power to dissolve into nothingness. Taking an unusual artifact, the owner of the superpower reported that Tai Chi nullified the hardness of the dragon turtle's armor, and this goes well with his skills, and Hercules recommended it for a reason. Suddenly, the object in the master's palm began to crumble, after which he said that it was necessary to adjust the power. Turning his gaze to the side, the hunter asked if the filming was going well, to which he received a positive answer. Liz Hong, through the sweat on his face, wondered if he had killed 20 dragon turtles in 1 minute. Snatching the video camera from him, Shiva said that his salary would be 10 million won, but he would not receive incentives for viewing, and also asked him not to worry and added that there would be an additional payment for working in dangerous conditions. Younger brother Soyen's gaze was confused. The main character lifted the corners of his lips when he heard that he would try. A light was burning in the window of the building. Daku, looking at the screen, asked if the boss had hired a cameraman. Behind the S-class hunter were terrible monsters, and he asked the protagonist to leave it to him, and added that he would figure it out. Suddenly, the evil wolf waved his paw. A moment later, the guy hit the ground. Narrowing his eyes, the young man asked if he thought he was so easy to handle, and then exclaimed that Shiva had given him the camera. Opening his mouth wide, the teenager shouted that he would protect her, and even at the cost of his life. The girl's pupils turned sharply white, and she did not understand what it was. Stretching out his palm, Liz Hong said that the protagonist didn't have to worry, and the protagonist asked what he was doing. Sitting at the computer desk, the lady heard that he could be a cameraman, and this was a great honor, and then she noticed that she thought that the video could have been better. Suddenly the door opened with a creak. The protagonist smiled and asked Soyeon if she had also come to the seminar, and at the same time she greeted him. The representative of the trading company lowered her gaze and said that Liz Hong had told her everything, and also added that he was teaching him a lot. Closing his eyes in embarrassment, the guy explained that he was not teaching, but rather helping him, and thought that he no longer had to worry about his camera failing. Narrowing his eyes, the young man muttered that even though he was inexperienced in dungeons to gathering materials, he had taken care of all the worries. Blushing sharply, the girl said that he had saved her brother anyway, and did not know how to thank him. The lady raised her eyebrows in surprise when she heard that he was her family. Looking at her, the master said that there was no need to thank her. Standing in front of Soyeon, the wielder of the superpower asked if it was true that he was her younger brother. Shiva asked if she was worried about anything, and then the representative of the trading company, through the sweat on his face, answered in the negative. Covering her mouth with her palm, the girl said that Liz Hong was already starting to call him son-in-law, but this was strange, and then the main character asked her again, and she exclaimed that it was okay. Suddenly running away, the lady remarked that it didn't matter and it was time for her to go, and also asked him to forget about it, and at the same time, the protagonist wondered what was wrong with her. Holding the phone in his hand, the guy muttered that in any case he would soon become a hunter of the level, and 100,000 subscribers were just around the corner, and said that almost all the building materials he needed had been collected, and the building permit was almost ready. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and the young man realized that preparations for the construction of the house were coming to an end. Sitting on a chair, the owner of the superpower asked what he was doing, after which the system wrote that Hercules offered to take a video call. Sweat flowed sharply down the master's cheek. Clenching his jaw, the hunter thought that he had been so busy these days that he ignored several calls from him. Putting his finger to the smartphone, Shiva said that he must have been angry, and he would be lucky, if not too lucky. The expression on the protagonist's face was confused, and he realized that he would get into trouble. A notification appeared on the screen that said if he wanted to take a video call from Hercules. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that he did not know. The guy closed his eyes sharply, and then one of the 13 heroes asked if he was there, and noticed that they hadn't spoken for a long time. Magic particles could be seen near the young man, and he muttered that his voice seemed calm, and then he wondered if he could not care, and the man asked if he could imagine how worried he was. Crossing his arms, the master asked why he was behaving like this, and the owner of the superpower realized that he was just furious. Smiling, the master replied that he had important things to do, and at the same time, God said that he was offended, and asked if he didn't care. Lowering his head, the hunter said that he was not on purpose, but just things were falling apart and falling, after which Hercules said that the great master was very busy, and surely his affairs were much more important than his. One of the 13 heroes reported that his channel had 90 subscribers and he didn't say anything, and then Shivu, through the sweat on his face, wondered if the number of subscribers had not increased to 100 since the last video, and what was he doing that the number of people had dropped so much. Grinning, the man said that it was long gone. Stretching his hands, the master said that he had been resting for a long time, and today they would train the whole body. God asked if he was ready, and then exclaimed that they would start, which caused the main character to raise the corners of his lips in confusion. The protagonist could be seen doing push-ups, and at the same time, Hercules said that he needed to straighten his back. One of the 13 characters asked the guy not to be lazy and repeat the exercise again, after which he, clenching his jaw, muttered that this was some kind of madness. The young man abruptly closed his eyes, and the man said that it was impossible to be idle, and added that this did not count. With a wink, the gentleman remarked that there was no need to fool around all this time, and added that he needed 10 more times. A view of the night sky opened up, and God could be heard counting from 1 to 3. The owner of superpower, holding a phone in his hand, noticed that his skill had increased. Through the sweat on his face, the hunter wondered if it had only grown by 3%, and then said that he felt a different level of strength, as if something was rising from within. An unusual aura appeared. Shiv's pupils turned sharply white, and he realized that he could not do it anymore and would die now, and also thought that it was better to use Tai Chi, and after a second he decided that it was better to just die. Bending over to the main character, Hercules asked who said that he could rest, and whether he could take a sword in his hands, and exclaimed that this training would kill him. Looking up, the protagonist muttered that he no longer felt the body, and this bastard was definitely going to kill him. Crossing his palms, one of the 13 heroes said that the real training was just beginning, after which he added that now he needed to do 3,000 burpees. Stretching out his palm, the guy clarified whether he could better shoot the content. Suddenly, high pyramids appeared in the desert. An unusual creature was flying in the sky. The man was standing in front of a huge structure. The Sphinx, opening its mouth, asked who was there, and what he wanted, and why he had come. The gentleman, smiling, said that it did not matter, because he had come to compete with her in riddles. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, God asked him again. Raising the corners of his lips, Hercules replied positively. Waving his palm, the man noticed that just making riddles was not interesting. Stretching out his index finger, one of the 13 heroes announced that they would add a new rule. The gentleman asked again about the riddle battle with the Sphinx, and then the young man, bringing the jar of the drink to his mouth, explained that it was a riddle contest. God, grinning, wrote that the first subscriber who guessed the riddle would get the right to dinner with the most beautiful woman in Egypt, namely Cleopatra, and then the owner of the superpower said that as far as he knew, there was a video about it on the Sphinx's channel. Smiling, the master said that no one had solved that riddle yet, and at the same time Hercules said that he had seen it, and asked that it was possible to guess it. Looking to the side, the hunter asked a counter question that there was something impossible for him, after which he noted that perhaps this was the mystery, and one of the 13 heroes said that he did not really understand. Raising his palm, the man asked if he knew Thoth, the god of wisdom, and then explained that even he had lost to the Sphinx, and although he himself had lost to Oedipus a long time ago, she had not been defeated since. Through the sweat on his face, Shiva said that it was even better, because if he defeated the Sphinx, then the audience would grow by itself. Smiling contentedly, the gentleman asked how to defeat her, and then the main character replied that he had no idea. Waving his hand, the protagonist said that despite the ability of omniscience, that god of wisdom had lost, and at the same time asked how they could win, and Hercules said that he would now make another 5,000 burpees. The guy noticed that, however, their goal was not victory, after which one of the 13 heroes, parting his lips, clarified what he meant, and added that he did not understand at all. Grinning, the young man explained that it was not necessary to win the fight, because they were on YouTube. Stretching out his index finger, the wielder of the superpower said that all they had to do was present everything in the right light. The man's expression was joyful, and he said that they would add a new rule. The Sphinx, frowning in bewilderment, asked him again. Scratching his head, the master said that every time he answered incorrectly, he was slapped in the face, and then God asked if he wanted to die, or if he wanted to cheat. Smiling, Hercules asked why she asked 2 questions at first, and he asked one, and whether it was unfair, and then said that if his opponent answered correctly, he would be able to hit him, and also asked if the Sphinx was afraid of not guessing. Sitting at the top of the pyramid, the unusual creature answered positively. Taking off sharply, the cat muttered that this was a great opportunity and a great chance to defeat this muscular boar. Stretching out his index finger, one of the 13 characters remarked that this was a good choice, and at the same time asked to ask him 2 questions. Raising his gaze, the Sphinx told the first question, namely in the water he was born, and if he returns to the water, he will die, and if he comes out of the water, he will live. Holding his chin, the man asked if it was a whale, to which God said that the correct answer was salt. Waving his hand, the gentleman asked if she would strike. Through the sweat on his face, the unusual creature wondered if he could hit him, and if he would tear it apart, after which Hercules clarified whether he was afraid to hit him, and said that they had agreed. Clenching his jaw, the cat decided to try. Suddenly, the Sphinx struck a powerful blow to one of the 13 heroes. The man raised his fist to his mouth. Blood appeared on his body, and he said what he felt. Jumping back, God exclaimed that they had agreed, and everything was according to the rules, and then the master noticed that no one was arguing, and asked what the next question was. Lowering his eyebrows, the huge cat wondered if he had responded with blow for blow, and realized that it was excellent, and then he named the next riddle, namely, he was lying on the ground, not to paint over, not to scrape, not to knock down. Hercules asked if it was sand, to which the unusual creature, raising the corners of his lips, explained that the correct answer was a shadow. With a wave of his paw, the Sphinx muttered that he would deliver a powerful blow to him. Suddenly, the gods were surrounded by a bright aura. Traces of blood were visible on the ground, and at the same time one of the 13 heroes clarified whether it was true that it was his turn. Through the sweat on his face, the cat said that it was true, and thought that all he needed to do was give the right answer, no matter what riddle he made. Clenching his fists, the man asked if she knew the centaur, and at the same time added that when the centaur was expecting a child, which of his halves had a belly. The sun was shining brightly. The strange creature stared ahead, confused, and the gentleman asked if she knew. Stretching out his paw, the Sphinx asked for a minute to think. Lowering his gaze, God muttered that the upper part of the centaur was human, and the lower part belonged to a horse, but both had organs that could help you get pregnant, and she couldn't figure out which one. The cat's pupils narrowed sharply, and she wondered if this was a question she didn't know the answer to. Scratching his head, Hercules noticed that he wanted to capture the moment, after which he said that he thought it was his turn to beat. Taking off sharply, the unusual creature exclaimed that she was finished, and he would definitely finish her off. Opening its mouth, the Sphinx replied that it was in both parts. Suddenly, one of the 13 heroes asked to hit him, causing God to frown in bewilderment. Spreading his hands in different directions, the man said that if he did not know the answer, he would get a blow. Looking down, the cat said that no way. Raising the corners of his lips, the gentleman said that he had said that it was a mystery. Holding the phone in his hand, Shivu added that he did not say that he knew the answer to it. An unusual creature, flying away from Hercules, called for help and shouted that it did not want to die. One of the 13 heroes grinned slyly. Suddenly, a powerful aura surrounded him, and he said that if he did not strike first, he would strike himself, and then he used the magic of Hercules. A bright flash was visible. The man's eyes burned blue. The master, using the divine martial art and super mega strong annihilation fist, released powerful energy towards the Sphinx. The system wrote that he witnessed the perfect magic of Hercules, and the mastery of the divine sword and magic increased slightly, after which the main character, looking at his smartphone, said that it was great, and was surprised that the level even from watching it increases. Sliding his finger across the screen, the protagonist muttered that the number of views was normal, and instead of 90 subscribers, there were already 783, and said that he thought that the video had worked. The premises of the SH Center building appeared, and the question was heard whether they had learned what she had asked. Mina was holding a document in her hand, and her assistant said that Mrs. Karen was acting at the request of a man named Shivu, and she had made his request to the director. A photo of the owner of the superpower was visible, and then the girl asked if her niece had asked for a favor for this person, as well as what kind of relationship they had. The secretary looked down and replied that he couldn't say with certainty, but that Chiron spent 2 to 3 days a week with him, and thought it could be said that they were dating. With her mouth wide open, the lady asked the guy again, and he said that they were alone at the headquarters of the Hunters Guild. Looking at the document, the lady clarified whether the awakened woman was dating a guy, and then wondered if this was the same young man who ignored celebrities and chaebol in the second generation. A view of the tall buildings opened up, and at the same time Mina said that her niece was dating a guy, and added that as her aunt, she could not stand idly by. Lying on his smartphone, Hercules said that thanks to him he gained 1,000 subscribers, after which he apologized if he was harsh with him. Raising his eyebrows, the main character wondered if 300 more subscribers had been added in one night, and then said that it was not worth thanking, and it was better to get up. Crossing his palms, one of the 13 heroes replied that he was even a little sad and asked how he had come up with such a thing. Closing his eyes contentedly, the protagonist noticed that he had said that he would come up with something, and it just took a long time, and probably he was disappointed, and then asked to stop bowing. Striking the screen with his forehead, the man exclaimed that he was saying this because it was quite natural that the teacher who was building the house was busy, and it was his fault that he was in a hurry and could not wait. Through the sweat on his face, the guy asked what was wrong with the Sphinx, and whether he was dead, to which the master replied that of course he did not. Smiling, Hercules said that he had been begging for help so much that he took pity, and therefore did not use his power to the fullest and struck softly. Squinting, the young man asked him again, after which one of the 13 heroes remarked that it could be said that the Sphinx had gone from under his nose, but had left something as a thank you. The system wrote that Hercules gave him a subscription, which caused the pupils of the owner of the superpower to narrow. Scratching his head, the man said that this was a subscription to the Sphinx channel, and it could be considered that he had received it as a gift, and also clarified how he could use it, and then added that this was why he thought of his teacher. The artificial intelligence wrote that 3 out of 4 channels were available by subscription, and at the same time, the master, smiling contentedly, realized that this meant that he could subscribe to one channel for free, and considering the fee, he saved hundreds of billions of won, and wondered if this was not a victory. The companions were seen banging their fists against each other, and then the hunter exclaimed that it was the best gift, and the gentleman said that if he liked it, he was happy, and added that the Sphinx had given him something else, and would give him that too. The system reported that Hercules had given him a one-time ticket to dinner with Cleopatra, after which Shiva looked down in surprise. Scratching his nose, one of the 13 characters said that he had heard that she was very beautiful. Sweat was dripping down the face of the main character, and the man said that he should not be shy and have dinner with her somehow. There were groceries on the table. The waitress, looking at the protagonist, said that his order was ready, and then he thanked her. Looking ahead, the guy wondered how it happened. Smiling, the girl greeted him. The lady's expression was joyful, and the young man thought that this was a date with Cleopatra. Raising his eyebrows, the owner of the superpower wondered if people would think that he was crazy. Sitting opposite the lady, the master muttered that she was really beautiful. Closing his eyes, the hunter remembered that Confucius, a gentleman, valued intelligence and did not pay attention to appearances. Bringing the glass to his mouth, Shiva couldn't tell if it was professional. Blushing, Cleopatra asked if they would get married. The look of the main character was confused. Wiping his mouth, the protagonist wondered if she was in her right mind, and at the same time, the queen noticed that he looked like he thought she was crazy, and he replied that he would not deny it. Her eyes widened in surprise, and the queen asked if he was overdoing it. Clenching his fist, the guy said that, judging by her words, it was she who was going overboard. Smirking, the ruler of Egypt explained that she had simply said that she was suddenly thinking about it, after which she asked if he was trying to be brutal now. Frowning seriously, the young man said that he was just telling the truth. Stretching out her palm, the girl said that he was the first man who behaved like this with her, because usually at the sight of her they were ready to give everything, including the liver and gallbladder. Squinting, the owner of super strength muttered that this was not surprising, because at the sight of such beauty you really want to give everything, and added that he could take everything, including the intestines, heart, pancreas. Approaching the master, the lady asked if they would get married, and then he could not understand how she had come to such a conclusion again. Lowering his eyebrows, the hunter asked if she was joking, to which the lady replied that she was serious, and he said that then he resolutely refused. Looking ahead, Cleopatra asked if he liked her, and if he thought she was ugly, and then Shiva explained that they could not be together, and the queen asked if love required physical interaction. Averting his gaze, the main character noted that he did not require, but to some extent it was really necessary, and at the same time he thought that it was really necessary. Hovering in the air, the queen said that this meant that he did not feel anything for her, after which the protagonist said that he did not succumb to temptation, and if he sacrificed his liver and gallbladder, it would only be for those he sincerely loved. The ruler of Egypt sharply rounded her eyes. Touching his chin, the girl said that she actually fell in love with him, and then asked if he thought she was joking, and the guy muttered that he was talking nonsense. The glare of the sun made its way into the room through the window, and the lady wondered if he couldn't just lie, to which the young man replied that he couldn't. Noticing the many notifications of the system, the owner of the superpower wondered if the level of skill continued to increase, and then thought that a gentleman's heart was growing the slowest, and no one knew what would happen if he succumbed to it. The master remarked that he was human, and therefore could not meet Cleopatra, and at that time, she raised her hand and said that he did not look human, especially now that he did not succumb to her temptation. Blushing, the queen asked if he had any problems downstairs, after which the hunter asked if they could finish dinner already. Smiling, the queen apologized and said that she was joking. The ruler of Egypt, frowning seriously, wondered what if he became God. Through the sweat on his face, Shivu replied that he had already said that he was a human being, and then the girl said that she understood him, but she had once been a human being. The lady said that if the main character became God, then they could be together, and added that there was actually a way to date, even if he did not become God, and then he, raising his eyebrows, asked what she was talking about. Looking ahead, the lady noticed that this was what he was thinking, and explained that they would be able to date even if he did not become a god, or rather, could descend to him. Opening his mouth in bewilderment, the protagonist clarified how this was possible, since as far as he knew, there were no intersections between his and hers, and at the same time, Cleopatra reported what had originally happened. The boy's expression was confused, and he wondered if it meant there was a passage after all, and the queen wondered if he knew. Sitting across from the young man, the queen said that there was a man who had escaped from Godtub. Parting his lips, the owner of the superpower asked if she could tell anything about him. With a wink, the girl said that it was a secret, after which she clarified how she would later use women's secrets if he found out. A view of the tall building opened up, and the question was heard whether Shiva was in the restaurant now. The secretary, turning his gaze to the side, replied positively and added that he had ordered portions for two, and they seemed to be eating now, and also asked what Mina would order. The director of the SH group, through the sweat on her face, muttered that he seemed to be interested in Chiron, and hoped that she had met a good person. Biting her nails, the girl thought that the awakened girl would be able to figure everything out on her own, but girls in love are always naive for everything, and he does not dare to treat her beloved niece like this, and therefore she must see everything with her own eyes. The car was seen speeding down the road, and then the lady exclaimed that it should go at once. At the same time, the chief squinted thoughtfully, and Cleopatra noticed that she could not even tell her husband. Placing her hand on her chest, the queen clarified that she could better ask how many moles were on her body. Clenching his fist, the protagonist said that it was time to stop joking. Looking up, the queen said that he was strange because men liked it and even drooled, after which the boy asked if she would tell me how to go to another dimension. Touching his chin, the ruler of Egypt replied in the negative, and added that she could say something, or if she told him everything, she would not see him again, and then the young man wondered whether she would say it or not. Smiling, the girl asked if he thought she would say or not, and then said that he was still straightforward. Closing her eyes contentedly, the lady asked if he really didn't want to marry her, and at the same time, the owner of the superpower noticed that he was not going to. Standing up abruptly, the master explained that this would be the end of their dinner. Through the sweat on his face, the hunter thought that if this continued, he was sure that he would be taken for a man, because other people only saw a turned-off smartphone, and probably thought that he was talking to himself. Stretching out her index finger, the lady said that she really wanted to meet him again, after which she clarified whether he could subscribe to her channel. Lowering his eyebrows, Shiva wondered if this was what she really wanted, and also muttered that he was thinking why she was urging him to marry her. Blushing, Cleopatra replied that at first she wanted to, but not now, because now she sincerely wants to meet him. After looking at the queen, the main character asked how it related to subscribing to the channel, and then the queen said that this was the only way she could see him. Putting her finger to her lips, the ruler of Egypt said that in order to demonstrate her sincerity, she would reveal the secret to him. Stretching out her palm, the girl said that every god has his own channel. A view of the window in the room opened. Looking ahead, the protagonist wondered what kind of nonsense it was, and muttered that it would be better to decide on marriage. Holding the phone in his hand, the guy noticed that although the meeting was a little crazy, it was useful, because his skill increased by 7%, and even if it was embarrassing, he could go on a date from time to time, and added that he also had a subscription. Walking down the street, the young man asked what he was thinking about, after which he wondered how many dungeons were left to level A, and decided that he should immediately go on a raid. Raising his eyebrows in surprise, the wielder of superpower asked what had happened to Soa. On the phone screen, there was a message asking if her brother would come home early, because it was her birthday, and then he realized that he was so busy that he completely forgot about it. A speed limit sign appeared, and then the hunter muttered how he could have forgotten about it, and added that it was not just a birthday. Mina, standing near the car, said that it was not a restaurant, but a mausoleum, and at the same time the secretary asked if she was sure. Looking at his assistant, the director of the SH group asked what he was talking about, to which he asked a counter question, what he understood, what she was interested in, what kind of person Shiva was, but why she had come in person. The girl's expression was thoughtful, and she replied that it was because it was about Karen. The guy said that he would wait for her here, after which the lady, turning around, said that she was quick, and asked him to think about where they would go, and also added that she did not want to talk in this mausoleum. Frowning seriously, the lady remarked that he had to choose his words, because they should not seem rude. Suddenly, Mina spread her arms in different directions, and it was heard that a break from the dungeon had been discovered within a radius of 30 meters. Looking up, the director of the SH group was very surprised by the breakthrough in the dungeon 30 meters away. Suddenly, a magical portal appeared, and the girl said that this could not be. Sweat was dripping down the lady's face, and then it was said that this was not a training alarm, but a breakthrough from the B-class dungeon, and therefore people urgently needed to take shelter in the buildings. A view of the roof of the building opened up, and the pet was asked to wait here. Turning her head towards the beast, Soa remarked that he was really smart, because he understood everything he was told, and then added that it would be nice if he went with them. Grinning, the girl said that he would be able to meet their parents, to which Shivu replied that it was true, because now he was also a member of their family, and they decided to go. There were 2 containers on the shelf, and at the same time the children told their mom and dad that they had come. The younger sister touched the shelf with her palms, and her older brother thought about the fact that today was her birthday and the anniversary of his mother's death, and that he could not forget the day when she died, because on that day the whole family went to celebrate their daughter's birthday. Lowering his eyebrows, the main character remembered that at that time there was a breakthrough from the dungeon, when suddenly the young lady said that she wanted to ask him, turning her head back. Soa wondered if he remembered how his mother died, which greatly surprised the owner of the superpower, and then added that she remembered the moment when she hugged them after the explosion of the dungeon. Standing near the funeral urns, the girl asked if he remembered what she had said then, and then she said that she herself did not remember it, but thought that at that moment she wanted to tell them something really important. Lowering his chin, the guy thought about what he remembered and would remember until his death. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he was afraid that he did not remember it either. Suddenly, the heroes raised their heads in the air as they announced over the loudspeaker that this was not a training alarm, and that a breach from the B-rank dungeon had been detected. A bright flash of light appeared, which signified the breakthrough of the dungeon, namely the phenomenon that occurs when the magical power of the dungeon breaks through, and it has 2 consequences. During the first aftermath called Dungeon Shock, monsters appeared from it, and I had to deal with them, but this is not so terrible, because the main problem is the explosion itself. When the magical power of the dungeon explodes, citizens tried to run away from what was happening behind their backs, and even if you do not take into account the damage from the explosion itself, people can die from the effects of magical power. Soa was lying in a hospital bed, and it was said that even if they were lucky enough to survive, they often got sick. Shiva carefully examined the palm of his hand, and it turned out that sometimes the magical power resonates, and then there are rare cases of awakening. Raising their heads, the citizens did not understand what was happening, and whether the underground had exploded. Bright bursts of energy appeared in the windows of the structure, and over the loudspeaker they announced that all citizens needed to immediately take shelter in the nearest building. People opened their mouths wide in fright. Suddenly, everyone rushed towards the aisle and started shouting loudly. A lamp could be seen on the ceiling, and the victims could be heard sighing heavily. Mina leaned her torso wearily forward. At the same moment, the girl turned her head back. Furrowing his brows angrily, the man tried to say something. Circular streams of dark magic appeared in front of him. A moment later, the citizen collapsed to the ground. The adult raised his trembling hand up and tried to ask for help. Shifting her gaze to the side, the director of the SH group thought that it was too late. Suddenly, a guy ran past her. Shiva rushed to save the victim, which she was very surprised by. Her pupils bulging in alarm, the lady shouted that he needed to return, because it was too late. The main character put the man's hand on his own neck, while he muttered that he couldn't. An unusual glow appeared around the leg of the owner of the superpower. Stones began to fall from the roof of the building. Gritting his teeth tightly, the protagonist realized that it was too late to lead him there, and did not understand what to do. Streams of dark magic filled the space. Shiva sharply thrust his fist forward. The citizen was left behind the main character. Frowning menacingly, the owner of the superpower thought that Tai Chi is creation and change itself. The guy's fingers plunged into a gloomy glow, and then he decided that it was necessary to follow the laws of nature, namely the law of transformations, because nature is real, but everything in the universe can change, and this is due to 2 sources. The protagonist waved his palm from top to bottom and said in his thoughts that there is only nothing in existence, and it is from them that the world is composed, as well as the magic of the dungeon. Holding back the flow of dark magic with one hand, the master realized that it also consisted of the harmony of Mother Nature. Frowning angrily, people did not understand what was happening, and whether he had managed to block the explosion. The young man gritted his teeth tightly from the effort and reflected on how he had managed to block the explosion with Tai Chi, but he couldn't neutralize it. Looking back, Shiva noticed that the energy was seeping out, and this was too dangerous. The main character called out to Fenrir, when suddenly he ran sharply in his direction. The pet rushed to the man lying on the ground. The beast spread its paws to the sides. Wolf frowned seriously. Looking back, the protagonist thought that thanks to Fenrir, there was no need to worry about the explosion magic seeping through. Holding back the powerful energy, the guy noticed that the problem was here. Clenching his jaw, the young man muttered that he couldn't hold it anymore, and so he would have to take the explosion that contained B-class magic power, and also wondered if he would survive. Squinting, the owner of the superpower said that now she was even more concentrated, and perhaps she would not be able to withstand such a blow and would die. The pet could be seen wagging its tail, and then the master realized that it would be better to avoid such a fate. Wounds appeared on his palms, and at the same time he exclaimed what he was thinking about now. Opening his mouth wide, the hunter shouted loudly. A view of the gray sky opened up. Mina, raising her eyebrows, was very surprised, and her assistant asked what was possible. Suddenly, Soa took off. The hunter's sister pushed off the ground with her foot. A moment later, the girl sat down next to her brother. Through tears, the lady clarified why he had done this, and asked him not to die and to come to his senses. Smirking, Shivu replied that this had already happened when his mother died, and then asked if Soa remembered what she had said. The girl, blushing, exclaimed that there was no need to talk about it, and asked why he never listened to her. Raising the corners of his lips, the main character said what his mother said then. In the past, the woman, hugging her children, asked her daughter not to worry, and added that she was fine. Tears ran down the protagonist's face, and the lady said that today was Soa's birthday, and this day should be filled with only pleasant things. Opening her mouth, the lady remarked that she should never remember that this was the day her mother died, and then added that everything was actually fine. Closing her eyes contentedly, the lady said that today her beautiful daughter was celebrating her birthday. A view of the hospital opened up, and the guy thought that thanks to his mother, who took the full force of the explosion, they were able to survive, and as she promised, she took her last breath the day after Soa's birthday. Rays of light could be seen, and then the young man muttered that his sister's holiday was followed by the anniversary of their mother's death anyway, and in their country the anniversary of death was celebrated on the eve of the day when someone died. Looking down, the superpower wielder said that not making Soa's birthday the day of her mother's death was the only thing her mother wanted, and said that this was what she said. Suddenly, the master pointed his finger at the man. Opening his jaw, the gentleman exclaimed that today was his daughter's birthday, and therefore he could not die on such a day. Through tears, the adult man said that Dad was very sorry. Smirking, the hunter explained that this was why he suddenly thought of their mother. Lowering his head, Shiva said that he could not help but help. His eyes suddenly opened after someone asked if he had woken up. Getting up, the guy thought that this was again the hospital of that company, and apparently he lost consciousness in the columbarium. A girl was standing in front of him. Immediately after, the fighter turned his head. Looking around, the hero realized that this was an unusual ward, but could not understand why he was given a VIP room. She, pointing at herself, introduced herself and explained that she wanted to talk to him, and therefore came to the columbarium. Closing her eyes, she asked if he wanted to know what had happened there, and how he had been here. The fighter, looking away, noted that this was not the first time. Raising her head, the hero also asked where his sister was. The interlocutor, crossing her arms over her chest, explained that his sister was shocked after he lost consciousness, and eventually fainted as well. The protagonist, leaning over, asked again and also asked about her whereabouts. The interlocutor, smiling, said that everything was fine with her and he was in the next ward, and also quickly came to her senses. Looking up, the protagonist asked what she wanted to talk to him about. She, looking ahead, replied that she agreed. The young man, looking at her with incomprehension, asked again. She, closing her eyes, explained that she agreed that he agreed to meet with her niece and asked if this was not so. The hero, remembering their training, realized that they met twice a week for fencing, but he did not understand why this man would talk about it. Smiling, she repeated her words of agreement. The protagonist, opening his mouth in surprise, remembered that this man was a member of the family of the owners of SH Group and was also the director, and for the education of her niece he had to ask 10 billion a month, and probably her aunt suspected something because of the size of the amount. Rubbing the back of his head, the fighter thanked her, as he realized that her consent meant that he had the ability to train Karen. Closing her eyes, she also added that although he had her consent, her brothers might have a different opinion. The hero, smiling, replied that he understood this, because he knew that brothers could think differently. The interlocutor, standing in front of him, also said that it would be especially difficult to get the permission of the chairman, while the protagonist noted that her niece had already asked for permission from him. Mina, her eyes wide open, asked again. The young man, remembering her niece, explained that she had said that she had received permission from her grandfather. The girl, blushing, asked when they had just managed to do this. Turning away, she added that if it was so, then she had no need to come. Raising her hands, Mina noted that she had heard that he was building a new house himself, and explained that she had the opportunity to help him, and only needed to ask. The protagonist, opening his eyes wider, asked again. She, in turn, replied that she was in charge of SH Constructions after all. The interlocutor, putting her finger to her face, asked if he had bought all the necessary building materials. He also replied that he needed more than expected, since some of them are difficult to get, and because of the raids, there is simply no time for this. She, opening her eyes wider, asked why he should go on raids to build a house. The fighter, raising one finger, explained that he was going to build a house from the remains of monsters, and the girl asked if such a thing was possible. The young man, closing his eyes, replied that it was quite possible, but he was not sure that it would be possible to build it, but he wanted to try, and if it did not work, then to come up with something else. His eyes opened after her words that he would be given the necessary building materials. There was a smile on her face. Pointing her finger, the director said that she liked it, and all expenses would be covered. The protagonist, with his eyes wide open, realized that this was not some pennies at all, because the entire cost was about 3 billion won, but perhaps it was really a penny for their company. Looking at her, the hero asked why she wanted to do this, while the interlocutor noted that it would still be a house for newlyweds. The guy, opening his eyes wider, asked again. She suddenly exclaimed that she must have looked far into the future. Taking the paper, Mina explained that in any case, she would take care of it, because the sooner the better. Thrusting the sheet into his hand, she explained that there would be her number, and he would be given a business card, but she had too many branches under her command that she didn't have separate business cards. As she was leaving, the girl said that it was her number anyway, and that he should just call him if he needed help. The hero, raising his hand, tried to ask again about the house for the newlyweds. They were already sitting in the park. Smiling, the young man realized that Chiron and her aunt treated him in a special way, and apparently they had some misunderstandings that needed to be clarified. Looking at his sister, the fighter also thought that she was better off in this hospital, because her condition had begun to improve. Squinting, the protagonist tried to figure out how to explain everything to her. Smiling, the guy remembered that Mingjong had already told her about his life as a hunter in the channel. But how to explain all this to her and where to start in the first place? The young man suddenly turned around when someone called out to him. Looking at the man, the protagonist asked if he had been to the columbarium. Standing up, the fighter also asked about the man's well-being. The man, rubbing the back of his head, replied that thanks to him his condition was normal, and the hospital said so. There was a smile on the guy's face, when suddenly someone asked about his identity. The interlocutor, bowing his head, replied to his daughter that this man saved his life. Her eyes widened. Smiling broadly, the girl thanked him for saving her father. She suddenly turned around when she saw the dog. Running up to him, the girl asked him to play with her. The man, looking at his daughter, explained that her mother died in childbirth. Bowing his head, the man began to say that if death had overtaken him, then it would have no one left. Tears dripped to the ground when the man said that he simply had no idea how to thank the savior. The fighter looked in his direction when the interlocutor said that he had saved him and his daughter. The girl, waving her hand, said goodbye to the dog. The dog looked after her. My sister, smiling, began to tell me that yesterday she had a dream that I constantly had after my mother's death, and usually her face in this dream was very sad. Looking up, Soa said that her mother in this dream seemed to want to tell something, but they could not, and therefore she was sad. Turning her head, the interlocutor exclaimed that this was not the case this time, because the woman thanked them. The guy looked down when his sister said that she only thanked her, but did not give reasons. Looking up, the relative noted that she would most likely not dream of it again. The protagonist, smiling, said that he wanted her to come at least occasionally in good dreams, and she replied that this was what she meant. Closing her eyes, Soa explained that although she was sad, she still had an older brother. Stroking the dog, she also added that she also had Fenrir. The young man looked up. His gaze was fixed on the sky. Smiling, the guy knew that starting next year, Soa's birthday would be very different. The hero, lying on the bed, realized that if he had been at least a little faster then, he could have saved the man and at the same time avoided the explosion. Smiling, the protagonist knew that Hercules would certainly be able to do this, because he would have been able to simply destroy the explosion itself. Getting up, the fighter realized that he was not a Hercules himself, and it was unlikely that even an S-rank hunter would have endured such a thing, and also remembered that he had received a new free subscription and suggested that perhaps it was worth signing up for someone who specializes in speed. The young man looked thoughtfully at the screen. Typing a message, the guy knew that it was better for him to ask Hercules first. The god appeared and asked if his name was his. The protagonist, raising his head, asked if he had trained, and the interlocutor replied that today was the day of the triad and his call was during one of the exercises. Smiling, the fighter asked how many attempts he had already made and also thought that he had forgotten about his exercises and simply ran away. Bowing his head, the interlocutor also noted that he had lost a little strength due to the fact that he focused on the video and lifted only 34 megatons. The young man, opening his mouth in surprise, remembered that 1 megaton was equal to the amount of energy released during the explosion of TNT weighing 1,000,000 tons, which meant that when it made a deadlift, it was equivalent to the explosions of 34 TNT bombs. Looking at him, the hero apologized for distracting him. The latter replied that his teacher called him, and he needed to come. Then the man asked him to stop addressing him like that. The deity, looking away, began to say that he was a teacher for him, and he would not succeed in this. The guy said that he was uncomfortable, and then Hercules agreed. Stretching out his hand, the interlocutor asked why he had called him. Bringing his hand to his face, the student explained that studying the speed of movement and technique separately was not the best idea and he had better not do so. Pointing his finger, Hercules also noted that a person is currently studying Tai Chi, which is not only blows, since it also includes the movement of the whole body and therefore it is impossible to use one without the other, and if he begins to master another technique, then his fighting technique will be distorted. The young man, putting his hand to his face, realized that he had no way to give up this technique and suggested that perhaps it would be enough for him to just subscribe to someone who was moving quickly. Smiling, the disciple assumed that everything would be fine if he just got faster. The guy looked up and asked again, and the guy replied that the muscles of the arms were not the only muscles that he used when he clenched his fist. Raising his finger, the god said that starting from the lower part of the body, this requires the participation of all muscles, including the lower back and shoulder muscles, and here the coordinated work of the entire muscular skeleton is important, and Tai Chi, in turn, systematizes all the movements of the body. Clenching his hand into a fist, Hercules explained that if he could learn to move faster, then his fighting technique would be improved, which meant that the effectiveness of the divine martial arts could be upgraded even more. The hero, lowering his gaze, thought that if he could just add speed, then there would simply be no problems, and the interlocutor noted that if he succeeded, then his power of magic would also be incredible. The young man, smiling, replied that this was unlikely, but the interlocutor reminded him that he learned the best qualities from the gods and he would definitely succeed. Immediately after, the protagonist imagined himself with a barbell, when Hercules said that he would look forward to it. Taking the phone in his hand, the protagonist thinks about the existence of the god of speed, because he cannot remember anyone with such skills. Looking down, the fighter understood that until he subscribed to the channel, he would not know what power the god had. But then he would not be able to cancel the subscription. The interlocutor, raising his finger, offered him the channel of Hermes. The hero, looking up, asked again. Then the student replied that if this god decided to run away, then even he would not be able to catch up with him. The protagonist, having introduced this deity, remembered that he is also from Greek and Roman mythology, the god of thieves from the 12 gods of Olympus, and due to his speed serves as a messenger of other gods. Squinting, the guy remembered that this creature is not only very fast, but it also has another peculiarity. Raising both hands, the interlocutor said that sometimes he tried to deceive him, and he already had a desire to kill him, but he simply did not manage to catch up. Hermes, smiling, said that he never lies, but sometimes he just doesn't tell the whole truth. The deity dodged many lightning bolts when the hero remembered that Zeus had started attacking him, but never hit. Stretching out his hand, Hercules explained that his speed was simply incredible, but he should think things through. Taking the phone, the guy realized that his interlocutor had already said enough, and he should not worry so much. Looking ahead, the young man remembered that he was not only related to speed, but also to fraud. Clicking on the screen, the fighter realized that he was recommended to him by another god, and if something goes wrong, then you can try to get a subscription from him, and immediately a notification about a successful subscription appeared. His eyes widened after reading the message and realizing that he wasn't a scammer after all. The window of the ward appeared and a question was heard about what kind of video it was. Looking at the phone, the fighter noticed only comic videos. Bringing his hand to his face, the protagonist realized that he would not be able to improve this skill by watching the video, and assumed that he had the opportunity to do it on his own. Warming up, the fighter realized that his condition had already returned to normal. Looking at the phone, the hero wanted to see what his super speed became after subscribing to the channel. A notification immediately appeared with the mastery of super speed, which was 0%. Energy began to accumulate around one of his legs after thinking that he needed to measure his current speed. My leg lifted off the ground. A bright blue beam flew out from the hospital platform. The young man bowed his head, breathing heavily. Turning his head, the soldier thought that such a speed creates a serious burden on the body. His eyes suddenly opened wider. Looking back, the guy could not understand what kind of mountain it was, but he thought that this place was familiar to him and suddenly exclaimed that it was Mount Quanic, which he managed to reach in a few seconds. They showed these mountains outside the city. Gritting his teeth, the guy said that this was just crazy, because this speed was really incredible. Bringing his fist to his face, the hero also realized that this is not the limit at all, and if he manages to increase the level of skill, then his speed can become faster, or he will simply be able to control this speed. Putting the phone in his pocket, the young man decided to continue to improve his skill, because this is the only way to find out the correct answer, and also realized that he should be faster in the future, because he was very lucky now. Destroyed buildings appeared after thinking that at such a speed it would be possible to crash into a building or a car, and because of this, people would be injured, and the cost of all buildings would have to be reimbursed. Smiling, the protagonist decided to practice this skill in the dungeons, and be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible. They were already in one of the dungeons. The monster opened its mouth and roared. His companion widened his eyes as he remembered that it was a devil hound, a beast from the demon world that had invaded the land in the past. They soared into the air. The mouth of one of them was wide open. The soldier was still standing still. The hunter, looking up, understood that no matter how fast his comrade was, the devil hounds had subsonic speed. His hand was on the monster's neck. Suddenly, the monster began to attack with one of its sharp limbs. The young man immediately tore it off. Sweat dripped down his comrade's face. The hero's eyes burned light blue. A second later, the guy was near another monster. Lizhong, holding the camera, realized that his comrade's speed exceeded that of these hounds. The fighter quickly rushed between the monsters. Immediately afterward, the protagonist shook off his hands. His gaze was fixed on his friend. Smiling, the young man asked if he had time to film this fight. The protagonist smiled as he received a notification of an increase in super speed mastery by 0.3%. Looking at the phone, the fighter knew that along with the speed that he would be able to achieve, and also melting with it, would help him become even faster. Smiling broadly, the guy thought that if he managed to reach the limit of skill, he would even be able to surpass Hercules. Looking at the camera, the hunter said that it was just a nightmare, but his comrade in arms immediately apologized. Bringing the camera closer, the fighter realized that even editing would not help here. Looking at the image, the hero explained that it is not even clear what is happening in the video, since everything is blurred there, and immediately realized that even shooting does not keep up with the super speed, but he needs to improve his skills, which means he will have to control the speed for the video. Glancing at his comrade, the protagonist also thought that he also needed to be taught, and even though he was A rank, it would be enough for him to keep up with such a speed. Grinning, the guy remembered the words of Hercules that the head suffers when the body is weak, and if you work harder, then everything should work out. Looking up, the young man began to say something. His gaze suddenly went down. A lot of messages appeared on the screen from the president of the company, who wrote that they had prepared all the building materials that were ordered, but the hero could not believe that they had collected materials so quickly that were so difficult for him to find. Raising his head, the soldier realized that it was time to build a new house. Looking at the sun, the protagonist also tried to figure out where they got his number from and assumed that Mina had given it to them. Standing in front, The hunter asked how they found everything so quickly, and the employee replied that the director specifically asked them to do everything as quickly as possible, and they simply brought the goods from the warehouse. Turning around, the young man asked if they had a stock of these materials in their warehouse. The young man replied that with the company's stock, they could start construction at any minute. Even if he needed something in the future, then the stock of materials was always in stock. Smiling, the visitor noted that he thought so, while the president asked if the man was going to build a house only from the remains of monsters. The guy, looking at him again, answered in the affirmative. Then the interlocutor noted that the use of such materials would make the house more durable and asked whether this was possible. The protagonist, smiling broadly, replied that he should try, or else just change the materials, but the director could not believe his words, because he most likely did not know how much these materials cost. Gritting his teeth with force, the man remembered that it was very difficult to assemble them and he should be proud. But he thinks that there will be no problems, no matter what materials are needed, and apparently does not know anything about construction at all. Bowing his head, the president remembered that Mina was different, because she had studied hard, starting from the basics, although there was no need for it. But she was proud when she smelled of cement, and instead of loud words, she proved everything with her work. Looking at the man asked if he had ever been engaged in construction, but the fighter answered in the negative and explained that he had made weapons before. The president, frowning, understood that architecture is not just the production of weapons, for which only a blacksmith's hammer is needed, because they create optimal housing for people, combining engineering, sociological and humanitarian sciences, and their work is a real art. Putting his hand on his head, Jigong realized that if this idiot wanted to build a building, then it was hard for him to believe that he had only held a hammer in his hands before, but he couldn't be told about his stupidity either. Imagining Mina, the man thought that he did not even understand how this hunter had met her, but remembered that she had very kindly asked for help with the construction of the house. Looking at it, the man assumed that she meant not only help with building materials, but also training in its construction, and immediately asked about the availability of an architectural plan. The hero, smiling, replied that he had a rough idea. The interlocutor then asked whether he knew what the land on which he needed to build a house was, to which he received exactly the same answer. Holding his hands behind his back, the man said that construction does not tolerate negligence, and his basic knowledge for architectural design, and, first of all, you need to know the quality of the land on which the building will be built. Putting his hand to his head, the president also said that knowledge of aesthetics is still needed for the correct use of space, and even knowledge of human psychology to feel comfortable inside the building, and no matter how beautiful it is, if real residents are not comfortable, then all efforts will go down the drain. Spreading his arms to his sides, the employee explained that he would also need to think about future residents, taking into account their psychology and needs, as well as the philosophical combination of applied sciences and psychology. Frowning, the man continued to say that he also needs to take into account the design and engineering equipment, because we must not forget about them, and all this is about the processes that will turn an ordinary concrete box into a real building. Pointing his finger, the man continued to say that architecture is the crown of all disciplines that humanity has developed. While the fighter noted that his attitude was apparently too frivolous in relation to architecture, then the interlocutor asked whether he had prepared the drawings. The guy, rubbing the back of his head, replied in the affirmative. Stretching out his hand to the sheet, the director said that he would check it. Smiling, the president thought that it would surely be a newcomer's drawing. The man, wide-eyed, asked where he got such a good drawing. Looking at him, Jigong thought that this was some kind of nonsense. After all, in 10 years in construction, he had never seen such perfect drawings, and it was simply divine. Looking at the fighter, the man noted that he himself said that he was a hunter, while the protagonist replied that he also runs a channel on YouTube. Then the interlocutor asked whether this channel was related to architecture, but this question was answered in the negative. The man's hands trembled when thoughts came to his head that the plan was just a drawing, or a projection of an image from his head. Pointing his finger, the president said that they should then start building, because he knew that turning imagination into reality was another matter altogether, and that in practical work this hunter could turn out to be a complete clumsy. The protagonist, raising his hand, exclaimed that they should first destroy the old house. The fragments immediately scattered to the sides after the impact. Immediately afterward, the man shook off the shrapnel from his t-shirt. The man, with his eyes wide open, realized that it was simply impossible to destroy a house with one blow of his fist. The young man had already taken one of the components when the interlocutor realized that one person was simply not able to lift such weights. Looking down, the hero noted that he had forgotten to do something and immediately said that they needed to dig a pit first. A dragon began to encircle his body. A bright flash from the impact illuminated everything around. The man's eyes widened. Looking at the guest, the president remembered that he had asked him to dig, but not to arrange such an explosion. Sweat trickled down his face as words escaped his mouth that he knew that hunters possess superhuman strength. But how could a man really be that strong? The protagonist, smiling, said that the pit was ready and now we could begin. Immediately after, this object in his hand was launched somewhere. The beams began to fall into place when the builder said that it would be better to go home. A comrade in arms, appearing in this place, said that he had come to help. At the same time, the fighter asked him to bring building materials. Grasping one of the beams, the hunter asked if he needed these items. Tilting his head slightly, his comrade realized that he did not even have the opportunity to move him. Frowning, the man shouted something. Suddenly the building materials began to stagger. The hunter was pinned down by them. The hero, running up to him, asked what had happened to him, because he was really just crushed. Clear skies appeared and words were heard saying that a hunter of his level should not be so weak and should exercise. Bending down, the soldier asked if he was in great pain and asked to see. His eyes opened wider after realizing that his right side had been completely crushed. Raising his hand, the guy noted that he had not suffered so much and he should stop pretending. The man, sobbing, said that this was not a pretense at all and he most likely needed to go to the hospital. The hero, looking down, asked why he needed to go there, if he just had the opportunity to regenerate. The interlocutor replied that it was not so easy, because something could grow incorrectly. Suddenly the guy pricked him with something. Sitting down next to him, the young man asked if he was better now, and his companion asked what he had just done. Looking at him, the guy said that the energy channels of the broken body were blocked, and he was injected into the acupuncture point, and his channel was emptied. As he was leaving, the hero said that he would continue to build while he was resting. Suddenly the soldier stopped. Turning around, the protagonist asked if everything would be okay if he was crushed a couple more times and suggested not to waste time. The comrade, looking somewhere ahead, asked what he meant. The fighter, grabbing the beam with his hands, replied that he would teach him how to become strong and he would not have the opportunity to learn such a lesson anywhere else. The hero lifted the object above him. There was a mad smile on his face after saying that he had to do this to make his ally stronger. Immediately afterwards there was a notification about increasing the divine healing mastery. Looking up, Shiva said that he needed to work a little and that's enough, thinking that it would all take 2 weeks. But it only took 3 days. Smiling, a voice was heard behind the main character. Crawling on the ground, the man asked the interlocutor to help him. In turn, the protagonist asked about the fact that he had injured the other party this time. Pointing back, the guy asked a question about how he couldn't be more careful. In turn, the young man said that he was going to die now. The needle entered the operator's neck. Starting to cry, the hero said that there was little help from him. In turn, the master said that he was very useful, adding that he coped thanks to him. Smiling, Shiva said that maybe it was not noticeable now, but he was getting stronger. In turn, the hunter said that with each regeneration he seemed to increase his power. Looking away, the protagonist thought that he was learning slowly, adding that although he did not look like Karen, the protagonist was glad that he was gradually mastering the martial art. A green aura emanated from the man. Glancing ahead, the guy thought about how this power can't be fully learned even if you have an S-level talent, adding that the disciple isn't that far away from the girl, going on to say that the apprentice had almost done the impossible anyway, considering that he was only A-level. A needle appeared, and it was clear that the master did not think that Liz Hong would succeed thanks to the super regeneration, adding that every time he was injured, he was healed by divine magic. However, it was a pity that the power of the martial art could not be forcibly injected into the body. Looking at the student, the hunter thought that they say that if the body is weak, the head suffers, adding that the ward has made considerable progress in 3 days, making it clear that he has grown up. Holding the phone in his hand, Shiva said that he was greatly mistaken, thinking that his martial arts skills had also grown. The phone showed that the divine healing skill had grown, adding that it was enough to alleviate his sister's illness at least a little, adding that perhaps he could level up the skill even more. Smiling, the protagonist thought that he should experiment with potions and then give them to her. Frozen under the rubble, the guy asked for help. In turn, the young man thought that perhaps enough would be enough for today. A hand appeared. Stretching out his hand, the master said that he would complete the house himself, so he should go to rest. Looking up, the man said that, in Hephaestus' opinion, it was quite cozy here. Without showing his face, the disciple asked that he had really built it himself. In turn, the mentor said that he had seen it himself. Making a surprised face, Shiva realized that the level of skill had grown very much. Without changing his posture, the protagonist thought that the skill had grown so much only from building a house, adding that if he continued to build and destroy, the skill level would reach 100%, but he didn't want to search for materials to build a house again. Smiling, the operator asked when the housewarming party was. Turning around, the guy asked what kind of housewarming party. In turn, the interlocutor said that since he had built a house, it was necessary to celebrate it. Holding his hand to his chin, the young man said that he really needed to call the people close to him, thinking that there were people who helped with the construction of the house. Gesticulating, the man asked if he could help him with the party, while the hunter said that he could do so, adding when he was going to celebrate. Looking up, Shiva said that, given the time to prepare, he would like to celebrate in 3 days. Smiling, the interlocutor said that, in this case, they would meet in 3 days, adding that he would tell his sister about it. In turn, the main character asked that he would really just leave. Pointing with his hand, the protagonist offered to buy him something to eat. In turn, the guy stated that he did not need it, continuing that he would better cook a lot of delicious food for the housewarming. Making a surprised face, the master asked why he ran away so quickly, said that he was afraid that something would fall on him again, asked who to invite to the housewarming party, adding that someone would come without an invitation, and realized that only his sister and Fenrir would be enough. A brick building appeared. She appeared, opening the door. Looking ahead, the girl asked how the construction of the house was going, asking how things were going in general. The subordinate, lowering his head, did not dare to talk about the construction. The surprised face of the lady appeared, while she listened to the fact that the construction was fully completed. In turn, the boss asked how it could be completed so quickly. Without showing his face, the man said that, in fact, their help was not even needed. Making a stunned face, the lady asked what he meant by saying that the house had already been built, adding that hadn't he said that construction had begun only 3 days ago. Sweat flowed down the employee's face, saying that this was true, answering that he had done everything with his bare hands. Starting to gesticulate, the guy stated that the main character dug up the ground like soft tofu, as if it was flying. In turn, the girl asked what he was carrying at all. Lowering his head, the man declared that he himself did not know. The lady's face showed surprise, thinking about what he was doing at all. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked if she liked this house. A blush appeared on the lady's face, asking if this was really their home. Waving her hand, her sister said that the ceilings were very high, adding that the living room was very spacious, noting that there were so many rooms that made it not look like their old house, and asked Fenrir if he liked it. Exhaling, the guy thought that she really liked him so much. Turning around, the girl said that if he hadn't said they were going to have a housewarming party, her brother had said that he had invited someone. He took the young man by the hand. The lady said that they should go. In turn, the man asked where she was going. And finally, the miss said that they needed to buy food for the guests. Showing a surprised face, the guy asked what she was really going to cook herself, asking if she would be fine, thinking that her sister was really good at cooking, but her physical condition was not very stable. Smiling, the girl said that everything was fine, because she knew how to cook. Grinning, the man said that he didn't mind, thinking that maybe it was because she had been treated in the hospital, adding that her complexion had improved, and she looked great. Sunset appeared. The chief, sitting at the table, was talking about Shiva. Without showing his eyes, the man thought that he had destroyed the Pandemonium branch in Seoul, thwarted the plan for the mass production of illegal awakened people, which had been in the works for several years. Looking ahead, the man asked where he was. The subordinate knitted his eyebrows and said what he would learn. Making a stunned face, the guy asked if he really wanted to meet him himself. Holding out his hand, the man said that if the chief went himself, the director of the inspectorate would notice it, continuing that it was too dangerous. Turning around, the villain announced that the main character had attracted his attention for the second time, adding that he should tell him where he was. Without showing his face, the interlocutor said that he had better leave it to him. The leader, smiling, asked why they should shoot sparrows from a cannon. Knitting his eyebrows, the opponent said that he should not deal with the protagonist, adding that he would cope with him himself, because now was not the time to speculate. Smiling, the man said that if he told him to, he would resign. Raising his hand, the villain said that they had a problem. Without showing his eyes, the chief asked what this meant, and in turn the supervisor said whether he could smell it, adding that it was the stench of the bloodhounds of the inspection department. The ceiling appeared. Showing a purple aura, the man said that he did not repeat twice. In turn, the subordinate asked for forgiveness. Looking ahead from under his brow, the man stated that it was worth finding a suitable person as a victim to be resurrected, adding that it seemed that the inspection had become too excited, continuing that even Sun Jae understood this. Knitting his eyebrows, the guy said that the inspection had prevented him from doing so because he had personally participated, adding that he had come here because only a leader could stop a man. There was rage in the boss's eyes, thinking that the plan to create Illegal Awakened was just a stepping stone for the work they were preparing. A man on a red background appeared, and it became clear that the inspectorate most likely also knew about it. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the man said that this guy had also attacked him. Looking ahead, the superior asked if he would be able to handle it. In turn, the guy asked that he was comparing him to Jigwan. Looking ahead maniacally, the man told him to leave it to him. Shivu's face showed surprise. Glancing at the table, the main character asked that his sister really cooked so much. In turn, the girl said that he was waiting for guests. Smiling, the protagonist asked if she had overdone it. In turn, the lady said that it was better to stay than not enough. Looking at the dog, the guy asked what he was also hungry. Making a sad face, the young man thought that he should not give him food, because the guests would have nothing left, asking the monster for forgiveness. Smiling, the man said that they would cook separately for the monster. Turning around, the lady asked when the guests would come. Looking at the phone, the master said that he had made an appointment for dinner, adding that they should already be here. A message appeared from the mobile device that an unknown object was approaching. Grinning, the hunter announced that it looked like someone was about to arrive. The friends, smiling, said that they had come. Glancing ahead, Shiva asked what was in the package, and in turn the disciple said that they were having a housewarming party, adding that they could not have come empty-handed. Looking in different directions, the girl asked if they had built everything themselves. In turn, the hunter apologized for being late. In the end, the man said that they were just in time. Raising his hand, the cameraman said that it was good, because his sister had been messing around for a very long time, adding that he thought that they would come last. In turn, the girl asked what she was messing with. Having received a blow to the side, the guy stated that she said that since they were going to the protagonist's house, she should look beautiful. In turn, the lady said that this was nonsense, asking when she said this. Waving with her hand, the lady told him not to pay attention to his words. The young man laughed awkwardly. Lowering her hands, the sister said that she was glad to see them, saying that she was the younger sister of Shiva. Surprise appeared on the interlocutor's face, asking if she was really a younger sister. In turn, the miss answered positively. Smiling, the lady said that she would be pleased to meet her, saying that her name was Soyeon. In turn, the brother interrupted his sister, saying that he was very glad to see the girl. Showing his thumb, the guy said that he was another protagonist. In turn, the lady said that she would also be very pleased to meet her. Looking down, the lady noticed a puppy. A trail of a fleeing monster appeared. Grinning, the protagonist thought that Fenrir had become like this when his interlocutor saw him. Turning around, the girl announced that the man would not be able to come, adding that she thought that he was busy with the work he wanted to demonstrate at the seminar. Smiling, the guy said that he had called him, asking if that seminar was so important to him. Looking up, the girl said that the seminar was a competition of blacksmiths, because the best masters of this world gathered there, continuing that there was even a prize for the winner. Making a surprised face, the young man asked what kind of prize it was. In turn, the lady answered positively, adding that he wanted to demonstrate the technique that he had learned from Shiva. Holding out her finger, the lady announced that the size of the prize was changing, saying that this time Master Aurelian himself would present the prize to the winner. Holding his hand to his chin, the man rejoiced at such news, adding that the man would probably go crazy. Turning around, the master said that his friend should wait a minute. A door appeared. Making a surprised face, Ian asked how he knew that he was here. Looking around, the guy said that there was one way, asking if she came alone, asking where her mother was. In turn, the girl said that her mother could not come because of work, so she would be alone. Smiling, the main character said that he was sorry, because it would be great if she also came. In turn, the lady greeted her friend, adding that they had not seen each other for a long time, asking how she was doing. Without showing her face, the sister replied that she was fine, asking when they had last seen each other. In turn, the interlocutor stated that they had not seen each other for almost a year. In the end, the lady asked what it had been for so long. Making a stunned face, the friend asked about the fact that he really invited all the guests to the housewarming party on the same day. Turning around, the man answered positively, asking if it shouldn't be so, thinking that he had never been to such events, so he did not know how to do it right. Holding her head, the lady could not find the right words. Looking at the corpses, the man said that they were pandemonium people. Glancing down, the guy asked about what had happened here, adding about what was happening in this city. The subordinate, knitting his eyebrows, said that the search was completed. In turn, the chief asked if there were any survivors. Making an angry face, the leader insulted the members of the pandemonium. With folded hands, the man asked what they had found, adding that there was anything unusual, and the young man said that there was something strange, adding that he did not know why, but only the men had died, saying that the women had not been killed, continuing that he had not been able to explain it. Sunset appeared. Looking to the side, the boss said that it was a real blessing to survive in such a meat grinder, asking where the director was now. In turn, the subordinate replied that the director was chasing a villain. Clenching his hands into fists, the man announced that he was here. Looking ahead, the man asked what was wrong with Juan. In turn, the leader said that he had missed him, adding that he was stronger than he thought. The director began to fall. Having caught the person, the subordinate asked if he was okay. In turn, the superior said that he was just dizzy. Blood appeared on the guy's hand. Falling to the ground, the master said that everything was fine, ordering not to tell the employees. Grinning, the man asked whether the director of the inspectorate would behave like this after the attack of the criminal, adding that society would begin to worry. Starting to tremble, the man said that everything was fine with him. The villain was holding on to a tree. The subordinate, looking down, asked if he was okay, while the boss asked what had happened. Averting his gaze, the guy said that thanks to him, the ritual was not interrupted. In turn, the opponent asked if the inspection bureau found out about him. Without showing his face, the employee stated that, thanks to him, they managed to completely hide the ritual. Holding on to his bloody eye, the villain thought about the fact that it was the first time he had collided with an opponent like this, adding that it seemed that he had underestimated him. Grinning, the man said that it was rather stupid, because he had to sacrifice his left eye. Smiling, Shiva said that the disciple had come, and in turn the lady greeted the chief. Glancing to the side, the girl told the guys to greet the main character. Grinning, the protagonist announced that they should enter. The boy, standing in the middle of the room, said that the house was very good. Looking ahead, the young man asked if they could also live in such a house, and in turn the sister asked how much such a house cost. Making a surprised face, the guy asked how much it was worth. In turn, the girl assumed that its price was $1,000,000. Counting on his fingers, the man said that for $1,000,000 you can buy a lot of chicken. Looking away in surprise, the guy said that the main character is very rich. In turn, the older sister asked what he was saying at all. Starting to bow, the lady asked for forgiveness, saying that he was still small. In turn, the protagonist replied that everything was fine. Looking ahead, the guy thought about how it seemed that everyone had come, adding that only the man and the landlady couldn't come. Smiling, the young man invited them inside, since everyone had gathered, thinking that he was unlikely to come, adding that he had invited him out of politeness, but he would not come. Going into the room, the girl asked about the fact that he still did not buy everything for the house. In turn, the interlocutor said that he had recently finished the construction, adding that he made the table and chairs in a hurry. In the end, the lady was surprised that he made them himself. The master looked at the phone. Looking ahead, the friend said that if he didn't say that everyone had already come, Shiva replied positively, adding that he did not understand who was coming here. One of the leaders of Pandemonium furrowed his brows and asked where he was. He was looking up, and another man told him that the guy had invited friends to his house. Buckshin smirked and laughed, thinking that the protagonist didn't even understand what situation he was in. The assistant furrowed his brows and asked what his boss would do, because everything could get worse. The leader clenched his hand into a fist and replied with a mad smile that he would kill them all. He smiled as dark silhouettes flashed before him. A lot of dishes appeared on the table. The guests were covered with sweat from shock. The girls froze, their brows furrowed. Soa coughed into her fist, and her brother whispered that he should take matters into his own hands to improve the atmosphere. He pulled on a big smile and said that he would introduce everyone to each other. Shiva gave his name with a joyful expression on his face, and so did his sister. Ayun closed her eyes and revealed that she was the daughter of those who owned the house. Soyeon and Lizhong also introduced themselves with smiles. Daku scratched her cheek awkwardly and said that she was a video editor and editor. Then she pointed her hand at her two younger siblings. Minyoung introduced herself with a serious expression as the head of the inspection team at the Seoul branch of the bureau. Chiron looked directly and revealed that she was the master of the SH Hunter Guild. The protagonist was covered in sweat and thought that he had called them all out of politeness and did not expect them to actually come. Soa shook her head and laughingly told the guests to start eating. Daku opened her mouth in amazement as her younger brother and sister immediately looked at the goodies in admiration. The guy replied with a smile that this is what they have prepared all this for. The light was on in the house. Soyeon raised her hands and said that they had prepared a gift, and her brother turned around to take it out. These were the tendons of the ogre. The young man looked at the gift with a warm smile and said that it was just what he needed. He thought that he had just finished the house and was going to start making his weapons. He closed his eyes and asked if it was too generous for a housewarming gift, since each hair was worth 100 million won. The girl winked and replied that it was not just a gift. He stretched out his hands forward, and Lizhong reminded him that Shiva had saved him last time, so it was time for him to repay it somehow. Ayun winked and said that now her gift would not seem good enough. She decided to give workbooks and materials for the entrance exams. Soa accepted it with a smile, thanking the guest. Daku gritted her teeth in embarrassment and handed over her camera. The protagonist looked at her in surprise and thought that this was too generous on her part, and that she remembered what he was talking about in the video. Then he smiled and thanked the girl. Lizhong clenched his hand into a fist with a smile, and the protagonist asked him not to break this camera. Mingjong looked down bashfully and explained that it was her first housewarming party and for that reason, she didn't know to prepare a gift, she just wanted to see the young man. He gave her a thumbs up and told her that it was okay and that he was glad she just came. The girl sadly lowered her head and apologized again. Karen touched her chin. She furrowed her brows and said that they usually give items for the house. The guy's eyes widened, and the girl handed him the phone. He looked around and asked if it was a carafe sofa. Soyeon's mouth opened wide in shock when she heard these words. A loud cry rang through the room. The girl stood next to Shivu and screamed in shock when she saw Karafni's sofa and Harivatun's closet, which were worth billions. She leaned over to the protagonist and added that these items are also almost impossible to obtain. She sweated, saying that such sofas produce only 10 pieces a year, and there are only 1,000 cabinets in the whole world. Karen looked to the side and explained that Director Ming was in charge of selling small furniture, and she was also the one who chose the gifts. Soyeon pointed her finger at the phone screen and whispered that if she were the guy, she would still take this gift, he should choose one. The huntress widened her eyes in amazement and asked if the young man liked the gift. Everyone froze in amazement. Mingzong furrowed her brows. The protagonist's eyes turned white, and he asked if it was all a gift. He gritted his teeth and began to list the pieces of furniture. The girl looked at him and confirmed that it was all included in the gift for him. All the guests opened their mouths in horror. Shiva put his hand on the glass refrigerator. Choosing the products, he said that now he understood what SH meant, and they really live in different worlds. He sweated when he realized it looked like a wedding dowry, and maybe Aunt Karen thought they were dating. The young man thought with a smile that it would only get worse. There was a bright light above him, and he assumed that he might have misunderstood everything. Suddenly, the guy looked at his phone and saw a notification that an unknown object was approaching. His eyes bulged in shock as the system alerted him to detect aggressive magical power and go into emergency mode. Shivu wrinkled his nose. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion. A crowd of hunters stood outside the building. Bukshin said with a smirk that it was not a bad house. There was a weapon hanging on his back and he ordered his subordinates to destroy it. The man clenched his hand into a fist. Suddenly he began to tremble. The leader put his hand on his forehead and said that he could not believe that these idiots were also in pandemonium. He grabbed his spear. It began to radiate red energy, and he said that now they could all come in. The man looked to the side and thought that they were attracting the attention of others, and perhaps people from the bureau would be sent here. With a mad smile, he waved his hand and decided that they had to do everything before they arrived. The explosion kicked up dust in the air. Bukshin closed his eyes and asked the others to finish quickly. His subordinate turned around with a frightened look. The supervisor clenched his jaw and asked irritably what had happened. The bald jock opened his eyes wide and asked him to look at something. The man sweated in shock and asked who it was. Mingjong took out her weapon, saying that only criminals attack a private house so openly. The scoundrel wrinkled his nose and told his superior that he was the commander of the Seoul Guard. The girl looked to the side and said that common criminals don't attack so openly, and they just wouldn't have the courage. So this crowd clearly came with a different purpose. She furrowed her brows in anger and asked if they belonged to pandemonium. Li Zhong's eyes bulged out in fright and asked what was going on here and who they were. Bakchan was dazed by sweat. Chiron clenched her hands into fists. The man recognized her. He frowned and asked why she was there. The jock turned around and asked what they should do, and the supervisor thought it was bad because it was very dangerous to touch SH group in Korea. He gritted his teeth tightly and decided that he still couldn't back down now. With a mad look, the man ordered everyone to be killed except for Chiron. The scoundrels ran forward. Liz Hong shook his head, still not understanding anything. Ming Zhong swung her weapon and wounded the enemy. She furrowed her brows and explained that they were the criminals from Pandemonium. Then the girl rushed forward. She jumped upstairs. Her elegant silhouette could be seen against the background of the full moon. Then the commander attacked another enemy, and he screamed in pain. The guy opened his mouth in horror. Ming Zhong was fighting the crowd at this time, blood spurting in the air. The hunter turned. Karen also fought criminals. The violet rays wounded each of them. Bak Chun clenched his jaw, saying that there were only 2 girls here, but they were defeating his team. Then he chuckled and decided that for the first time in a long time, something interesting was happening. Suddenly a fiery beam rushed towards the commander. She managed to defend herself with the blade of her sword. The fire disappeared, but smoke remained in the air. The girl looked furiously at the villain, who said that he didn't know that their group was so famous. He stamped his foot. Suddenly, red rays appeared around him, and he shouted for the commander to try to deflect this too. He laughed loudly and asked if it was difficult for her now. Ming Zhong squeezed her eyes shut and gritted her teeth, and the man asked if this was her limit. He said with a smirk that he wanted to have some fun. Li Zhong's eyes widened in horror and concluded that it was dangerous. He looked at Chiron and thought about how he didn't know what was going on here. But these were criminals who were trying to break into Shiva's house. The guy closed his eyes and thought that if he knew that something like this would happen, then he would take a shield with him. He must do something now. Suddenly his eyes opened wide. The door opened. The young man was clearing the plates from the table. He took a piece of furniture in his hands and thought that it could serve as a shield. He turned when someone called him. Soyeon and the other girls approached him and asked what was going on there. Her brother gritted his teeth and replied that they should all stay here and never go outside. Karen fought fiercely against her enemies. Suddenly, Liz Hong ran with the table in his hands, shouting loudly. Bakchun turned. The guy knocked him off his feet with a blow. He closed his eyes and coughed up blood, thinking that his opponent was strong. Suddenly, the man swung his spear, and the young man did not notice how he approached. The hunter was covered in sweat and thought that the culprit was too fast for him to dodge. Suddenly the leader knocked him down with a blow of a spear and cut off his arm. Ming Zhong turned around abruptly at the loud sound. Bak Chun hit the guy with his knee and said that he had a lot of problems. The cameraman flew back. The scoundrel raised his hand and told him to die. He created a flame in front of him. Suddenly someone dropped to the ground. 2 weapons collided. Karen was standing in front of the enemy. She was covered in sweat, and he said that she had good skills and weapons. Butchun smirked and added that she was still just a child, however. Then, everything turned black and white as he used the speed-up skill. The chakras in his body shone brightly. Not only thinking was accelerating, but even the speed of cognition. The girl gritted her teeth. Everything that was happening around slowed down, as if in slow motion. The leader grabbed the spear and thought that he could easily overcome the speed of sound. And this is a world that moves at his pace. Everyone except him moves like snails. He grinned madly and thought that in a world where everyone stood still, the only one who could move was him. He was a god. Suddenly, the man furrowed his brows in amazement. He began to tremble, feeling as if an alarm signal had sounded in his head. A huge monster face appeared behind the criminal, and he felt that he would die if he didn't escape right now. A white light flashed behind him. He turned. Then there was a fiery explosion. Bak Chun flew back, letting out a pained groan. Blood flowed from his mouth, and he didn't understand why he couldn't dodge. He wrinkled his nose and thought that this was simply ridiculous and impossible, because in this world he was a god. He sat on the ground, looking at the bag of groceries on. Someone reached down, saying that he had dropped all the ice cream. Shiva looked at the enemy and added that it was his fault. He rolled his eyes and asked what was going on here. Liz Hong clenched his jaw and called out to his friend. The main character looked down and asked why the cameraman was holding the table and where his left hand had gone. They were standing in the middle of the yard, and the owner of the house said that he understood what was happening here. He turned around and asked who they were, and Ming Zhong reported that they were people from Pandemonium. The protagonists began to emit a blue light, saying that the scoundrels probably did not understand the first time. Bak Chun looked at him in horror. Shiva furrowed his brows and concluded that he would have to repeat once again that they had messed with him in vain. Behind him was a blue mist. Standing with his back, he said that they had made a mistake. The guy's eyes began to emit a red light with anger. The supervisor furrowed his brows in amazement. He remembered how Jiwan turned around and said that it was better not to go to Shiv because Jigwan had already suffered because of him. A drawing of a predator appeared in front of the young man. The man stood up, breathing heavily and saying that the protagonist was rumored to have injured Jigwan. He smirked and added that he wasn't that easy to deal with. Showing the middle finger, the criminal said that the protagonist failed to kill him with one blow, and he would soon regret it. The leader's body began to emit red light. The hands on the clock slowed down, as did the rest of the world. The scoundrel thought with a cunning smile that this world was under his control, and only he could move here. Suddenly, the guy's fist hit his chest. He opened his mouth wide and lost his balance. Red blood flew out of his mouth. Shiva furrowed his brows as he moved quickly. Bak Chun sweated as he looked at him. He looked to the side dumbfounded, not understanding how the protagonist could move. The young man raised his hand, preparing to attack. The enemy's eyes turned red, and he thought it was nonsense. He stomped his foot on the ground and decided that it was impossible. Then the man grabbed his weapon and screamed shrilly. The red and blue light collided. Suddenly, the criminal's eyes turned white, blood spurted. He gritted his teeth and thought that he had hit the target, but then something incomprehensible was happening. The guy stomped his foot on the ground. He walked slowly towards his opponent, who thought it was just ridiculous. Buchun was sweating, not understanding why he couldn't keep up with this guy. Shiva's eyes emitted a red light. The leader furrowed his thin brows, realizing that it was not only a matter of speed, but also of a murderous blow. The protagonist's fist sparkled brightly. There was an irresistible force in it that he could not bear. The man imagined the face of the boss and realized that he was right, that the main character cannot be defeated. A silhouette of a monster appeared above him, and he realized that he was finished. Blood ran down his white teeth, red rays formed a cross, and Buchun shouted loudly. Chiron looked away, stunned. Minjim gritted her teeth, not understanding what was happening. Liz Hong was still holding the table, saying that he couldn't make out a single move. Flashes of light could be seen in the air. The battle was completely indistinguishable. The enemy landed down, letting out a loud scream. He opened his mouth wide and thought that Shivu was just a monster who was getting faster and faster. There were red spots on his face, and he thought that even he couldn't be that fast. However, he couldn't give up. The man clenched his hand into a fist, concentrating more strength in his body. He opened his mouth wide and screamed deafeningly. Suddenly, a ray of light attacked the criminal. The main character clenched his hands into fists. His silhouette was indistinct. He furrowed his brows maliciously. He then opened his mouth and sighed loudly. There was a red mist in the air. The guy looked ahead seriously. Liz Hong and the others were hiding behind the table. Mingjong furrowed her brows and shouted to her comrade that Bak Chun should not be killed. Without turning around, the protagonist replied that he knew about it. With a mad look, he added that, however, he couldn't promise anything because that was the power he couldn't control. There was a crimson mist around the guy as he thought about how they had only competed in speed until now, and without realizing it, he was limiting himself. He imagined the silhouette of the enemy and thought that he understood it by observing his ability to speed up the entire body. The young man became surrounded by green light, and he concluded that it was the same as a divine skill. Something cracked, and he thought that he had broken the stereotypes about speed and erased his subconscious limitation. The owner of the house closed his eyes and decided that he would expand on the concept of SS plus super speed. The chakras in his body were activated. A bright moon shone above the building, illuminating the street. There were white clouds in the sky. The night breeze was blowing. The young man imagined this universe and thought that everything here is subject to time, day and night. Without opening his eyes, the young man thought that this was a world in which they felt every second of 24 hours. And even if they sped up a minute and a half, everything would already change. A green aura covered his body. He thought that everything in the world was slowing down. Even the sounds seemed to hang in the air. Bachun smirked, and Shiva thought that if he sped up for 2 minutes, he would get a world accelerated to the limit. A green mist enveloped everything around him, and the main character thought that it would be a world that is inaccessible to other people. He furrowed his brows and opened his eyes. The silhouette of Hermes appeared in front of him. When he used the SS plus super speed skill, he already had a divine skill. The owner of the house looked straight and thought about the world of the present moment. In the reflection of the glass, I could see how the enemy was running away. Suddenly, a ray of mana struck him. The man turned, breathing heavily. The protagonist was already behind him, his hand clenched into a fist. Deokshan looked at him dumbfounded and called him a monster. A beam of energy approached the criminal. He flew back, screaming loudly in pain. The young man clenched his hand into a fist. The young man, looking at his phone, realized that in just one use, his skill had increased by 9%. Remembering the activation of this ability, the fighter assumed that it was related to the rest of the skills, and now he had the ability to control this speed, and now at least the environment would not suffer because of it. Introducing his teacher, the hero realized that it seemed that even Hercules could not catch up with Hermes, and this is only 10% of skill. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that he almost killed him. She looked at the body of the enemy. Sweat appeared on her face after the words of gratitude. After presenting the huge number of corpses, the young man said that she really had a hard time and thanked her for protecting everyone while he was gone. Looking away, the hunter thought that working as a guardsman, she must have faced such situations hundreds of times, and it was unlikely to be a problem for her. Looking at his friend, the guy asked about his condition and immediately noted that his arm had apparently already grown out. Immediately afterward, his gaze focused on the girl. Standing in front of her, the hero understood that outwardly everything was fine with her, but she probably had to face this for the first time. Looking down, the fighter knew that this was most likely a real shock for her. Noticing her trembling hands, the young man thought about how fighting monsters and fighting humans are completely different things, especially for the first time. She was looking down somewhere as the fighter remembered that she had always looked emotionless, word robot, but in reality, she was still a young and fragile teenage girl, just hidden behind her talent as a genius from a construction company. Closing his eyes, the hero also remembered that the girl came to the housewarming party for the first time in his life and immediately thanked her. Chiron immediately looked up. She bowed her head again when the teacher said that if it weren't for her skills, these guys would have been seriously hurt. Taking her hand, the guy explained that if she also fought Pandemonium, then it would happen again in the future, and if she wasn't ready for it, then she should simply refuse. Her gaze was directed somewhere forward. The young man, still holding his hand in front, understood that it was great to fight and win, but sometimes retreating could be the beginning of the path to victory. The image of Confucius appeared after thinking that he himself said that if a person decides not to do something, this is not failure or avoidance, but a choice in favor of another opportunity. Smiling, the guy began to talk about how their spiritual growth should not be unattainable and therefore she should not always try only to win. The main thing is just not to succumb to emotions. Her eyes were wide as the teacher talked about how she was the most important. The soldier still continued to hold it. Smiling, Chiron thanked him. The protagonist, standing in front of her, understood that she simply did not have enough experience, and if she did not get upset and did not give up when faced with this, then one day she would become a hunter known all over the world. Also smiling, the young man thought that until then, she should develop her skills while being safe and he needed to ensure it as a teacher. Imagining mountains of money, the hero remembered that this is why he earns 10 billion a month and immediately thanked her. They showed the inspector after the soldiers' thoughts that they had arrived very soon. He also remembered how he said goodbye to the guests and realized that the housewarming party ended very hectic. But none of the guests were injured and everyone returned home safely. With his hands on his hips, the boy knew that his enemies couldn't even enter thanks to his comrades. And even if they did, Fenrir would take care of them. Smiling, the young man thought that he was grateful to them and that he was sorry that they were involved in all this. The commander, approaching the ward, asked her if the check of these people was completed. The latter, in turn, answered in the affirmative and explained that it had been confirmed that they were all members of Pandemonium. Holding a folder in her hands, she said that they were all wanted, while the second inspector said that one of them was still alive. Raising her hand to her face, the guardsman asked what they should do, while the man behind replied that they needed to do their due and finish him off. The hero, opening his eyes wider, asked again. The inspector crossed his arms over his chest and explained that if they let him live, he would kill anyway and innocent people would suffer, so it was better for them to get their hands dirty. The young man, smiling, thought that they were really called butchers for a reason. The head, standing in front of him, began to talk about how Buckshin was one of the lower levels of the organization and asked if they could interrogate him. The fighter, smiling, answered in the affirmative and realized why they saved his life. The man, walking away, said that while he was finishing off that man, he was hungry, and the girl offered him to eat a pork cutlet for lunch. The protagonist at that moment began to think about the personal interrogation of this person. Looking back, the guy asked to tell him if they suddenly found out the location of the Pandemonium. The interlocutor, slightly tilting her head, noted that she could tell him this later and asked about the reason. The guy, wide-eyed, replied that they had ignored his first warning and he should repeat it. His fist was clenched with great force. Still standing in front of him, the commander also said that now their team would constantly guard his house. They all turned around suddenly. The hero, looking at them, asked if they agreed to this and suggested that the interlocutor did not discuss this with them, and it was unlikely that she had the opportunity to abuse her official position for personal purposes at all. The buildings appeared when she was heard saying that one of their tasks was to patrol the territory, and his house was just under their jurisdiction. Also introducing the head of the hostile organization, Mingjong revealed that the young man is currently the target of Pandemonium, and the guardsmen are obliged to protect citizens from any danger, as they did today. The employee was taking one of the people away. Closing his eyes, the hero said that they were apparently going to capture Pandemonium in this way. Raising his finger, the fighter asked if his thoughts were correct, and the girl replied that it was approximately true. Looking at it, the guardswoman explained that it was just a housewarming gift. The young man, rubbing the back of his head, noted that since it was a gift, he simply had no way to refuse and also thought that this was a very desirable gift. A door covered with cracks appeared, when the hunter thought that although the house had been built, there was still much missing in it, although the intruders could not enter. But they were not frightened by this house. Remembering the true form of the dog, the guy realized that he didn't have so much worry about it, because there was Fenrir and therefore not much could happen. But if the inspectors were constantly patrolling the area, then he would at least have confidence that Soa and the house would be safe. Immediately afterwards they shook hands. Smiling, the girl thanked him. The protagonist, looking after her, thought that he should have thanked them and also realized that this person also knows how to smile. Walking ahead of the group, the commander said that now it was necessary to finish with this place. There was also a smile on the hero's face. Suddenly his face changed instantly. Raising his hand, the young man said that his bones were broken after all. Having introduced his opponent, the fighter knew that he was the leader and turned out to be much stronger than expected. Immediately, the man introduced Jigwan along with his supervisor and thought that the former was easy to deal with. But Buckshin had broken his arm and chopped off Legion's arm, but they were only one level apart. Glancing at his hand, the guy realized that it was already quite stupid to resist a weapon with his bare hands. The young man, frowning, realized that he just had superpower and otherwise he would no longer have an arm. Imagining the loss, the hero knew that if his enemy managed to reach him with a spear, then he would face imminent death. Imagining a certain person, the hunter thought that soon Pandemonium would come to take revenge on him, which meant that in the future he would have to deal with those who were stronger than this spearman. Clenching his hand into a fist, the fighter also noted that he had most likely reached his limit in a fist fight. After presenting various equipment, the guy said that it was time to make himself a weapon. The teeth and hands of people appeared after the words that a person has a weak body. Since there are teeth, but not sharp, there are nails, but they cannot be called claws. Immediately after, there was an image of weapons and how people fought in ancient times, along with the words that man used wood that was harder than his nails and stones that were harder than his bones. People began attacking the larger beast after saying that man had overcome his physical handicaps by using what nature had given him around him, and gained a fighting advantage over most animal species and hunted beasts that seemed to never be defeated. After that, a man with a spear appeared and said that they had reached the peak of the human pyramid in the fierce wilderness, and were able to break free from the shackles of the food chain and become the main predators. Some signs appeared on the walls and told that this had been the case throughout human history, and therefore the weapons were also very diverse. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, realized that this is why he does not understand what to choose. Presenting the glove, the young man thought that it would be the safest option, because he was much better with martial arts than with weapons. As he climbed, the fighter also remembered Hercules' words that the perfect armor is the one that makes the user stronger. Taking a piece of red-hot metal, the man decided to make the glove again. Smiling, the hero remembered that the ogre tendons had been used last time. Looking down, the protagonist knew that his divine metallurgy mastery level was now almost 6 times higher, and even if he used the same ingredient, the result would be completely different. His reel soared into the air. The blow fell on this metal. The young man continued to beat, realizing that he needed to find the perfect balance of plasticity and strength. Sparks flew to the side when suddenly there was a notification that he had managed to make a good weapon and his skill level had increased by 1%. Taking it in his hand, the guy asked himself if it turned out well. Remembering the previous uniform of the same kind, the protagonist thought that Chiron had paid a whopping 40 million won for such a glove, and it was her disposable weapon, and even Hephaestus would appreciate it. The glove trembled in his hands when the guy said that its cost would probably exceed 100 million. Waving his finger, the young man replied in the negative and added that he had no money problems at the moment. Immediately after, the fighter put it on. Looking at her, the hero realized that this thing, very comfortable and almost not felt on the hand. Immediately afterward, the young man clenched his hand into a fist. His eyes widened. The glove shattered into many small fragments. Sweat began to run down his face. Looking at the remnants of the equipment, the young man spoke of how his 100 million had turned to dust. Lowering his gaze, the blacksmith assumed that there might have been some kind of mistake in his actions, but in this case he would not have been given such an assessment, and immediately assumed that the material could be defective. After imagining this monster, the young man realized that the ogre's tendons were full of the strength of this creature, and were therefore the strongest material in the world that could withstand anything. Suddenly, an image of a deity appeared behind him immediately after activating the skill of insight. His eyes widened as he thought that even the ogre's tendons couldn't withstand Hercules' power, which meant he needed higher quality materials. Bringing his hand to his face, the fighter thought about the presence of monsters stronger than this ogre. His eyes widened again after realizing that such people simply did not exist. His eyes turned white after trying to understand if there was a monster that could withstand such a monstrous force, and immediately thought of Hercules' weapon. His gaze was directed upwards. Immediately afterward, the face of this deity appeared and the protagonist remembered the helmet of the Nemean lion. The god made many attacks on this beast. When the young man realized that because of the extremely strong and thick skin, it did not even flinch under the blows of Hercules. Immediately after, the man grabbed the lion's neck and the guy remembered that the god then rushed at the Nemean lion and strangled him for 30 days in a row. The fighter remembered the image of the deity in front of him and his words that the lion had died and his body began to decompose, and only the scalp from which the helmet was made remained. The guy threw back his head. Smiling, the young man noted that to create a good weapon capable of resisting the power of Hercules, at least a Nemean lion is needed, and there is nothing special about it. Leaning on the table, the hero realized that he simply had no way to find this beast. His body shivered at the thought of having to fight with his bare hands for the rest of his life. Bowing his head, the man was talking about how the greater his strength became, the greater the responsibility became, when suddenly someone behind him said that he did not even immediately understand why the light was on in the workshop. So, holding a bundle in his hands, asked if he was making a weapon. The protagonist, smiling, answered in the affirmative and added that his attempts were unsuccessful. Then the interlocutor asked about the reason. The guy, crying, talked about the fact that he could not use weapons now. The master smiled and said that he didn't know what had happened, but he clearly needed to cheer him up and offered to look at his weapon. The fighter's gaze was directed to the side. Taking the blade out of the cloth, the hero thought that everything was as expected from the blacksmith. He used not only his skill, but also the Hephaestus technique, which he had to teach him. Looking at the blade, the hero said that it looked great. The interlocutor noted that his words gave him more confidence. Then the young man began to talk about the fact that such an order would definitely be for some important person and asked if it would be used by some S-class hunter. The man, looking at him, replied in the negative and explained that this weapon would be used in the seminar. At the same time the protagonist asked again. The young man, still holding his sword, remembered that this was the blacksmith seminar they had talked about last time, and immediately said that this event would probably be more important than he thought. The blacksmith, taking his blade, replied in the affirmative and explained that this seminar was the most important competition in the world and noted that if the young man participated, he would surely be able to win. The hero, smiling, asked if he could also take part. Looking up, the blacksmith said that in order to participate, you need to be a member of the World Blacksmith Association and have the appropriate qualifications, and all this requires a lot of documents, and you must also confirm the awakening of the ability. The protagonist, smiling, replied that he wouldn't be able to do so, as he remembered that he had been registered as unawakened, let alone an ability. Crossing his arms over his chest, the fighter asked if there would be a prize, while the blacksmith answered in the affirmative, but explained that the prize was not the main thing in this event. Smiling, the master said that this was just a symbol and this time it would be completely useless, because it would be processed by Master Aurelian himself. The hero, imagining the image of a certain person, asked if the master would really process something useless and also asked what kind of prize it would be. The man, raising his finger, said that this prize is called orichalcum, but the protagonist asked again. This ore appeared after the blacksmith's words that this is a metal discovered after the 5th Industrial Revolution, and due to its extreme strength, it is simply indestructible and in an unprocessed form is much more familiar to everyone than in a processed form. The fighter, imagining this ore in the trash, thought that this was indeed a useless prize and no matter how noble it was just garbage that could not be processed, because even Master Aurelian was not able to do this. The young man, looking at his interlocutor, asked why a stone that cannot be processed should be made a prize, and he replied that he meant it, because it is a kind of symbol. The guy, crossing his arms over his chest, thought that blacksmiths from all over the world gather at such a seminar, but his master should definitely have a chance to win. His eyes suddenly widened at the thought of a metal that could not be destroyed and that no blacksmith in the world had ever worked. Bowing his head, the hero realized that he had definitely seen the process of forging orichalcum before, and the Mjolnir forged by Hephaestus was made of orichalcum. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man thought that he could do it with the help of divine metallurgy. Smiling, the fighter remembered that Hephaestus had made a bunch of weapons for the gods using this metal. Sweat appeared on his face after thinking that he needed to do it, but he didn't have the opportunity to take part in the seminar. But he couldn't just give up like that. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy thought about participating under the name of a blacksmith, but he was unlikely to agree to this. A certain tool appeared after thoughts that you can just help him win. Smiling, the hero activated the skill of insight and called out to the interlocutor. Smiling, the young man offered him a deal. Standing beside him, the hunter was talking about how he was doing something wrong. Pointing his finger, the fighter explained that he should do it from a different angle to maximize strength and endurance. The man picked up the hammer and asked if his last blow had been correct. Immediately after, his hammer struck the metal. The hero, clutching his head, asked him at the very end to do something completely different. Coming closer, the young man asked to do a little further and asked what he himself could not see. The same answered in the negative. Then the ward explained that he said so because he uses only the mind. The same asked what he should use then. The hero, closing his eyes, replied that he needed to use his senses, since he needed to feel every centimeter of metal and understand its structure, and the master asked the question that he really did not need to use his mind, because it would be extremely difficult. Glancing to the side, the protagonist explained that he had simply never dwelled on it, and if he were an ordinary person, he would not even suspect it. But the blacksmith is also awake and should give it a try. Standing behind, the young man asked if he felt it, but the blacksmith answered in the affirmative. A burning furnace appeared and the hero's words were heard that this was the point where he needed to hit harder, while the interlocutor asked how much harder he needed to hit. Raising his hand, the guy said that he should do something like this. Suddenly, a bright flash lit up the workshop. The man, closing his eyes, shouted a question about how he could be able to repeat this. The young man, raising one eyebrow, noted that he would definitely succeed and he just had to keep trying. Immediately after, the man raised the hammer. His tool quickly headed down. The two of them looked at the metal. The young man, looking up, turned to him. Putting his hand on his shoulder, the fighter suggested that he start with training and put the hammer in its place. The same asked if they really needed to do physical exercises and why they needed it so suddenly. The hero, closing his eyes, replied that this was necessary in order for him to be able to master the techniques that he had been taught, and for this he needed to build up muscles. The interlocutor, looking away, began to say that there was less than a week left before the seminar, and even if he started training, it was unlikely to help much. The hero, raising his finger, asked him not to worry, because if he drinks a special potion, then everything will work out, but the master asked again. His forge appeared and the young man asked if there were any doping tests at the seminar. The master did push-ups while the hero counted the amount. After that, the man drank this potion. Standing nearby, the fighter spoke about the fact that breathing is extremely important, but you should not get hung up on breathing, as you need to try to keep the pace. The man was lying on the floor in a puddle of potion. A lot of footage of their training appeared after the words that the blacksmith had been undergoing special training all week. The smithy building appeared again. Taking the hammer, the man said that everything was finally ready. He had a blade in his hand. The young man's eyes were wide open. Holding it in his hand, the protagonist noted that this sword is a real work of art and exactly matches his hand, as if it was made especially for him. The master, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that this was due to the fact that the hilt of the sword was made with the addition of the facial muscles of the doppelganger. The guy, imagining two identical fighters, remembered that the doppelganger is a monster capable of taking the form of an enemy. Looking at the sword, the hero understood why the hilt of the sword changes shape depending on who holds it. As he held out the equipment, the fighter thought that the introduction of monster abilities into the equipment was previously completely inaccessible to ordinary people, but the blacksmith said that he had really learned a lot from him. Taking the blade in his hand, Paldwan spoke of how he had learned more in that week than in the past 20 years. The hunter, looking somewhere ahead, realized that this man had made noticeable progress in 1 week. Looking at the glove on his hand, the guy knew that he had actually managed to advance so much in just a week thanks to his 20 years of experience. And although not perfect, he had managed to learn the divine technique. Smiling, the fighter remembered that Confucius had once said that there were 3 important plants, namely plums, chrysanthemums, and bamboo. A bamboo sprout appeared after saying that it takes 5 years to grow, and until this time passes, the plant will not even take root. The foliage appeared, and it was said that in 5 years the sprouts would finally appear. A lot of bamboo trunks were visible, and it was said that in 5 weeks the plant would grow to the sky. Looking at the master, the man knew that it hadn't been 5 years, but the height of his personality was similar to the height of a bamboo. Looking at the rest of the weapons, the protagonist knew that even if the results were not immediately visible, even if it seemed insignificant to some, the main thing in this matter was not to give up. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy realized that it was time for a change. Rubbing the back of his head, the fighter noted that he had just helped him a little and therefore his merits should not be exaggerated, because all this is the result of his hard work. His gaze was directed somewhere forward. The man, smiling, thanked him. Exhaling, the hunter asked questions about whether the interlocutor would provide this sword at the seminar, and whether it would be enough at all, and also realized that now they could only wait for the will of heaven. Many people gathered near the Garnier Palace in France. The presenter, holding the microphone to his mouth, said that they would now move on to the 51st Combat Forum and begin the main event. It was also said that this is a scientific forum where blacksmiths from all over the world communicate and discuss their work. People gathered in a huge hall, and the words were heard that the first work presented was a sword made by the master Antonio. One of the people, looking ahead, asked if he was talking about the best master in Italy. The facilitator, lifting the cloth, said that this work is called dragon breathing. The man, closing his eyes, noted that this work was really similar to Antonio, and it was clear that he would not disappoint, while the second began to say that apparently they already had a winner. They suddenly looked ahead when they heard the words that this job sucks. The man, frowning, shouted the question of who dared to say this. Someone was sitting on a chair. The old man, folding his hands on a cane, asked if they really called this thing a work of art. The man stood up and shouted that it was too much to call this thing, because even if he was Master Aurelian, how could one insult someone else's work? The blade of the blade appeared after his words that for the red color he added a pigment that dissolves in metal, because if you just paint it, the paint will peel off. Glancing to the side, the man explained that because of this, the weapon had become fragile and was unlikely to last long, as it would rather just break after a couple of blows. After introducing the dragon, the master also noted that if he wanted to make a red-colored weapon, he should use the bones of a red wyvern or a red dragon. Smirking, Aurelian also said that this material was not inaccessible, but the blacksmith did not do it, and apparently he simply did not have enough skills to do so. Pointing to the hilt with his cane, the old man also asked what this useless shape was, for could such a hilt have any meaning, since it was useless in battle? The eyes of one of the spectators were wide as the words were heard from the stage that if the purpose of this work was simply to show off at an exhibition, then it should simply remain a work of art. Passing by a lot of equipment, the old man called each of them sludge. Smirking, the master noted that a certain sword looked good, like for the first time. The presenter, bringing the microphone to his mouth, said that the next work would be the sword of the Korean master Paldwan, and also had no name. The old man was looking at this blade. All the spectators were also looking in that direction. Suddenly his cane fell to the floor. A shiver passed through his face. Opening his mouth wide, Aurelian asked who had made the blade. The headquarters of the Hunter's Bureau appeared. Chongyu, making a surprised face, asked why he was only now saying that Master Aurelian would come to Korea. Lowering his hands, the subordinate said that he had suddenly decided to come to Korea. In turn, the boss asked what it meant suddenly, adding that it was too much even for him. In the end, the employee asked what he should do. Uncertainty appeared on the leader's face. Keeping his hand on his chin, the man asked why he should go to Korea. In turn, the guy asked what was wrong with it. In the end, the gentleman asked when exactly he planned to come, while the subordinate said that he had heard that he had just arrived in Ikian. With a stunned expression on his face, the superior could not utter a word. Getting up from his chair, the man ordered to cancel all the meetings scheduled for today. In turn, the employee announced that today was a meeting with Sangyu. Gritting his teeth, the gentleman asked what he really thought was so important to meet with the congressman, adding that he should cancel all the events planned for the day without further ado. Putting on his jacket, the leader ordered everything to be cancelled while Matzo Aurelian was in Korea. People appeared, and it became clear that the highest point that a person can reach is an S-rank hunter. There are few of them in the whole world, and there are only 6 in Korea. A white ogre appeared, class A with a plus. The man was standing in front of the monster. A sphere of white energy appeared. The mage used the spell on the enemy. The monster was covered with ashes. Sion, adjusting his glasses, said that ogres usually cannot resist lightning. Holding a staff in his hand, the wizard asked if he had resistance to the elements. A snap of fingers appeared. The ball of water was surrounded by flames, and it became clear that an explosion was about to occur. The monster was on fire. Looking ahead, the young man said that there was no resistance to explosions. Without showing his face, the guy said that there was no protection against blows. In turn, the man asked whether it was necessary to experiment. Raising her hand, the girl said that he understood that he would not get the full amount if he spoiled the material. In turn, the student said that the fact that she killed them all in the head was cool. The monsters lay dead. Raising his finger, the man asked if she had heard the news. In turn, the girl asked about the news, and in the end, the hunter replied that Master Aurelian was coming to Korea. Turning around, the lady asked why he had come here so suddenly. Smiling, the mage said that no one knew, but he had heard it out of the corner of his ear before coming here, adding that he didn't know what he wanted here, but perhaps it was because of Charon's weapon. Without showing her eyes, the lady asked what was so special about her, since everyone was talking about Miss now, adding that he was only a child, which was not even in S-class. Closing his eyes, the guy said that everyone used to be children, adding that she was not born an S-class hunter either. In turn, a friend asked about the fact that he had become a fan of hers. In the end, the young man said that he was only telling the truth. Looking down, the man asked if she was jealous, and the huntress asked if he really thought she was worse than a child. Putting his hand on his belt, the man asked if this was true, receiving a negative answer, saying that last time she said that she was that Charin got the weapon of Aurelian. In turn, the girl said that this really bothered her a little, because why did she get it? Grinning, the mage said that she was definitely jealous. Making a scary face, the lady asked why she would do this, adding that she was simply infuriated that, as a beginner, she was given too much. Turning around, the lady declared her dislike. In turn, her partner said that he no longer knew whether it was envy or jealousy. In the end, the miss stated that this was the reason why she did not like to get involved with magicians. Folding her hands, the hunter asked if he was not jealous and envious of his rival, adding that he was not constantly compared to her. Closing his eyes, the guy said that he thought that Hannah was cooler than him, asking if this was considered a kind of jealousy. In the end, the warrior said that it was not even possible to argue with a mage. Without showing his face, the young man asked where she had gone. In turn, the girl replied that she was going away from him. Looking ahead, the mage announced that she had abandoned the monsters she had been hunting so hard, thinking that she was going to meet Master Aurelian. But she was not the only one, asking if the masters and other S-class hunters would see him. Smiling, the wizard asked what he should go, adding that it would be good if he made him a new staff. A battle appeared in the underground training ground of the Hunters Guild. A leg appeared. Looking at the girl's attack, Shiva thought about whether this was not dangerous. The main character dodged. Blue symbols appeared. The sword flew up. The lady attacked. The blue wave was aimed at the opponent. The lady was thrown far away. Looking at his friend, the protagonist asked if she was okay. Without showing her face, the lady replied that she was normal. In turn, the guy said that she should go to him to look at the wounds. Looking at the shoulder, the young man apologized for hitting so hard, thinking about how even if nothing was broken, the shoulder was very swollen, adding that the last attack was very strong, so the master used his super strength. Looking ahead from under his brow, the man thought that although he tried to weaken the blow, why did she say that everything was fine? Looking away, the girl said that everything was fine, because she had tried to kill her mentor. Making a strange face, Shiva thought about how Chiron had tried her best, adding that she believed that she could not defeat the protagonist. But wasn't she too sure of this? She was much more talented, continuing that she paid him so much for training, so he had to be stronger. There was no other way. The roof of the hall appeared. A green aura emanated from the people. Looking at the shoulder, the lady said that this was incredible. In turn, the protagonist thought about why she was looking so strange, adding why the level had increased by 3.1% at once. Looking at the phone, the man realized that there were fewer man's arms and legs from the recovery, assuming that Chiron was the most gifted. The guy looked at the lady's shoulder. The universe appeared, and it became clear that the human body is like a microcosm, because each person has his own universe, and his own characteristics are a constitution, but among the many constitutions there are some that are special in nature, and among them there is a constitution called a celestial body. A shooting star appeared, which was called the celestial body of martial arts. A girl appeared, and it became clear that the energy of thousands of universes harmoniously existed in this constitution, so she could easily withstand even divine power. Grinning, the guy thought about why the girl coped so easily, adding that he thought she was just lucky. Smiling, the young man realized that when he healed her, he healed thousands of universes, adding that it seemed that healing even a simple injury in such a body was a good experience. Needles appeared in the mentor's hand, saying that now it could move, but not overdo it. In turn, the lady stated what she would mean. Looking away, the master asked when the exam for promotion to S-class would be. In turn, the lady replied that it would take place in a month. A photo of the miss appeared, and it became clear that Charon's exam for the S-class guardsman was a hot topic to discuss, adding that it was the same with the housewarming party, because she had tried hard before, but now she was so carried away that it was too much. Smiling, Shiva said that she should take care of herself and not get injured before the exam. In turn, the student answered positively. In the end, the main character thought that even if he said so, she would not listen. Turning around, the protagonist said that the training was over for today. In turn, the girl offered to go together. Making a surprised face, the guy asked where she wanted to go together. In turn, the interlocutor replied that she wanted to go to Master Aurelian. The man's eyes were stunned as he said that this was why he had come here suddenly. Smiling, the young man thought about the blacksmith seminar, adding whether his uncle really won. A high-rise building appeared as the master thought about the fact that the man had said that the competition would last 2 months. But only a few days had passed, which meant that Aurelian had come personally to Chiron, assuming that he wanted to test her sword before the exam. Closing his eyes, the mentor said that he thought he should not go there. Raising his hand, Shiva said that she should go alone, thinking that, of course, he was a master of metallurgy. But he had divine metallurgy, so he would just waste his time. A room with many screens appeared. The man grinned and spoke of Aurelian. With a sparkling eye, the leader announced that he was finally here. Looking ahead, the old man announced that they had not seen each other for a long time. Smiling, the girl answered positively, asking how he was doing. Closing his eyes, the man asked why she asked. Because he was an ordinary blacksmith. In turn, the lady said that, although they had not seen each other for a long time, he remained the same, adding that they had prepared a festive dinner. Looking down, the lady said that he must be tired after a long journey, so he could rest, and the old man said that he shouldn't, because he had already eaten, adding that she should take a look. The eyes of the student appeared, who asked what it was. Smiling, the man stated that he wanted to meet the person who made this sword. A camera appeared, and it became clear that after the construction of the house, Shiva continued to live a normal life, shooting videos for the channel, creating equipment from the mined materials. The man wielded a hammer. Looking up, the main character said that he almost died from training with Hercules. The figure of 177,885 subscribers of the channel appeared. Looking at his phone, the protagonist stated that after uploading a video about how he had raised the rank to A in 1 month, the number of viewers quickly increased, asking why they clung to the B class, continuing that it was strange that the speed of editing and uploading videos was maintained, realized that he would need to reward the girl for a good job. Daka looked at the screen. Warming up, the guy thought that everything was fine on the channel, adding that he thought that he would soon become an A-class hunter, continuing that he was also progressing in the powers of Hercules. Exhaling, the young man said that now he needed to make his own equipment, because the uncle must win. The clock appeared, making it clear that it was already 4 o'clock, and the man still did not go to the seminar. Looking ahead, the master said that it seemed that the training was difficult for him, adding that he hoped that he did not break anything, but if he came, the mentor would examine him with the help of divine healing. Pressing the switch, the man thought that maybe he should first improve his skill in mastering the divine metallurgy, and prepare the materials that he mined. The corpses of monsters appeared, making it clear that raiding dungeons is much easier than carrying and storing materials. A bag appeared above Shiv's head, stating that it would be nice to have something like a space pocket that could store an unlimited number of items, thinking that he did not know how to make it. After all, it was not a weapon, but something like magic. The universe appeared, and it became clear that subspace is multiple spaces connected by a portal or wormhole, which is a general term for a space that is not part of their universe, so subspace pockets are a form of magic that allows the use of that space. Grinning, the main character said that even Hephaestus would not be able to create such a thing, because only wizards of the highest level can use such magic. Eyes that looked down appeared. A green silhouette of a man appeared, and it became clear that this ability is called the super speed of Hermes, at which the power of divine magic increases several times. In addition, Hercules said that it can be called a power that surpasses all conceivable human power. A telephone and a hammer appeared, making it clear that, perhaps, with the help of the metallurgy of the gods, it would be possible to do something similar. Looking up, the man thought that with this he would be able to cast an enchantment on his weapon, or create subspace pockets. A building appeared. Looking at the phone, the guy asked who he should choose, because in order to strengthen SS, he needs an incredibly strong personality. An idea appeared on the guy's face. Making a foolish face, the master stated that if he chose Isis, it would help all the skills. Sitting on a chair, the main character said that it would be nice to understand what aspects of the personality it develops, adding that, probably, those that are related to magic, but nothing comes to mind. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist thought about asking Hercules, saying that he did not understand anything about magic. The doorbell rang, thinking that first I just need to watch some video from the girl's channel. Looking to the side, the guy thought about who was there. The lady looked at the man. Glancing ahead, the young man asked why she was there. Aurelian showed no emotion. Making a surprised face, the man asked why the old man was there. Making a stunned face, the girl asked what he was doing here. In turn, the mentor replied that he worked here. In the end, the lady asked if it was really him. Holding her chin, the lady said that if she thought of it, the same person had told her about that glove from the S-rank dungeon. In turn, the person had stated that it really happened. Looking ahead, the young man asked why Master Aurelian was here. The old man showed no emotion, making it clear that he wanted to meet with Palguan. Making a surprised face, Shiva asked why he wanted to meet him, thinking that it was too sudden. Showing the blade, the girl asked a question about the fact that the creator of this blade was that man. Looking ahead in surprise, the main character said that Master Aurelian was a judge at a blacksmith seminar and flew to Korea to see Palguan, and also captured his work, which means that the Orahankan will be theirs, because, it seems, the uncle won. People stood together. Raising the gauntlet, the guy announced that the armor would finally be able to withstand his power, adding that he would be able to make it. Holding his head, the young man said that the man was not here yet. In turn, the girl translated the words of the master. In the end, the old man asked where they could see him. Turning around, the lady said that he was asking how they could meet the blacksmith. Making a stupid expression on his face, the man thought that his uncle was not feeling well now, adding that it would be better not to touch him at all. However, it could be said that this was an extreme case, because for him, Probably, this was a special moment, saying that he would try to call him. Gesticulating, the master announced that he would come up now. In turn, the girl translated the words of the mentor again. In the end, the old man thanked them. The man's face appeared. Turning around, Shiva thought that as soon as he got the Orihanlan, he would immediately start making equipment, adding that while they were waiting for his uncle, he would be able to watch Isis's video. A phone appeared. The girl's face was stupid. Holding the phone in his hands, the protagonist thought that if something goes wrong, this place can no longer be fixed. The lady was standing in the middle of the desert. Smiling, the lady said that if a person watches this video, then he has problems with sexual function, adding that this function is sacred, because thanks to it, life is born, there is nothing to hide and be ashamed of. Making a face full of incomprehension, the man wondered if she was serious, adding that this was ancient magic and sacred history. Starting to cry, the girl stated that men and women are sad when they lose this function, adding that her husband also suffered from this, so this pain is well known to her. The lady began to weep, making it clear that Isis had turned into a great fish of the abyss and swallowed her friend Osiris. Looking at the phone, the guy thought that Greek and Roman mythology are 5 minutes away from madness, and the Scandinavian mythology is crying on the sidelines, adding that it is true that Egyptian mythology is sheer chaos. Sticking out her tongue, the lady said that this was why she had come up with this for her husband. There was a blow to the ground. Making a surprised face, the young man thought about what she was doing, assuming that this was some kind of ancient ritual. Miss began to dance. Cacti appeared. Golden rays emanated from the goddess. Shiva stood alone in the room. Without showing his eyes, the main character asked about the same thing he had just watched, asking how to remain adequate after this, adding that he could be sure of one thing, because Isis's ability is the gift of strengthening abilities. Looking at the phone with surprise, the master thought that perhaps he would even be able to endow the equipment with a function for spatial storage. Holding a mobile phone in his hands, the protagonist thought that if she recreated Osiris, then anything is possible, saying that he needed to see how much the subscription cost. Suddenly the door opened. Wiping drops of sweat from his face, the man asked if Aurelian was there. The uncle appeared. Looking ahead, the blacksmith said that he was indeed an old man. Grinning, the man said that he really wanted to meet and congratulate him on his victory at the seminar. The man's face was stunned. Making a stupid face, the interlocutor asked what he was saying, adding that he should repeat in another language. The girl raised her hand and said that he had said that he wanted to meet Master Paldwan, adding that he congratulated him on his victory in the seminar. Making a very surprised face, the man asked if he really won. Turning around, Shiva thought that as he had thought before, his uncle had won, asking if he should finish doing what he was doing. A smartphone appeared, in which it was as much as 4 billion won per month. Disgust appeared on the protagonist's face, thinking that previous subscriptions cost 2 billion, and this time it is twice as expensive. Looking at the bill, the protagonist said that he now has 8.4 billion, adding that he needs to properly organize his expenses and income, continuing that, firstly, he receives 10 billion from Karen, another 300 million receives from the production of armor and weapons, and with the video, he receives about 8 million, saying that the total is about 10 billion won. A girl appeared, surrounded by a purple aura. Making a stupid face, the guy said about the expenses, adding that they were about 3.3 billion. Lying in money, Juno realized that he could afford a subscription. Looking at the phone, the man wanted to raise the girl's tuition fee, but refused, adding that he decided to subscribe. A subscription button appeared. Trembling, the master thought that it was not 400 million, asking if the subscription was worth 4 billion. Making a foolish face again, Shiva thought that this amount would be enough for a family of 4 to live for 111 years, adding that it would only last for a month and would disappear in one tap. Holding the phone with trembling hands, the main character said that if you take into account other subscriptions, this is as much as 7.1 billion. The protagonist squeezed his eyes shut, thinking that he hears the notification sound and realizes that now 4 billion will evaporate every month. The guy knitted his eyebrows. With a stunned face, the man asked if he was crazy. Holding the phone, the young man thought that it was not about some ordinary magical skill, but about controlling reality. A forest appeared, making it clear that it ranged from trifles like the environment, to the ability to change the laws of the universe, magic that changed reality at the will of the caster, while the master thought about the SSS rating, adding that given Isis's reputation, it was not surprising, going on to say that although it had been forgotten, the girl was the most powerful goddess in the ancient world. Holding his hand to his mouth, the person realized that, in any case, he needs to improve his skills, adding that there are now 2 ways to do this, continuing that one of them is watching videos on the channel. A blue eye appeared, making it clear that later he would have to look into that cesspool again, cosmic horror, as if appearing from the abyss, declaring that it was not even worth thinking about. Shiva was surrounded by green plants. Clenching his fist, the main character thought that there was only one option left, adding that he would have to cope alone. Looking at the fist, the protagonist realized that he needed to test his strength first, adding that he would start by creating a spatial pocket, as he had originally planned. Closing his eyes, the guy thought about how after all, subspace is just a kind of magic that helps to remove and deliver a thing out of nowhere, without having to carry it around, continuing about the need to distort reality to create a subspace. Looking at the red hand, the young man said that he didn't think he would be able to do it right away, adding that the greater the power of controlling reality, the greater the cosmic recoil, stating that in the worst-case scenario, the spellcaster could disappear himself, just asking where he would disappear. The man did not show his eyes. A forge appeared, and it became clear that in order for everything to go smoothly, it was necessary to make a physical pocket first. Holding the phone in his hands, the young man said that this would be his first experience, asking if he should watch the video on other channels. Putting his hand in his pocket, the master said that he would just do it himself, thinking about what to make it from, adding that the main thing was that it was just durable. Looking at the blacksmith, the old man stated that this sword was strong and flexible, adding that the blade contained an exquisite balance. Holding the sword in his hands, the man said that this hilt turned out best, because it amazes the master to this day. Looking ahead, the gentleman said that its shape seemed to change depending on who was holding it, and asked how that was even possible. An old man appeared in the reflection, and it became clear that the quality of the swords that Palguan does have indeed improved, but Shavir does the same, if not better. Besides, for the sake of a handle that changes shape depending on the user, he has come all this way. The hand held the sword. Raising his finger up, the man stated that he had used the facial muscles of the doppelganger. Looking ahead, the girl translated what the man had said, and in turn the old man asked about the doppelganger. Making a stunned face, the blacksmith asked if he had really used the monster's properties, asking if it was even possible. A hammer appeared, making it clear that since then the remains of monsters have been used, so there was a big leap in metallurgy, because there were materials that surpassed many metals in strength. However, the use of monster properties is limited, because there are physical properties that persist even after the death of a monster, such as hardness, but some properties cannot be included in equipment, because they disappear with the death of the being. Various monsters appeared. The red monster was ablaze with fire. Knitting his eyebrows, the master thought that he was indeed the god of metallurgy, asking how he managed to incorporate the monster's properties into his equipment, and the lady translated his words in turn. Pointing with his finger, the blacksmith stated that the main character taught him such skill. Turning around, the old man thought of the young man, adding that he did not look like a blacksmith at all, and asked how he could be someone worthy of teaching Palguan. The protagonist was holding tongs in his hands. Looking ahead, the old man asked if he was joking, and the lady translated in turn. Knitting his eyebrows, the man said that he couldn't believe it at first, adding that it looked like the master was going to do something. So let's see. There was red-hot metal on the table. Turning around, the man thought that it seemed that he was now trying to invent something, because temperature is the key point in forging, adding that you need to forge while it is hot, because only there you can remove impurities. And he just looks and smiles, continuing that he does not even have basic knowledge about forging. The guy grinned. There was a hammer blow. The blows continued. With a stunned face, the old man asked if he had done it on purpose. A hammer appeared hitting the parts, and it became clear that hot forging improves the materials and makes them stronger, so it is easy to make complex parts. But because of the high temperature, it is difficult to make them thin. The metal was hot, and it was obvious that during cold forging the higher temperature changes, because the metal must be cooled before the moment of impact, because if it is hotter than it should be, it will break, and if it cools too much, it will harden. Knitting his eyebrows, the man realized that he had somehow felt the right temperature. Looking ahead, the master thought that people are not capable of such a thing. An eye appeared. Without showing his face, the old man said that it was impossible, adding that he could not believe it, because people did not even dare to dream of such a thing. The man looked ahead. A man was striking with a hammer, holding a piece of metal in his hands. Shiva thought that it was difficult to spin a thread out of metal. Looking at the threads, the main character thought that it doesn't matter to him. The main thing is that they are strong, adding that now he will try to make him the function of subspace. A piece of metal began to glow red. Standing at the table, the protagonist thought about how to do it. Grabbing the man by the shoulder, the man said that it was just ridiculous. Incheon Airport appeared. A large plane appeared. The leader, sweating down his face, asked how the old man had been brought into the smithy. Turning around, the man said that there was no need to panic yet, adding that he needed to find out where he was going next and where Master Aurelian was now. Someone's head appeared. The villain smiled. Making a maniacal face, the guy announced that this was the end of Juwan's career in Pandemonium, continuing that he would return his career back. Grabbing the young man by the shoulder, the man said that this was absurd. Turning around, the man asked if he could leave. The girl, gesticulating, stated that he was so amazed that he interfered with Shiva unconsciously, adding that he said that he was sorry. In turn, the main character asked to convey that he was very busy now. Dropping her hands, the lady said that the old man would like to talk about metallurgy. In turn, the protagonist asked to tell him that he would not talk. Turning around, the guy thought that he would rather watch Hephaestus' video. In the end, the lady asked when he could talk to him. Raising a finger, the young man said that she would tell him that he would speak only if the man gave him orichalcum. Without showing emotion, the student conveyed that the master did not mind, but he asked why he needed this metal. Turning around, the man announced that he wanted to process it and make weapons and armor. Making a stunned face, the old man asked what he meant that orichalcum could be processed, and in turn the girl relayed the blacksmith's words. Scratching his chin, Shiva wondered if it was possible to do this. Making a displeased face, the man said that this was nonsense. Making an angry face, the interlocutor thought that he was tired of him. Without showing her face, the lady told him that he would go home at once to fetch him. Showing a stupid face, the main character asked that he was going to go to France. In turn, the lady answered positively. Turning around, the protagonist stated that they would talk after he returned. In turn, the miss replied that then she would also return. Surprised eyes appeared. Looking away, the guy apologized to his uncle, adding that he did not want everything to turn out this way, thinking that he must have been very much looking forward to meeting with Master Aurelian. Raising his hand, the man said that everything was fine, adding that he should not worry, because the fact that he was working together with the young man was much more important than this meeting, continuing that it was like a blessing for that. Smiling, the man thought that, although everything hurts, there are no serious health problems. Without showing his face, the man said that if there was nothing to do, he would go. In turn, the interlocutor said that he should not overwork. In the end, the blacksmith answered positively. Exhaling heavily, the master thought that he could finally concentrate on his work. A red glow emanated from his hand. A red cloud appeared, making it clear that space is the law on which the universe is built, a place woven from matter. A bag appeared. A red light enveloped the room. Shiv looked surprised at the thought that this was cosmic recall, adding that he felt that he could not stand it. The main character clenched his teeth, saying that he had to endure. Red energy appeared. The bag fell on the table. It was clear from the protagonist's face that he was very tired. Trembling, the guy stated that it was even more difficult than Hercules' training, continuing that it was incredibly difficult. Knitting his eyebrows, the man declared that nothing had changed outwardly. A finger opened the bag. Looking at the red essence, the young man understood what he had done. Looking down, the master suggested that spatially he had the size of a football field, adding that it was worth all the effort. Silhouettes appeared, saying that it was just funny. Turning around, Shiva asked who was there this time. Looking ahead, the hunter asked what it was. Making a face full of hatred, the main character asked the question of who he was. A car appeared. Sitting in an armchair, the leader said that Aurelian had already left the country. In turn, the girl asked why he left so quickly. Looking ahead, the protagonist asked about the fact that the old man had left for France after all. In turn, the lady asked how he knew this. Holding on to her jacket, the lady inquired about what was going on in that workshop, thinking that she was wondering if she would be able to get a weapon from Aurelian this time. Looking to the side, the miss asked why he was there, asking if it was because of the space pocket. In turn, the mage stated that he did not use magic. In the end, the friend asked if he did otherwise. Making a stunned expression on his face, the wizard asked how he did it. Looking away, the leader asked that it was so unbelievable. In turn, the girl said that it was quite unusual. Folding her hands, the sorceress said that this was impossible. Putting on a serious face, the magician said that any sufficiently developed science is indistinguishable from magic, asking if the boss had heard about it, because magic does not contradict the laws of physics. Using spells, the girl said that many people consider magic to be something supernatural. In turn, the huntress asked if this was not so. The elements joined in her hands, and the lady asked why she thought this water was boiling now. Making an uncertain face, the lady declared that she was seething because she was interacting with fire. A surprised eye appeared. After showing the spell, the sorceress stated that she had simply hidden the fire with a transparency spell. Gesticulating, the girl said that this is what magic is, adding that fire emits heat, and water boils at a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius. Lowering her head, the lady said that using these immutable laws, the law of atmospheric pressure is formed, and water boils at a temperature of 100 degrees Celsius, continuing that they are simply using the laws of the universe. Various elements appeared. Looking ahead, the guy stated that this subspace pocket changes the immutable laws of the universe itself. Glancing away, the huntress asked if she hadn't just said that it was impossible, and the sorceress replied that even if it were possible, it would not be worth doing so, because the world denies its existence. Sitting among the red element, the girl said that only someone who stands above the laws can do this. Without showing her eyes, the lady said that only a god could do this. Knitting her eyebrows, the interlocutor asked what he now understood. In turn, the manager replied that he was not sure. Looking away, the lady thought that she had seen Shiva somewhere. The director appeared. Leaning forward, the man listened to the master Aurelian. A high rise appeared. Without showing his eyes, the man said that he felt sorry for the director, adding that he was told that his right eye could not be restored to sight. A scar appeared on the leader's face. The director, raising his head, asked what had happened to Song Jae. In turn, the employee said that there was no special news, but the investigation in the capital was suspended. In the end, he ordered to tell them not to do anything that could attract attention for the time being. Looking down, the man asked if he knew that Master Aurelian was in Korea, and the master replied positively. Knitting his eyebrows, the subordinate stated that the pandemonium in Gyeonggi-do seemed to have attacked the master. Fury appeared on the man's face as he heard that Chiron had been affected in the process. Squeezing his hand, the man asked who these children were, adding that the damage to the organization had already been enormous, and they had also climbed on the organization. Without showing his face, the supervisor asked what it meant that she had been affected, and in turn the worker replied that it appeared that they had been abducted. Gritting his teeth, the guy thought about how Master Aurelian was a very important person, adding that he was a world-class person, saying that if they were involved, the world's attention would be focused on Korea, which was why it was worth leaving him alone. Sitting in the chair, the chief asked how they had done it, since it was clearly not easy for them to cope with the old man's guards, especially if Chiron was there. Lowering his head, the subordinate said that since this time Aurelian's trip was a spontaneous decision, the French side did not have time to send security personnel. Standing behind the chair, the guy said that Tabam herself was in charge of the case. Closing his eyes, the supervisor thought that it was impossible for her not to know what was happening in Pandemonium right now, but she still took the risk. A smile appeared. Grinning, the chief said that she intended to get rid of him, asking that it was funny. Putting on a serious face, the worker said that he still had something to tell, adding that it seemed that Shiva was involved in the case in addition to Master Aurelian. Anger appeared on the leader's face. A snake appeared. The monster was holding the creature. Suddenly the stone hit the basilisk. The eye of the monster appeared. Blood came out of the snake's body. The man looked at what was happening. Starting to tremble, the hunter said that he had passed the B-level dungeon in 47 seconds, while the man said that Liz Hong should not just stand there. The basilisk attacked the guy. Making a surprised face, the student said that he would not do this again. Carrying the monster on his shoulder, the young man thought that it really weighed a ton. Looking at the bag, the man asked what he had misunderstood, asking that he really wanted to put this Hulk in there. The monster approached the bag. The snake easily plunged into his pocket. Without showing his eyes, the disciple asked what had just happened. In turn, Shiva asked if he had put everything down, if he could move aside. The man carried many snakes, while the hunter asked if he really made this bag himself. In turn, the protagonist asked the question of who else could make such a thing. Monsters climbed into the bag. Looking at his mentor, the subordinate thought that even Master Aurelian would not be able to do this. Without showing his face, the young man asked if it was hard for him. In turn, the guy replied that it was a little hard, but since there was another dimension attached here, it was not so heavy. Handing the artifact, the master asked if he wanted to try. In turn, the interlocutor refused, thinking that he also did not talk hard about building materials. The man was carrying a lot of beams. Pointing his finger up, the operator suggested going to the next dungeon. Looking at the rift, Shiva asked that there were 4 more left, while the student replied that there were only 3 left. In turn, the main character said that he should be careful with the camera. Buildings appeared. Mingjong looked ahead. Standing in a strange costume, the protagonist asked what she was doing here. Making a serious face, the girl asked him to take a minute, adding that she needed to tell him something. A plane appeared at Incheon International Airport. The director, clenching his hands, asked what had happened. In turn, the subordinate replied that Aurelian had apparently been kidnapped from his private jet. Without showing emotion, the manager asked about what had happened. In turn, the employee said that, most likely, the kidnapper was on the plane. Knitting his eyebrows, the man asked how this was possible, adding that the culprit was the old man's entourage. Holding out the documents, the guy said that they also doubted this, stating that he had checked the list of airline employees. The man looked at the papers. A drop of sweat rolled down the chief's face. Making a serious face, the leader said that Tabam had been friends with Aurelian for a long time, but whether he was on the list of employees. The man, without showing his face, said that it was as if he had been brainwashed, and in turn the man asked what it meant. Looking ahead, the mage assumed that mental magic had been used, as there was no trace of combat anywhere. Glancing to the side, the superior said that there was Chiron, who could be considered an S-class hunter. Knitting his eyebrows, the leader stated that since the criminal had used such strong mental magic, it was most likely a top-level magus if he could defeat a hunter of that level in an instant. Turning around, the girl announced that Chiron was still a child, and in turn, the boss asked if it was too early to think about mental magic. Lowering her hands, the sorceress noted that there were traces of teleportation. Without showing emotion, the sorceress stated that this meant that there was a mage among the kidnappers. Holding the document in his hand, the man said that if she was sure of this, then it was so, asking if it was possible to track him. Turning around, the mage declared what he had done so many times. Clenching his hands into fists, the guy said that in this case, even the magic was distorted so that he could not be tracked, adding that he would try, but it would hardly be easy. Glancing to the side, the young man stated that he was a very high-level magus, and perhaps even stronger than him. A glass appeared. Knitting his eyebrows, the villain said that he had heard Shiva's name for the 4th time, adding that he would like to deal with him now, but he needed to focus on repairing the damage that the organization had suffered, continuing that now was not the time. There was no emotion on the leader's face. The employee, lowering his head, said that the main character is connected not only with Aurelian, but also with Karen. In turn, the boss replied that he may well stand up for them. Anger appeared on the man's face, thinking that his opponents annoyed him, but in the end they would clash in each other. People started a fight. Smiling, the leader said that now everything is not as bad as he thought. The bodies of people were lying, making it clear that if these two collided, it did not matter which of them would win. Placing his hand on the table, the villain stated that he would not lose anything in any case, thinking that the bigger the battle, the bigger the battlefield, continuing that his earnings would also increase. The man was looking at the night city. A message appeared that they should kill the captive Bukshan so that he could tell about the whereabouts of Aurelian and Sharon. Without showing her face, the girl stated that this video was uploaded to the site that night. With a serious expression on her face, the lady said that the villain he had caught was connected with Pandemonium, as was the kidnapper. Without showing emotion, Shiva asked why the kidnapper would do this, asking why the public should draw attention to this. In turn, the interlocutor stated that she did not know, suggesting that it was related to Pandemonium, continuing that perhaps they just wanted to cause chaos. The main character was sitting in a cafe. The eyes of the guy who was looking down appeared, saying that their demands were also unusual, thinking that wasn't it normal to demand release, but murder was too much. The man closed his eyes. Activating his divine insight, the young man said that he thought Bukshan knew something important, Otherwise they wouldn't have demanded that he be killed. Without showing his face, the master asked what the leader thought. In turn, the girl said that, in principle, they did not conduct any negotiations with the criminals. Knitting her eyebrows, the lady stated that it was the kidnapping of Master Aurelian and Chiron, adding that since the video was published not only in Korea, the attention of the whole world was riveted on this situation, continuing that if any of the abductees were injured, their leadership would not be able to hide it, saying that, most likely, they would have to comply with their demand. Without showing his face, Shiva said that this should not be done. Making a stunned face, the lady asked why it was not possible to do this. In turn, the main character said that he understood what she wanted to say. Looking ahead, the protagonist said that this was not the first kidnapping for her, adding that he thought she had encountered this more than once, asking what criminals usually demanded. Showing concern, the lady replied that in 9 cases out of 10 they asked for money, saying that they asked for a certain amount and a period in which this money must be provided, adding that if the conditions were met, the hostages would be released. The lady's face showed surprise. Looking ahead, the young man said that it was customary to say that they would free the hostages, and refused to say where they were. Knitting his eyebrows, the master said that this meant that he was not in control of the situation, adding that he could only tell where the abductees were, suggesting that the person who published the video was not the kidnapper. Raising an eyebrow, the interlocutor asked why the video was posted at all. In turn, the guy replied that he needed it, because he wanted to get some benefit. An eye appeared in the blue light as Shiva said that he did not know who it was, but if they gave in to him, he would simply play with them. Putting his hand on the table, the main character said that this could not be ignored either. Rising from his seat, the protagonist said that they could use the situation. The Bureau of Inspection of Hunters and Soul appeared. The girl looked ahead. Surprise appeared on the faces of the employees. Shiva appeared. Without showing emotion, the lady asked where Bukshin was being held. In turn, the lady replied that he was in the interrogation room. Looking at the main character, the ally said that they should go. Glancing to the side, the lady said that he should do what he was going to do. Both people were in the room. The protagonist squatted down. Lowering his head, the villain asked what he was doing. People's hands appeared. Suddenly, the opponent's finger broke. The man raised his head, screaming in pain. The worker, looking away, asked what it was. In turn, the guy asked if there was no soundproofing magic in the interrogation room. In the end, the lady replied that the scream would not break through such protection. Anger appeared on the guy's face. Lowering his hands, the man said that there are many points of influence on the body. Showing his fist, the master said that in addition there are many organs that can feel pain. Taking the villain by the head, the young man said that he should not worry, because he would not die. An image of Shiva appeared in red shades, saying that he would be in so much pain that he would dream of death. But compared to what he had done to innocent people, this was nothing. A building appeared. The girls were looking at the screen. Glancing away, the manager asked if she could rewind. In turn, the employee answered positively. His hand was on the mouse, while he heard a voice that begged for death, because it was taboo. Bending down, the lady ordered a video to be played from that moment. Without showing his eyes, the main character asked about the taboo. In turn, the man stated that there is a taboo. Putting her hands on her belt, the lady said that this was the reason why he did not say anything during the interrogation. In turn, the villain said that even if he wanted to, he could not say anything. An image of a man in chains appeared, and it became clear that the taboo could only be lifted by the one who cast it, because the spell suppresses certain actions, and completely blocks certain thoughts. A hand with chains appeared, making it clear that if the oath was broken, the spell would take a life. The protagonist's hand was next to his head. Making a surprised look, the colleague asked what he was going to do. Red energy emanated from the guy's head. A stunned look appeared on the man's face. The subordinate, looking ahead, asked if the manager had seen this. Lowering her gaze, the girl thought that he had lifted the taboo. Making a surprised face, the lady asked about the fact that the master had just used magic. In turn, the worker replied that she did not know how this was possible. Grinning, the young man said that he should tell everything he knew. People went into different rooms. Looking at the interlocutor, Shiva said that he did not know how to escape from prison, but his legs were safe and sound. Without showing emotions, the lady thought about what he meant, adding that the main character always looks like an ordinary person, completely harmless. But as soon as he sees the criminals, he becomes completely different, continuing that he seems to be possessed by a demon. The protagonist's head turned red. The man was surrounded by red, and it was not clear what he really was. The guy stroked his sister on the head, making it clear that he was always kind to a girl, because in ordinary life he was not evil. Smirking, the girl thought about the protagonist's warmth and asked that they would now let Bukshin go. The news agenda appeared. Smiling, the guy said that the villain had told everything he was interested in, thinking that everyone believed that they were fulfilling the kidnapper's demands, because it was unlikely that anyone would think that they were able to break the taboo, adding that the skill called ISIS reality control had much more use than he thought. The man looked at the outstretched arm. Holding his head, the guy said that his head was spinning, thinking that he would soon be informed about the finding of the hostages, adding that he did not know what would happen next. But the main thing was that there was no guarantee that they would actually be there, so he would have to act separately from the bureau. The foreman was walking down the street, his hand clenched into a fist. Shiva's face showed confidence, saying that he would have to act quickly, and in such a way that no one could expect. Without showing his eyes, the protagonist told Fenrir to go. Looking ahead, the villain said that, so far, everything was going better than he thought, adding that it seemed that the girl was not just talented, so he would have to be patient. A hand using magic appeared. Using mind control, Tabum stated that there was not much left. Little Charon appeared, and it became clear that now she was left all alone, because Mom and Dad had gone very far away and would not return soon. The man was holding a lady. Looking ahead, the child asked how far they had gone. A building appeared. The man, folding his hands, asked if he was a person at all, adding that they would raise her themselves, asking what he even imagined, what could be done to her, since she was such a rich heiress, asking who hired him. Holding the bear in her hands, the lady thought that it would be great if no one sweared. Holding the toy in one hand, Karen thought about the babysitter leaving the next day and was told that she left because the work was too hard. Having abandoned the bear, the girl said that then she would not complain and complicate people's lives, because then no one would leave. But there was one memorable moment in childhood. A dumpling appeared, and it became clear that the girl loved dumplings. Small legs appeared. Looking ahead, the lady thought that the cook was supposed to make dumplings that day. The child was holding on to her face. Holding her throat, the woman begged for salvation, because she did not want to die like this. A doorway appeared, and it was obvious that the cause of death was poisoning, because poison was found in the dumplings that she ate. Sitting down on the floor, the girl declared that she had not seen the cook since that day, adding that everyone she liked had left her. Silhouettes of people appeared. The lady was sitting on the tiles. Looking up, the girl listened to the fact that from today on, she would live with her grandfather. The man held out his hand. Grinning, the villain said that he was told that she was from a rich family, but they still have the same problems, because it is very easy to provoke an injury. There was a black wreath on the girl's head. Looking ahead, the enemy announced that it seemed that there was not much left. In turn, the old man said that she was still a child. Glancing ahead from under his brow, the man asked if he would let Chiron go, adding that she had nothing to do with him, so they could let her go. Smiling, the supervisor questioned if he was really just a master blacksmith, adding that he resisted mind control so much, asking if it wasn't surprising, and going on to say that it was the only thing remarkable about him. Without showing emotion, the blacksmith asked if he was not his target. Knitting his eyebrows, the villain said that it was originally so. Standing in front of the girl, the enemy said that someone more important than the one like Chiron had appeared. Gritting his teeth, the old man asked that he needed money, saying that he would give all his own. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, the manager asked a question about money. Starting to speak in his ear, the man said that he was one of the leaders of the pandemonium, asking that he really believed that he needed money. Looking up, the man asked why he was doing it then. In turn, the villain replied that he did not need to know this. The employee, walking forward, turned to the master. In turn, the director asked what had happened. In the end, the subordinate announced that the guards had appeared here. Biting his lip, the guy asked how they had found them. An enemy in a headdress appeared, asking how they knew where they were, since they could not be tracked, adding that he was sure that he had completely erased all traces. A man appeared. A door appeared. The mage looked away. Biting his nail, the villain said that it happened too quickly, asking how they managed to do it. Knitting his eyebrows, the employee assumed that he had leaked information to Juwon. Smiling, the manager said that it turned out this way. Gritting his teeth, the director insulted his colleague. Looking ahead, the man said that the Korean S-class hunters were with them, adding that they were about to be here, continuing that the director of the department would arrive, and with him 4 more S-class hunters, including Haerin, Hana, and Seon. Making a displeased face, the villain asked that even they would arrive. Clenching his hand into a fist, the enemy thought that the most difficult opponent for a mage was another mage, adding that there was nothing to think about, he needed to retreat. Holding out his hand, the young man ordered all members of the organization to immediately prepare to retreat. A lantern appeared on the ceiling. There was a huge explosion. Stones fell to the ground. A leg appeared. Shiva looked at his opponent. Knitting his eyebrows, the leader asked who the guy was, adding that he was seeing him for the first time, asking if the guardsmen were acting alone. The main character looked straight. The protagonist glanced away. Without showing emotion, the enemy asked if he was the only one. Smiling, the guy asked about what he expected to see his girlfriend. With a grin, the man said that he was really fearless, asking if he knew where he was. Stretching out his hand forward, the opponent ordered him to fall through. The villain used an ability called the Crimson Needle. Knitting his eyebrows, the director announced that he would make many holes in the body of the interlocutor. The young man stood in the blue light. The master did not show his eyes. Ruko repelled the enemy's attack. A blue barrier appeared. Making a stunned face, the guy asked about what had happened, thinking that it didn't matter, because he couldn't believe that he just put his fist forward, asking if he was a human at all, asking what kind of strength it was that surpassed human abilities. Uncertainty appeared on the opponent's face. Shiva held out his fist, from which a blue light appeared. Looking ahead, the villain said that this was impossible. Without showing his face, the man said that this could not be, asking what kind of energy it was. Glancing ahead, the young man stated that he had seen such a power before. Starting to tremble, the manager suggested something. Using magical powers, the enemy said that this was impossible, adding that he would send his opponent to the other world. Illusory dimensions appeared. Crossing his arms, Hercules said that he should avoid clashes with mages as much as possible, because it is better to ally with them. Smiling, the man said that if there was no way to make an alliance, kill him as soon as possible. There was a blue haze around the main character. The protagonist's fist appeared, using an ability called the Power of Hercules of the second type. The guy swung. An image of Hercules appeared, and it became clear that the divine power of Hercules is a force that can destroy even the laws of the universe. But on the other hand, the control of the reality of Isis is able to change these laws, because this ability can bring into reality everything that he has planned. Blue and red essences appeared, which were called destruction and control. Striking his fist, the hero said that there was no point in arguing about which of them was better, since they were opposite forces. The guy smiled. The opponent used magic while the opponent thought that Isis's ability was a great power. Even if the law of the universe was simply changed, everything else was powerless before this force. Drops of sweat appeared on the villain's face. A large rut appeared, left after the blow of Shiva. Moving his leg, the main character said that everything would collapse and disappear. Smiling, the protagonist stated that Hercules is on the site for a reason. Without showing his face, the enemy said that he was called the strongest. The man gritted his teeth. Trembling with pain, the young man asked how it was possible to develop such a power, thinking about how this power could exist at all, adding that if he had been foolish enough not to block the blow, he would have died. The face of the enemy appeared, that he began to cough. A memory of how the leader used magic appeared. The blue wave threw the man back. Starting to cough up blood, the guy thought that this was just an example of great strength, adding that if he had been born with it, he would not have been able to survive. A smile appeared on the opponent's face. The chief stretched out his hand using magic. Red essence appeared on people. Grinning, the main character asked if it was too mean to take hostages. In turn, the villain ordered him to shut up. Grinning, the protagonist stated that he would do it, because then it would be more difficult for him to cope with it. Hercules looked at the guy and told him, if possible, to avoid clashes with magicians. He asked why. The man hid his face and shamefully said that these guys are actually very cunning. As they say about them, no one knows what they will do next minute. The mythical hero shook his head and repeated again that it was better to keep away from them, or make an alliance with them. He clenched his fist, smiled, and clarified that if an alliance was impossible, then he needed to kill them as quickly as possible. The guy smiled confidently. He realized that in this case he could not delay. His opponent created a magic circle. He wanted to regain control of his body at least a little. He put his hand forward, all sweating, said that he wasn't going to die alone, then they would die too. A flash began to form around each prisoner. Shiva put his fist to his palm and released the energy to deal with the enemy precisely. He did not hesitate to use the heavenly fist of annihilation. It was the best he could do right now. But he could only use the heavenly fist and the attacking dragon once. His brows furrowed. Maybe he could still do it twice, but given the consequences, he shouldn't use these blows thoughtlessly. But for now, a cheeky smile appeared on his face. He activated Hermes' super speed. Even with such strength, he would be able to save his friends. However, this guy is a high-level magician who can control space, and space and time are inseparable concepts, which means that the one who knows how to control space knows how to control time. The foot rests on the ground. Even if it exists at a given moment in time and space, there is no guarantee that it will continue like this. Shiva made a powerful leap forward. This time he needs to see it through. Tabam smiled maliciously and asked who the hero was and how he knew how to use these powers. A new red aura flashed around him. He said that the guy was finished. Red waves of magic began to absorb the hero's magic. Tabam smiled relaxedly, his ability being mind control, and anyone in his sight could fall victim to it. Shiva looked at him in amazement, the enemy remarking how much he was focused on him. The guy approached. His fist was already very close. Even if he had superpowers, there was no way he could escape his mind control. Suddenly, Tabam found himself in a dark space. Strange sounds could be heard from afar. The magus looked ahead in confusion and asked if this could be the mind of his rival. By nature, the human mind is confused and disordered. The magician began to explore the hero's memories, especially strong ones. He could use traumatic ones and affect the mind. The guy looked around and asked why there was nothing here. A laugh rang out behind him. Tabam looked at the source of his voice in surprise. A huge man with a beast skin on his head was doing a squat with a barbell. The sorcerer was covered with perspiration and began to suffocate. The giant stopped and asked, couldn't the intruder see that he was training? Tabam bent even more. Hercules told him not to distract him. He turned angrily and told him to leave. The guy shuddered all over. His body emitted a powerful magical pulse. He clutched his throat, coughed, and asked what it was. He couldn't remember anything, as if the memory itself had been blocked. He looked ahead between the fingers on his face in fright. The hero sat in front of him, but a terrifying aura of a mythical hero emanated from him. The magician asked what kind of creature Shiva was. Everything around shuddered. Siyun and Hannah looked around in surprise. They didn't know what was going on yet. The witch wondered, could it be that someone had come here before them? Chongyu frowned ahead and thought that the information about the whereabouts of the pandemonium was confidential, and only those present knew it. However, the corridor ahead continued to shudder and screams echoed through it. The man said that he did not know what was happening, but it was better for them to look inside. He confidently went forward. Tabam put his surviving hand forward and screamed. A portal opened near him. The guy looked at the soldier tiredly. He was already flying at him with a loaded fist. Shiva struck, but the hand only passed through the haze of magic. The mage managed to come out from the other side. He looked at his enemy in shock and in horror told him not to approach. From his hand he released red threads that rushed forward across the room. The hero looked at them carefully, and immediately decided to launch a counterattacking blow. Tabam began to teleport and called the guy just a monster. He managed to avoid the blow. his projections rushing to the ceiling of the room. The mage raised his hand up along with his copies. A spell began to be created in each hand. He suggested that we try to reflect it. The lightning blast spell shot at the guy in sports shirts. He calmly straightened up and used the Hercules divine martial technique. The foot rested on the ground. The first type began. The energy-attacking dragon rushed into a counterattack. The hero shook his head in displeasure. The enemy fled through the portal again. Where did he go? At that moment, the one-armed man came out of the portal directly to the prisoners. Shiva looked at them tensely and cursed. He had already exhausted all his strength. He didn't have time to think about it. He was covered in green mana and ran forward. This time he would have to exert all his strength. Suddenly he noticed something ahead. The prisoner flew right into him. The guy caught him. At that moment Tabam entered the portal and said that it was too late. He smiled and said goodbye, taking the girl with him. Suddenly, Shiv's hand was almost at his face. A formidable guy in a tracksuit crossed the entire room in an instant. He looked intensely ahead and said to himself, well, no. He smelled the magic trace and knew that it could be used. His eyes closed tightly and the rancor began to manipulate reality. Suddenly, the guy began to have a bloody cough and the skill was interrupted. Shiva looked ahead with displeasure. He had spent too much energy in the fight, but even in this state, he could use reality manipulation. He could create a portal to chase the wizard, but he wouldn't have the strength to endure the consequences. If he wasn't careful, then using his powers would simply destroy him. Sharon's face appeared in her head. She was currently under mental control, and if her mind was completely destroyed, then even divine healing would not fix it. Shiva closed his eyes. He understood. It's either now or never. His arms began to curve in a bizarre way. He needed to catch up with the mage, even if he had to risk his life. The technique began to collect energy from the void in the form of red lines. The hunters who arrived did not understand what was happening. Siyun looked at the hero in amazement, and asked if he had been here all this time. What does he do? Shiva was distracted by the arrivals. He knew that his strength would not be enough now. Too much needed to be changed. But Hannah and Siyun, if two genius mages could open the portal and do all the dirty work for him, it was quite possible. The hero looked at them excitedly and said that he didn't have time to explain if they knew how to use teleportation magic. Hannah looked at Shiva uncomprehendingly and replied that they could do it. But why did he need her? The hero looked at her seriously and informed her that they needed to go after them immediately. He would piece together the traces of the teleportation that Tabam had used. They would have to trace where he had escaped. Siyun threw up his hands and said that the completed teleportation could not be tracked. Even if you were guided by magical power, it would not be possible to calculate spatial coordinates. He looked at the guy with excitement. He was sorry, but it was impossible to catch up with the enemy. However, Shiva said that if both hunters helped him, then he would. He showed the skill of controlling reality, and explained that he would connect the two spaces. Hannah looked at him in shock and asked what he was saying. A spatial concept that was impossible. Suddenly, the guy looked at her menacingly and shouted that they didn't have time, and then the hunters decided to try. The guy and girl concentrated and began to work magic. A blue light flashed in front of them, and blue smoke filled the room. Shiva applied all his strength using skill. A huge amount of mana has accumulated on the roof. The protagonist gritted his teeth. It seemed to him that his head was about to burst. His heart was beating so hard that it seemed like it was about to explode. Streams of energy broke through the darkness of the universe. The young man clenched his jaw until it screeched. Suddenly, the accumulated mana exploded. When the portal was formed, the young man fell to his knee. Siyun's mouth dropped open in shock. The guy, trembling all over, said that they should go, and he would follow them. Hongyu suddenly appeared and sneered. Starting to walk towards the portal, he told the mages that it was time for them to go. They had to save the mistress. Glancing at the captured people, the man told his subordinates to clean up here and take care of Master Aurelian. The four, without waiting any longer, went to the portal. Tabam, standing in the middle of the hall, said that it was a pity that Aurelian had to be abandoned. Grinning, he said that that ridiculous monster was too terrible. Lucky that he got out alive. Looking at the shackled Karen, he couldn't help but rejoice. The girl who had been sitting motionless had almost gone mad. Tabam grinned, wanting to make her his puppet. Suddenly he coughed, clutching his throat. Looking at his hand, the guy said that he was having problems due to the lack of an arm. His magic chain inside was completely destroyed. If he was careless, he might lose his magic for the rest of his life. Standing up, Tabam said that the main thing was to survive. Suddenly, a portal opened behind him. The guy turned around. Hongyu and Heron came out of the portal. The guy's eyes widened in shock. He shuddered all over his body, assuming that Shiva was also there. Not seeing the protagonist, Tabam grinned. Looking at the opponents in front of him, he began to laugh loudly. Heron, closing one eye, asked what was funny about the arrival of the 4 S-class hunters. Grinning, the young man said that they were especially ridiculous, for they had come without knowing what was going on. Suddenly, a wave of mana spread from him. Glancing at the pentagrams, the young man asked the hunters why, in their opinion, he teleported here. Looking at the enemies ahead, he said that they had come to the tiger's mouth with their own feet. Hannah, frowning, said that the magic circle of amplification was used here. Siyun, raising his head, said that this force permeates the entire space. Grinning broadly, he said that this was the final arena for him. Magic circles in the room lit up. The hunters frowned, sensing danger. Grinning, Tabam said that here his power of mind control had no limits. Here he was almost a god. The movement of air, even dust, was under his control. Even the space and time within the sphere were controlled by him. Here he controlled all the laws of the world. The hunters began to fall. Smiling, Taban said that now everyone must die. Suddenly, a ray of mana burst out of the portal. The guy's eye flashed when he realized that that monster had come here. He couldn't help but smile, saying that even if he was a monster, he was just a bug in front of God. Pointing his hand at the portal, he accumulated darkness. His dark mana collided with a ray of mana. Theban's pupil narrowed. He froze in shock, not understanding what was happening. He saw the outline of Hercules and assumed that the enemy had drawn him into his mind, allowing him to be controlled. Suddenly, the mana around him vanished. Taebong turned around, trembling all over. Hercules, like a titan, stood in front of him. He swung, saying that he had already told him not to disturb him. A huge fist rushed towards the guy. Taebong gritted his teeth. At the same moment, a beam of mana struck him. The protagonist appeared in the air. The fallen young man began to grunt. The magic circles in the room broke. The hunters stood up and were surprised. Hong Yu, looking at the young man, asked what it was. Taban stood up, trembling all over. He frowned and shouted, telling Shiv not to approach. The man was trembling with fear, telling the guy not to approach him over and over again. The protagonist clenched his fist as he stood in front of him. He walked past the enemy, rushing towards Chiron. The girl sat with her head down. The young man stretched out his hand to her. He sat down in front of the lady, telling her not to try to do it alone. Putting his hand on Chiron's shoulder, Shiva said that if she tried too hard, she would burn out sooner or later. Parting his lips, the guy said that sometimes even the strongest just need to put up with it. The young man hugged the girl who was the youngest granddaughter of the owner of SH, a hope for the company's hunters, a girl who lives up to all expectations. The protagonist, staring at her, tried to understand what a heavy burden Karen had carried all her life. The guy raised his other hand. Placing her on the girl's other shoulder, he said that the way the world sees her doesn't mean she actually has to be. When assembling the pieces of the puzzle of your life, it is not necessary to correspond to them. All the secrets can simply be forgotten. Standing in front of the little girl, Shiva said that it was okay if the mosaic was not complete. Because imperfection was the norm, she needed to leave self-sacrifice and think about herself first. Karen looked up. Shiva, smiling, said that she should become the most important priority for herself. Holding the lady by the shoulders, the guy said that she needed to be selfish in order not to be liked by people. She also needed courage. The protagonist, smiling, said that she doesn't need to be liked by everyone. Then he withdrew his hand. Suddenly, the girl, opening her eyes, asked Shiva why he was there. The young man sighed heavily. He smiled broadly, saying that he was very glad. Getting up, Shiva said that now there was only one thing left. The old man narrowed his eyes, looking at the guy with displeasure. The protagonist, turning to the hunters, asked if they could help him. Soon, newspapers and articles announced the rescue of Aurelian and Charon. The rescuers did not receive a single wound. The whole world praised the savior. Juwon closed one eye and asked if Taebyum had been hurt. The man in front of him said that it wasn't the S-class fighters who had defeated him, and it seemed that Shivo had been hurt as well. Frowning, the secretary asked to be allowed to conduct another investigation. Juwon, tapping on the table, said that there was no need for this. Shivo was clearly not an ordinary hunter. He knew how to deal with leaders who were too confident in their abilities. Chuckling, the man mentally said that this guy was too arrogant, but this time his arrogance helped him. Frowning, Juwon asked what had happened to Pandemonium in the Gyeonggi-do area. The man replied by saying that ever since they lost Taebom, the branch manager had trouble attracting the remaining fighters. Juwon chuckled, saying that Taebyum and Youngwoo were both splinters, so their deaths were even beneficial. Suddenly, a subordinate burst into the room, saying that they were in big trouble. Pandemonium had been destroyed. The man shuddered all over. Throwing up his hands, the subordinate told Juwon that all the strongholds in Gyeonggi-do had been destroyed by the hunters and the inspection bureau. Frowning, the head of Pandemonium said that they could not have known about the location of the points. The secretary tilted his head, saying that perhaps Tabum, who was in charge of the region, had revealed the locations. Clenching his fist, the man asked, wasn't it taboo? Squinting, he asked if they had found a way to take it off. Lowering his head, the man mentally said that the taboo had been lifted, although it was almost impossible, but he saw only such an explanation. He froze, imagining that Zhong's taboo could also break like glass, and he had all the information about Pandemonium, so he was trying to deal with it. The man bit his lower lip. Juwon realized that he was now a puppet, playing by someone else's rules. Veins appeared on Juwon's face as he asked who could lift the taboo. A subordinate standing in front of him said that he wanted to tell something else. The head frowned, asking what he wanted to say. He replied, saying that another video had just been added to the video that was uploaded to Shiva's channel last time. Juwon picked up the phone. He stared at the launch icon. Shiva, pointing to the camera, said that he would be next. The man clutched the phone in his hand. He broke it open and screamed in anger. The events take us to the top floor of the SH Group building, where the hunters have gathered. Hong Yu narrowed his eyes as Taesan thanked everyone. He smiled, saying that thanks to them, his Karen was safe now. If they needed anything, they just had to say it. Siyun became nervous, and Hannah, lowering her head, said that they could not claim the reward. All the hunters remembered that all they had done was scream and pass out. Frowning, the old man decided to ask something. He bent down, asking the chairman if he had heard anything about Shiva. Mingjong stood behind Shiva and thanked him. Parting her lips, she said that thanks to what he had set up in Gyeonggi-do, the underworld could be eradicated, However, they were still strong. Smiling, she said that he had done a lot of damage to them. Since pandemonium had appeared, they had never encountered such a thing, and she didn't even know how to thank him. Her boss had also asked her to thank him. The protagonist waved his hand, asking to stop it. Shiva involuntarily imagined the old man and, smiling, said that he had done it for personal reasons anyway. Frowning, the young man said in his mind that he had already warned them that he would protect those close to him. Mingjong, smiling, called out to the hunter. She involuntarily approached, about to say something. At that moment, Aurelian suddenly entered. The old man, accompanied by a guard, approached the young man. Frowning, Aurelian said that he did not know how to thank him, but he wanted to apologize for his rudeness. The protagonist raised an eyebrow and was puzzled. Aurelian, parting his lips, said that he was born a genius. Wrapping himself in mana, he said that the ability that had awakened in him was S-class metallurgy. He easily did what others couldn't, was ready for something that others didn't even dare. Clenching his fist, the old man said that he had not even had time to realize that he had been called the best blacksmith in the world. But it was not enough for him. He ran along the way, taking the highest prizes, constantly improving himself, rushing forward like a scrap horse. Suddenly, he bumped into a wall of divine skill. When he encountered an obstacle, he tried to overcome it, but he kept falling, unable to do so. Looking at the light in the distance, he had previously thought that there was no rival that could oppose him. Standing on his way, he finally realized that he really just couldn't overcome himself. When he saw himself from the outside, this drooping old man who hated metallurgy. Chuckling, Aurelian said that he, who had once loved metallurgy more than anyone else, had come to hate it, and the sword he had made for Karen was his last work. The protagonist looked away. The old man, remembering how the young man was engaged in blacksmithing, said that when he met such an amazing and incredible, he was amazed. He froze in place with shock and admiration. Aurelian turned around all the time. He was jealous and envious. Therefore, when he approached the young man, he was angry and rude, without realizing it. Now, standing in front of the protagonist, the old man said that he wanted to apologize for everything. Closing his eyes, he said that if he had met him a little earlier, perhaps he would have become very different. Smiling, Aurelian said that if it were possible to go back in time, he would. Turning away, the old man said that he would try to get rid of his pomposity and regain his fighting spirit, but he was old and weak. He stepped forward. Turning around, Aurelian said that he would send him orichalcum as soon as he returned to France. He would like to see the process of processing it with his own eyes, so he should try. The protagonist chuckled, saying that this was not divine metallurgy. Had he heard of Confucius? Aurelian turned, asking if he was talking about one of the three masters. Shivu, smiling, said that they were just like him, but they did not give up to the end. In those days, the average person lived about 37 years, and Confucius was already over 50. He even grew a gray beard. By modern standards, he would be more than 100. In such an old body, seeing pogroms, he tried to make his dream come true. Then there were constant wars. The whole world was in turmoil. After pouring mana into his eye, Shiva said that in the end, Confucius became one of the three strongest masters, so why shouldn't he make his dream come true? Parting his lips, the old man asked if he really thought he could do it. The young man sneered, saying that it was not too late to start over. In their world, it was never too late to do so. Slapping Aurelian on the shoulder, the guy said that the main thing was to try hard. The old man froze, amazed. He smiled, telling the young man that he had saved him twice. Standing in front of the guy, he said that he would start all over again. Stretching out his finger, the protagonist said that in order to revive his passion, he needed to create some new weapon. Pointing to Mingjong, he said that he, for example, could create armor for her. Raising his hand, the young man said that he had saved the old man only thanks to her help. The girl, blushing, said that Shiva had done everything himself, so it was better to do something for him. The guy, scratching his head, said that she was also guarding his house. Thanks to this he could work in peace, so her merits were much greater. Shaking his head, Shiva said that she, in addition, was in charge of the inspection bureau, and the weapon from the master would help her. Aurelian, smiling, said that he had heard a lot about the inspection bureau. These are people who work for peace, so he will make weapons for it. Mingjong clenched her fists and cried out. Glancing at the guy next to him, the old man said that he would have to leave anyway, because he had to get orichalcum, and although it was an impudent request, could he watch how he would process it? The young man, smiling, said that studying with him was quite expensive. Closing one eye, Aurelian said that he would then get one for winning the seminar, the second for saving his life, and the third for teaching. How about 3 orichalcums? Shivu coughed into his fist, saying that although it was still not enough, they would celebrate a new beginning. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that he would give him a special discount. Throwing up his hand, Aurelian said that he would be back in 2 weeks, and when he arrived, then everything would begin. The door opened. The young man danced with joy, the 3 orichalcums allowing him to do something other than gloves. Mingjong stared at Shiva and said that thanks to him, she would be able to use the equipment from the master. Shivu abruptly approached the lady, saying that he had one request for her, and that was that he wanted her to continue to guard his house. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl said that she would give her life for him. Turning around, she said that she should go right away. The young man, adjusting the strap, said that now he had to think about what equipment to make. Suddenly a shout was heard. The guy turned around, shocked. Mingjong jumped up and down and screamed with joy. The protagonist smiled nervously. Events take us to the chairman's office. Having received permission to enter, someone opened the door. Tae-san turned around and said that he wanted to meet a guy named Shivu. The man, frowning, asked if he really wanted to meet him in person. Hearing no answer, he immediately bowed, saying that he would find it immediately. The chairman, looking into the distance, pronounced the name of Shiva. Hercules, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that this was the last approach, and therefore he needed to pull himself together, and added that he should not lower his pelvis, and also need to straighten his back. Shiva could be seen holding a huge pillar on his shoulders, and one of the 13 heroes shouted that it was Sparta and said that weaklings were forbidden to whine. Sticking out his tongue, the main character said that it was too hard. Clenching his fist, the man asked how else he could pump up his neck, after which he asked him to stop chatting and start working. Lowering his eyebrows, the protagonist wondered how training could be harder than fighting Tab and the others. Suddenly the guy fell off his feet, and then the gentleman noticed that it was excellent, and praised him for his good work. Raising his hands, Hercules said that he had already said that he was still weak. One of the 13 heroes said that at least no one was disturbing like last time, and at the same time, the young man's expression was confused. Clenching his jaw, the man said that he was training, and suddenly some cockroach appeared, and added that he was busy, and therefore just told him to get out. The owner of the superpower was lying on the ground, and at the same time the master said that it was impossible to wander around other people's minds. The master, through the sweat on his face, used the skill of insight. Imagining Tabam unconscious, the hunter wondered if he was in such a state. Lifting the corners of his lips, Shiva muttered that he could not even imagine. A tall Hercules appeared, and the protagonist said that Tabam's ability is mind control, and he enhanced it 100-fold with a magic circle, and it is also possible that he managed to look into the world of GodTube, which is beyond his consciousness. Leaning on his knee, the protagonist understood what the leader of the pandemonium was counting on. In the past, the superpower wielder had stood in front of the guy, and he explained that that's why he didn't put up much resistance when asked, and that's why he was the only one he told about Tabam's location. One of the 13 heroes said that he was not such a weakling, and maybe because he was a magician, after which the young man, looking ahead, realized that it was Hercules who destroyed his mind, and wondered if he had destroyed the ability. Through the sweat on his face, the master wondered if it was interconnected, and if the mind was completely destroyed, then if the ability was lost. Leaning forward, the hunter muttered that the guy whom he could not finish off, although he did his best, was destroyed by just one word of God. Lowering his eyebrows, Shiva decided that he should not give up, and added that he would never. The system reported that Hercules' training was completed, and it was written on the smartphone screen that the skill had increased slightly. The pupils of the main character narrowed sharply. The man asked what was wrong, and then the protagonist, holding a gadget in his hand, replied that his skill level was growing too slowly for some reason, and the gentleman clarified how much he had grown. The guy said that it was only 0.2 thousandths of a percent, and then Hercules took his chin. Stretching out his index finger, one of the 13 heroes said that perhaps the time had come. The young man's expression was surprised, and he wondered what the man was talking about. Standing in front of the owner of the superpower, the master said that there was a period when progress stopped. Four Arms noticed that given his meager talent, he was growing incredibly fast, and at the same time, the hunter lowered his head and said that this was the case, and thought that since GodTube had not had a human subscriber before, he had become a pioneer and did not know the specifics. Hovering in the air, Hercules explained that on GodTube he would learn the power of the gods, but perhaps now his progress would stop. Sweat was dripping down Shiv's cheek, and one of the 13 heroes said that he needed to evaluate himself professionally, because if he did not grow, then the level of his skills did not increase either, and so far the level of qualification had frozen somewhere around 30%. Parting his lips, the man said that he thought this was the limit he could reach. Looking at the screen of the smartphone, the main character wondered if we are talking about superpower now, or about other skills too, and whether it means that at some point it will reach the limit. Smiling, the gentleman exclaimed that he should not worry, because if he did not give up and continue training, then perhaps one day he would be able to overcome this limit. Imagining a thin man, the protagonist muttered that if he continued to try, he would succeed someday. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy asked how long it would take. Holding his chin, the young man noticed that it was obvious that his talent was the problem, and he could not understand what to come up with. The silhouette of the human body was shrouded in a bright glow, and then the owner of the superpower reported that before becoming a god seemed to be only a myth, and wondered if it was really all about the body. Covering his mouth with his palm, the master said that even if he went to extreme measures. Looking down, the hunter said that in their time, even medicine did not always help, and believed that divine magic had reached its limit. Shiv's pupils narrowed sharply, and he said that there were ways to make stronger potions, and also added that he had seen them on the channel. Imagining the old man near the flowers, the main character muttered that medicinal and poisonous herbs are no different, and in addition to life, Mother Nature also gives protection mechanisms, and therefore, by absorbing the life force of nature, you can effectively use this philosophy of survival, and this is the cure. Turning his gaze to the side, the protagonist noticed that it was somehow too much to say to eat poisonous plants, although he did not know whether this plant was poisonous, but for some reason it seemed to him that it was poisonous. A puffer fish appeared, and at the same time, the guy wondered if he would have to eat it next time, poison mercury, and added that he would just eat it and die. Lowering the corners of his lips, the young man said that he was not going to give up. Lying on the floor, the owner of the superpower explained that, however, he did not want to die. Holding his chin, the master said that if he eats a little, he will gradually get used to it, but this method will also take too much time. Snakes were visible on the creature's body, and it was written about the secret of the success of the meat merchant immortal Hydra, and the hunter thought that the only option was to subscribe to a new channel. Crossing his arms, Hercules asked why he suddenly started talking about the Hydra. Introducing the 9-headed Hydra, Shiva said that her ability was immortality, and she would regenerate even if her head was cut off. Grinning, one of the 13 characters said that it was nostalgia, and added that he had heard that she made a living by cutting off her head and selling meat, and judging by the conversations, it was very tasty. The man offered to go to lunch, after which the main character, biting his lips, muttered that there were only crazy people on GodTube. The gentleman clarified why he was watching her channel, and then the protagonist, holding a phone in his hand, replied that he wanted to gain resistance to poisons. Turning his gaze to the side, the guy explained that one of the most outstanding abilities of the Hydra is poison that can even kill a god. Standing opposite the young man, the strongman said that Master Chiron had been poisoned by the poison of the Hydra, and at the same time he muttered that the poison of the Hydra, also known as the poison of the god killer, could kill the god, because it brought unbearable pain, and there was no antidote. The unusual creature trembled when it stood in front of the man, and it turned out that Chiron, poisoned by the Hydra, appeared before Zeus, and then died in terrible agony. Holding the phone in his hand, Shiva thought that this was why he was called the poison of godicide, because this poison can even kill God, or rather, make him pray for death. The heads of green snakes appeared, and the protagonist revealed that the slime that covers the scales of the Hydra is poisonous, but its own poison does not affect it, which means that it has a resistance to poison that even God does not have. Smirking, the wielder of superpower noted that regeneration was not the only ability of the Hydra, and then suggested that if he subscribed to her channel, he might be able to become resistant to poisons. Hercules thoughtfully put his fingers to his chin and clarified whether it was definitely possible. Looking down at the screen, the guy decided that if he managed to become immune to the Hydra's poison, then when he drank the healing decoction, then there would be no problems. Furrowing his brows angrily, the protagonist realized that there was one problem. On the phone, I could see a page on the website that said that a membership in the Hydra channel for 1 month costs 8 billion. Lowering the corners of his lips, the master was indignant that the subscription fee costs 8 billion. The young man in the workshop raised his head and sighed heavily. Clutching his head with both hands, Shiva declared that even if he sold the 3 orichalcons that he would receive in 2 weeks, it would still not be enough. And then he thought that if you also take into account the making of armor, he did not understand where he could find 8 billion every month. The main character stood in front of the work surface. Suddenly, the wielder of superpower turned back. Lowering his hands, the guy did not understand who was there, when suddenly he was asked if he was Shiva. At the same second, the protagonist's pupils noticeably decreased in size from fright. Taesang entered the room, and the master did not understand why the chairman of the SH group was here. Putting his palms to his knees, Shiva asked what Mr. Chairman was doing here, to which he apologized for the sudden visit. Taesang nodded his head sharply. The main character looked away in alarm, and his interlocutor thought that this guy is very young, and is just taking his first steps in society. But at the same time he saved Aurelian and Karen, so he cannot believe it. Closing his lips, the old man realized that this was the same as always, because appearances are deceiving, and in his entire life he had managed to see a lot of people. A case of weapons lay on wooden barrels, and at the same time the chairman of the SH group realized that someone who could seem to be a nobody suddenly did something that everyone else could not. So you can't judge people only by their appearance. Closing his eyes, the man said that he had already been told that he had saved his granddaughter, after which he added that as a grandfather he sincerely thanked him. Grabbing his neck with his palm, the owner of the superpower said that it was not worth it, because he did not act alone, to which he was told that they still wanted to repay somehow. A drop of sweat was running down the guy's cheek, and then he asked what he meant. Lowering his jaw, Taesang stated that anything, and then added that he would do everything in his power, but reflected on how for hunters who had reached a certain level, money was no longer so important. Silhouettes of powerful fighters appeared, and the chairman of the SH group recalled that at least those he met were very strong people, and for such people, the main thing is self-development, not money. Looking ahead with concentration, the man realized that most of what they needed could not be bought with money. Putting his fingers to his chin, the protagonist began to reason. Lowering his eyebrows, the supervisor asked the foreman to say what he wanted, although he was wondering what he could ask for. Putting a finger to his cheek, the young man asked if he could pay him a little more for Charon's training. Suddenly, the pupils of his interlocutor narrowed sharply. Resting his elbows on his legs, Taesan asked if he was asking for money. Squinting his eyes, Shiva said that it was only 5 billion, and asked if it was too much, and if so, then 4 billion or even 3 billion. The man clenched his jaw in bewilderment, and did not understand whether they were bargaining with him now, when the interlocutor noticed that he was joking, because in fact 2 billion would be enough. Looking up, the main character explained that he thought that 1 billion was too little, after which he asked if they could raise at least 1.5 billion. Through the sweat on his face, the chairman of the SH group thought that he could not understand what kind of person he was. Karen brandished a sword in the underground training hall of the SH Hunters Guild. Parting her lips, the girl sighed heavily from fatigue. The huntress held tightly to the hilt of her weapon with her fingers. A man stood behind her and watched the training. Lowering his jaw, the guy thought about the fact that she was training nonstop, and 20 hours had already passed. Tightly clenching his hand into a fist, his comrade decided that he had to stop her. Standing behind his girlfriend, the young man recalled that he had known her since childhood, and she was not always like this, after which he assumed that it was because of what had happened recently. The awakened woman stood in front of the sports equipment, and the watcher reflected on how she might think that it was all because of her flaws, and also felt weak and helpless. But as the youngest granddaughter of the SH group, she alone carried so much on her shoulders. The lady made a sharp circular blow with her sword. There were wounds and abrasions on her fingers. A drop of sweat ran down the guy's cheek as he continued to be amazed at what was happening. On the phone screen, a personal page in the banking application was visible. Looking down in bewilderment, the master noticed that he had 14 billion in his account, and then added that Charon's training fee had doubled, but he was immediately paid 10 billion. In the past, Shiva closed his lips in surprise when they agreed with him, but did not understand whether it was possible to transfer 10 billion at once. Grinning, the main character noticed that the SH Group is still a serious organization, and then he talked about its chairman and GodTube. Taking the phone in his hand, the owner of the superpower said that he could now immediately subscribe to the Hydra channel, after which he added that he now receives 20 billion a month, so he can easily afford to spend 15 billion and 100 million on subscription fees. Raising his eyebrows in frustration, the guy was indignant at how he could spend so much money every month. Biting his lips, the protagonist decided that it was too late to retreat, so he had to overcome himself. A button to subscribe to the Hydra channel appeared on the screen, when suddenly the system reported that he had subscribed to her channel and acquired the skill Deadly Poison. Shifting his gaze to his smartphone, the master noticed that it turned out to be easier than he thought, and then he said in his mind that he thought that there would be something like divine poison. Thoughtfully spreading his fingers on his hand, the young man wondered if something had changed, because he did not feel anything. Lowering his chin, Shiva said that the Hydra's venom consisted of bile and blood, and then suggested that his blood had become toxic, but decided to test it for himself. Lizhong was standing inside the B+ rank dungeon that the Hellhound was in. The main character sat down next to the body of the animal, and his partner asked what he was doing. Turning his head back, the wielder of the superpower explained that he needed to check something. The guy put his finger over the monster's mouth. Suddenly, a drop of blood fell on the beast's tongue. Grinning, the protagonist noticed that she had become poisonous after all. Lowering his eyebrows in bewilderment, the hunter admitted that he never understood what was in his head, when suddenly his partner asked where the herbs they had collected had gone. Stretching his palm forward, the fighter said that he had laid them out in this place, to which he asked why they were put aside, and received the answer that they were not postponed, but simply thrown away. Squeezing his eyes shut, the operator declared that the only thing his regeneration did not work against was poison, and then exclaimed that this was why he was well versed in poisonous plants. The master wrapped his fingers around the magic leaves, and his interlocutor said that if he ate it, it would turn his insides into mush in an hour. At the same moment, Li Zhong's pupils bulged out in alarm and began to shout loudly. With his mouth wide open in fright, the hunter asked if he was okay and if he felt anything inside, to which he replied that he was a little bitter. Looking at the phone screen, Shiva thought that he was glad that he had subscribed to the Hydra channel, because eating one poisonous plant reduces its effectiveness by 0.02%, so it seems to him that the Hydra's poison neutralizes other toxins. A splash of green liquid appeared in the blood, and at the same time, the main character reflected on the fact that the poisonous plant was trying to poison the body, but did not understand whether the Hydra's poison would be able to neutralize it. Examining his fingers, the owner of superpower wondered if poison fights poison here, because they react and mutually destroy each other, and then he thought that if he wants a full-fledged transformation, then he needs to achieve resistance to poisons. A view of the deserted rocks opened up, and the protagonist asked if his partner could ask Soyeon to give him poison, to which Soyeon replied that he would ask her to do so. Moving towards the magic portal, the hunter remembered that he had been planning to ask for a long time if it was true that he had saved Master Aurelian and Chiron along with the rest of the hunters. Looking back, Shiva asked how he had managed to find out about this, to which Shiva exclaimed that all the media were discussing it. Squeezing his eyes shut, Lizhong reported that he had heard that the culprit was also an S-class hunter. After all, even Chiron had been injured. Lowering his chin, the main character asked why he called her that, and if he was younger, to which he replied that she was a year older than him. Pointing his finger at himself, the guy explained that he was 20 years old, and the huntress was 21 years old, which surprised the interlocutor. Putting his palm forward, the fighter clarified whether he knew this, to which he asked a counter question about whether it was so important, and his partner did not understand why it did not matter if she was his girlfriend. Curling his lips in confusion, the protagonist asked what kind of nonsense it was. The master was indignant at when this awakened woman became his girlfriend, to which the young man closed his eyes and asked if they were holding hands at a housewarming party, when suddenly he was asked if he wanted to say that holding hands only if they met. With a smirk, Lizhong wondered if there was a friendship between a man and a woman, to which he replied that there was, since he was friends with his sister. Raising an eyebrow in bewilderment, Shiva asked if he had any girlfriends, to which he received a negative answer, and then he asked if all the women he knew were his girlfriends. The hunter smiled and said that he did not have a girlfriend at all. Looking up, the main character asked if it was true that there was none, to which he was surprised at this, because he did not understand why he should lie. Looking at the other person, the guy asked what about him if he wasn't dating Karen. The owner of the superpower smirked in confusion when asked if he had ever had a girlfriend. Standing in front of the magic portal, the heroes were silent. Tightly clenching his hands into fists, the young man shouted that today they would surround all the dungeons of Seoul, to which his partner supported him and exclaimed that they were going to the next dungeon. Putting the leaves in his mouth, Shiva wondered if the poison was worth 200 million, after which he added that he had just tried it, and the level of skill had increased significantly, when suddenly the system reported that the level of resistance to the poison had increased. In the past, Son has given 2 fingers to the front and exclaimed that a single toxin on the market is worth about 200 million. Grinning in alarm, the main character reflected that if he continued to buy to increase the level, then it would take about 500 million a month just to buy them. Looking at the screen in surprise, the owner of the superpower read a notification that he had created a basic elixir, as well as learned the ability of the basics of making elixirs. Holding the phone in his hand, the guy imagined the silhouette of a flask with a potion and remembered that it was said that even an ordinary person could turn into an S-class hunter thanks to it, and then wondered if this was the elixir that allowed him to gain the power to achieve his goal, because he had heard that the ability to work with poisonous plants was an art worthy of the gods. The protagonist bit his lips in alarm and asked if he needed to try it when the system reported that his mastery of the divine art had grown significantly. In the cauldron there were bubbles from the boiling of liquid, and at the same time the master asked if it was safe to drink at all. Putting the mug to his mouth, the young man decided to drink the potion no matter what, after which there were notifications that he had drunk the basic elixir, so the overall capabilities of the body were improved. Suddenly, the hunter spat out the elixir and realized that judging by the taste, it was definitely a deadly poison. Covering his mouth with his palm, the owner of superpower did not understand why it was only made in the form of a potion, and why it tasted like this. Wrapping his fingers around the phone, the guy was surprised that the level of strength had increased, which meant that he began to exceed the limits of his own abilities. Shiv's pupils noticeably decreased in size when the system reported that his insight had increased, after which he wondered if it could be because this nightmarish taste had awakened his mind to a new awareness. Looking down, the main character sighed heavily and noted that in any case, if he wants to overcome the limits of abilities, he will have to drink this rubbish in the future. Holding his chin with his fingers, the owner of superpower wondered why everything useful is always tasteless, and whether this is a law of the universe. Suddenly, the guy's eyes widened in surprise. Smirking, the protagonist imagined the silhouette of a girl with red hair and wondered if controlling reality could change taste. Because if he changed the taste of the elixir by controlling reality, then it would not only improve taste, but also increase his skill of controlling reality. Spreading his fingers over the mug, the master exclaimed that this is a great idea, so you need to try it right now. Lowering his eyebrows, the young man cried out loudly as a notification appeared that the reality control of the goddess Isis had been used. Putting his hand in his pocket, Shiva realized that he could taste the sweet soda, when suddenly the artificial intelligence notified that his skill level had increased slightly. Rubbing his mouth with the back of his hand, the main character did not understand why there was such a return, if he just changed his taste. Squeezing his eyes shut, the owner of the superpower exclaimed that even if just the taste had changed, then so be it. A potion flowed down the guy's chin, and then he said in his mind that the taste had not changed, because they just added sugar. Biting his lips, the protagonist suggested that he was not strong enough to change the taste completely, after which he added that at least sugar was added. At the same second, the master covered his mouth with his hand, because he began to vomit. Shifting his gaze to the side, the young man asked Soa to come over to him and drink the medicine when the system reported that he had managed to create a dietary supplement to purify the blood. The younger sister peeked out from behind the door. Putting the mug in front of him, Shiva said that it had already cooled down, so it could be drunk. The girl sat down on her knee and began to speak, when suddenly her older brother clarified what she was doing. Shutting her eyes, the young lady shouted that she was very grateful to him. Sticking her tongue out of her mouth, the child muttered that it tasted like socks after a physical education lesson. The older brother asked if she had eaten the socks she wore at physical education, to which she began to turn her head from side to side and noticed that they probably tasted the same. Grinning, the main character thought that one thing can be sure of. Soa placed her palm on her lower abdomen, and the wielder of super strength realized that her well-being had improved, and his level of mastery of the divine art had already exceeded 50%. Looking at his younger sister enthusiastically, the guy decided that although there was still no cure for blood clots, he thought that in a year he would be able to cure her. Fenrir began to bark loudly, when suddenly the protagonist turned his gaze in his direction. The paint-stained pet closed his eyes, and his owner assumed that he had licked the medicine left in the bowl. Wrapping his fingers around the phone, the protagonist did not understand who it was when the system reported that an unauthorized person was approaching. Standing near the intercom, the man in black asked for forgiveness. Adjusting his glasses with his fingers, Min Jae revealed that he was Charon's secretary. A marble-colored clock hung on the wall. Sitting at the table, the guy said that he had heard that Master Aurelian had returned to France. Holding his chin, the master remembered that the man had said that he would return to Korea in 2 weeks, after which he added that he would surely return today or tomorrow. Min Jae looked down in confusion when suddenly he was asked what brought him here. The young man's eyes reflected the glare of light, and then he began to tell. Looking intently at the interlocutor, The huntress's assistant asked if he could help his mistress. In the past, the little girl tucked her knees to her chest, and her secretary explained that since childhood she tried to take everything on herself. Sitting on a chair, the young man noticed that she had grown up being attacked by many people. The guest dropped his chin sharply. Shiva closed his lips in confusion. Placing his hand on the table, Min Jae stated that this was why she wanted to become stronger so badly, and then added that only then would she be able to be sure that no one would abandon her. The protagonist lowered his chin and realized the reason why Chiron rarely shows emotion. A drop of sweat was dripping down the secretary's cheek, and then he assumed that because of the last kidnapping, she was training more than 20 hours a day. Shifting his gaze towards the interlocutor, the owner of the superpower said that this was too much, and began to think that this was not even training, but just a mockery of his own body, because this way it only slows down growth and destroys the body. Sitting on a chair, the protagonist pondered, and then called out to Soa. Smirking, the elder brother said that he would go and visit Karen. Holding Fenrir in her arms, the little girl exclaimed that he would tell her that if she came to visit again, she would cook something delicious. Standing in front of the interlocutor, the young man invited him to go together. A wave of weapons appeared in the air. The huntress tightly wrapped her fingers around the hilt of her blade as she trained at the SH Hunters Guild grounds. Lowering her jaw, the girl sighed heavily from fatigue. The palm of the awakened woman was stained with blood, and at the same time she thought that she could not stop. Bending her torso forward, the talented swordswoman reflected on the fact that she simply had to be strong. Pressing her lips tightly together, the lady said in her thoughts that only then everything would be as it should be. Karen swung her weapon sharply, because she realized that this was why she would be able to protect people. Drops of sweat ran down the huntress's face, and she thought that people would not abandon her. The girl leaned back when she decided that this was the only way she could be sure that she would not be abandoned. A view of the metal structure under the roof of the building opened. Shiva lifted the exhausted huntress in his arms. Shifting her gaze to the side, the awakened woman quietly pronounced his name. The main character looked at the lady in frustration. Taesang, holding his hands in his pockets, said that from tomorrow she would live separately. The guy, adjusting his glasses, said that perhaps she was taking on too much, but the young lady was still at an age when she needed protection. The chairman, standing at the window, said that as long as Chiron continued the SH group lineage, it would continue to face a variety of threats. The expression on the awakened woman's face was thoughtful, and the man asked how she would live on if she could not overcome it. A girl was standing behind the lord, and he announced that she would leave the mansion tomorrow, and Shivu explained that she was 13 years old at the time, and she was still a teenager and knew little about the world. Sweat ran down the huntress's cheek, and the question was heard if she was awake. Getting up, the girl asked the main character why he was there, to which he asked a counter question, how she was, and whether she felt better. Biting her lips, the talented swordswoman replied positively. Clenching her fingers, Chiron added that she was fine. Smirking, the protagonist was happy about this, and then asked if he could start training right away. Turning her gaze to the side, the awakened woman asked him again. Looking in the direction of the huntress, the guy noticed that since she said that she was better, he wanted to know if they could start practicing right now, and then clarified if she was still feeling bad. The young man said that then they could postpone everything until next time, and the talented swordswoman, through the sweat on her face, said that everything was fine, and thought that there was no time to just sit and rest. Getting out of bed, the girl said that she was ready and offered to start right away. Turning her gaze to the side, the lady asked if he was there. Chiron wondered if it was a workshop, and at the same time, the owner of Super Strength, holding his hands in his pockets, announced that they would be training here today. Following Shiva, the awakened woman clarified whether they would train exactly, to which he replied that today they would be engaged in blacksmithing. The huntress asked the main character, and he, looking back, noticed that this was part of the training. A powerful flame was visible, and at the same time, the protagonist explained that first of all, in order to make a weapon, you first need to melt the necessary materials, and for this you need to heat the metal and then clean it from impurities. The talented swordswoman could be seen putting on gloves, and the guy said that this was one of the processes called forging, after which he asked if she wanted to try. Waving the hammer, the girl answered positively. The lady then struck the ingot with a sledgehammer. Sweat was dripping down her face. Looking down, Karen said that she couldn't do it, and then the young man said that the temperature of the metal was not right. A piece of iron appeared, and the owner of Super Strength explained that if he began to forge insufficiently heated metal, he would not get the desired shape, and the metal could no longer be used. The awakened woman looked in the direction of the ingot, and at the same time the craftsman asked if she would try again. A moment later, the huntress raised her hammer. Suddenly, the talented swordswoman struck the metal. The girl opened her mouth in surprise. Shivu closed his eyes abruptly. Standing next to the lady, the main character said that in the manufacture of weapons, the quality of the finished product will depend on the metal used, and an analogy can be drawn with human talent. Smiling slightly, the protagonist noticed that in order to make a good weapon, you need high-quality metal, and if you compare it with people, you can say that a person is like metal. Looking at the awakened one, the guy said that if so, then Chiron is a very good metal. A piece of iron appeared, and the young man said that, however, no matter how good the metal was, if it was not heated enough, and if it was hammered in a hurry, it would become unusable and would be scrapped. Taking a piece of metal in his hand, the owner of the superpower said that making an effort on himself, cultivating endurance is great. Lifting the corners of her lips, the master explained that if she tore her veins for something she was not yet ready for, she would only ruin her talent like this metal. The huntress opened her mouth in surprise. Shiva smirked and said that the tureen he knew was the best metal in the world. A fire was burning in the stove, and the main character noticed that, however, the best metal, and even the hottest flame will endure longer. The expression on the talented swordswoman's face was thoughtful. Frowning seriously, the protagonist asked how she motivated herself, and added that he could not even imagine. Introducing the secretary, the guy thought that he was worried about Karen, and it seemed that he was afraid of not being able to cope on his own, but his anxiety also meant that he supported her. An unusual aura appeared in the air, and the young man wondered what was heating the girl's metal, and what made her work without sparing herself, and then added that there was no need to put out this fire. The super strength wielder smiled slightly and said that now, using the flames in her heart, she needed to warm herself well. Looking ahead, the lady listened that beating herself with a hammer would be enough for now. Standing in front of Karen, the master asked her not to worry too much, and then said that even if everyone around her left, and even if everyone in the world left her, sweat ran down her awakened cheek. Raising the corners of his lips, Shiva said that even if she lost herself, he would definitely be there for her, and at the same time muttered that it was because he received 20 billion won every month for training with her. The huntress's expression was joyful, and she thanked the main character. Grabbing the talented swordswoman by the wrist, the protagonist remembered something. The guy asked if she could wait a minute, after which the girl blushed sharply. A view of the stone structure opened. Holding the bracelet in his hand, the young man noticed that it was a special gift. A moment later, the lady took the jewelry from the master. Putting it on her arm, Shireen thanked the owner of the superpower. Smiling, the awakened woman said that she would always wear it. Squinting, Shiva grinned in confusion and thought that he did not look very good for a gift. Looking down, the main character muttered that there was no point in changing his appearance now. Scratching the back of his head, the protagonist asked if she could return it for a minute, to which he received a positive answer. Suddenly, a red aura appeared, and at the same time, the guy used the skill and said what might happen. A bright flash appeared behind the young man, and he reported that using the skill of Hephaestus, it was as if he had understood a new way to use super speed. A magical portal was visible, and the owner of the superpower explained that thanks to Tab's magical circle of empowerment, his power had increased dramatically. The master released unusual energy from his palm, and at the same time, the system wrote that the concept of amplification was applied. Raising her eyebrows in surprise, the hunter said that she felt as if she felt a different force, after which the artificial intelligence reported that her reality manipulation skill had improved significantly. Through the sweat on his face, Shiva wondered if it was possible, even though he did not know how much he had intensified. With a satisfied grin, the talented swordswoman said that she would never forget what he had told her today, and added that she needed to go back to the hospital and have her condition checked, because she thought she could use a break. A view of the stone structure opened up, and then the main character repeated once again that no matter what happened, he would be with her, and the girl thanked him for today. Standing near the workbench, the protagonist noticed that it was reinforced engraving equipment, and asked if he could engrave his weapon. After introducing the characters from Gautub, the guy wondered if it meant that they could enhance their abilities. Chongyu, looking ahead, asked if Master Aurelian had returned to Korea. The secretary replied positively, and at the same time, the S-class hunter, lowering his eyebrows, said that he had just returned to France, and also clarified why he had come to Korea again. The assistant, through the sweat on his face, said that he had said that he wanted to meet the hunter Shiva. The guy, sitting on the chair, said that the media had the same question, what kind of guy he was. Opening his jaw, Yejuan asked if Master Aurelian was coming to him personally. The main character could be seen in the studio. The system wrote that the level of mastery of divine metallurgy and reality control had increased, and at the same time, the protagonist, parting his lips, wondered if it was worth continuing. Holding his chin, the young man thought that he had created hundreds of things and made the same number of engravings, and there were two options. Looking at the rings, the owner of super strength muttered the first option, namely, if the same engraving was applied to each item, and added that the higher the skill, the better the engraving and the better the item. Standing near the workbench, the hunter noticed that the skill itself was improving, and so he could gradually improve the quality of his belongings. Lowering his gaze, Shiva wondered why these advantages did not add up. Shelves with equipment were visible, and the main character said that he would have to sell everything he had made, and also put them aside, and let Soyen do it. Holding the ring with his fingers, the protagonist said that when Aurelian brought the orichalcum, he would be able to do things much better, and thought that he would have to try again. Touching his phone, the guy asked if it was worth watching a video about the processing of orichalcum. The man's expression was displeased, and Hephaestus wrote that if he made a weapon from orichalcum for him, Thor, frowning menacingly, asked to start now, otherwise he would destroy his forge. Bright lightning appeared, and the question was heard whether he dared to steal his Mjolnir. Scratching his head, one of the 13 heroes apologized and clarified if he thought he had just lost it. Smiling, the gentleman said that he would make a weapon for him as an apology. The man, through the sweat on his face, asked if this was true. Thor, standing in front of the blacksmith, asked if he could make him a weapon. Closing his eyes, Hephaestus said that he could, and asked if he could lend his Mjolnir one more time. If he did, the god of thunder, blushing, replied positively and added that if he fulfilled his promise. There was ore on the table, and then one of the 13 heroes said that he would then go and light the furnace, and also said that they would start right away, and at the same time Shiva noticed that he looked exactly like Orichalcon from their world. Taking the hammer in his hand, the blacksmith explained that Orichalcon could not be melted simply by heat, and therefore preliminary treatment was needed first. After looking at his tool, the man said that in order to remove the impurities and turn it into molten metal, he needed to beat him properly with this sledgehammer. Thor's eyes burned red, and the master asked him not to be afraid and said that he would make him a weapon and return the hammer. A view of the daytime sky opened up, and then Hephaestus exclaimed that the weapon would be amazing. One of the 13 heroes raised his weapon above him. A moment later, the blacksmith swung his sledgehammer. There was a powerful explosion. A light haze swirled around the man. There was a glint of light on the ore, and the main character noticed that the forge had exploded. Through the sweat on his face, the protagonist said that it couldn't be, and then wondered if he had been able to crack it. Suddenly, a thick haze appeared. The guy's pupils narrowed sharply, and he wondered if he would succeed at all. Suddenly the young man turned. Aurelian, looking ahead, said that they had not seen each other for a long time, and the owner of the superpower thought that it was his Orichalcon. After some time, the master found himself in the dungeon. The master of metallurgy, parting his lips, clarified why they had come here. Averting his gaze, the hunter muttered that judging by the expression on his face, he was asking why he had dragged him to the dungeon. Shiva noticed the disgruntled bodyguards and said that since he had been kidnapped in Korea, it was natural that they considered the dungeon a dangerous place. After scratching his cheek, the protagonist replied that they were there to cleanse Orichalcon. Standing in front of the monster, the protagonist said that he would go crazy without an interpreter, and hoped that he would not perceive something wrong. There was ore on the ground, and the guy noticed that there was no need to explain. Closing his eyes, the young man thought that he had watched the video of Hephaestus. A huge snake appeared, after which the wielder of super strength muttered that Orichalcon had withstood the blow of Mjolnir, but this hammer defeated Jormungand with one blow, and also wondered how to cleanse it of impurities. A bright aura surrounded the master, and he spoke of what it meant that in order to purify Orichalcon, one would have to strike it with more force than Mjolnir. Imagining the hammer, the hunter realized that the main thing is the power of the blow, and then told that the Mjolnir is the most powerful weapon that can destroy anything, and only the end of the world in Scandinavian mythology can cope with it. A formidable god appeared, and then Shivu explained that, however, in Greek mythology there was a gigantomachy, and only Hercules was able to finish it. The main character clenched his fist sharply. Taking off, the protagonist thought that if he used his power, he would be able to hit as hard as Mjolnir. Lowering his eyebrows, the guy muttered that this was the first part of the divine battle of Hercules. The young man slammed his foot to the ground. The monster's hand shattered into small pieces. The silhouettes of the heroes could be seen in the grassy meadow. Aurelian, his mouth wide open, was greatly surprised. His guards clenched their jaws in bewilderment. A light haze swirled around the owner of superpower. Cracks appeared in the ore, and at the same time, the master said that the strength of the dragon's leg was stronger than the Mjolnir, and also wondered if it was more deformed than he thought, and if he had gone too far. Smirking, the hunter said that he wouldn't be able to improve his technique anyway, and thought that he needed to adjust his strength a little. Daku raised her eyebrows in surprise when she received a message that had a new video to edit and a request to do the editing as well, and said that she had already received a new video, although there was still a past titled How to Become an A-Rank Hunter in a Month, but it had not yet been fully edited. She looked at the main character's channel, which had 2,650,000 subscribers, and added that now they will begin to grow rapidly upwards, at the same time saying to herself that although this channel is not 6 months old, the number of subscribers continues to increase by 10,000 people a day. Drops of cold sweat flowed down the girl's cheek when she said that the only recent kidnapping of Master Aurelian was, when she suddenly asked if the name of the chief would suddenly get into the media and what the consequences could be. Folding her hands on her chest, she trembled and said that she had heard that terrible criminals were involved, and as soon as she remembered the housewarming party at the boss's, the question immediately arose whether she would also be kidnapped. There was no emotion on her face as she said this. After a short pause, Daku raised her eyebrows and asked herself if the chief would save her if she was kidnapped, adding that if she was kidnapped, Shiva. But before she could finish speaking, a blush appeared on her face, and she exclaimed, asking herself what the hell she had just said. The girl suddenly clutched her head and shouted loudly that she did not understand what she was thinking. At the same second, she grabbed a computer mouse and said that she needed to work. A powerful magical explosion rang out in the video. Seeing this, Daku adjusted her glasses and asked if it was an explosion. The main character looked at what he created with just one kick. He held an orichalcon in his hand and said that it looked like the cleaning required for the treatment was complete. At what he saw, Aurelian opened his mouth in surprise. Looking at this, Daku folded her arms over her chest and began to wonder what he was filming this time and why the master was in this video. She suddenly saw a girl in the frame, in whose eyes there was surprise, and asked if it was YouTuber Clement. Daku immediately drew an image of this girl in a chef's costume in her head and said to herself that she was a C-class hunter from France called Monster Cooking, which had 33,090,000 subscribers. She has cooked dishes such as Minotaur ribeye steak, basilisk marinated, cyclops eyeball dishes and so on. She uses the monsters she hunts as raw materials. She is a celebrity who posts discussed food videos. After leaving her performances, the girl adjusted her glasses and wondered why the boss's video was so celebrity. At this time, the main character turned to his comrades and offered to return to the workshop. The editor's eyes were shocked by what she heard, and she asked herself in a shaking voice what the hell he was doing. A fire burned brightly in the stove. Drops of sweat dripped down the guy's face. After a while, black smoke was coming from the red-hot orichalcum, and Shivu was smiling and saying that this was what was needed. He wiped the sweat from his face and said to himself that in order to achieve this, he had to destroy the 31st dungeon. But at least he made a video for the channel. Picking up the phone, he looked away and noticed that Hercules' magic mastery had increased by 2.6%, and super strength mastery had increased by 4.7%, after which he asked himself if it was because of reality manipulation, adding that the skill level had increased significantly. Aurelian suddenly came up to him from behind and asked what he was going to do now. Then the guy grinned contentedly and replied that he was going to start forging, at the same time saying to himself that now he only had to make a weapon from it. Raising his fist, which was immediately enveloped in powerful magical energy, he said that it was time to start. Seeing this, the man pointed his finger to the side and said that the blacksmith's hammer was there. Then the main character with a wide smile on his face looked at the magister out of the corner of his eye and replied that he knew this, but would use Mjolnir. Hearing this, Aurelian frowned tensely and asked what Mjolnir meant. But as soon as he asked this, Shiva struck with glowing eyes. A madly powerful explosion rang out. The man opened his mouth in shock from what he saw. The main character, a few steps away from him, was beating the anvil with his burning hand at great speed. A drop of cold sweat suddenly appeared on the boy's face, and he asked himself if it was because of his mood. A burning piece of orichalcum lay in front of him, while Shivu wondered why it didn't work and if it could be forged at all, or if it just didn't have enough strength, if its power wasn't enough. The sun shone brightly through a hole in the ceiling. Suddenly the main character frowned and exclaimed that there was probably just not enough heat, and because of this, the orichalcum is simply not warm enough. After these conclusions, both of his eyes lit up in different colors, and the system screen reported that the Quality Insight S Plus and SS Quality Divine Metallurgy skills had been activated. All this time, the fire enveloped a piece of orichalcum, and the guy wondered if the fire had not penetrated at all. He looked at the furnace and wondered if ordinary furnaces were not enough, while saying to himself that the maximum temperature of the furnace was 3,500 degrees, and that was actually an incredibly high temperature. He stopped using his powers and added that it probably took 2 or even 3 times the temperature for the heat to penetrate inside, adding that the metal had reached the level of the gods not only in strength, but also in heat resistance. After a short pause, Shiva, putting his hand to his chin, presented the glove and said that if you make armor from orichalcum, then it may well turn out to be divine. Suddenly, his expression changed, because he realized that he could not survive at such a temperature on his own, and he thought that Mjolnir would be enough, and now he needed to get such a great heat somewhere. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek as he said to himself that the first thing that came to mind was magic. But controlling reality wasn't exactly magic, because you couldn't risk your life to create heat. Aurelian was with a guy all this time, who wondered what to do, because nothing seemed to be going the way he would like. Suddenly, the main character, raising his hand, remembered something. At this time, a red dragon was lying on the ground, and in front of it was a team of 3 hunters. Heirin suddenly turned to her comrades and asked what they were thinking and if they knew how many days had passed, so she was curious to know why they were so shocked. Siyun and Hannah looked away after such questions. Seeing this, the girl, waving her sword, said that some guy Tabam simply disappeared on his own, and it was already clear to everyone that he was not a low-level hunter. Then Hannah knitted her eyebrows in confusion and said that it was not just a teleportation, but a passage through space. Then her interlocutor drew a portal in her head and said that this was not such a great magic, but rather high magic. Hannah stood in front of Heirin and replied that it could not even be defined as magic, when suddenly the guy took a step in their direction and added that the connection of spaces was just a theoretical concept of wormholes, and in reality it was impossible, because, for example, a giant tree that had been growing for 1,000 years disappeared in one morning, as if it had given up life. As he spoke, he imagined it in his head, and then asked what Kareen thought about it. The girl looked away and calmly replied that it would be strange, but it could very well happen. The sun was shining brightly in the clear blue sky, and Siyun suddenly asked what if the sun suddenly stopped shining, to which she replied that it made absolutely no sense. Upon receiving such an answer, the guy frowned and said that he was trying to say that it was absolutely impossible and unrealistic, just like what the hunter Shiva was doing. After listening to her interlocutor, Kareen scratched her cheek with her finger and said that it was somehow unconvincing, anyway. After these words, the 3 comrades looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, Hannah took out her phone and told everyone to look at something. But unexpectedly, shock appeared in her eyes from what she saw. Seeing this, Heirin looked up at her and asked what else. Then Hannah put her hand to her chin and said that she had received a message from Shivu, the owner of the Rancor channel, after which she asked again if the owner was a Shivu hunter. Drops of cold sweat appeared on her face at the realization of this. Hannah, an S-class hunter called the Fire Witch, is a mega channel with a whopping audience of 41 million subscribers. All of them are attracted to her fire magic, which enhances her cunning 100 times over. Her ability is an S-level flame, the use of which generates a breathtaking spectacle, and this is what attracts many subscribers to the Fire Witch channel. At present, Heirin rested her hand on her side and asked what the hell a guy named Shiva thought he was for an unexpected offer of cooperation. She looked at Hannah standing in front of her and added that if this was a proposal for cooperation, then why was he calling to the S-class dungeon, and what did the dungeon have to do with it? And would she really go there? Lowering her head, the girl firmly replied that if she did not want to, she could not go with her. Out of the corner of her eye, she looked behind herself and added that the request for cooperation was addressed only to her. She then looked at Xian and said that he didn't have to follow her either, to which he replied that he was just curious. Smiling, he added that he was interested in what kind of person the hunter Shiva was, so everything was fine. Hearing this, Heirin gritted her teeth and was asked if she would go with him. Closing her eyes, the girl replied that she did not know, and at that moment a portal opened. After a few minutes, the main character smiled and said that they were quite fast. The guys shuddered from what they saw. Not far in front of them were Master Aurelian and a French S-class hunter Clement. Hannah looked at Shiva without any emotion on her face and asked what he was planning to shoot and why he offered cooperation. Then the guy, closing his eyes, put his hand behind his head and asked if she could light a flame for him. The question made a drop of cold sweat appear on the girl's face, and she asked him if he had called her to light a fire for him. There were 2 pieces of orichalcum on the ground. The main character replied that he was trying to smelt it, but the temperature was not right. He smiled broadly and added that due to his heat resistance, he could withstand temperatures up to 10,000 degrees Celsius. So he didn't think he was warming at all, and so he thought that Mrs. Hannah would be able to create so much heat. Suddenly, Karine came up to them and asked them discontentedly what they were talking about, what else orichalcum smelting was, and whether he even understood what 10,000 degrees was. She knitted her eyebrows excitedly and added that the surface temperature of the sun was 5,800 degrees, and he was asking for 10,000, and then asked if he really thought that it was possible to create so much heat so easily. Then Shiva, without opening his eyes, replied that it was not easy, so he asked Hannah, and if everything worked out, then he was ready to return the favor and could then appear on Hannah's channel in any video. Hearing this, the girl frowned angrily and asked who would agree to such a thing at all. But unexpectedly for her, Hannah folded her arms over her chest and firmly replied that she would try. Gritting her teeth in anger, Heirin walked up to her and, raising her hand, asked if she could create a fire with a temperature of 10,000 degrees, adding that even if she could, she didn't understand why she would do it. Then the girl smiled and replied that the guy said that he would appear later in her video. After that, she stepped forward and added that it was time to start. Closing her eyes, Hannah held out her hand. A few seconds later, she opened her eyes abruptly. She used high-level flame magic and a technique called Inferno. A bright light appeared in her hands, and she used S-class flames. The ground began to crack. Suddenly, the brightest flames burst out of her thanks to the Inferno techniques and flames. There was shock in the eyes of Heirin and Siyun from what they saw. At the same time, Shiva had a satisfied smile on his face as he wondered if this would really work. He suddenly rushed past Hannah, shouting to her to go away. At the same second, the guy soared into the air. He used the first round in the divine battle of Hercules, the dragon's blow. The main character kicked the ground. The shape of the orichalcum changed after this, and he realized what he was doing. Immediately afterward, he gritted his teeth with a wave of his hand. Shivu slammed his fist on the orichalcum, saying to himself that he really hoped that the treatment would be successful. After using Hercules' second round divine fight, the power of the heavenly fist resounded a madly powerful shockwave. Hannah, seeing this, frowned in surprise, and Aurelian's mouth dropped open in shock. Karine's face turned completely pale from this picture. After a while, the main character stood up and asked if he succeeded, after which a system screen appeared in front of him, which reported that he had done the unbelievable. Picking up the phone, the guy smiled in confusion and exclaimed that he had finally succeeded. A red-hot and modified orichalcum lay on the ground, and system screens appeared that reported that the SSS Divine Metallurgy skill level was 22.4%, and that skill had also been exceeded, so weapons crafted with Divine Metallurgy were granted special properties. Shiva, having read this, put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked himself what special qualities meant. He suddenly imagined the powerful artifacts and said to himself that if you think about it, all the weapons that Hephaestus makes have special properties, and he only lacked skill for this. Having said that, the main character put on a glove. Clenching his hand into a fist, he remembered how his previous artifact had broken, so he wondered if she would be able to resist his power this time. He used the SS-class superpower, and a bright glow appeared. Seeing that the artifact was fine, Shiva smiled contentedly, and said to himself that it had not broken. With some excitement in his eyes, he stared at the gauntlet, and using the S+ class insight ability, said to himself that it was hardly possible that it was indestructible, or that it was impossible to destroy it. A bright light appeared around his artifact, and the guy read that it was a special ability granted to armor, a thing that could not be destroyed under any circumstances, indestructible. Then the main character sat down at the second glove and said to himself that even if it is an indestructible thing, then will it be able to resist the power of Hercules? Putting the second glove on his other hand, Shiva said that it was necessary to try it, but it was necessary to start with an easy one. After that, he made a quick blow to the air. From his blow, a powerful shock wave of magic went madly. The sky of the dungeon was covered with cracks, and the main character, seeing this, asked himself in a shaking voice what it was. The blue sky was rapidly eroding, and he said to himself that the gloves were not only indestructible, Their basic abilities were also amazing. Hannah and Aurelian looked at Shiva with the same shocked expressions. Turning to them, the main character smiled in confusion and, thanking the girl, offered to get out of there as soon as possible. Moonlight entered the room through the windows. Daku woke up suddenly. She suddenly turned sharply to the side. Her younger ones slept sweetly. Exhaling heavily, the girl pushed back her chair and said that she had to go back to work. Less than a minute later, tears appeared in her eyes, because the main character sent her more material for a new video and asked her to do well, and she said that she had only edited the last ones and thought that she would at least have a little rest. And immediately after these words, a notification came to her phone, which said that a transfer of 20 million won from Shiva had been credited to her card. Seeing this, Daku shook and asked in a shaking voice if it was a 20 million won bonus, and in the attached message, the protagonist wrote that it was her bonus, because thanks to the new content, the number of subscribers has increased manifold, and he feels that they still have a lot of work to do, so he sent her a lot of money and asked her to continue working with it. Having read the letter to the end, the girl raised her hands high and shouted loudly that she would plow like a damned woman. After a while, the air shuddered from a strong blow. The protagonist held a newly created amazing weapon in his hand and said that it was already incredible because it was made of orichalcum, adding that it was also possible because of the increased level of skill, and in the system screens that appeared, it was reported that his level of mastery of SS-class divine metallurgy increased by 5.1%. Without hesitation, the guy put the bracelet on his arm and said that now it was easier to deal with purified orichalcum, because there was no need to go through all the difficulties, after which he wondered what abilities this orichalcum bracelet would give him. A powerful magic aura surrounded him as he used S+ rank insight, and said that although he wasn't sure, it seemed to be helping to control magic power. Shiva suddenly smiled in confusion and frowned and added that he could actually control his powers through SS-class Tai Chi, but he actually had no idea how to handle magic, and therefore didn't know if it was good. In his head as a man shrouded in powerful magical energy, the protagonist said to himself that the use of magic can be divided into 5 stages. First, the accumulation of magical power in the body. He then introduced the circulation of magic power, and said that it was the second and the third was to take control of the magic power in order to use it effectively. After presenting a powerful magic seal, Shiva continued to say that the fourth thing was to strengthen the magical power so that it would later have a great effect. In the end, the guy introduced a magician who uses magic, and said that the expression of this power is the use of magic in the real world. Imagining the colossally powerful energy in the human chest, the main character said that Tai Chi embodies the energy of Mother Nature among all its forces and its accumulation occurs through full acceptance. After leaving his performances, he looked at the bracelet on his arm and added that they knew how to use magic, but this bracelet replaced the second step, and it seemed to help the circulation of magical power. With a satisfied grin, Shiva said that this bracelet was incredible, because for some reason, he felt that it was full of energy, and it seemed to have become half as strong. After a short pause, he spread his hand to the side and suggested that perhaps the abilities were granted by chance, but even so, it was possible to replace all the stages with specially made equipment, but enough thinking, it was better to try right now. He used Isis's SSS-class reality manipulation ability, asking himself what would happen if he enhanced the bracelet given to him by Chiron, after which powerful magical energy was released in all directions. Less than a minute later, the guy gritted his teeth in displeasure and said to himself that he still couldn't get used to the changes, adding that this bracelet was made of orichalcum, which meant that it should add at least 5% to the skill, after which system screens appeared that it was reported that the power boost had been engraved, so there was an increase in the level of reality control mastery by 1.2%. When it was over, the protagonist looked at his phone and frowned and exclaimed, asking himself if it was really 10% to each skill, but it couldn't be. His eyes filled with shock, with which he shouted at the top of his lungs that it would make him go crazy. One system screen after another appeared on his phone, stating that his maximum proficiency level had increased and now the maximum level was 110%. After reading everything to the end, Shiva grinned contentedly and said to himself that the higher the skill level, the better, which meant that he could become 10% stronger than Hercules. With tears in his eyes, he raised his head and added that it was actually worth going through all the difficulties with orichalcum for the sake of it. After a short pause, the protagonist turned around to hear a familiar voice that spoke of the process of formation through processing. Aurelian had been talking to the blacksmith all this time. Shiva suddenly remembered his mouth open in shock and said to himself that when he saw the process of processing orichalcum, he was so shocked that he could only ask a couple of questions, and he believes that he and Palguan are now not only rivals, but also friends. After that, he clenched his hand tightly into a fist and asked himself what he should engrave on this glove. After all, he originally wanted to put immortality in the armor. Bringing his hand to his chin, the guy thought for a moment and asked himself if he could just strengthen their strength, but if it would be effective. He remembered how his hand shook from the excessive power, and said to himself that it seemed that he had not fully worked it out, because no matter what, there were laws that could not be changed by any force except transcendental power, which destroyed even the most immutable laws. The protagonist remembered the powerful aura that enveloped him, and added that they were all unstable anyway. Bringing his hand to his chin, he imagined how cracks would appear on his glove, and realized that it might well break when his skills became stronger. So he wondered if he might become even stronger in the future, which meant making it stronger. After leaving his performances, the guy clenched his hand into a fist and asked himself if it would be right if he decided to use the growth imprint. Imagining a brightly glowing sword, he said to himself that the imprint of growth when used in engraving allows for a state in which a kind of reinforcement is possible, and the reinforcement of equipment means that its capabilities will go beyond the limits of what is possible, but in normal reality, this is impossible. After these thoughts, the protagonist put his glove on the table, after which he used SSS class ISIS reality control. Powerful magical energy began to emanate from Shiva's hand, while he said to himself that now that his reality manipulation skills had strengthened, he would be able to do so. He suddenly squeezed his eyes shut, gritted his teeth, and added that he felt a much stronger resistance than before, as if all infinite space denied his existence, and as if he was trying to turn the world upside down alone. As he said this, the young man felt that all the powerful energy was directed at him. A few minutes later, the protagonist bent sharply, and at the same second, the system screens appeared, informing that a new growth imprint had been created, so his SSS class reality control skill had increased significantly by 3.3%, and the gentleman's heart had grown by 1.6%. The guy's hand was shaking violently, and he was breathing heavily as he said that he thought that since his skill level had increased, it would be much easier, but it was just a nightmare. With that, he used the insight of the S+ class, and when a powerful magical energy enveloped him, he said to himself that the effort had succeeded anyway. The main character looked at his gloves, on which the growth rune was superimposed, and asked himself how to make this rune stronger, and he also wondered if he could use orichalcum for this as well. All this time, the three men were talking on the sidelines, and Shivu asked himself where he could get it, because the ones that Aurelian gave him he used for armor, and the remaining piece was used to make a bracelet. The young man's expression suddenly changed drastically as he remembered that orichalcum was said to be incredibly expensive, and it was rumored that its price started at hundreds of billions of won, which meant that the magister had spent 300 billion. After realizing this, the main character looked at the man out of the corner of his eye and said to himself that it seemed that later he would have to reveal to him some methods of divine metallurgy. Smiling in confusion, he imagined the dungeon that the orichalcum was in, and said to himself that he had also heard that he could sometimes be found in S rank and higher dungeons, but since he was going to become an S-class hunter anyway, he would have to look for a suitable dungeon as well. Exhaling heavily, the guy continued to stand aside, thinking that he was glad that he had made armor from orichalcum, but now he still had a lot of work to do. After a short pause, he took out his phone and remembered that he had a lesson with Karen today. The sun was shining brightly outside, and Shiva wondered if there was no one among the gods who knew the technique of cloning. The rays of the sun fell on the Yejuan Guild building. The head of the guild was holding a phone in front of him. He opened Shiva's channel, which had more than 2.5 million subscribers, and wondered if he had dealt with the kidnapping of Aurelian on his own, adding that he must be just a genius. The guy was sitting at his workplace and, after watching one of the videos, said that the main character did not look like a bad guy. Suddenly, he raised one eyebrow in surprise at what he saw and wondered if he really thought that the dungeon could only be passed with the help of human power. He looked at Shiva's gloves and smirked, and said that it was some kind of stupidity, even if there were some special abilities hidden in his equipment. Yejuan continued to stare at the protagonist, adding that he thought he had received the armor in gratitude for saving Aurelian. Putting down the phone, the guy with the same grin on his face asked himself how he dared to do this, if the armor was from Aurelian. Rising from his chair, he added that it did not suit him at all, and it was a disgusting sight. Putting his hands in his pockets, the head of the guild began to leave, stating that he needed to find a suitable owner for them. After a while, the main character trained with Chiron. He frowned and said to himself that it seemed that the classes had benefited her. He stared at the girl who was holding a sword in front of him, and said to himself that martial arts had 3 elements: mind, energy, and body, adding that her energy was Tai Chi. Her body was also strong, but her mind couldn't keep up with the rest. Imagining a cauldron that stood only on 2 legs instead of 3, he said to himself that until now there had been no balance in her. But now everything had changed. Her heart and mind were firm and unshakable, and now everything was interconnected and balanced. Saying this, the guy imagined a cauldron, which was already standing on 3 legs. As soon as he left his thoughts, the girl launched a strong and fast sword attack. In order to dodge, Shiva took off and, gritting his teeth, said to himself that it had worked, adding that he believed that a sword alone could not handle her now. He abruptly raised his hand with the sword back and thought that in order to boost her self-confidence, he should simply give up. A smirk appeared on his face from this plan. He looked at Karen, who was brandishing a sword, and said to himself that then the gentle girl, the youngest granddaughter of the owner of the company, would become a full-fledged martial artist. Shiva made a quick sword attack and added that for someone who seeks to know the limits of martial arts, this would be an unacceptable insult. Suddenly, surprise appeared in the girl's eyes from what she saw. At the same moment, she easily deflected the sword, which fell to the floor not far from her. But at the same time, he appeared next to her face. From this attack, a weak shockwave spread in all directions. Lowering her sword, Karen said that she didn't know he could throw swords. Then Shiva raised his hand and explained that she needed to be ready for anything, because in a real fight she would never know what would happen. Looking down, the girl smiled and said that she thought she had got close to him, but she still had a lot of work to do. Closing his eyes, the main character said that it was enough for today, at the same time saying to himself that it was different from what it was before, and it seemed that she began to control herself better. Suddenly, a man approached them from the side. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek, and he said that a guest had come, not to the lady, but to Lord Shiva. Hearing this, the guy raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked if it was really for him. Yejun came inside and asked if he was Shiva. Upon seeing him, the protagonist frowned and said that he had seen him somewhere before, and then Chiron explained that he was an S-class hunter. The head of the guild smiled mischievously and offered to get straight to the point, after which he asked where the weapon he was using was. Hearing this, Shiva put his hand to his chin and thoughtfully asked what other weapons he had, at the same time saying to himself that he did not understand why he had come to him. After a short pause, he lowered his hand and said that he seemed to understand what he was talking about. A moment later, a glove appeared on his hand, and he asked if this was the weapon his guest had asked about. A shock appeared in Yejun's eyes from what he saw, and he asked if he had used the space pocket. Having received such a question, the main character gritted his teeth and replied with displeasure that everything was so, at the same time asking himself why he was poking him. Suddenly, unexpectedly for him, the head of the guild stretched out his hand and said that he would buy both the glove and the subspace pocket, so he wanted to know how much it all cost, after which Shiva asked if he really wanted to buy all this. Such a question made veins protrude on the guy's face, and he maliciously asked himself why this little bastard was talking to him informally. At this time, the main character brought his hand to his chin and said that if he insisted that he set a price, then he needed to think about it, because he used 2 orichalcones, and also spent a lot of effort and time, so it would be about 300 billion. As soon as he announced the price, his guest gritted his teeth in anger and hissed through them, asking if he was joking. After a short pause, he held out 3 fingers and said that he would give 30 billion and no more, to which the protagonist asked himself who he was that he was so easy to bargain. After a short pause, he frowned and asked what if he didn't sell, to which he replied that in that case, there was nothing he could do but do so. Without speaking, Yejun showed his powerful magical energy. Clenching his hand tightly into a fist, he declared that a treasure becomes valuable only when he can protect it. The address of the weakest treasure is like a disaster. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Shiva's face from what he saw, and he asked what the hell he was carrying, at the same time asking himself if he was going to take his things by force, if he was crazy. At this time, putting his hands in his pockets, the guild master ordered him to prove that he was worthy of possessing this weapon, and if not, he would take it. Hearing this, the protagonist showed his aura and asked himself if he didn't understand what he was carrying at all. But unexpectedly for him, Chiron stepped forward and told the guest that he was acting rude. Then the guy raised his fist and, smiling broadly, replied that a strong man could be rude because he was right. Hearing this, Shiva looked away and said to himself that he was actually just a psycho, and on top of everything else, he thought like a criminal. Suddenly, the girl put her sword in the direction of the guest and ordered him to prove his strength. The main character, seeing this, raised his hands and said that she did not need to get involved in this, to which she calmly replied that he was rude to the master. The guy looked at his student with some surprise in his eyes and asked himself if she was angry. But why? Chiron took a few more steps forward and said that if she won, he would apologize to Lord Shivu. Hearing this, Yejun lowered his head slightly and laughed mockingly and asked if she really thought it would happen. The two rivals stood opposite each other. The protagonist's face expressed bewilderment when he asked himself what kind of situation it was. After a short pause, the girl slightly tilted her head and said that she was an S-rank hunter and would do her best. Her opponent smiled madly when he heard this, saying that it was just ridiculous, and then asked if she really thought she could defeat him even if she did her best. He kept his hands in his pockets, adding that people only said she was a genius or something, and he thought maybe she was, but rumor had it that she had recently been kidnapped, and she couldn't even fight back. As soon as he said that, Charon's face immediately showed veins of anger. Seeing this, Yejun smiled even wider and continued to say that in fact, as expected, she was cute, while saying to himself that it was stupid to lose your temper because of a single provocation. Spreading his arms in different directions, he said that he would show her what real power was, so she could attack first. Closing his eyes, the guy added that she should just come up and, but before he could finish, the blade was right at his throat. At the very last moment, the guild master managed to dodge. He immediately jumped into the distance. Because of this situation, he gritted his teeth and asked himself when she had time to approach him, adding that he hadn't even noticed her moving, and then wondered what the hell it was. The girl stared at him with glowing eyes. Drops of cold sweat appeared on her opponent's face, and he realized that he needed to regain his distance. He jumped back over and over again, but unexpectedly for him, the blade reappeared at his throat, but from the back. There was no emotion on Chiring's face as she ordered her to admit defeat and immediately apologized to the protagonist. She was standing directly behind her rival. Yejun pushed the blade away with his hand and said that he couldn't, because this was a very sudden and cowardly attack. Chiron then lowered her sword and replied that it was his initiative, to which he waved it off, saying that he did not give up on the fact that he had started everything, he just did not think that the attack would be so sudden. Then the girl raised her hand and explained that in the real world, he would never know when he would be attacked. She suddenly frowned and loudly asked if he was an S-rank hunter didn't even know such basic things, and then ordered him to kneel down and apologize to Lord Shivu. Suddenly, the head of the guild smiled and mockingly replied that he was not going to do this, after which he again allowed her to attack first. The protagonist looked at them with his hand raised and asked himself if he should stop them. The opponents stood opposite each other. Suddenly, Shivu slammed his fist on the palm of his hand and asked himself if he should take it off and put it on YouTube. A few minutes later, the guys were fighting fiercely. The girl carried out quick attacks, but the guy defended himself. Charon's bodyguard, holding his hands in front of him, asked the protagonist if he thought it was better to stop them, to which he replied in his head that the girl was having a hard time. He saw his apprentice breathing heavily, and added that even though she had begun to master SS class Tai Chi, she still couldn't properly control her powers. Shiva then shifted his gaze to her rival, who was smiling broadly, and said to himself that on the other hand, she had only 6 rivals in South Korea, and one of them was Yejuan, an S-class hunter, who had weapons, habits, attitudes, and a deceptive personality that mimicked the opponent's personality. Chiron jumped back after another skirmish. Her opponent did the same. The girl frowned. The guild master was looking at her with a sneer in his eyes when he suddenly said that she was quite strong. The protagonist stared at them with his arms folded over his chest and said to himself that his ability, personality replication, is S-class. However, he is not omnipotent because anything outside of this skill cannot be replicated and must be coveting her sword and its gauntlet. As he thought about it, Yejuan ran his hand through his hair. He kept his eyes fixed on his rival, asking why the hell she had such skill, if it was normal, adding that they were just gnats after all. At these words, anger appeared in Sharon's eyes. She suddenly charged, shouting loudly for him to shut his chatty mouth. And while she was flying at the enemy, Shiva said to himself that if she continued in the same vein, she would lose, because she would not be able to control herself. Before the attack, Chiron swung, but unexpectedly for her, her opponent abruptly took off. Shock appeared in the girl's eyes from what she saw. At the very last moment, she managed to raise her arms, blocking the kick. Immediately afterward, Chiron jumped back. At this time, Yejuan put one hand in his pocket and mockingly asked if this was all she could do, and if it was too trivial. Drops of sweat flowed down the girl's face. Suddenly, the main character raised his hand and told her that he was feeling heavy at heart, after which he asked what 3 important things in Tai Chi he named. Hearing this, Chiron shifted her gaze to her master and asked herself what it meant to be heavy. Suddenly she opened her eyes wide, because she realized that she had fallen for the provocation of her opponent, which meant she needed to calm down. Closing her eyes, she put her hand to her chest and said to herself, energy, body, soul, Tai Chi. After these words, she opened her eyes abruptly. Sensing that the atmosphere had changed, the guild leader raised one eyebrow in surprise. Karen took a fighting stance and said that she would show him what she could do. Immediately after these words, she took off. Seeing this, her opponent stretched out his hand towards her and said that she seemed to have some hidden power, but once he copied it, she was finished. But unexpectedly for him, all his magic projectiles were deflected, and then he asked himself if he could not copy. The girl was already in front of him and said that it was all over. The guy frowned furiously and shouted with all his might that this was an A-class hunter, and he had enough of his own strength. Charon gritted her teeth in anger. After the collision of their swords, a bright flash of light appeared. Even the main character raised his hands, resisting the shockwave, and saying that it was already dangerous. With each passing second, the bright flash of light grew stronger. A dome of magical energy began to appear around them. The whole hall was filled with smoke. A few days later, the bright rays of the sun illuminated the house. The main character's channel released a video called Chiron vs. Yejuan, which had almost 2.5 million views. The protagonist reached out and said that the guy suddenly demanded his gear, and he thought he was crazy, even so. And while he was saying this, his chair shook. In the next second, the guy collapsed to the floor. Standing up, he frowned and said that he was slightly surprised by this. The comments were mostly positive, and more often than not, people thought that Chiron had won. Reading the comments, Shiva knitted his eyebrows and said to himself that if he thought about it, his disciple had lost consciousness. That day, when the smoke cleared, he picked it up. Without thinking twice, the guy used divine healing and said to himself that if he hadn't cured her in time, everything could have ended badly. Yejuan was lying on the floor nearby. There was blood on his face, and he himself was unconscious, and the main character understood that even if not completely, but his student used the power of Tai Chi. At present, he shifted his gaze to his vibrating phone and wondered who was texting him. Picking up the phone, he saw that he had received a message from Chirin's aunt Mina. After a while, the SH office was brightly lit up by the rays of the sun, and a woman's voice inside said that she was very grateful for the response to such a sudden request. The main character raised his hand behind his head and, smiling broadly, replied that she was her aunt, so he could not help but answer. After a short pause, Mina stuck out her finger and revealed that she had recently watched a video he uploaded to his channel where her niece was fighting Yejuan, and so she wanted to use it as a promotional video for their corporation. A drop of cold sweat broke out on his face, and he said to himself that Chiron and Mina were the same. After all, they got down to business right away, and then he asked himself if this was a special feature of their family. After a short pause, he decided to ask if she wanted to use the fight video to advertise SH, to which she firmly replied that it was. She raised her eyebrows slightly and added that this time, Chiron would be working with Mao Enterprise because they were going to sign a big contract. Upon hearing this, The protagonist introduced the man against the background of the Chinese flag and asked if she was referring to the Chinese Hunter Company, to which she firmly replied that everything was correct. Mina closed her eyes, held up a cup of coffee to the card, and added that if they used the video, it was Chiron who would make this contract happen, so she thought it would be very useful. Placing the cup on the saucer, she added that this does not mean that she is just asking for help, because she is ready to help in return. The guy continued to sit in the same place, when suddenly, after hearing this, he asked what it meant to help. Then his interlocutor stuck out her finger and said that first it was necessary to conduct a thorough analysis, but maybe 20 billion would suit him, which is why the main character spat out what he managed to take into his mouth. He immediately put his sleeve off the table, and Mina, picking up the phone, said that she had an urgent call. Shiva frowned and said to himself that he could get 20 billion just like that, so he couldn't even believe it. A few seconds later, his interlocutor began to leave, saying that she was being summoned to the chairman's office. Looking at her, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and said that everything was fine, after which he asked if she would return. The sign said it was the chairman's office. Inside, a single man was sitting at his workplace. Suddenly, Mina burst in and asked loudly if he really said he wouldn't sign the contract. The guy, who had no emotion on his face, said that the chairman was in front of her, so she should refrain from shouting. This was said by Guanguk, the eldest son, with his hands folded over his chest. The second son, Jemin, frowned and added that these were not family gatherings, but a management meeting. The third son, Zhongjin, smirked and told the girl that even if she was the youngest in the family, it was time for her to stop acting like a little spoiled girl. Stopping in the doorway, Mina asked in surprise what they were doing there, but the chairman ordered them to eat. Tenzin stared at her and reported that Mao Tao had received a call and was told that they were terminating the contract. Hearing this, Mina held out her finger and said that this contract was worth 11 trillion won, after which she asked if he really wanted to say that they refused so abruptly. But why? The man tapped his finger on the table and explained that they said that they trusted the hunters of their guild, to which the girl replied that then we did not need to offer a contract in the first place. Then the eldest son closed his eyes and said that they must have their own reasons. The girl sat down across from her and asked what other reasons were, adding that this contract could improve Karen's position, and then asked if they couldn't take the shares and therefore decided to do this. Guangkuk's veins bulged with anger, and he replied with displeasure that her proposals were ridiculous, since this contract was also important to the company, adding that he wanted to take his niece's share. After all, she was not the one who would benefit the company. Suddenly, the girl frowned and, remembering the headline in the news that the SH company was selling expensive apartments made of low-quality materials, asked if he remembered whose fault they had suffered. The guy, keeping his hands folded on his chest, replied that she was accusing him of using cheap materials, without having any evidence, to which she replied that if he was going to fight with someone, then let him fight her. She stared at her interlocutor, adding that he should not contact the unsuspecting child. The eldest son, hearing this, frowned angrily. Suddenly, the chairman slammed his finger on the table and said that he was not done with Mao Tao yet. Mina immediately turned to the man and asked for forgiveness. Tae-san looked at those present and said that they did not trust them and said that they would come to the negotiations in person and Jiang Wei would come here to Korea. Hearing this, the three brothers reacted differently. Only Mina's face showed shock and bewilderment. She drew an image of a guy in her head and said to herself that Jiang Wei, one of the 13 heroes, was the savior of mankind, and also the first disciple of Viren. Thinking of this, she imagined another man with stubble on his face. After leaving her performances, the girl abruptly stood on her feet and asked if Chiron would also participate in the negotiations. Tae-sang, closing his eyes, firmly replied of course, to which she objected that she was still young, adding that she was a child who still had to learn and learn. Then the man looked at his interlocutor and explained that their company SH is #1 in Korea. He smiled and added that the entire political and business world was watching them, and therefore her supervisor was going to be tested much harder, and Chiron was also a member of the company, so she should go and take care of her. Mina listened to her father excitedly, her eyebrows knitted. After a while, the sun was shining brightly outside. The main character trained in a clearing in the forest. His eyes were full of firmness and self-confidence. He carried out blow after blow, moving forward. In flight, the guy raised his fist back. By striking, he created a powerful shockwave. Hercules, seeing this, asked in surprise why he suddenly pumped up so much. Shiva turned around silently. Then he performed a quick kick in the air. Smoke and dust rose from such a blow. After a while, when the main character was sitting on a stone, Hercules asked him if he felt the difference, to which he replied that he did not actually even know. But when Hercules said that at first glance it was clear that his level had increased, the guy looked at the bracelet on his hand and asked if it was because of him. Drawing the image of the bracelet in his head, the main character remembered that he increases all skills by 10%, so now his level of mastery of the Hercules SSS class slashing blow is 28.54%. Folding his arms over his chest, Hercules shook his head and said that if you look at the growth rate, it turns out that genius does not exist, because if you look closely at the nuances, you will not find a greater stupidity in the whole world. Resting his hands on his feet, the main character replied that even if his skills had improved, his level was inaccessible to him, after which he asked if he could overcome it. Then Hercules put his hand to his chin and replied that it was not so difficult, because it was not a formula, but rather a form. Hearing this, the guy warmed up and asked what kind of uniform it was, to which he replied that his fighting skills consisted of a formula and a form. After imagining a person kicking the floor, he explained that a formula is a series of movements linking basic techniques. He then imagined a man slamming his fists into the air and added that shape is a connected continuous movement. Leaving his performances, Hercules put out his finger and continued to say that now he needed to learn the form, not the formula, and this was not difficult, and he would show it, only he had to look carefully. Shiva pointed his finger at his head, and the shrewd Hercules shook his head incredulously. Raising his leg, Hercules began to explain that the first formula reflects the essence of kicks. Clenching his hand into a fist, he continued to explain that the second was a fist that struck everything and everyone, and if you combine them, you get a form. A bright glow appeared in his chest, and then the man said that the form contained the mystery contained in these two formulas, which brought them together. Standing in a fighting stance, he added that thanks to this, he can continuously strike. After these words, he began to inflict dozens of blows in the air per second. Hercules waved his leg at such a speed that there was a trace behind it. There was a look on his face, and he smiled in confusion and asked if he would ever be able to do that too. Putting out his index finger, Hercules answered, of course, probably in 12 years, because by this time he would most likely succeed, after which the guy asked if it was really 12 years, and if it really took that much for his transformation. Hercules flew in front of Shiva and replied that perhaps this was so, but if he completed the transformation, it would take about 4 years. The expression on the protagonist's face changed dramatically after what he heard, and he closed his eyes, said that even if he was 4 years old, it was quite a long time. But before he could finish, Hercules pointed his finger at himself and said that perhaps if he had a special rank, everything would have been different. The international airport in Incheon was brightly illuminated by the rays of the sun. The man walked slowly forward. There were so many reporters around who said he was finally here. Cameras were pointed at Jiang Wei from all sides. He frowned and ordered a report to be given to him. The girl next to him closed her eyes and said that he had a meeting with the SH Guild scheduled in 2 days. Hearing this, the man stopped and asked if it was really 2 days. But what was the point of waiting? There was displeasure in his eyes, and his servants apologized. Suddenly, Jiang Wei abruptly shifted his gaze to the side. At the same moment, the reporters' cameras began to sparkle. After that, the man began to leave. Some time ago, pointing his finger at himself, Hercules said that if the main character had a special rank, perhaps everything would be different. Currently, a bus was driving along the road. Shiva sat inside and thought about the special rank and said to himself that even if he progressed, it would take 4 years, which is a very long time. He looked at his reflection in the window. The guy suddenly saw an advertisement that offered an introductory course on dungeons in a short time, as well as special classes for S-class hunters. And then he wondered if he could find another teacher, would he be able to learn faster? Picking up the phone, the main character decided that he needed to find some channel. But suddenly, he saw that in 11 months, he had earned 16 billion won from his channel. Because of this, he clutched his head with all his might, shouted, asking if it was really 16 billion won. Closing his eyes, he said that this would make 311 billion a month, and the man in front of him wondered if he had gone mad. After introducing the people from the Squid Game, he added that 31 billion is not a cat sneezing, because the prize fund in the Squid Game was not much larger. Shiva stood outside, holding his face. After a short pause, he exhaled heavily and said that he had to continue earning money because he had nothing else to do. Moving forward, he exclaimed that he would go for the money. After a while, Mina spread her hand to the side and said in confusion that she wanted to bring up the topic about the advertising she mentioned, because most likely it would have to be postponed. The protagonist's expression immediately changed after such news, because he lost 20 billion, after which he asked about the contract with Mao Ao. He sat opposite his interlocutor and asked if she really wanted to say that it was cancelled, to which she firmly replied that everything was so. There was a certain sadness in her eyes, with which she said that if the contract with Mao Ao was signed, then Charon's position would be strengthened. After saying that, she introduced all her brothers and said that there are people who don't like it. Hearing this, he lowered the corners of his lips and said to himself that he didn't really understand their family. At this time, his interlocutor closed her eyes and said that there was another chance, because Jiang Wei would fly to Korea to see Charon. Hearing this, the main character smiled broadly and asked if he understood correctly that there was now hope, to which she replied that only a ghostly one was possible. There was a photo on the wall, and the girl explained that there is such a concept in Chinese culture called guanxi, and this is a kind of network. Spreading her hand to the side, she continued to say that she was very close to the others, to which Shivu replied that if they could not solve the problem of the guanxi culture, then it seemed that negotiations were virtually impossible. Then Mina smiled and replied that everything was so, adding that there were 2 days left before the negotiations, so she needed to do everything possible. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, and they said that there was urgent news. Hearing this, the girl raised her eyebrows and allowed her to enter, after which she asked what had happened. Opening the doors, the guy with an excited face replied that Jiang Wei was already here, and it was said that he was already talking to Chiring. The man was sitting opposite the girl. A drop of cold sweat flowed down his subordinate's face. Hearing this, Mina turned around abruptly and shouted loudly, asking if it was so. At this time, Jiang Wei, folding his arms on his chest, said that this contract for a joint raid in the dungeon was not profitable for Mao Tao, to which his interlocutor asked for details. With a calm expression on her face, she looked at the man and added that they would give away 30% of everything they earned during the raid, and it was quite profitable for them. Jiang Wei then put his hand to his chin and asked if she was talking about Chinese dungeons for foreign hunters, adding that he didn't like it too much, so he would need to convince the Public Security Bureau, which was not easy. After these words, they looked at each other in silence. A few seconds later, Chiron, who had no emotion on her face, said that she had heard that there were many dungeons in China that were afraid to touch, and because of this, difficulties and human casualties appeared. As she spoke, she imagined monsters coming out of the portal, attacking people. Then she drew a contract in her head to divide the dungeons and said that if he signed a contract with them, the damage would be much less, and then it would be much easier to convince the Bureau. At these words, a smirk appeared on the man's face. Closing his eyes, he raised his head and asked if the SH Hunter Guild thought they had enough skills. Then the girl opened a video on her laptop in which she and the Korean S-Class Hunter Yejuan fought each other, and asked to watch it. In this video, their swords collided. Karen was throwing fast and strong punches. Frowning, Jiang Wei watched the video and said that it was pretty good. Suddenly, from what he saw, shock appeared in his eyes, and he screamed loudly, asking where the hell she got such power. At that moment, the girl put her hand to her chest. As her aura changed, she took a fighting stance. Currently, she was looking at the guest and explaining that this martial art was taught to her by Lord Shivu. And immediately after asking who Shiva was, the door to the office opened. Upon hearing what was being said about him, the protagonist pointed his finger at himself and asked if they were talking about him, adding that he did not know Chinese. He sat down next to his disciple and asked the guest what he was talking about. Then the girl leaned over to him and explained that he had asked if he was Shiva, to which he replied in confusion, yes. Suddenly, surprise appeared in his eyes, and he asked if she could speak Chinese, to which she firmly replied, yes. With his mouth open in surprise, the main character looked at his student and said to himself that she was incredible. Suddenly, Jiang Wei closed his eyes, put his hand to his chin and asked if he was a master of the SH Hunter Guild, teaching. Shiva looked at the man and replied that everything was correct, after which he asked him how he knew how to use the martial art of their school. After such a question, surprise appeared in the young man's eyes, and he asked again what their schools meant, at the same time asking himself if Jiang Wei's school was also Sanfan's school. After introducing the school and the student in front of it, he said to himself that in China, every school has its own unique martial art, and Jiang Wei is a student of the Sanfan school, because it was he who created Tai Chi. And while he was thinking about it, the man raised one eyebrow and asked who taught him this. A few seconds later, a smile appeared on Shiva's face, because he realized that if he did everything right, the Guanxi culture would play into their hands, after which he replied that this was a secret that was passed down from generation to generation. Jiang Wei stared at his interlocutor and asked if this was a Tai Chi family secret, and if he really wanted to say that it was his family's secret. The main character kept his hands folded on the table and firmly answered that everything was so, and his interlocutor asked if he was a descendant of Meng. Then the guy, putting out his finger, replied that everything was correct, adding that the Tai Chi he owned came from his family, and he knew that for sure. From these words, their guest from China began to shake. As soon as Mina saw this, drops of cold sweat appeared on her face, and she asked herself what he was talking about. It was a Chinese school, and it was almost the same as declaring war. The next second, she raised her hand and said that there must have been some kind of misunderstanding. But before she could finish, Jiang Wei slammed his hand on the table. His veins bulged out of anger, and he screamed at the top of his lungs, asking if he was insulting their school. He suddenly remembered his SS rank Samban teacher and said to himself that he had studied with him, and he could be said to be at the origins. The main character smiled mischievously and asked in response how well he knew Tai Chi. His interlocutor gritted his teeth with anger and asked in response if he really wanted to check this. Such a question made the guy's face smile even wider, and he replied that he just wanted to share with him what he knew. Evening came, and the sky turned warm. At the training base of the SH Hunters Guild, Jiang Wei held out a sword towards the protagonist and said that he had to see it with his own eyes. After all, Tai Chi is a shamanic martial art of self-defense, and since Samban founded his school, it has become almost a power and continues its lineage to this day. Listening to his opponent, the main character smiled in confusion and said to himself that it was he who taught him Tai Chi. Frowning, the visitor from China showed his magical power and said to himself that even if he was a descendant of their Ming dynasty, he had long since lost Confucian traditions, which meant that he was just a thief who was trying to harness the power of Tai Chi. At this time, Shiva was already ready for battle. Suddenly, the man, waving his sword, stood in a fighting stance and said to himself that as the head of the school, he could not turn a blind eye to this. Chiron was standing next to Mina, who asked how it all came to this, because the contract went down the drain. A few seconds later, without a drop of fear or doubt in his eyes, Jiang Wei allowed the protagonist to attack first. Shiva knitted his eyebrows and replied that he would do as he wished. Immediately after these words, he disappeared. At the very last moment, Jiang Wei managed to defend himself from the attack and asked himself what kind of force it was and whether it was really Tai Chi. The main character with a smile on his face carried out another attack. His opponent struggled to defend himself, wondering if he was attacking from the air. Without a drop of pity in his eyes, Shiva continued to attack. Suddenly, his opponent frowned furiously and shouted at the top of his lungs that he would show him what real Tai Chi was. but in the next second blood spurted. The main character landed a few meters from his opponent. Blood spurted from Jiang Wei's mouth. His men's eyes were shocked by what they saw, and they asked each other if he was injured. Jiang Wei tightly gripped the hilt of his sword in his hand. He was on one knee and asked himself what it was and how it had happened. He sensed a huge magical beast and added that he had been absorbed by the Tai Chi and absorbed by the founder's Tai Chi. This power came from the protagonist, and the man wondered if it was even possible. Suddenly he gritted his teeth and exclaimed that all this was nonsense, because this simply could not happen and it could not happen. Sensing that something was wrong, Shiva turned around. Drops of cold sweat appeared on the faces of Jiang Wei's men, and they shouted loudly that they had a problem because he needed to be stopped. Jiang Wei unleashed his insanely powerful magical power, saying to himself that the Tai Chi root was within him, and that was why he had fallen into a state of possession. His subordinates covered their faces with their hands and shouted loudly that they could not approach him, and tried to shout to him to stop. Mina also covered her face with her hands, and Chiron stood motionless. Shock appeared in the eyes of the main character, because he understood that it was dangerous, and if it continued like this, the building would collapse. Jiang Wei was getting stronger by the second, and his aura was more destructive. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the guy's hand. The same thing appeared in the other hand. He slowly walked towards his opponent, and said to himself that everything in the universe happened after the explosion, and before it there was no beginning or end, and Tai Chi is the highest harmony of the universe. After these thoughts, Shiva swung and used the divine power of Hercules the second stage, then Tai Chi, and then symbiosis. In the next second, the guy slammed his fist into the air, unleashing a powerful magical attack towards his opponent. After a while, Jiang Wei opened his eyes with difficulty. He was lying on the floor and asked in confusion what had happened. His subordinate helped him up and explained that he had fallen into a state of possession, to which he was asked why he had come to his senses then. A drop of cold sweat ran down the boy's cheek as he explained that Shiva had taken control of his energy. At these words, shock appeared in the man's eyes, and he asked if he controlled his inner energy. He looked at the other side of the hall and realized that his strength was much greater than his, and his roots were deeper than his. The main character was lying on the floor unconscious. Next to him sat Mina and Chiron, excited. Jiang Wei suddenly came up to them and said that he had simply lost consciousness. The girls immediately put their hands on the guy and asked him to stop, because everything was already clear. Suddenly, their guest opened his mouth wide and shouted loudly that he was the eldest son of Yeoman Jiang Wei. He slammed his fist into his palm. Bowing his head, the man said that he had met a descendant of the great teacher. That same evening, the rays of the sun setting below the horizon illuminated the headquarters of the SH company. Folding his arms over his chest, Zhang Jin asked if he understood correctly that the negotiations with Mao Tao had already ended. Jeming held the phone in his hand and replied that Jiang Wei must have been very angry, adding that he had heard about Mina being there as well, after which he was asked why she had gone there. Without looking up from his phone, the second son replied that he thought she had gone because she was worried about her niece, and there was nothing he could do about it. Suddenly, Jianjin stuck out his finger and said that it wasn't true, adding that since Mina had gone there, they could talk to her. Then Jemin looked at his interlocutor and asked if he would really talk to her. Then the guy smiled mischievously and replied that he could actually do it. After a few seconds, the second son folded his arms over his chest and said that although Mina was the youngest of them, she was not the kind of person to be trifled with. On the contrary, she had to be especially careful, so it was better to leave her alone, because in any case, Chiron would get the shares, so Mina was not important to them. The evening rays of the sun fell on the green leaves of the flower. Suddenly Jemin turned around and asked how he had done it. The eldest son folded his arms over his chest and asked in response what he was talking about, to which he replied that he was talking about Mao Tao. Then the guy, closing his eyes, smiled and replied that he had not done anything of the sort. Suddenly, a man burst into the office and shouted loudly that they were in big trouble. Guangkuk, hearing this, looked at his subordinate and asked what had happened. Drops of cold sweat flowed down the man's face, and he replied that Jiang Wei had said that he was ready to sign a contract with them. Hearing this, the second and third sons abruptly turned to their subordinate and asked what kind of nonsense. This was nonsense. The man looked at them and replied that he also did not know the details, but they said that since the descendants of the founder cooperated with them, then Mao Tao was ready for anything. The eldest son looked intently at the speaker and asked what other descendants of the founder were, to which he replied that he did not know the details, but most likely it was because of a man named Shivu. Guangkuk sat in his father's place. He suddenly gritted his teeth with rage and hissed the name of the main character through them. His eyes were full of rage and hatred, and his face was veined. Clouds floated across the blue sky, and a woman's voice could be heard in the SH hospital, saying that the contract with Mao Tao had been successfully signed. Mina sat in the chair next to the bed and added that at first they were unhappy with the 30% commission, and then they said that they did not claim profit, and she didn't understand it either, but it was probably because of the Guangxi culture, and they also said that they could not demand money from the great teacher. Suddenly the main character woke up. Putting his hand to his head, he stood up and asked if this was a hospital room. Seeing the guy wake up, the girl raised her eyebrows slightly and said that she would call back later. Putting down the phone, she asked if he had already woken up, but how he was feeling, if everything was all right, to which he, smiling in confusion, replied that everything was fine and there were no problems. After a moment, Shiva began to look around, asking where Charon was. Mina got up from her chair and said that it was very nice, because he had just woken up and was already looking for Chiron, after which she told him that she was now finalizing the contract with Jiang Wei. She stuck out her finger and added that SH and Mao Tao had decided to sign the contract. As she was leaving, the girl suddenly said that it was very profitable. There was a wide smile on her face. Turning to the guy, she said with warmth in her voice that it was all thanks to him. The main character continued to look at her, asking what he had to do with it. Then Mina, waving her hand, replied that when he came to the office, she would explain everything, and now she needed to make a business call, adding that he had to get dressed and go out now, because the doctor said they would discharge him when he woke up. Hearing this, he smiled in confusion and said that he had just opened his eyes. Looking at his hands, he remembered the great power of the heavenly fist and said to himself that he remembered using Tai Chi, after which he wondered if he had passed out because he had used the heavenly fist. Suddenly his phone vibrated, and he turned around and asked who else was there. When the guy picked up the phone, he saw a system screen that asked if he wanted to take a video call from Hercules, and asked himself if he really wanted to say something about special training. After taking the video call, Hercules appeared, who said that he had tried to create a program for special education, after which he asked if he was back in the hospital. With his mouth open in surprise, the protagonist stared at the hologram, which said that he could not use super strength, but martial arts, so at least he wouldn't lose. Hearing this, Shivu closed his eyes and replied that he was wrong, adding that it was because he could not control the power. Hearing this, Hercules looked down at the notebook and asked if he could not control his powers. Then the guy put out his finger, looked away and replied that it happened when he was trying to connect the Tai Chi and the heavenly fist. Hearing this, Hercules spread his hands in different directions and shouted, asking if he had added Tai Chi to the celestial fist. But how was this even possible? To which he calmly replied that they say that the secrets of Tai Chi lie in Shintoism. With surprise in his eyes, the guy looked at Hercules and asked if when he created the fist technique, he did not refer to the principles of Tai Chi. Then his interlocutor put out his finger and replied that just because he mentioned them did not mean that he used them, because the individuality of styles is like the uniqueness of creatures. He imagined a man standing in a fighting stance and added that it could not be denied or changed. He then drew an image of a Samban master in his head and explained that in other words, he could only use Tai Chi. After leaving his notions, Hercules pointed his finger at himself and said that his magic was only available to him. However, by referring to other personalities and interpreting them based on what he had learned, he could make his own style based on the original. In saying this, he was imagining two people, the energy of one of whom was flowing into the energy of the other. After a short pause, Hercules pointed his finger at the main character and exclaimed that he did not have the main character. He imagined the combination of his power and the power of Tai Chi and added that the guy should accept his unique personality for who it is, but he mixed the two identities. Flying up to Shiva's face, the man continued to say that this was why their unique characteristics collided, and this was unacceptable and impossible, after which he asked if he was some kind of monster. After all, he had done the impossible. Upon receiving such a question, the guy pointed his finger at himself and asked if he was talking about him. Then Hercules spread his hands in different directions and said that he thought that he should revise the special education program, after which he asked what kind of personality he was now studying. The main character looked down at the phone and asked God to wait a little. Suddenly, from what he saw, there was surprise in his eyes, because all his skills had really increased, and Hercules said that he did not see anything that united them. He put his hand to his chin and added thoughtfully that if possible, he should subscribe to the new channel. Hearing this, the guy, closing his eyes, laughed in confusion and touched on the topic of money. But before he could finish, Hercules, without lowering his hand, said that he would first redo the curriculum, and for now he needed to focus on video content on GodTube. He narrowed his eyes and asked me to tell him more about it, because they used him in teaching, and he would definitely wipe the nose of the other gods. Hearing this, Shiva smiled broadly, and the god continued to say that he would try his best and teach him. After these words, the main character, continuing to look at Hercules, firmly said well, adding that he would tell him something good. From these words, Hercules' eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, asking what it was, what kind of content. Then the guy leaned over to his interlocutor and told him to listen carefully. After a while, the SH office was brightly illuminated by the rays of the sun. The door to the office closed. Chiron and Jiang Wei immediately turned to the protagonist and greeted him. Putting his hand behind his head, Shiva laughed in confusion and said that he was somehow embarrassed. He then sat down next to his apprentice, who said that from their SH Hunters Guild, she planned to give Mr. Shiv the difference in commission. She looked at the teacher with a smile on her face and added that more details could be found in this contract. The girl handed the main character a contract for the division of dungeons and explained that with this project she gives him 30% of the profits earned, and it will belong only to him. Picking up the document, the guy looked at it with surprise in his eyes and asked if it was as much as 30%. But after this question, he silently continued to look at the document. Suddenly he opened his mouth in shock. After a few seconds, the guy looked up at his student and asked why 30%, to which she replied that it was because the contract was made thanks to him. Shifting her gaze to Jiang Wei, Chiring added that he agreed with this, and therefore refused to take a percentage from their guild. She then looked at her master again and said that that was why they had decided to give the money to him, and he would be paid an amount of about 540 billion won every year. From this information, a drop of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he quietly repeated, 540 billion won then. After that, he continued to look at his disciple silently. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically and he shouted at the top of his lungs, asking if it was really 540 billion won. He was shaking with shock and asked in a shaking voice if she was joking, to which she closed her eyes with a smile on her face and replied that everything was written in the contract, but it was only from their guild, and Mao Tao, saying that they had also prepared something special for him. Hearing this, Shiva shifted his gaze to the smiling Jiang Wei. In the box in front of him were 2 pieces of orichalcum. Resting his fist on his palm, the man closed his eyes and explained that it belonged to the teacher, and he had brought them to give them to Master Aurelian, who is now in Korea. But he met a man who is a descendant of the great teacher, and he saved his life, and although it is not much, he would like him to accept them. With his mouth open in surprise, the main character looked at the gift. Suddenly, a wide smile appeared on his face, and he asked himself if it was the new year. After all, he had received 540 billion and orichalcum. After a while, Hercules appeared, bowed his head and shouted loudly that he was here, adding that he wanted to demonstrate his determination. Raising his head, he continued to say that he was his faithful servant and slave. While the protagonist was cooking, Hercules created a system screen in front of him and said that he had posted content for GodTube, which the teacher had told him about. Opening the video Divine Love Triangle, 2 goddesses are trying to take possession of Adonis, war, exposure of 2 goddesses. The man stuck out his finger and said that it was Aphrodite against Persephone, and thanks to this video, the number of views and subscribers began to go through the roof, and this is an incredible success. Smiling broadly, Hercules said that this was great content, and thanks to this, their husbands found out about the infidelity. This made Shiva's eyes look surprised, and he said that there was no topic more provocative than adultery and love triangles, and the god continued to say that this was why Hephaestus and Hades had prepared a small gift for him. Hearing this, the guy raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked what kind of gift it was, at the same time asking himself if it was a subscription. Suddenly Hercules scratched his cheek and said that he had good and bad news for him. Hearing this, the main character tensely knitted his eyebrows and asked if it was really good and bad. After a while, there was a freshly cooked dish on the plate, and Hercules said that he would start with bad news. Holding out his finger, he revealed that Hades had told him to hand him a cornucopia, but the problem was that he couldn't get to where he was. Hearing this, Shiva, chewing his food, asked if it was a cornucopia. Suddenly the spoon in front of his mouth trembled, and he wondered if it was true. Smiling broadly, he imagined a cornucopia and said to himself that he could produce food, money, and anything. Leaving his performances, he shouted loudly with eyes rounded with shock, asking if it was the same cornucopia, to which the god firmly replied that everything was true. He picked up the artifact and added that even the fried rice he was currently eating would no longer need to be cooked. Hercules was reflected in the pupils of the protagonist, while he said to himself that if he had a horn, then it did not matter 10 billion or 100, because he could get anything. At this time, Hercules was looking thoughtfully at the horn in his hands. Suddenly the guy leaned over to him and ordered him to give it to him immediately, to which he replied that he had already said that he could not get to where he was. Hearing this, Shiva frowned and asked why he could not, adding that even if so, let him pass it on through other gods. Raising his finger, he remembered the one he had met first, and then asked what about this blonde. He then pointed to Fenrir sleeping nearby, and added that he even had him at home. Then Hercules scratched his cheek and said that it meant that there was a way, but he did not know how to do it, but he would still try to think of something. After that, the main character exhaled heavily and asked what the good news was. Then the god put out his finger and said that Hephaestus was ready to tell the secret of making a cornucopia. Hearing this, the guy raised one eyebrow in surprise and said that he was already studying metallurgy with Hephaestus. He grabbed some fried rice and asked if he could make something like a cornucopia. Then Hercules, smiling broadly, explained that this was the technique of Hephaestus, and no one else was capable of it. The guy, hearing this, was actively chewing his food, after which he asked what he meant. Then the god showed his biceps and explained that to put it simply, he could learn this thanks to his superpower. He then introduced a man standing in a fighting stance and added that in addition, he would also be taught the art of SSS-class Shinto sword. Hearing this, the protagonist spat out what he had in his mouth and exclaimed that he realized that he also wanted to learn this, to which Hercules replied, of course. At the same second, the guy jumped to his feet and said that it was time to start right now, to which he replied that he would go and inform Hephaestus. After a while, the rays of the sun fell on a hotel near Seoul. The guy tapped his finger on the table and thought about the pandemonium in the Gyeonggi district, which was completely destroyed. Jiwon, the manager of the pandemonium branch, had a single eye looking away. He suddenly drew the image of the main character in his head, which made him frown. Looking up at his subordinate, he asked what about Seongji, to which Sunjae replied that he was still hiding. The man knitted his eyebrows tensely. When his boss said hiding then, Jiwon drew images of several people in his head and said to himself that Bukshin had died and the rest were missing. Having said that, he imagined a man who had broken the chains on himself. After leaving his performances, the manager of the pandemonium branch frowned and firmly said that he knew, Seongji knew everything. He drew an image of this man in his head and added that he must be cooking something. Jiwon frowned angrily and said that there was almost no time left, which was why he had to act immediately. After a short pause, he looked at his subordinate out of the corner of his eye and asked if he was sure that Jiang Wei had become close to Shiva, to which he firmly replied, absolutely. Hearing this, Zhuan slammed his fist the table. His eyes were full of rage and hatred, with which he spoke that the protagonist continued to annoy him, and they couldn't just leave it. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Shifting his gaze to the side, the guy asked who was there, to which he received the answer that there was urgent news for him. Zhuan's subordinate turned around and said that he would come out and speak, but before he could finish, his colleague pulled the doorknob. Bursting into the office, he told the executive with an excited face that SH Director Guangak had said that he wanted to talk to the branch manager. Hearing this, Zhuan smiled contentedly, drew an image of his eldest son in his head and asked if it was Guangak himself. At this time, the main character put on sneakers. Smiling broadly, he said that until Hercules contacted him, he would be in Palduan's workshop. But as soon as he stepped outside, the phone in his pocket vibrated, making him wonder if it was that fast. Taking his phone out of his pocket, Shiva saw that he had received a video call from Adonis, and then he asked why he was calling him. His eyebrows knitted excitedly. He remembered the video and wondered if it was because of him. After a short pause, the guy accepted the challenge. A guy immediately appeared in front of him and asked him if he was free now. A blush immediately appeared on the protagonist's face, and with his mouth open in shock, he asked himself how a person could be so beautiful, while God was saying that he was a man and he could contact him. At the same second, Shiva slapped his face with his hands and said to himself that he was very handsome, but he needed to pull himself together, adding that in front of such transcendental beauty, you need to understand that Adonis is a man. Adonis himself was looking at the guy with an excited expression on his face. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him, after which system screens appeared, informing him that he was resisting the influence of transcendental beauty, his thoughts were returning to normal, and his mastery of the skill of gentleman's heart, kindness, righteousness, decency, and wisdom had increased by 10.6%. Slowly opening his eyes, Shiva said to himself that just looking at his face made him forget everything, and it was no wonder that the goddesses were ready to fight for him. After these thoughts, he asked why he had called him, to which God, scratching his cheek in confusion, was about to answer. Lowering his head, Adonis said that first of all he was very grateful to him, because Hercules had told him everything. Hearing this, the guy raised one eyebrow in surprise, and Adonis continued to say that he was talking about Persephone and Aphrodite. Bringing his hand to his face, he added that the guy had saved him. Hearing this, the main character raised his hand and explained that he had simply told Hercules what to do, and everything else had already been arranged by him. Then Adonis looked away in confusion and said that he understood everything, because he should have decided everything himself, but he could not. Tears came to his eyes, and he added that if he did, someone had no idea what the two goddesses would do to him, and did not know if he would be able to survive after that. This picture made Shiva's face blush, and he quietly said that the god was very handsome, while Adonis continued to say that he didn't actually even know how to express his gratitude to him, after which he asked how to repay him, since he didn't even have any ideas. The main character listened to the god with his hand raised, and people walked past him and thought that he was strange if he talked to the air. Adonis suddenly flew up to the guy's face and said that he knew he was learning new skills, but he had nothing, to which he replied that he had beauty. Holding out his finger, he added that if he made a channel on GodTube, he would hit the jackpot. Hearing this, Adonis put his hand to his chest and said in frustration that he could not do anything, to which he replied that he needed beauty-related content. Holding his hand raised, he smiled and added that it was not necessary specifically about appearance. You could say something about acting, because, as they say, incredible beauty is the greatest talent. Upon receiving such an offer, the god looked away and admitted that he was not very good at acting, and then Shiva said that if he lacked acting, then he could learn it. While they were talking, a bus drove up to the bus stop. The main character waited for the doors to open and said that he thought that he would succeed, but just in case, he would ask if he knew how to get into his dimension. When he entered the bus, the god replied that he had never heard like that. Having received a negative answer, the guy exhaled heavily and quietly said that there must be some way. Suddenly Adonis put his hand to his heart and said that if there was a way, he would find it. He knitted his eyebrows pitifully, and with a blush on his cheeks, he added that he would find a way to get into his dimension. The main character, holding the phone in front of him, felt an arrow pierce his heart. Suddenly he spread his arms and legs and shouted loudly that he was very handsome. At the same moment, everyone present looked at him. Even the driver looked at him. Shivu's expression immediately changed as he realized that he was the only one who could see the god, which meant that everyone thought he was crazy. Closing his eyes, he lowered his head and quietly said that he was very ashamed. He held his hand to his face and added that only he could see GodTube, and still shouted about his beauty in the middle of the bus, adding that it would forever remain the most shameful memory. The main character with his eyes closed continued to walk forward, saying that if he made a channel about beauty, then many goddesses would subscribe to him. Putting his hand to his chin, he added that in this case, they would begin to share gossip, in which unexpected information could be found. Drawing the image of Cleopatra in his head, Shiva thought that she must know something, and he was almost sure of it. Suddenly, his hand began to vibrate. Picking it up, the guy saw that he had received a video call from Hephaestus. Frowning tensely, the main character said that I had not yet reached the workshop, and if he started talking to him on the street, he would be taken for a madman again. Looking to the side, he saw a cafe and realized that he needed to take a short break. Inside, expensive coffee beans were loaded into the coffee machine. Shiva sat down at an empty table and greeted Hephaestus. The god patted himself on the head and asked incredulously if it was he, the one about whom Hercules had told him. Smiling in confusion, the main character replied that everything was correct, at the same time saying to himself that he was very scary, but perhaps it was just against the background of Adonis. Hercules suddenly appeared next to Hephaestus, and the blacksmith said that he had told him everything, and thanks to them he learned about his wife's infidelity, so he was very grateful to them. Shivu, closing his eyes, continued to smile, saying to himself that everything was true, because they were both sons of Zeus, and it seemed that they were quite close. Suddenly, Hephaestus smiled broadly and exclaimed that his wife was also benefiting from the incident, because she would never deceive him again, and in gratitude for this, he wanted to reveal his secret to him, after which he asked, after all, that he was studying his art. On his belt hung tongs and hammers. Having received such a question, the main character scratched his cheek with his finger, and, looking away, replied that everything was exactly like that. Upon receiving such an answer, Hephaestus frowned and said that he did not believe something, after which he asked if he could show the weapon he had made. Then the guy took out a subspace pocket and answered, of course. From there, he took out his gloves in the next second. From what he saw, there was shock in the eyes of the god, and he asked how he could do it. It was madness. He leaned towards the guy and added that this was divine metallurgy, and such a weapon could not be removed from subspace before. When Shiva held out a glove in his direction, Hephaestus flew up to her and exclaimed that she was made of orichalcone, after which he asked when people learned to process orichalcones. Drops of cold sweat ran down his face, and he frowned and asked if he meant to say that it was he who made the weapon, his weapon, which is considered the best in all mythology. Suddenly, shock appeared in the eyes of the main character when the god began to ask him how he did it, and what the secret was, and then asked to teach him this. Closing his eyes, the guy smiled in confusion and explained that not only the metallurgy of Hephaestus was involved, he used the power of Isis. Hearing this, the blacksmith grabbed his beard and asked if Isis's strength, therefore, but whether he too would be able to develop his art even further. He imagined in his head how the two forces had merged and turned into an even greater force, and realized that this weapon was superior to what he had done. After leaving his performances, Hephaestus frowned and asked if he could see the process with his own eyes. At the same moment, he flew up to the guy's face and added that he would teach him everything he knew, namely transcendent metallurgy. The main character, hearing this, raised one eyebrow in surprise and asked what else was this transcendental metallurgy. Then the blacksmith closed his eyes, smiled contentedly and explained that this was his secret technique, and it wasn't just about the production of weapons. He imagined gears and magic circles in his head, and added that he was talking about technology and magic, and that if they were combined, it would be something like magical engineering. Holding out his finger, he continued to say that it may seem like magic, but in fact it is not, because a well-developed science is no different from magic. He reintroduced all sorts of symbols and magical energy in the cosmos and said that in his metallurgy the secret was to use and interpret the laws of the world. This was transcendental metallurgy, and all this in addition to the divine metallurgy. And in order to deal with the laws of the world, unnecessary knowledge, but he had to go beyond the laws of the universe, and then he could change anything. After listening to God, the main character put his hand to his chest and asked if he could be. Immediately after this question, Hephaestus opened his eyes and, with his finger outstretched, said that he only needed one thing now. Suddenly he began to pose and say that he needed muscles. At the same second, he ended the call. After a while, the bright rays of the sun fell on the SH office. On the table was a document with signatures. Mina sat across from Chiron and said that she had done a good job, and although she wouldn't admit it, as the director of SH, she had signed her first contract. She smiled and added that after signing such a big contract with Mao Tao, it was rather strange to claim that she had done nothing. The girl smiled warmly in response and replied that they would not have signed this contract without the main character, and then there would have been nothing at all. Suddenly, Mina stuck out her finger and said that since they were talking about it, she was interested in what she thought about the main character. After such a question, there was excitement in Chiring's eyes and a blush on her face. Upon receiving the answer that the protagonist is a good person, Mina smirked and said the same thing in her head, after which she asked if that was all there was to it. Chiron raised her eyebrows in surprise and asked if she had anything else to think. Then the girl spread her hand to the side and replied that she was talking about thoughts like that she thought about him all day. Her heart fluttered when she saw him. If she couldn't see him, she missed him. And even when they were together, she wanted to be even closer to him. Then her interlocutor brought her hand to her chin and closing her eyes said that she thought about the teacher all day because of the training, because they trained with him every day. Hearing this, Mina raised one eyebrow and said to herself that this is some kind of nonsense. But maybe it's because she's never been in a relationship and that's why she doesn't understand a lot. As she thought about it, they looked at each other in silence. After a short pause, Mina smiled and said that half of the world's population is men, but there are not so many decent men. Holding out her finger, she suddenly asked if she knew how to make sure that the guy she chose was the one, to which she asked in response how she could be sure of this. Then Mina folded her hands on her chest and replied that it was necessary to put responsibility on him, after which she was asked what to put what. Then she closed her eyes, stuck out her finger and exclaimed, "It was responsibility," to which Sharon, folding her hands, replied that she could try. Suddenly, the phone in her pocket vibrated. As she took it out, she saw that she had received a message from the protagonist asking her if she could come to Mr. So's workshop. Immediately after reading the message, she jumped to her feet and said she needed to go. As she walked past her aunt, she waved her hand and added that they would finish next time, to which Mina replied that if she was going to Shiva, she should not forget what she had said, adding that she should make him take responsibility. After that, the door slammed shut. So's workshop was brightly lit by the warm rays of the sun. Opening the door, Karen stepped inside and greeted her. Suddenly she knitted her eyebrows excitedly and asked what was wrong with him. The main character sat on the floor and replied smiling that everything was fine, he was just a little tired. Struggling to his feet, he apologized for writing to her so suddenly, for she must have been busy. Then the girl put her hand to her chest and replied that everything was wrong, because she had more free time now, because the contract had already been signed, and everything was thanks to him. Hearing this, the guy put his hand behind his head, looked away and said that there was nothing wrong with it, because he had been promised something for his contract with Mouto, and then asked if he could get a refund if possible. Karen was still standing at the entrance when she asked for a refund. A fire burned brightly in the stove, and the guy replied that everything was exactly like that, and if not all, then at least partially. Coming closer, the girl spread her hand to the side and asked how much he needed, to which he replied, about 120 billion. This figure shocked his interlocutor's eyes, and she asked again if it was really 120 billion, adding that nothing was impossible for her. But why exactly that much? She imagined them training and added that the training fee is 20 billion won per month. She then presented the armor and weapons and said that on top of everything else, there was a profit made from the production of artifacts and other things, and with this money he could afford a luxurious life. Having said that, she imagined a large apartment building. The main character, looking away, did not know what to answer. Suddenly, Chiron decided to ask why he was trying to get even stronger. Shivu then closed his eyes, smiled in confusion and replied that it was a difficult question, while saying to himself that he could not tell her about subscribing to GodTube. Turning away, he said that he did not know how to explain it, that he could not say too much. After a few seconds he turned to his student and said that he had better show her something. Evening came, and the sky was painted in warm colors. Upon entering his house, the protagonist said that he had returned. The sister with Fenrir in her arms met her brother and asked if Chiron was with him. Out of the corner of his eye, the guy looked at his student and explained that they needed to talk, after which he asked her to go to his room. Before leaving, Shiva raised his hand and asked So if she had had dinner, to which So replied that she had not had time yet, after which she asked if he had bought anything. The main character replied that he had bought it, and began to take the items out from under the spatial pocket. He put the blood sausage on the table and said that he had taken some of it. His sister immediately rushed to the table, asking if he had been to the restaurant that served black pudding soup, to which he replied that it was so. Sitting on the floor, Fenrir happily looked at his master, who said that it was necessary to share with him. When a huge pile of blood meat was placed in a bowl, he began to eat, and So asked her brother to try it too. Sharon looked at them from the sidelines and said to herself that it looked touching, because they were a very nice family. She suddenly remembered the past, when it was already night outside. Her father always came home very late, and sometimes he was all in the world. But at the same time, he always bought a lot of mandu. He always smiled at his daughter and said the same thing over and over again, asking her if she wanted to eat her favorite manda. With a big smile on her face, little Chiron ate the food brought by her father, who said that she was much more pleased than a multi-billion-dollar business, a mandu for 20,000 won. The two of them were sitting in the kitchen, and then she did not understand the meaning of these words. She suddenly remembered the mandu box and asked herself why she suddenly remembered it. Karen thought of her father walking down the road at dawn. There were bruises under his eyes, and his gaze was tired and attentive. Leaving her memories, the girl looked at the protagonist and his sister with a kind of sadness in her eyes, asking herself why this memory came to her mind. Chopsticks clutched a small piece of blood sausage. Soa smiled warmly at her brother. Shiva smiled broadly back at her. Chiron stared at them with her mouth open and said to herself that it was simple blood sausage, but she could feel their joy at something so small, and they had such an ordinary daily life that even the word was an exaggeration, and then wondered if he really wanted to keep it safe, if it really meant to be responsible for his family. Asking herself about it, she continued to look at them from the outside. Suddenly the girl approached the main character and said that she would give him the money. Hearing this, the guy smiled and asked if it was really true, to which she replied that she had one condition. The smile disappeared from the protagonist's face, and he asked what the condition was. Chiron opened his mouth before speaking. A few seconds later, she put her hand to her chest and asked me to take responsibility for it. Shiva's eyes immediately filled with shock and drool flowed from his mouth. His sister Soa looked at the girl with eyes rounded in shock. Even Fenrir opened his mouth in surprise. The main character, with eyes rounded with surprise, looked at his student and asked what it even meant. Suddenly, his sister, with a blush on her face, raised her hand to her mouth and said in a shaking voice that it could not be, to which he sharply replied that he did not even know that she had already managed to fantasize. The rays of the setting sun fell on the house of the main character. The next day, the sun shone brightly in the SH office. The guy was reading a newspaper that mentioned the main character. Suddenly there was a knock on the door and they said that he had come. Then the door opened. Jiang Wei entered the office and asked why he wanted to see him. Guanguk, sitting on the couch, raised his hand and thanked the man for coming this far, so he asks him to sit down. When Jiang Wei sat down across from him, he said that he had heard that he had signed a contract with the SH Hunter Guild, and then asked why he had broken the promise he had made to him. A newspaper lay on the table. Jiang Wei, upon receiving such a question, frowned and replied that he was sorry that this had happened, but he couldn't cause trouble to the descendants of the great master, because that would be wrong. Guanguk looked at his guest attentively. Suddenly he frowned and asked if he had not made him a promise. Then his interlocutor spread his hand to the side and replied that Mao Tao was ready to apologize, and besides, closing his eyes, he put his hand to his chin and agreed that this contract would be useful to SH. And while he was saying this, the eldest son raised his hand. Suddenly he slammed his fist on the table and shouted that he wasn't asking for SH, adding that he knew what he was talking about. The newspaper crumpled under his hand. A few seconds later, the guy raised his hand and asked to terminate the contract immediately, to which he was asked if he could go and terminate the contract. With some dissatisfaction in his eyes, Jiang Wei looked at his interlocutor and said that it was impossible in any case. Guanguk then took a piece of paper out of his inner pocket and said that nothing was impossible in Korea, adding that Mao Tao was interested in concluding a major business contract and discovered corruption, so the circumstances of the incident were revealed. He put Jiang Wei's photos on the table and continued to say that he had taken advantage of his personal interests and made a contract, and as a result, the fairness of the contract was in great doubt, and now the company itself was in danger of being destroyed. The man looked at the photos on the table while his interlocutor said that this was the article that would appear tomorrow morning on the front page of all newspapers. As soon as Jiang Wei heard this, he frowned angrily and asked if he was trying to threaten him. Resting his hands on the table, he stood up and added that the difference between them and the main character was that they made their opponent an enemy, and he an ally. Frowning, the eldest son looked at his interlocutor. The man's eyes were full of hatred and anger. Suddenly, he showed his terrifying aura and shouted with all his might that he had now made him his enemy. His power quickly consumed the entire cabinet. Burning his interlocutor's gaze, Jiang Wei quietly said that next time he would not leave it so easily. After these words, he slammed the door as he left. Left alone with himself, the eldest son looked away and said that things were bad. At this time, someone was running quickly along the corridor. Guanguk's subordinate burst into the office and asked with an anxious face if the director was okay, adding that he had heard screams. The guy ran his hand through his hair and replied that there was a small problem, but nothing like that, after which he asked what was going on with the pandemonium. Raising his hand, his subordinate replied that there was no news yet, after which he received an order to contact them again. Guanguk's veins bulged with anger, and he said that he didn't need to talk anymore, because he wanted to unite with them. At this time, the main character was lying on the bed and said that he never thought that Aunt Chiron could say something like that, like taking responsibility. Raising one eyebrow, he remembered how his student put her hand to her chest and asked him to take responsibility for her. His phone suddenly vibrated with a message. Looking at the screen, the guy saw that 120 billion had been credited to his account. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked himself in confusion if it was so fast, adding that he thought about having to wait a week, but she was apparently too rich. Suddenly he received a video call from Hercules. After receiving the call, a god appeared, who immediately exclaimed that he had developed a special program. Then he pointed his finger at himself and added that first of all he had found a channel to subscribe to, and he said that he had already researched everything. Hearing this, Shiva knitted his eyebrows tensely and asked what kind of channel it was, at the same time saying to himself that as soon as money appears, new expenses arise with it. Then Hercules, putting out 2 fingers, replied that he had found 2 channels to which it was worth subscribing. His eyes burned brightly. After drawing an image of Thor killing a monster in his head, he said that the first channel worth subscribing to is Thor's channel. Hearing this, the guy asked if this was the same Thor from Scandinavian mythology, to which Hercules, showing his muscles, replied that everything was exactly so, because in order to join forces. Immediately after these words, a wide smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked what powers. Upon receiving such a question, the god smiled broadly and replied that he was talking about the super speed of Hermes and all his skills, because then he would be able to reach the speed of light. After saying that, he imagined Shiva running fast. After listening to his interlocutor, the main character raised his eyebrows and asked if it was possible at all, to which he replied theoretically. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the guy's face when he decided to ask about the second channel. Then Hercules drew a blue dragon in his head and replied that he needed to subscribe to this channel, because he thought that his skills would also be useful to him. Taking the phone in his hands, the guy said that this was some kind of madness. Frowning, he asked if it was true that he could sign immediately, to which God replied that if he had money, then let him sign immediately. In less than a minute, Shiva subscribed to Thor's channel for 16 billion won per month and gained a new skill, the SS Plus class Spirit of Thunder. He then subscribed to the Blue Dragon channel for 32 billion won per month and obtained the SS Grey Dragon Demon Soul skill. After all this, Shiva continued to stare at his phone, sadly saying that he had spent 48 billion won in 2 seconds. At night, moonlight fell on the SH office. Guanguk was walking down the corridor. There was a sign at the door that said it was Director Gwanguk's office. But when the eldest son entered there, he saw that someone was sitting on his table. The stranger smiled and asked if it was he, the eldest son of the owner of SH. Stopping in the doorway, the guy frowned and asked who he was. The stranger was in the darkness, and replied that he had heard that he wanted to sail with them in the same boat, after which he asked why. An image of the main character immediately appeared in Gwanguk's head. He put his hand on his head and replied that it was all because of Shiva. Hearing this, the stranger smiled and offered to talk about it in more detail. After a while, Lizhong showed his hunter's license and asked the protagonist to take a look. He ran in his direction and happily shouted that he was now a rank as well. With a blush on his cheeks, he pointed his finger at his ID and added that he was now in the top 0.1%. Seeing this, the protagonist said that it was pretty cool, after which he pointed his finger at himself and added that he was going to an A-rank dungeon today anyway. As soon as the guy heard this, his expression changed abruptly, and he quietly said that he was somehow scared. A few minutes later, the monster's foot hit the ground. Huge orcs walked through the forest. With horror in his eyes, Lizhong looked at them and said that there were A+ class ogre monsters living here, and there were a lot of them here, and they usually went to such places in groups of 30 people. He tried to keep up with the main character, who said that he was just exaggerating. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked at his comrade and smiled broadly and added that it wasn't as difficult as he thought, and that these ogres had unusual behavior, so fighting them was good for practice. A crowd of monsters stood not far ahead. Drops of cold sweat flowed down the boy's face, and he asked in confusion if it was for practice, after which he suddenly shouted that even if he had 100 lives, it was better not to come here. But while he was shouting this, the main character rushed to attack. With glowing eyes, the ogre raised his club behind his back. When he delivered a powerful blow, Shivu easily returned. While in the air, he used the new skill Thor's First Lightning with glowing eyes and said that it was time to see how this skill worked. Bright blue lightning appeared in the air. It struck a huge orc. Lizhong, filming this, asked in a shaking voice what it was. At this time, another ogre shouted loudly with a grimace of rage. He rushed to attack the main character. Seeing this, Shiva only smiled. The monster was flying straight at him. The guy also rushed to attack, and his cameraman said to himself that he was using the power of lightning and flying. The protagonist's fist quickly appeared in front of the ogre's muzzle. After a missed blow to the jaw, the monster flew into the sky. At this sight, Li Zhong's mouth dropped open in shock and asked himself what the hell it was, if he was killing A+ rank ogres like ordinary goblins, and what was going on here. The main character was gradually surrounded by monsters. Their eyes burned brightly with rage. Shivu turned to them and said with a smile on his face that there were still a few left, but then he could use another technique. Raising his fist, he used the Blue Dragon Soul SS Class Demon Dragon Soul ability. With eyes full of horror, the cameraman filmed it and asked himself in a shaking voice what it was. The ogres opened their mouths and roared furiously. At this time, the protagonist raised his hands and used the Thunder God ability. All the monsters were struck by lightning in the same second. Lizhong covered his face with his hand and said to himself that he thought that this time would be different. After all, he had become an A-class hunter and thought that he would help him. His eyes were filled with sadness and grief. Having defeated all the monsters, the guy spread his hands in different directions and exclaimed that this is incredible strength. He looked at Hercules and asked if this was the power for thermonuclear fusion, Thor's thunderclap, and the soul of the demonic blue dragon. Putting out his finger, the god with a smile on his face asked if it was impressive, wasn't it? There were defeated monsters lying around the main character, and he replied that he really gave him good advice. Then he opened the system screen and, holding out his finger, said that he had a lot of practice to do and it would not be easy, and the subscription fees continued. Then Hercules snapped his fingers and said that now he could try to join forces together. Then he showed his muscles and added that the subscription was really under pressure. Hearing this, he knitted his eyebrows and asked what kind of subscription and what kind of pressure it was, to which he received the answer not to drive the horses. The guy gritted his teeth in displeasure and said that if something like this had happened, he should have told him about it a long time ago. Then Hercules folded his arms over his chest and asked if he had ever imagined that he would be able to unite two unique personalities, adding that it could be done differently. He remembered the superpower Fist of Destruction and said that it was an unimaginable technique. The main character, hearing this, spread his hands in different directions and asked if this was what he called real compression. Then his interlocutor put his hand to his chin and replied that everything was so, but to put it simply, he would just show him. After saying that, he pointed his finger at the guy. Clouds floated over the headquarters of the inspection bureau across the blue sky. The man knocked on the door and called for the master. The man on the other side of the door, without any emotion on his face, allowed me to enter. His subordinate carefully opened the door and asked for forgiveness, after which he was asked what had happened. Taking a few steps forward, he replied that he had studied everything he had said, and it seemed that Joan was stirring. With that, he handed over the records of the events in the dungeons for the past 3 months. If you look closely, you will notice that the frequency of dungeons has increased exponentially over the past 3 months. The old man's subordinate continued to stand in front of his boss's desk, adding that this was the first such situation since the Demon King had been defeated, except in Seoul. There was no emotion on his face as he continued to say that they were appearing all over the country, and there were already victims. After listening to the man, Taemin frowned and asked why there was no problem with Seoul, To which Soul replied that it was rumored that the hunter Shivu had cleared all the dungeons of Soul. The man looked at the old man and continued to say that they had some information, although they were not sure about it. Drawing an image of the one-eyed Juan in his head, he reported that it seemed that someone had teamed up with the Pandemonium. The man continued to stand in the same place, saying that after all, Mingzhong was saying so it seemed to be true. Drawing an image of the girl in his head, he explained that she was the head of the 4th group of the Soul Department, a former member of the Pandemonium, and Bukshin told them about it. Taemin, hearing this, put his hand to his chin and said that if this was indeed the case, then this time Juan would act decisively. Suddenly, a notification came to the tablet, informing about a new message in the mail. The man looked down at the tablet and said that he had received a message from the UN. A drop of cold sweat suddenly appeared on his face, and he looked up and said that they were talking about the red shadow moving. As soon as the old man heard this, his eyes filled with shock and horror. Drawing a black silhouette with glowing red eyes in his head, he said, "The ruler of Pandemonium and the red shadow." Leaving his performances, the old man sprang to his feet. His subordinate looked at him and replied that everything was correct. The UN was monitoring this, after which he was asked if he really wanted to say that the red shadow was now in Korea. The man knitted his eyebrows and replied that they had said that there was such a possibility, because there was a high probability that he was really here. Gritting his teeth, Taemin said in a low voice, "The red shadow is moving, and it's actually hard to believe." Drawing a black silhouette with glowing eyes in his head again, he said to himself that the red shadow was the ruler of Pandemonium, and he was not only a criminal, but also a world-class personality. Leaving his performances, he raised his hand. Putting his hand to his chin, the old man said that such a creature in their small country called Korea was unlikely to ever happen. Suddenly, his subordinate raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked where he was. Looking at the man, Taemin replied that he needed to meet his father. After a while, the plane landed. Taemin was standing at the airport and said that they had finally arrived, so they had to pass. His subordinate was standing next to him, and with a big smile on his face, he was saying that he would meet Mr. Sumpying, the immortal sword. The old man, hearing this, shifted his gaze to the side and said that he was the most important, after which he asked why he should bother with him. After all, he was already busy with work and there was no need to go with them at all. To which he replied that his job was to help the director. They both got into the car, and the director replied that if someone had heard him, they would have thought he was a child. After reaching the right place, the subordinate followed his master and continued to say that he was still suffering from the wounds inflicted by Juan, so he still hadn't fully recovered. The old man walked ahead and replied that he was almost recovered, to which he replied that it almost did not count. A drop of cold sweat was running down the man's face, and he was saying that he was just coming with him, so he should stop complaining. Smiling in confusion, the old man looked at his subordinate and said that he, like Peak, was infinitely stubborn. When the latter caught up with him, he said that he just had to keep going, after which he asked if he wanted to go first. Then the man silently looked away. He was looking deep into the forest when he suddenly asked why they were here on Mount Halasan in the first place. Taemin smiled and replied that he didn't know it, because he didn't know where his father lived. Hearing this, his subordinate raised his hand and took a step forward, asking why they had come here. The old man followed the man who was walking through the thicket, and replied that there was a reason, because this was where he spent his youth and this was the place where his father trained him. Hearing this, his subordinate turned around and said that this was just a place of his memories, after which he asked if that was why they had come here. Closing his eyes, the director smiled and replied that the older he became, the more important the memories. Frowning tensely at these words, the man asked where exactly, although it was, to which he replied that it was so long ago that he no longer remembered exactly. Hearing this, the man froze in place and asked how long he had been here, to which he replied that it was about 25 years ago. The man continued to stand in front of his boss when he suddenly asked what the swordsman was doing here, to which he was told that he was now just a beggar who was suffering from idleness, and he had actually been told not to follow him. Suddenly, after a few minutes of moving forward, they saw a house in the distance, and the old man said that fortunately they did not have to wander for long. Putting his hand to his chin, he asked to be careful, because his father was very dissatisfied. As soon as he said that, insanely powerful magical energy burst out in all directions. The men raised their hands to their heads, and the director said that it was probably better for him to go one further. After these words, he began to walk towards the house, leaving his subordinate behind. A few minutes later, he opened the door to the house. Entering inside, Taemin announced that he had entered. He looked around the room out of the corner of his eye and said that he hoped he was all right. His father was sitting nearby, meditating. Opening his eyes, Sumpying, the immortal swordsman, asked why he had come to him. Getting on his knees, the old man replied that first of all he wanted to greet him. Having said this, he bowed his head before his father. After a few seconds he stood up and added that he needed his help. Hearing this, the immortal swordsman closed his eyes and ordered his son to leave, for the world was flowing in the direction it was supposed to flow. He continued to sit in the same position, adding that the law says that you should let things take their course, to which he replied that he could redirect him. Frowning, the director imagined a fish splashing in the water, and added that it was possible to fight against the current, after which he asked if this was not so. Then his father opened his eyes and said that it seemed that someone had touched his heart, after which he asked if he had ever seen how he changed because of this. The old man did not take his eyes off his interlocutor, remembering the main character and answering that he saw a trend that he thought he could never go against. He saw how everything changed with the appearance of just one person. There was only one candle burning in the room, and the immortal swordsman replied that someone had given him false hope. Closing his eyes, he added that all this was meaningless, and he had nothing more to say. Suddenly, Taming gritted his teeth and spoke about pandemonium, after which he said that they were trying to resurrect the devil again. Remembering everything that had happened in the past, the immortal swordsman abruptly opened his eyes full of shock.